Oops.
Salut,
What the
hola.
fuck? We got banding. We got banding on there.
Well, the second map rages on. This one has had some twists and turns, but maybe the coolest is this little lineup shown to us by some pious. Can't imagine what it was like for Ultimate to fall to that in your final round of the half.
Just confused. What?
He does not know. That's a man who does not know.
All right.
That's a very cool little trick from some pious. Exciting heroic team now, who are up for the task of taking down Liquid on Liquid's best map of 2024. 7-5 on the T side. Now comes the true test for heroic.
Yeah, they are going to have their work cut out for them as they move into the CT half. This is awkward. A lot of blocking down in connector, and it's really not panned out. This would be a really rough time for heroic to lose their first pistol round of the series. They've got a man down early. Now make it two. Youngsters trying to reclaim these kills as best he can.
Oh, we saw him. They've got him boxed in right now. Tanir jumps, he makes noise, but there's still a backstab. That's drawn him in the wrong way. Youngster finds the frag, and now they're in the B-bomb site, but LNC picked from afar. Fair enough, that's a reasonable fight to take for him, but Twist is too quick, and now coming through Con, they've got to do the impossible.
Walking through, Ultimate taking the contact, and yeah, Liquid, they're not playing this to give it away. Nafly.
All right. I'm back, and they literally win the pistol and they break their streak. Let's go. We're so back.
In what could be their final
We are
half
so
play
back
at the Blast Bounty.
Yeah, 40 grand on this game, it's worth noting, right? Heroic have 10 in the bank, they got 10 on their head. Liquid, 30K team after winning their debut.
I think this could get really rough now for heroic, right? CT half always the harder of the two. You need that.
Finally woke up. I'm been up a little bit.
A bit of a chance to get.
But I wanted to shower. I figured we'd have a long day ahead of us, you know.
This is on Liquid's go-to map. As you say, their best.
Had to watch the main broadcast like a poor Matt. Mikey, thanks for 35. Barney, thanks for 31. Candy thanks to the 4 and Manic thanks to the 12.
Pistols will run him down. It should still be a Liquid round. It's safe and sound. Because they've got all the info. Ultimate's even hunting, trying to make that AWP money. He goes, I don't want some pies.
Did you see the wall bang?
First.
No, I didn't.
That guy can shoot me through walls.
They were playing it on the replay, but I was setting up all the streams.
Grabs, and so Ultimate makes that cash, 5,500, just enough.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about coming into this map, and after seeing how well he's played, Youngster giving us some of his best games that we've seen now, it feels like he's really seizing the opportunity.
What the
I
fuck?
think there's a parallel to be drawn there, even with someone like Kicksam, right? When he moved into this heroic squad, he talked about the same thing, coming from Apex, coming from Blue Jays prior to that. That was a guy who, for the longest time, had flown under the radar, but the moment he moved into heroic, he's spoken in
What's up, YouTube
about
chat?
Opportunities like that don't come along often, and so you have to excel.
What the fuck is that, bro?
Someone who very much put his name out there in the heroic jersey after making that crazy run with the Apex squad. And it feels like Youngster's trying to continue that in this same vein. He's had a great map so far. Tanir and some pious hold on. And Tanir, the output certainly
they actually managed that quite well. Liquid tried to exploit that timing. It did not work.
But if he can make amends for that here in map 2, there's still time to turn it around. Youngster getting aggressive.
He made a misstep, I think, didn't he?
But not even needed. Bypassing Ultimate is some pious spam that finds him, and now all that's left to do is stop JKS from pulling off the best 1v5.
Simply done from Tanir here. That's a cheeky pop for Liquid because it's full contact, and if anything, they have the right conditions. They catch Tanir jump spotting. Don't get me wrong, they obviously want to pick there, but they catch him jump spotting with nades out, and he's still able to get 2 kills off of the swing.
Would have loved to have seen your reaction when Liquid got eco'd.
It's, yeah. Liquid
no, I'm glad I wasn't live.
With a round like that. Their comp players weren't even ready to go.
I'm glad I wasn't live.
So Heroic don't fall for any silly tricks.
Really curious what Liquid are going to do in this round. Sure, they have guns, but that's about all they have. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and early moves made from Heroic. It's not the end of the world for this Liquid squad. I think if anything, you're kind of glad they fought you early here.
Bro, they are just going for it right now. What the hell?
You are very strapped for Util, getting into some powerful spots. Ultimate, that was the best one. He needed that kill. That would have made
Ultimate
all
looking
the
just like
difference
Twitch chat right now with that up.
Might be time to go back to the drawing board if you're Liquid. They're still hoping that their AWPer can give them a way in, but nothing materializes.
Yeah, not like me, like you guys.
Oh, and it doesn't do Youngster any favors. They trade smokes. Can Sumpire stop them from splitting? They're coming at Con as well. Twist goes in first.
Okay, okay.
Plant coming in, trying to make up his mind for Con it is.
Twist might go.
But it's not going to matter as LNZ is relegated to save. Liquid respond very quickly. And you're right, yeah, Liquid had no nades in that round. I think Heroic are probably expecting less weaponry as well. But Liquid have an AWP picking B main, and the rifles outside A trade very well on that push. I also like the Heroic are going for plays. They're not just sitting back and letting... They're trying to disrupt. They know Liquid is so comfortable on the T side of this map that they...
5 minutes in and already projecting on chat. True.
Moment, getting JKS, but able to trade at the stairs. And Liquid...
How much did I sleep? About 6 hours. Remember, I had to grab Nori from my girls' night.
A great position to start running away with this map.
They were living their best lives.
Slammed for Heroic.
Well, to be fair, I didn't have to. I volunteered. I don't want to ask Uber and back and forth. Time is it for me? I woke up at like 3:20. It's 4:52.
Even when you compare like how this half has started to the one that we just saw play out when Liquid were on their CT side, their first round where they pushed was an insanely dominant win, and immediately it put the fear in that Heroic T side. Well, Heroic have not managed
the house. To be fair, I was in the car the whole time. Wow, kind of.
In their aggressive round, and I think that's only going to serve to embolden this Liquid T side.
Have I eaten? Not yet.
About that early aggression.
We'll be handling the food in between maps here. Don't you worry. Tug, thanks for the 54-month primer.
I think regrettably it might also make Heroic
just apologize for giving me money but not giving me more money on a consistent basis.
It's more stagnant here, spread across the map at a 2-1-2.
Why don't you shut the fuck up, Sharp Tug? And thank you for your 54.
At least securing a man advantage, and you've knocked out the top performer of this Liquid squad in doing so. Nerds off the cards.
You're poor? I am poor. I do need everybody's prime.
Serious advantage if you're Heroic. Someone who takes a lot of space, creates a lot of opportunity for his team. Now kicked to the wayside, and Sumpire going to take it one step further. Now Ultimate gone too. So piece by piece, you're removing some big tools from the kit of Team Liquid.
A lot of contact for Liquid right now.
How did Tenor look on Mirage?
Walking right into it. And now 25 seconds is a save. Liquid don't even have the nades to run a
Hot Nuggets thanks to 26 with primer. Thank you.
3v5. Heroic. Avoid disaster. And keep trading rounds with Team Liquid.
It's kind of insane that they used so much util, but it's so little
I saw
to
the
show
wall
for
Yeah,
it.
they just threw a BXEC off spawn and just to burn out the nades. They did get the mollies and the smokes out of B. There was only one left, but didn't put any pressure on with it. Just contacted mid into the AWP while...
This would have been a good one for the Clips and Highlights channel, but I think either way, I'm going to be kind of scuffed for this one because it's so early in the day.
Good repositions from Sumpire at least.
Nurse Mirage was wild, bro. It's like his best map for sure.
It's a nice sequence from Sumpire.
He's a con demon on both sides.
Life was never made very hard for Sumpire in middle. Out of all the fights you could have given him, it was admittedly, right, like one setup play on.
How about all of you pros and whoever put more pressure on Valve
It feels like there
to
was
sort
a
out
lot you could have
cheaters
done to make life more awkward.
True, man.
For the Heroic AWPer.
Also, don't ever call me a pro ever again. That's disrespectful to the people that are actually professionals. Thank you.
Flash on through, X-Cloud peaks first, and there's that tango, that double setup. Trading contacts, Sumpire. Able to lend a helping hand.
It almost looks like the standard anti-rush molly you throw from camera, but it's a lineup that lets him swing in front of the molly and not take any damage. So LNZ can or xFab rather, can swing.
Thomir Pro eating.
Fight the stairs player who's not even looking at him, who thinks there's no way, it's mollied, he can't peek me. So it's actually a nice little trick from Heroic to find a 5v4. Helps that they've been just throwing that every round without using it. Just got to XK, you can't save again. 3 on 5, give it a go.
Liquid come up short, they're really on the ropes here on Anubis, so not looking good at the first turn. Some Pious' AWP continues to lay down the pain, and it's all eyes on Ultimate.
Man.
1v4.
Liquid's kind of playing a little...
Full rotates in for Heroic. They've got everybody here. Ultimate got to put on a clinic as he goes around the angle. All on it, rifle here to lend a helping
the way
hand,
he's calling
Heroic reach double digits.
Isn't necessarily a bad way of doing things, but I usually see the team
the tail end of that game, the money
that's
to get
the underdog do this.
There's not really a threat of that happening to Heroic right now. They're keeping these rounds clean. It's them putting Liquid in that dire spot where pistols.
They're kind of just holding, and then they group, and then they're doing something like, or attempting to be very explosive.
Heroic in the driver's seat on.
It's
Liquid's
weird.
best map.
But like, and that's not like, that can work, by the way. That's not like, it's not bad necessarily. But when you're Liquid, and I would say they're definitely the favorite and should be stronger across the board. I think letting your individual players work key areas. Wow, they got picked. I don't know, actually. Fuck. That's tough. Bush, thanks to the 14-month primer, they got picked twice.
Give them an AWP. Should just back out after his first shot here. Let Tania work from Con and play a retake if you must. Some Pious, though, feeling keen to get involved. Takes a repeat and 2. It will do. Heroic 11 rounds.
Point is, how can't we believe what pros do if you see many cheaters playing for years without being detected? Not conspiracy, confirmed stuff. That's fine, bro. All the pros are cheating. Why are you watching? Have a great day, man. It is 5 in the morning. Can you leave me be?
When they managed to secure both pistols. But here...
You're cooking too much.
Harder map, harder circumstances.
I don't feel like timing you out. I would just like you to leave. Thank you.
That's true. Both pistols, they want a full eco. They had everything going.
Yo, Bug X, thanks for the 63-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Team right now.
Early voice. I don't feel too bad right now.
And so many moves, man. So many plays. LNZ again, wide angle in middle, supported by some Pious. It's not going to go any further for now. Shotgun at B, looks for a kill.
Yeah, I still need my coffee. I still need my food. I still need some girthy Oilers on Twitch. Remember Mommy's on YouTube.
Ultimate waiting on an off angle in mid that Linus just isn't ready for. This shotgun on Tania has been spotted.
No way. No way.
We'll win that out though.
Ow.
Shotty getting aggro. So now it's left to this A play. Straight out through the main smoke they go into xFloud, who's like a turret. He's done all he had to and then some. You can just wait now. Look to play this in the retake. It's low HP on Tania and xFloud.
Yeah.
So there will be more pressure on some Pious and Youngster, but they're
HP's low on
the
2.
charts for Heroic.
Flank's kind of early though.
I mean, Tania's still super far away. He will be left out of this retake almost entirely.
They're not sure there's both here. They're still checking stuff and maybe thinking that, oh, the
only thanks for 30-month resub. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, dude.
Because Youngster's waiting for him.
Oh. The clipping's still there.
And now changes his mind. Some frustration for Liquid in this 2v4.
They are waiting somewhat for Tania just to get closer before they make their move. This is letting time tick off the bomb. Okay. That no scope on Twist going to go a long way to helping out. Now it's Shadol that left to stop, but hold on.
Oh my god.
Full health on one man.
Oh, nice try.
To run in and
dude,
save the
fuck
day.
Me.
That long old rotate out of Tania felt like it could be their undoing. But ultimately,
their T-side's getting worked right now. Finn, thanks for 27-month resub. Thank you. Extension, thank you very much for the 22. Yeah, FaZe, thanks for the 44.
Shows us how it's done and stops a clutch at a pivotal point in the map just to make this Heroics, just to keep it clean in this second half. A nice try for Ultimate, but overwhelmed. Eventually, Heroic map point, trying to drag us all the way to Ancient. Would not have had this on my bingo card. Liquid losing Anubis after clutching out a Mirage they had no business winning. But this new form Heroic, I have something to say. I'm just enjoying how involved they're getting on the CT side. Even when it didn't work in the first gun round, Liquid broke them on that A push. They went right back to it. Playing confident Counter-Strike right now, and
this would be so insane to think of, right? Like this is this brand new heroic squad coming out. This is the toughest opponent they've had to face yet. On Liquid's go-to map, they're looking to join a very exclusive club alongside the likes of Vitality and Spirit, teams that were capable of beating Liquid here last year. The list is few and far between. Are we about to welcome Heroic to that full blind on this A here? Everyone's blinded, and Nafly.
All right, that's explosive. There you go, 3v3.
3-on-3 for Liquid to try and keep Anubis going.
Yeah, oh wow, saving this. They've got so much money.
No.
Okay, they're rerouting. They're going to give it a go. Definitely worth a try here for Heroic. They have every reason.
Yeah, camera retakes his butt cheeks.
In a 3-on-3. Again, waiting on a very late flank from Tania. Maybe too late here. No one's
they just want to come out. They want to come out of here first and then set him up.
They don't know he's tucked in.
Let's go now.
Takes him down. Twist in trouble in the open. And
dude.
Not a lot of time. Twist could have won it, but Heroic sniped the map away. Last second on that bomb. They will find that upset, and they will take us the distance all the way to Ancient. Liquid, this one's not done. They got to pack it in for a third.
Bruh.
Despite that being Liquid's pick, Heroic firmly stamping them out. And on the CT side, no less, Peter. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we got into the show and we talked about the fact that Heroic had already played this game against 3D Max. And, you know, they came in hot. They knew what to do against Liquid. They had a good answer on both sides. I was very impressed.
Man.
Yeah, me too. I didn't.
You cursed to go back to sleep? Motherfucker, they were already losing. I got on, they at least won a pistol. You're welcome.
Team. I think they made the least mistakes. And I think especially in the later stages of the second half, we saw the retake.
All right, let me get my morning coffee.
Comfortable. So playing the 3v3 scenarios and
make my breakfast real quick. I'll be able to make this real fast. I'm running an ad though. While I step away, heads up.
Better than Team Liquid in this game, 8-13, maybe a little bit too big of a disparity. I think there was a lot of close rounds that could have gone the way of Liquid as well, but overall, no point in saying anything else than Heroic were the better team on Anubis, and I think that's a big statement in itself.
Yeah, let's go back to that first half, however, because yeah, sure, Heroic getting off to a hot start did make sense that it was the T side of things. I thought Liquid had done enough work, right? Because they managed to get 5 rounds on that CT side, which in theory would say, you know, that's a harder side to be starting on, right? That should give them enough room to work with.
For sure, and we started off where we left off with Heroic winning the piss round, and we saw that, you know, they started getting the start that they had already gotten.
You know, I'm going to be arguing with the world's richest man about cheating in a video game for validation.
And I was thinking, oh, now Heroic is starting. They started forcing up, spending a lot of their money, trying to break Liquid, even though it wasn't possible. You know, they seemed like they were in a position where they couldn't really figure out what they wanted to do. But eventually, they started, you know, getting those rounds back. They started playing better. They started playing a little bit more slow. They started playing together, and they ended up getting the enough rounds that they needed.
I will say, you know, in the first half, Heroic winning the pistol, Heroic getting off to a 4 start. It was still Liquid getting the best start to every single round. I was counting all the entry kills, and Liquid won every single entry duel the first 6 rounds, yet they weren't able to capitalize on it. And that was the big issue for Team Liquid, and that's also why I'm saying that the game was much closer than the scoreline suggests. Liquid weren't able to win and convert the 5v4s and the 5v3s they had the first 4 or 5 rounds, and that was a big part of the reason as to why Heroic got off to a good start.
Yeah, I feel like nonetheless it was a decent start from Nerds to this map too.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like Nerds kind of also left off where he finished in the first map. So Nerds has always been a player that has been capable of getting the most out of the least likely situations. This is why he's also really, really strong. Playing the cave positions, from what I've seen, he gets into, this is a position where you first of all gets a lot of action by fighting out in water, but at the same time you also need to play very cautious with your utility, knowing when to be aggressive and when to get information. And I think he did a pretty well job despite them losing the map.
The more I see of Nerds, the more I become a fan of him. As we praised him already, we said already that he was arguably the best player within the successful ENCE lineup. He was arguably the best player within the successful iteration of Heroic, and now he's coming into Team Liquid. And I think, despite it only been a couple of maps so far and an early start to 2025, he's also the best player within Team Liquid. So we cannot give enough praise to Nerds as it is of right now.
We touched upon kind of the force by back and forth that was going on the first map of Mirage.
Yeah.
Heroic still seemed to be bringing that in though, at least in the first half.
Yeah, and I actually will say that this is a bit of a mistake, and maybe the only mistake mistake that I saw Heroic do throughout this game as well. Round 7 to me is a great example. They forced in round 6 where they tried to punish Team Liquid and tried to punish the economy. But when you look at the money right now, you see the force coming in from Heroic. But even if they were to win this force buy, Liquid have built up big enough of a bank so they can still buy the following round. So when you make a big gamble like this, Peter, and you decide to force into a scenario where you slowly but surely starting to lose control of the economy, slowly but surely start to lose control over the rounds, there's not enough to win. Like, the risk is very high and the reward is very low when you consider the money that Team Liquid have. It became a 1v1. It became a very close round. I think Ultimate is going to catch off the last player right here, winning it with the USP, but it doesn't really matter to me. Even though Heroic would have won this, Liquid could still buy the following round. So I don't know if they misread the economy. That can happen from time to time, but that was about the only mistake I saw Heroic do throughout the entire game.
I think there's a case to say as well that it's 4-2 by this point. Heroic, they know that they need to get as many T rounds as possible. They know if they decide to go for full eco, they will equalize. It will give Liquid more money. This also looked like a confidence call from Heroic. Maybe this is something they've been running in practice, been working really well for them. It was like a fast-paced tactic. It's something that, you know, it seems like they went into with a lot of confidence, which is also, you know, as long as you just get rounds, that is eventually like the most important thing about the Counter game. You need to get to 13th first. And this is, for me, at least the case that it looked like they needed to get like momentum going. They wanted to call something they feel comfortable around.
Yeah, and that's a fair point, you know, and especially if you have a set eco strat or set force buy strat that you believe in, sometimes you can make the argument that regardless of the money situation, you should still go for it. The problem was the Liquid won that round. They went down to 4-4, and we spoke about it, you know, when the scoreline was 4-4 Liquid on the CT side, it felt like Liquid had won every single entry duel in the game as well. So for my money, that was a point in the game where it could have gone wrong for Heroic, and that's also why I'm so impressed with their bounce back in the second half.
Yeah, let's flip over to talk about that second half, because finally, Liquid win a pistol, rather. They convert that pistol. And then what happens, Peter? What Heroic put up against them?
First buy round, huh?
Yeah, well, the first buy round is probably the first take we should take. I think going into the first round and not eliminating a single opponent is always tough, especially on the T side. You have the chance of building a bigger bank on the CT side, which is what you want. We've seen, just like on Inferno, teams are they're very likely to go save if they feel like the situation is not salvageable. So they go into the more safe thing of just saving the utility and stuff for the next round. And I think, again, the proactivity that Heroic showed by pushing out A main, being aggressive on the B lobby, and also pushing in mid. We saw in the later stages of the game that Liquid tried to just wait for them. They punished them a little bit, but it was like, even if they actually waited for them and you didn't get that kill, then you also like, if we just sit and wait for them, but we don't punish them, then what are we supposed to do?
What are we supposed to do? We saw in the last 2 or 3 rounds as well that the retake scenarios from Heroic, the 3v3s and coming into a bomb site and retaking said bomb site was something they were very good at, very calm, very composed, made Liquid break a sweat every single time, and they converted those rounds. So there was a lot of positives to take away from Heroic.
Is that retake ability something that's perhaps surprising when it's a team, you know? This new, we already heard they didn't have that many days to be practicing together. Is that something that's impressed you about Heroic?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, retaking can always be very difficult, and you would always like to have protocols to at least eliminate or have a priority list saying we should do this if they have this amount of space, and there's a lot of things you need to take into consideration. But I still believe that a retake is, you can never pre-plan a retake like from the get-go. You always need to take into consideration like what utility you have left, what space do you have, and what are the options for you. So I think a good retake should always be based out of what players are left, like how good are they actually on setting each other up, and how are they reacting to each other's call, and what is the ping pong, and obviously also just like a normal understanding as a professional player to understand where should I be worried about where my opponent is.
And allow me to get a little bit nerdy, right? We know the core of Heroic were the old core of Sangle, and the way that they're playing the positions, we know that Son Payers was not involved in a lot of those retakes, so 3 out of the 4 players that were involved in all these different retakes were also teammates in Sangle and have been playing together for a long, long time. So it's not like it's a complete new team or complete new players getting together and figuring out how do you react in a retake, how do I react in a retake. They know each other from the Sangle days, and I think you saw that transpire in the game.
Just to poke the bear a little bit, because you've probably been in that situation, right? I'm thinking when you Astralis boys joined up with Vitality, and obviously Apex was the in-game leader, so I imagine you had to become accustomed to their way of kind of playing out these situations, or was it a bit of both? Because I guess you had Zonic standing behind you, came from your squad.
It is always the hardest balance to try and get the best of both worlds when you come from 2 successive teams, where we did in Astralis and also some sort of in Vitality. So to bring things in where you want to compensate and bring something from both teams, which is really difficult because especially if the teams are clashing, if the identity of the teams are clashing, like we had a little bit in Falcons with the Ents being thriving in chaos and Vitality playing the percentages and playing ABC Counter-Strike. It's always about finding out a new identity in your team. What players do you have in your team all of a sudden? What are they good at? Are they good at playing aggressive or passive? There's a lot of things you need to take into consideration, and it's something that just takes a lot of time. It's not something you will automatically just find by the snap of your fingers or anything. It's something that you will have to drill through, and you will also have to go through a ton of losses before you find that identity.
Finally, to wrap up the can of worms that we opened before we dove into this particular map, obviously Youngster was really impressing us on Mirage.
Yeah.
Tanir as well, he really came alive in the first series that we got to see Heroic playing, and I think that was the same story here.
Yeah, on Anubis again. As Peter said, we saw them played against 3D Max, and Tanir in particular on Anubis was having a great showing. He did that together with Youngster in this matchup as well, and that opens up a complete new world of scenarios for the future of Heroic. Again, if you're an Heroic fan or if you're just a Counter-Strike aficionado, you know Son Payers is supposed to be a star player within this lineup. We have seen Tanir now consistently deliver over the course of 2 series, and now we've seen Youngster consistently, dare I say it, over 2 maps delivered against Team Liquid. You could have a trio right there where Tanir, Youngster and Son Payers could, you know, lead up and become quite a scary trio of force. A great AWP player that is relatively passive in Son Payers, and then these 2 youngsters who we have described, Peter, so far as 2 players who are just willing to fight and fight and fight. I think the combination of those 3 could be super interesting.
For me, the thing that stands out the most is definitely the rifles of Heroic. It's not that Son Payers, he's, as you mentioned, being supposed to be maybe the star player, the experienced one, but for me, it is more the rifle, the trio that they go in and they just have the sheer aggressiveness that they want to go out and take fight and take the space.
It also allows, it just also allows for Son Payers to be passive, right? He is a passive player, and you described him as a guy who sometimes didn't lack initiative, but sometimes would be, you know, encouraged to be a little bit more initiative. And I think for Son Payers to have 2 youngsters, 2 riflers that is so aggressive, that leaves him a lot of space and leaves him the opportunity to play a little bit more passive.
We saw that initiative with that wallbang though. What was that? Yeah. If I was ultimate, that's it. Escape. I'm uninstalling Counter-Strike. I'd have been so tilted.
I mean, I think he was too. I think we have the clip that we can run right here as well, and the reaction from ultimate. Don't know about you, Peter. Never seen it before.
To be frank, I actually think I've seen Son Payers practice this one before, so it's not a new thing, but maybe it's part of their preparation. He maybe knows that ultimate or twist or whoever wants to play in mid likes to play in those. Obviously, you also have kind of limited opportunities inside the middle.
Yes.
Like you cannot be in that many positions.
You said you've seen him do it in practice, or have you seen it in officials happen as well?
Most likely in practice, or like, you know, when we're just sitting in the practice rooms during the tournaments, you know, he would go around and shoot, like, can I penetrate this wall? Can I penetrate this? You know, just shooting through things. You know, I think that's actually a very valid asset as an always knowing what you can wallbang and whatnot, because yeah, he doesn't get the headshot kill here, but he's low enough to get the kill off, and there must be like the most frustrating thing as an opponent must to be get killed through all without seeing
it's the first time we've ever seen it. I don't think anyone has ever killed anyone like that. That's crazy.
You could just see the look in his face, like, how on earth did that happen? Can't get tilted. And of course, we do move on to the 3rd and final decider. That is going to be decided on the grounds of Ancient. It's coming down after this. Oh yes, we are very excited to be returning back to Lisbon for the Blast Open, where we'll have 6 of the best teams in the world playing in front of the beautiful crowds in Portugal. But speaking of exciting things, excitement awaits on Ancient. That is going to be the third and final decider. Dupree, you gave us a really nice tidbit when we were talking about this veto and talking about, you know, Nerds coming into Liquid. You'd said that Snappy was a massive fan of how he played this map in particular. Do you want to divulge any more information or we should look out for?
Sorry. I think Nerds' playground is going to be Ancient, or I know it is Ancient, like the way of going out mid as T. Like he is a really, like he puts up so many different ways of doing it. He knows his timings, he knows when to speed up and slow down, and when he gets out mid, he's this nuisance. He'll always try and get into red room and try and cut off the rotations and play off timings. You know, that is what he's really good at. So for Nerds to get this role inside of Liquid, I think is something that has obviously been a wish from himself, but also something I believe that the coach and everyone on the team has been looking, this guy is too good not to have in this position.
And historically speaking as well, you remember Nerds from ENCE back in the day when they were highly successful. ENCE played an awful lot of Ancient when ENCE both had Spinks and Nerds, you know, and in particular Nerds in that position. I think he was arguably one of the better players in the world at that specific thing, as you're describing right here, playing middle, both on the T side, but also on the CT side. I feel like he's again willing to fight.
Oh my god, we never paid this out yesterday.
So I'm going to expect that we see Youngster, and I'm going to expect that we see Tania headbutt together with Nerds on the server, and whoever comes out on top of that duel could very well win the game.
I am so excited to see exactly how this one goes down. Ancient, the third and final decider between Heroic and Liquid.
2 minutes.
Yeah, couldn't think of a better place for this one to end after the kind of shock of Heroic taking them down on Anubis. Ancient as our decider seems fitting. I am excited for the fight that was just highlighted by the desk. Even thinking back when we look at Heroic, Tania, Youngstar, these were the 2 players who made a hulking difference in their first game versus 3D Max on this map. They were both lights out, and they are going to need to be, because even though Liquid did end up falling down on Anubis, even though they find themselves on this third map, which in and of itself is a little bit shocking, one man has kept it up all series long, and that is Nerds. So you need Tania and you need Youngstar to be switched on if they want to go blow for blow with him in middle, because he can step up and win you Ancient damn near single-handedly on the back of his success in mid.
Yeah, Nerds on this map in Heroic was, you know, one of my favorite players to watch on Ancient. Part of the reason we saw such a great run in Shanghai against his old organization, but a very different team. Ultimate's found a pick in red, one-tapped X-Floud with the P250. And Liquid take that as a sign to go back to B into a bit of a stack, pushing down the ramp.
Why is it so quiet? Because I'm eating and I'm fed.
Like just getting here, they've actually missed that timing entirely.
Oh!
Smoke will block this. They didn't see
Damn,
the
they almost
bomb.
caught him.
Ultimate won't
Sight.
last long, but Twist is on a flank.
It's about to get pressured. Timing means he just gets away. And with Twist having all this space in the red room, they want to try and use it so that he can cut down rotates. We'll get out with the first for free. Oh, and one more from Twist in this power position. Only some Pius left to get past, but that's easier said than done. You till out on the second man, some Pius. That window is closing.
Fuck off.
He just picks
Jesus
it up.
Christ.
Tania backstab lands. And it's another one of these man disadvantage rounds.
They just ravaged them, bro. What the fuck?
Relying on the individuals to get them through.
What the fuck?
They've now won all but one of these pistol rounds in the series as well. So the strong starts continue for Heroic.
Twist set him up perfectly. I mean, they dodged.
Why did bros
stack.
just flip
They
a
know
switch
it's
in the
stack.
middle of that round? What the
Coolest
fuck?
Guys, you got a 3-on-1 on A. You've basically got to win it. Nerds is still lurking. He's a little late to the party. And some Pius wins both fights while they fiddle with nades in A main. It's a robbery of a round for Heroic. And a tilter as Liquid force right up with no rifles. He's going to go for an A-pop, but very heavy in middle right now. I think Heroic are realizing it's a little bit too quiet for us to be dedicating this many resources. Liquid takes space.
Ooh. JKS, nice opening.
Nice.
Ollie stalls the plant.
But yeah, they've definitely seen that one before. Did you see the way they throw donut when they were out?
No kit right now. Cheeky from Nerds.
Like a kit could end up really feeling like a
How the
misstep
fuck
in
did
this
he?
one, right?
What?
You Gonna end up playing this to the extremities of the clock, and with post plants already teed up for Liquid, it will come down to tapping that bomb, having to stick it,
Aiming's
having
so
to draw
ass,
out these
bro.
contacts. They learn about that flyover in main. Here's the 10-second defuse. He's not able to stop.
Wait.
Tania was covering.
To the left, to the left, to the left.
Knife pulled for Twist, but he can't find him. 10 seconds held in the smoke. Linus with balls of steel, and that's what it was gonna take for Heroic to find that round.
And he killed
Locking
him
that
after.
in and stopping Liquid with powerful post plants on those Tech 9s. That is a sigh of relief for Heroic.
I cannot believe that they win that from 3v5 with no kit, with all the madness of the util in the site, but the smoke does them a huge favor as Twist just dodges that last defuse. Look how wide he is off the bomb. No wonder Twist can't find him. Youngstar's getting so hyped across this whole series, bringing some much needed energy as Heroic start the third map off with a bang. A match they were not meant to win. A brand new team.
Come on.
The return of a player who hasn't played in 4 months and the addition of one we've never seen at this level. And right now they are scrapping with Liquid head to head, stuck in the smoke, overwhelmed by the 3 rifles on this B bomb site. Nert is too late for this one. Dead man walking.
What am I eating? 3 eggs.
Youngster makes it so.
1 English
3-0
muffin.
for Heroic to begin the third map.
And back down to pistols for the this is a wild
crazy.
start, man.
Yeah.
Heroic bringing the fire straight away, keeping up their form from Anubis. Liquid gonna have to wait just one more round to bring out these guns, so that scoreline likely to grow.
Sounds like a euphemism for something. It's because you guys are a bunch of fucking freaks in chat. I said it.
Try and split middle. JKS plays out through the smoke. But he's got mid for free, and so instead they set their sights on Cave. That smoke hits Nerds. Gives up the aim of the game. Gives up that they were waiting there to pop on through. That's kind of frustrating if you're
I'm
Liquid.
a freak for some pious. I know you are. Daddy underscore some pious. I know you
They were
are.
waiting for the moment to strike, and that smoke has sidelined the plans.
What up, Heiser? I'm dying.
Think about how
That's
good
tough.
Anubis was last year for Liquid. This map they lost once. They played it 10 times in 2024. They lost it once. Heroic trying to add another to the tally at the start of a fresh season. A worrying beginning for Liquid. And Heroic are absolutely bought in for this upset victory, looking to claim a $30,000 bounty on the head of Liquid to bank it, half of it immediately. Heroic spoils increasing by the second. 20 seconds though. Liquid need to get into this site right now. The crossfire is good. There's a third player in the cubby ready to deny the plant. JKS is too late. Twist just has to go, and LNZ does not let him in. There is a backstab, but that was the opportunity, and it's been missed. 7 seconds.
Nice. Go, go, go. Play, 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 play. He knows where he is. Go, go, go.
LNZ is giving it away, and JKS in a clutch.
Come on.
This one was played really to the extremities of the clock, but now the script's been flipped.
Shit,
it's
the kid's right there.
X-Cloud under all the
Oh, wait,
pressure.
yeah,
He's
that's
the one
inside.
with time running against him, and he has no info as to where JKS has gotten to. Planted for both short and long. JKS has options on how to play this clutch, but swings it early. Gets there just in time.
I can't believe
just in time.
That late is what wins in the round. Like LNZ, they don't realize he's on the big flank that late in the round, but he could have just tucked 1 more second and there's no time for the plant. So goes for the swing. I feel like it's better than standing still and getting cleared, but the margin was so tight for that 1v1. And X-Cloud doesn't know where to look. Robbed back just as we're setting up Heroic on this crazy upset. Liquid win and Eco.
So this is one of the things that makes this Nerds move so exciting for Ancient, is his ability to go and wrestle for mid. oftentimes the old Liquid squad, when they had Yekindar in here, it wasn't so much about like these one-man pushes through the mid-smoke with supporting util. If you remember, right, they would always have kind of Yekindar working the lane. They preferred the mid-split.
No, no way.
They didn't have a player like Nerds who felt so comfortable.
Thank you, Nerds. Thank you.
Rushing through that mid-smoke, the duels that come with it. They instead like to have all the util, all the trimmings to help them go for that control. Think about the amount of times you would see Yekindar trying to fight to get
CCC doesn't do VRS points anymore. As of when? Today? Yesterday?
A whole new set of tools for Twist to work with.
I imagine we're still playing it either way.
To see over time what that's going to do to this Liquid T side. In this round, Nerds did go out and get that mid control for the squad. But they're not.
Is it like a prize pool? Is it just a North American version because of the teams?
Nearby for Heroic. They're starting to change that now as they have grouped and re-cleared middle. Some Pius gets here just in time, right as this hit is about to come through.
Oh, that's awkward though. They spot on the boost. He could have had a great position, and now
every region. Oh fuck, every region.
Shot in the swing. And that low health orb comes up with big value to take this site.
It wasn't that they
won.
It's not necessarily the teams, it's that they broke the rules of VRS.
Guns to justify saving. I would love to see them play the contain and get exits. Keep Liquid honest here after a 3-1 start. There's something. There's a reason.
Oof.
Youngster will go for it, but oof.
I feel like in NA they didn't fuck up. Maybe I'm wrong?
Well,
because I think they invited a lot of the challenger teams in NA. They just declined. I think.
And Liquid.
Were there teams that they skipped clearly in EU? Like, were there any EU weird stuff?
Terrorists win. They slipped at the start, but they didn't fall over. Back on their feet.
Oh, yeah, dude. No, okay, I'll be real.
T-side rounds.
The invite time was insane, bro. They messaged me. I'd have to get the dates. They basically gave me... They gave me 12 hours to respond.
We've been looking at Heroic, surprised with the output.
I think technically it was longer than that. Sorry, technically I think it was longer than 12 hours. But they sent it when I was asleep, so...
And one where there wasn't much expectation on this team. So little time together, even your experienced players.
So we'll just say they gave me 24 hours to respond, but
sat around waiting to play essentially for the longest time, and then you have this.
If that was one of the requirements, which makes sense, yeah. I mean, I did think that was ridiculous.
You couple that up with Tanir as the hot prospect, someone who found himself in a similar spot, right? Having to try.
I don't want to throw them under the bus, but I do want to tell you guys.
For Liquid, though, this is 4-man core with the addition, a straight upgrade of Nerds on his best map as the decider. All across the major, this was his go-to. Nerds had
They messaged me on the 9th chat and said that I had to respond and fill out the form, and the deadline was the 10th.
No one should know that better than Saw, the man sitting behind Heroic. They know what he's capable of.
Now, I will say I responded on the 11th, but that was literally, you guys remember when I actually finally left the house? That was over the weekend.
So the odds are very heavily against
That was
Heroic.
over the weekend. I responded on the 11th, and they did let us go in.
Should be fine, right? Should just be okay.
Okay, that's interesting though.
Pounded down. The sooner they kill, the better for Youngster. He's grabbed it. He's got an upgrade. Ultimate. It's all about being in the right place at the right time. Can he cover this swing up heaven? Missed shot. Nerds recovers it. Now we need Nerds more than ever. 20 seconds. Youngster won't use his molly. He wants the element of surprise. He lets them pass. Knife out. Back of the head.
Come on, Nerds.
And Youngster
nice
through Nerds.
Bro.
The king of ancients. You set him up.
This guy's so good, man. This guy's so good, bro.
Yeah, this is the exact thing you're going to be running into.
Yeah, I mean, they're the Sengol core, and Sengol, if you don't watch too much Heiza, is like...
But Nerds is that final boss. And
they're like a young team that was like around top 30, but could threaten a lot of teams.
Deciding the flow of the early game here keeps Liquid with a tie game and denies Heroic this shock upset with the saved guns forward. They come in with another buy. Pius gets his AWP, and we're going to have this clash in middle again. Nerds playing through the smoke. These are the new tools we're talking about.
They're going to be even better with Nilo.
They don't take mid, but they also start.
Bro, this Tinner guy, though, is like... When I've seen him play, he's pretty gnarly.
To just go for these contact A main plays, so they've got to keep eyes on it. Some Pies will be nearby.
It was like lower tier competition, but this guy's a farmer.
After they lose the fight in middle, they're still going to.
Fat indeed. Thank you, Feeney, for the 118 months. 118 months, Feeney.
Twist with a bit of control at least, climbed up from middle.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is because they paid a lot of money for Tinner.
Or mid.
But Nyla's on the bench.
The back line this round. Retake on
So
B.
what I'm guessing here is
some Pies with info on Red Cross.
we might have one of the Sangol members get cut.
The downside is no kit or util.
Being completely honest.
Get that bomb. So Heroic have to thin the herd on this push for Liquid. Twist right now looking like he wants to fake, but he's got no nades to do so, and that step won't even be heard. Doesn't do Liquid any favors. Heroic hold strong.
Just follow. Thanks, man. How often is the core has to play, like, I don't remember how many set matches. I think Jax has to. Jax is literally getting paid for his VRS points. I think he had to. What was it, chat? 10 matches?
Out here, but will secure the opening. Nafly, immediate trade. They're not ready for this Sun Pius AWP. It started the round over in Donut. Might expect a reposition. As X-Cloud's found too, there's nothing to happen here for Twist. There just isn't time. So
well, that went
this
flat
one's decided
real quick.
on that double pump push from X-Cloud out from the
You know what had to have happened? Somebody had to have complained to Valve about what CCT did.
You know,
Not shaming them, by the way, but I wonder who got fucked.
So he doesn't say, everyone run, rotate, panic. He calls for one guy. X-Cloud is that guy. He gets there in time. They still
because
have
wasn't Jax supposed to be playing with NIP and CCT to get their VRS established?
I gotta say, you know, something I'm really enjoying thus far is how Heroic are going about this mid approach. One of the things that makes Nerds
so whatever just like that just fucked up NIP's plan.
On the back of a good mid spawn. Gets out
hey,
Jax
just woke up. He's like, looks like I'm getting
many rounds play
paid a little bit longer. NIP
across the major very, very recently, and they were all coming from Nerds.
Jax just came back. He said my rate doubled.
Kills in mid. What if we don't give him those fights?
What are they gonna do? Say no?
What if you're essentially the man marking Nerds in middle? You're supposed to limit that impact, and he does a great job of doing that in that round, just waiting Donut with the AWP. I hope we see more stuff like this to try and limit the impact that Nerds can find from this mid control. If you're willing to concede middle to Nerds, you have to have ideas either how to stem the extremities there or how to play and fan out on the edges of the map for the rest of the team. The mid setups have been passive from Heroic, and I think that's something that's going to keep up going forward, meaning you won't get these double kill opener rounds that Nerds wins all on his lonesome.
Talk about lonesome. It's got to be Twist this time with that saved AK. But no kills being given over. His team scale while he holds the long position, but again, it's a triple B leading on the retake. Danzy, Tamia, and X-Cloud. Everyone gets a piece of the pie.
Damn.
And only one casualty, easily done.
Well, fuck.
This is going to be a very close game.
Wonder why they don't take Jax for really as a solid player. Jax is solid. Just
this is starting to reach a bit
bro,
of a
don't ask. Okay,
point
do not ask me why NIP
Liquid.
actually makes any roster decision they make.
Sure, they embarked on that streak of 3 and things
I'm
were
scared for them to do something. It's almost panic time, but not yet.
These kills over in middle. You're being forced to look elsewhere. Another round where they try to run it in. This time, Heroic did decide.
Okay, it's panic time. No, it's panic time.
Right? Passive when it's the two-man mid-hold, but when they've got a third player there to back them up, they're going to swing.
Wait, we're so back.
They're going to try play a numbers game. They get out with the kill in middle, sure, but the A side crumbles as a result. That's the concession you make on the back of that three-man mid-start. Running the smoke is X-Cloud. That is very wishful thinking. Donut's already been taken, and so that is a freebie for
Donut
Team
control is actually huge here.
Oh, Heroic now need some massive individual moments here if they want to bring themselves back into it.
The crouch to the stand to the recrouch is brutal. That's some ugly, like, you just got to commit to one or the other in that.
Feeling a lot of the pressure as they wrap all around it in the site. Nafly, calm and collected on the first. They flush him out, stick that defuse. Nerds, he might think he's got the diffuser. It's being stuck, and Tamir cut down. milliseconds
Oh my
away
God.
from extending this
Thank
lead
God
for
for you,
Heroic.
nerds. Thank God for you.
Wow, I love that dry run. I love that exec for Liquid, because not only does Twist confirm they're taking middle with 3 after all the flashes, all the nades land, but Liquid, when
I don't
they
even
run
know
into
if Twist
Anubis
could confirm it.
flash
Motherfucker was so
behind
blind.
Ultimate, that lets him just swing for Donut, and the smoke is on the other side. It means Heroic can't get out of middle. Like you said, X-File runs through it because he wants to play a part of the round. They don't want to lose everything. Liquid get the site and the post-part position, the best
Bros,
one in the
Twist,
map.
they said, Twist, how many are mid? He
Off the
said
back of
yes.
one flash. What a take. Nerds on the edge, pre-smoking that molly, lets him
Missing
swing.
elbow smokes in 2025, guys.
Liquid, I think they think they've, or Heroic think they've missed their molly, but it's actually just Nerds countering it. A cool little trick in middle. The nade will finish the job.
Nice.
And I like the pace of this cooling right now for Liquid to go for that ace smash after faking middle. Now they take it properly. Heroic
Bro,
aren't
Nerds is
ready
so
for it.
good, man. He's so good.
Cocky.
I love the Clips and Highlights channel, or I love Flom Clips and Highlights channel.
That's a sign
Thank
of
you.
the times. Liquid
Paid
cooling
actor,
with
by the way.
momentum now. After breaking the bank of Heroic. Oh. It's fine. Just some Pious' orb getting out of there.
Yeah, Alex, it's a good one. It was sick. It was a great game.
At some point it would happen in this game where Nerds just gets to run it out through mid and the rest of the team are in there behind him.
Can they have pictures of smoke lineups on their papers? I've seen pictures before.
You see how quickly
I think that'd be a little frowned upon. It'd also be really, I don't think many people would do it. I think that'd be really hard. Bro, imagine somebody's like fucking, hold on.
But so
Is
much
that,
of it
who,
is
did you
weighted
throw this on
that first kill.
4-3 or is this on
I kind of
16-9?
want to see Heroic go back to what they were doing earlier, which was not fighting mid, maybe having some Pious start Donut with the OWP.
I think it'd be a little tough.
Better. And it's gonna limit the impact that Nerds can find. 3 rifles in middle is just a bigger chance to win the round if you're Nerds. And you can see some Pious being vocal. He's going to have
I gotta
to
say
be
the Clips channel is insanely good for me to follow the news of CS. Thanks a lot for putting stuff on that channel. I followed all the roster changes from there. W.
Cook up a miracle here.
You actually,
yeah, I know not everybody wants to
even though it's where was
cook and stare at HLTV all day. So
in this game so far, this is a very reasonable starting
check
point for
page 28 Molly lineup. Yeah.
Cave holds, but Liquid for the most part have not been interested in B.
How much coffee do I drink?
Gonna take the red room away.
Always one a day.
Still leaves
and
some
these,
Pious
right now I've been having 2
kills. Dangerous if Liquid just go contact the entire way. Heroic will never know.
If I'm feeling real dangerous, I'll do 2 and a monster. But usually I try to do like.
You might think about Donut. He will.
It always feels weird for me.
He's considering CT right now.
I like to have my monster in the middle of the day. So.
From Liquid, rather.
Normal schedule, not waking up at 2 in the fucking morning. It's coffee when I wake up. Monster at noon.
It's a lot of
no caffeine after 3.
This AWP
That's
not in an easy spot.
That's my
First
schedule.
kill connects.
Wait for the flank.
Needs a lot more than that. And with Nerds already in the A site, he's about to get shot in the side of the head here. Oh, some Pious just gets out of there, and Nerds has actually stopped.
Smoke or cream and coffee.
This is weird.
For the time
no.
Well,
actually, you know, I've been putting a little bit of fat-free Fairlife at the top of this one lately. Just like literally the lightest splash.
It's still playing right into the hands of some Pious.
Okay,
here's the backstab, and this should be safe. This should be sound. It's been all silent across the map,
nice.
but it never dawns on some Pious that
very
nice for this flank to come in.
The whole, oh, please, please, please.
And so well contained, well handled. The potential for this to get out of hand if you were Liquid when you realize you're running into that.
Damn, I was hoping he would be able to find him.
So many gaps open, so many timings open.
Farm up, get some confidence on Nav.
Pious living on borrowed time, not able to be that defining character.
Although
in
7
this
and 10,
round.
he's probably not like he looked a little shaky on that Anubis game, man.
This T side
it was really odd. I felt like Naf was getting hella kills, but then other times he looked like his aim was just not
getting the results they wanted out of it. But the moment they have gone back to it time and time again. They're wanting to
a bad map 1 too. Oh well, obviously I missed that, but
in the ranks of Heroic, get them doubting this mid setup. With round 12 coming up next, the last of this first half, I'm wondering if they go back to that or if this was.
I kept my word and I watched a new Danger Zone video after work. It was very good and loved the editing. In my opinion, whoever edited that deserves
It's a very exciting round that's about to come
that
our
is
way.
that is not Gat. So Gatler does the clips and highlights channel mostly, but David does the main channel, and he's the one who also does all the "You Suck" at the CT side videos too.
Have started to come up short for Heroic.
And yes, he's a very good editor.
Got a feel for some
He's
players.
very
Even
good.
one more player in his side.
Sicko helps from time to time when he's not being a bum.
Yeah, too many angles to consider. Here it is for Liquid.
Yeah, look, they go back to the passive mid setup this round, and we don't have Nerds playing middle early. Instead, it's aggression into A main. Nerds was actually with JKS at the start of the round, but peeled away, worried about middle.
Seems like some kind of read, just because JKS has been getting A main so free all half. He just runs in, almost knife out at the end, and Heroic could double set up. So they have a lot of real estate early. They concede it.
I'll be honest, I was reading chat. What did he do?
Again for Heroic.
Did he just run it down A main?
No kit, no AWP.
I see his body, but did he just run it down A main?
Group up for a B hit, something they've rarely done in this half.
These have been their best starts to rounds, though. When
Okay, I didn't see it exactly, but knowing that he just ran it down A main, might have just been trying to.
So you're left a man down.
You'd be surprised how many times you could just run it out like that.
Ballsy move for Nerds. He's going to get that entry for free. They weren't ready. One more man stuck in the cubby.
Also, it looks like they're trying to do a B walk, so maybe if he didn't see anything, they cancel the B walk. Heroic stacked B, I think, a couple times now. Oh, nice, nice.
Nerds knows every angle. And there's a bit of revenge on the
Let's
man
go, Nerds.
who wall-banged them with the AWP in the last game.
Nice
A
flash.
taste of his own medicine here as this B hit's coming in. Man up for Liquid. They started this round 4v5. They pulled it back. Youngster making all the difference. And it's left to Nerds. Has to finish what he started. Low on health. And a young star glistens off in the distance. 3 kills as the swing comes in from Nerds. Youngster seals the fate of Heroic 6-6.
He just waved at us.
And it's on the back of that man on your screens right there.
We lost. All right, I'm running an ad at halftime, and I'm cleaning up my desk because, as I said earlier, it's starting to look like Asmongold's room, and that's not good. All right, hold on. Okay, let's be real. It's not Asmongold's room, but like, yeah, my desk has got too much stuff on it. Hold on. Is Flom here? Is he sleeping? I'm sleeping. Got my coffee. Building up the airborne right now, boys. When do I get an airborne sponsorship, you think? Soon, right? Oh no, the coffee's here. No, this is. Wait, do you guys? So Airborne's just. If you guys don't know, man, what am I doing? A fucking paid ad? It's just like the. It's like a little tablet with vitamins and shit when you're sick. You take it if you're not sick, but still vitamin C, zinc, bunch of other herbs and shit in it.
It's T-sided map when you have JKS in cave.
Well, Saw.
Aye then.
Not respecting the
old.
savage, I see.
Well then, let's see.
Damn, that's fucked up. I'll remember this.
JKS
And so will
is
he.
in the cave, and that caused a bit of a giggle for Heroic. Seems like we got a game plan on our hands.
They're gonna try and go for Juzzy, huh?
That's Kyle to you. Heroic climb up the heaven. Mid control turns into a B hit very quick.
Probiotics was to take preemptively. Some of the stuff, yeah.
Spotting. They're gonna run him down with the Glocks. Oh, he's uncertain. Does he want to repeat the flash full? Oh, he's just full blind right now. They've really not set him up.
Nice,
Twist
Twist,
will knock him
nice.
down instead. 4 players here in the B bomb site. It's about to turn into a mess, a murder for Heroic. The knife's out for Tania, but he won't be
Motherfucker
winning
got
the
a
round
knife
off
kill.
that.
What the fuck?
Everyone's in the cave. And the bodies litter the hallways.
I swear
It's
by
Liquid
everyone as
with
soon
a
as I get
pistol.
sick. I mean, I've been taking it, and I'd say, while I am scuffed, I think most of you would say I've been holding on.
Important
Hold
to note,
on.
pistol victories for Liquid have been few and far between in this series.
That's what 4
Been
out of 6
doing me
for
well.
Heroic.
Only the second one at 4 Team Liquid, but it's when the game is at a fever pitch. Buy up for Heroic, and they are going to try and challenge JKS in the cave. He gets domed,
Well.
deleted by some Pius.
Nice, Naf. There we go.
The cave battle alone.
I'm telling you, dude. Naf gets online here. Different game right now.
Takes the space away very deep within the B site, far deeper than
Oh,
Twist
no.
is looking ready for. Gonna have to flick
Oh,
back and
nice.
finds him on that smoke walk. Napfly, back turn, that's a freebie.
Okay, he cooked a little
It's
too
not every
hard.
day you get given a free kill like that to suddenly make this 2v4 possible. Are they ready for ultimate tucked in here in middle? No, they're not. He was hoping to rob the round, lay it to rest right
Nice.
there. It's
Nice.
quick on his feet to deliver the trade.
That was the force as
and
well.
Keep this all clean for Team Liquid. Not gonna lie, nearly said Heroic then.
Is he nerds?
Yeah,
So, you know,
it's nerds, it's fair, it's
fine.
allowed.
You get one. Good trades for Naf. Twist sends him out of B, and Ultimate just gets tucked in time off that rotate. So, just perfect for Liquid, considering the pace that Heroic throw at them there.
Yeah, I think now for Heroic, they're not liking the. They felt like they had chances in that last round because of the space they were able to get, because of the opener they find in cave, and now you feel like it was all for naught. Ultimate
Very
farms
nice.
some money on that MP9.
There was an AK there.
And now you know that that AWP is going to be making an appearance in this follow-up round if you're Heroic. You know you've just bankrolled it on that push.
Not ideal.
What the hell, board? Motherfucker said, I appreciate you, Flum, even if you slander the best rifle, the FAMAS. He said in the YouTube chat, do I permaban him?
Fly.
Like, I'm down to permaban him.
AK about to duel him in middle, but no issues, no worries. Liquid up on a 9. Now the guns come out for Heroic. Okay, I like how Saw started this second half, though. I think keeping it light, making sure the vibes are good within Heroic, that is the exact mindset they should have. They are the underdogs in this matchup. They are a fresh face, entirely brand new team. Whereas Liquid made the flat upgrade, brought in 1 new player in Nerds, replacing Yakindar. That is a 1-for-1 improvement no matter how you try and sell it. This is a Liquid that's supposed to be, with this roster, making
Vibe team vibing. Are we vibing? Vibes are up. Thanks for the follows, by the way, guys. Appreciate it.
So I think the tone
We're gonna
set
get it,
by Saw
goddammit.
early
Million
was
on Twitch this year. We're gonna fucking do
Heroic
it.
heading into this first rifle
Thank you for the
round.
follows. And if you're on YouTube and you're not
Real
subbed to the
smiles.
fucking channel, you're actually being a
Are
weenie.
Liquid going to start to close this one out cleaner as we get deeper into this game?
Yeah, stage 3 is on the line, right?
Explain
It's not just
why
big
the FAMAS is
fights,
ass.
it's,
Because for
qualification
$12.50 you
to
could
the
buy
grand
a
finals
mobile
here
gun
in
that is better in
Copenhagen
every
just a
single
couple
way.
of days. So it is on the line on the back of this matchup. Liquid trying to get this new full squad on land. We've already lost some teams in the process. Harry Mao's gone yesterday. Some things aren't safe, nothing's sacred. An explosive mid-play for Heroic catches Liquid by surprise.
That's a real feel-good opener to this round if you're Heroic. You catch Nerds and Twists cuddling each other in the red room.
Also like the stream if you're on YouTube. Don't be a weenie.
And so a free double opener? Not exactly free. You had to pay X-Flower, but you'll take that. 2 for 1. And now you
Buying a FaMAS when you can buy an MP9 is an easy sign of poor financial decision making. Maybe ask the guy to sub.
Sort of timing, but as Ultimate moves in, they're not aware
that
players are actually in the
You
site
like buying
yet.
the FaMAS, huh? Have you heard about 5 gifted? There's a sale right now.
Back off of the quick switch.
It's 20%
Now
off.
Ultimate, unaware that he's getting wrapped on the long side, he will fall. Heroic bring out the big guns, get rewarded with this double kill in middle. They
Most
shut
normal
Nerds
YouTube
out
chatter
of
and
his
critic.
portion
Well
of the
done,
map.
bud.
And that's how they bring
Predictable,
themselves
rather.
into this second half. JKS left saving.
They're coming for him as well, just a little bit. Oh,
Shut up,
free
Squire.
warp, even better. Oh, actually doesn't look like he wants to play it. Nope, he does, cycling the AK out. JKS has already armed himself.
No idea,
Heroic
Ken. I don't really know how it works.
explosion in middle, they know how to counter Nerds. They meet him right there. This is already, it was an interesting fight in the first half with whether Heroic wanted to play for middle, they wanted to give it up completely, and often had better results when they do. We're going to get a similar question on the CT side for Liquid. How will they adapt? And clearly, the little intro from Saw about JKS and Cave, that's got to be some sort of callback to a bit of prep or game plan, something they want to look for here in this T side.
But the FaMAS is better in Go.
As well.
It was still bad.
If they feel like that's their weak point, he is bottom of the server right
MP9
now.
is just better. In like 98% of scenarios. And really the 2% of scenarios where it's not, just play differently because it's not worth it.
Ramp completely open, and Heroic actually called the bluff.
Because like even if the FaMAS is like better for the MP9 for the situation, you know what the FaMAS isn't better than? A
And when you
Galil.
get this much room, you are so ready for the double cave.
So like even if you're in a scenario where you finally set up the FaMAS well, like
it's so good. Short, long.
Yeah.
This player is still lurking. I think this round feels dead. That kill will re-entice you. They start moving back in, but Twist is not exactly in a position to succeed here. They've got to get the kills on the back line.
Yeah, and because they walked
Yeah,
in
I like
contact,
the save.
Heroic had so many smokes, they've just replenished
nice.
them. So you've got to write this round off.
It's the right call.
They've
It's absolutely-
outmaneuvered
what buff does the FaMAS
outmaneuvered
need?
Team Liquid.
I mean, the fact that you can shoot somebody 5 times with the FaMAS and they can live from a certain range would probably make the gun feel a little bit better.
Just a good bluff called. We've seen a couple of double caves already for Liquid. Naf has traded JKS before, so Heroic maybe feel like they're going to start there again.
Even this is awkward for Liquid. It was clear that like
I would
their
either like the burst to be
solution
better or the reset
this
time to be
worry
faster.
The JKS was going to
So
be a
I
bit
can
of a
burst
target
it
was to try
myself.
and pad out the position, give him help, have Nafly double up there. But Heroic
Something like that
using
would
in
be, to
creative
me,
ways, and
like,
you
because
get
you don't want to
worried now
make
as
it.
whether or not they're going to be able to run that again.
I get not wanting them to make
Is
this
Cave
spray
gonna
too
fall
much better, but
solely to JKS. In which case,
I think if the
Heroic are
burst
getting
mode
right
was
where they
actually
want.
viable, or if you
Timeout
could
called in.
burst it
We're trying to
yourself
come to
with like a
terms with
faster
this.
reset time on it, it'd be more
The
interesting of
Heroic
a gun.
T-side has picked up some steam. I think anything, while it's a sick prospect that Heroic are going to win this, and it feels like, they've really played up to the level today. This isn't like Liquid have showed up and they're super
Need a sub
sleepy
goal
and
for
everyone's
FaMAS
looking out
only
of it. Nerds has
stream?
been great
Please
across
no.
every single map he's played.
No.
It started strong.
No goal for that. No
Team
goal
Liquid.
for that.
The thing that's mad is this would be a really
Like an
sour start to the
alternative
season
weapon for
everyone
FaMAS,
involved. As we've been highlighting, this
or
is
for the
supposed to be
Galil on
change that
T. That's
takes
actually a
Liquid
cool
to be
idea,
a
bro.
title-contending
Honestly,
team.
I
You've
fuck
brought
with
in
you.
an
That'd be
incredible
cool.
star
Yeah, fuck
presence into this
buffering to
roster.
FaMAS. Let's just
And
get
then
another
you think
option
about
that's
how this
better.
feels for Nerds as an individual. You'd be being beat by the team you just left behind. A team that is, or at least on paper, should have been a shadow of its
Yeah, most
former
people have
self.
some pretty dog
X-Cloud
shit suggestions. I like that
taking
though.
him down over in middle. Nerds has got a minute and a half left to come to terms with that, as this one starts with his death in mid. Heroic 5v4. hungry to keep this pressure applied, tee themselves up over in
Oh, the Gamba's wrong. They're trying to
doing better than G2 yesterday to a degree.
They're trying to check out mid, but then they heard this ace come out.
Liquid, they might even have to consider
They might. I think they're gonna save it. I think they're gonna save it. Yeah, JKS and Ultimate aren't moving.
And they ain't even moving off that B side, so this one's done. Back-to-back rounds.
I
Liquid
have to
throw
pee
in the
real
towel with barely a punch thrown.
And in 2 of the 3 rifle rounds in this second half, the swing kills have been on Nerds in middle. They're facing their problems head on, Heroic, and they're coming out smiling. A tie game now. And a 5 alive round, so money getting built up by this T side. Sure, Youngstar's gonna fall hunting. Anything he could knock out of it was valuable to Heroic. But the rest of the gang stay alive. It's money made. It's this T side building up more and more.
And I want to go back to what I said earlier in Anubis and at the start of this one. These last 2 maps in the series were meant to be go-tos for Liquid. Sure, it is a sort of new team, it's a new 5th, but on Anubis last year, they played it 17 times. They lost it thrice, 3 times. They played Ancient 10 times. They lost it once. Sure, a lot of those matches earlier on were against NA opposition. They weren't top-tier teams, but they 13-0 G2s at World Finals. Like these 2 maps were go-tos for Liquid. It was the Dusts, the Nukes that let them down. So this is a crazy win if Heroic can do it on these maps. And look at Sunpius just swinging out mid. That's Nerds dead yet again. Heroic, their answer to this mid control was, you have it, we don't want it. We'll play the mid round, we'll gamble our sights. Liquid seem incessant on committing to the mid fight, and Nerds has been picked every time.
I mean, it's usually Nerds' bread and butter. This is where he finds all his impact. This is where Nerds goes on those crazy games where it's him feeling like he has full dominion over middle. But it's just not landing, it's not working. In the same way, he couldn't get the ball rolling in the first half because Heroic, more often than not, weren't giving him those fights. Now CT's side, where he's getting given them, Heroic are the ones finding all the success. Ultimate's AWP getting pressured here. He's trapped in a box, 2 positions, 2 angles, and it's too much to bear. 4 on 3, plant found, and Liquid aren't moving a muscle. They've already written this off. Heroic are now up in the lead.
They're feeling the pressure right now. I mean, Nerds not even getting to fight in 2 of these 3 times he's been picked. Like, this is best spawn. That's what best spawn looks like for Sunpius. And his team set him up by smoking and flashing, smoking the molly. And right there, Ultimate, if he held his Molotov, he would have got a second shot off. He may have made that a 3v3 that Liquid were interested in. Instead, he just gets swung on the fire by LNZ. So, Heroic playing fast and loose right now. Forget JKS and Cave. It's all about this mid control. Some great calling for LNZ, man. I was liking the pace that Twist was bringing as well, but Heroic, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That seems to be the answer in this T side.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's so many angles to look at this, Ramos, to just why this is so insane that we're in this position. Right, you can lever the excuse for Liquid that, okay, yes, they have
thank you very much for the new membership on YouTube. Thank you, man.
This is an upgrade. This isn't a side grade. You haven't picked a kind of similar player.
Hey, Fallen Chat broke like yesterday, and I'm just having pizza and sitting around. How's the tournament going? That's crazy. I didn't know Rex alt account on Twitch was Audio Noodle. How you doing, man?
Meant to be the best look of this roster yet. Now, admittedly, we're coming back off the break. There's another excuse you could levy for Team Liquid. But this Heroic squad is entirely brand new. This is pieced together, built from the ground up. They've had nothing to fall back on. For this Liquid squad, this would be a huge
I'm sorry that happened, Audio.
Sorry. Failure as their start to the season.
Just when you said you broke your leg, the first thing I thought of was Rex.
Coming into Blast Bounty with this team. He said it himself in the interview. So it's, you know, it showed in game 1.
Breaking shit is no fun, man.
In game 1, not today. He's had a phenomenal series. 10 and 12 here, but his impact in this T side already coming up.
Worst pain ever. Div, thanks for 3-month recent. Thank you.
Middle. He's waiting for heaven control. They find JKS, and there is no trade available. Naf is trying to block that B play that we saw last time. I feel like Liquid are, you know, stuck in the mud. Nothing they can do.
So is that kind of what happened in the first round of last round too that I missed? It's just like some fucking just. Is this how these entries are just going right now?
Liquid panicking, shaking, not knowing where to look.
Like just relentless 5v4s.
Might have to be the difference maker here.
No, I know it was a mid
On
pick
side
last
B,
round, but
and
god damn,
Ultimate will
bro.
come and join
I feel
the
like,
site.
this is the third time I've seen Liquid in a 5v4,
It's
right?
a huge gamble to make to lose.
Heroic's
mid
just going
like
for this early pick, and then they
early
just
in the
freeze,
round,
and
with
they
a
know
minute on the
Liquid,
clock. Heroic
like,
still have 2 players at elbow.
they're stuck here,
They're
right?
waiting to
Blind.
punish aggression. Liquid won't make the next move.
They're just completely blind.
I love that they've slowed down after this. They haven't. There's not been really any instances in this game where you can say it's Liquid feeling all the pressure, but that is the reality of this round. And Heroic.
And there it is.
Really
Naf tries to find info.
Heroic just threw a red
Bottom
smoke,
B
which
by
makes it look
himself.
like
Did
they're
they
leaving,
flash
so
for him
Naf
at least?
pushes. The reactions are so Heroic are reading them like a book. Naf pushes into
This gamble
some players.
site that they're trying
Now
to bring in is
5v3.
good,
It
but
may be a
I don't know
stack
if it's
for
enough
Heroic.
still.
20 seconds, they just got to go.
Oh no.
Powering in to the B
Nice.
stack. Ultimate orb strikes first.
Oh, how did that miss?
There's the trades for X-Cloud. Nerds no longer fighting and dying out on his own in middle, left in the clutch, will get locked out. 5 rounds straight for Heroic as they make a break for the finish line. As they make a break for those LAN playoffs that are just rounds away.
Yeah, and they grab 30 grand off of Liquid's head as well, right? This would be Heroic claiming a second bounty. Hunting him down from everyone right now.
Also, that op shot looked good. I wonder if the rifle just technically
reactions
killed
they're
him
up
first, or if he actually
I mean,
missed
Saw, you got to give so much credit for Saw, right? Like not just in the vibe, in the few voice
All right.
comms we've had in these 2 games, but also clearly the prep is there because Heroic are so well tuned with Liquid's reactions.
Liquid's
on
taking
the
a
city
man
side.
control off this,
Now
and they're
Heroic
giving
on
mid.
fire.
This
would break the money of Liquid. They've only got to buy because of all these.
they have a little
saves,
A-main
but
trap
they've
set
gotta
up here for
finally try
Tinner.
and win a round.
Twist just has to stay
Or this is
alive.
gonna be
If they go donut,
a
no one
short
cares.
honeymoon of a single series. Over
Well, they
9
kind of care, but
pandas.
the chances that they walk all the way through are pretty slim right now. Ultimate's gonna have to. Yep, he has to respect the timing. Now Ultimate gets off of
This
it.
is the Nerds position right here. This is where Nerds sat in Heroic and waited for Shadow advantage. A bit more patience could have paid off, but they go for the clear. And X-Cloud won't
They saw
overcommit.
one. There's 2 of them here. They can't sit like this forever because if they just sit here, Naf is on an island. This is actually
Just a
so
middle
bad.
finger in the face of
This
Liquid,
is so
but it will
bad.
force them back
Nerds has
into the
to, like
stack.
they're completely out of position. Naf has to give the site, or they got to swing into cave. Oh god.
This round decides everything. And that's the play that gets made. From those 2 kills, you
Save,
know that
save.
you were about
You have
to
to
put
save. You
this
have to
game
save.
in the best spot possible for you to move to those LAN finals. This is Heroic pulling up. They are so firmly in the driver's seat. They're going to have 3 chances to close this out.
They had to give
And in
that
this
B-bomb
next round,
site.
Liquid will have no
Hindsight
money.
is so 2020.
They will
But
not get a better
they
chance
sat on
to
A
win this
main the whole
series.
round. Like Nerds
There will
knows there's
not be
nobody
a
A
better
main,
time than in
right?
the round that follows.
So you know nobody's
I
in
don't
A
wanna
main.
overreact
They
to
don't
just,
know
like,
nobody's
1
in
or 2
donut.
matches
They
from
know one
Heroic,
guy's
but I
in
think
red.
the coolest
They have
part is
0
in
information
the
at
way
B, and
they
Naf
played
was
this
solo there
game,
for like
and the
25
fact that
seconds,
they've not
20
come into,
seconds.
like you said earlier, a slow and cold Liquid, a slumpy Liquid where the individuals aren't showing up. Players have had big moments in this game, across this series, less so here on Ancient. The way Heroic are winning this match is the most impressive.
Editor, cut to the part where
Every
Fom
single
said the
one
single
that's
core
desperately
could threaten
trying to get
anyone.
his guns out. They'll save 2 weapons into what could be
Don't
the
remind me
final
that I
round
say
of
things like
Blast
this, and
Bounty
then I
for
have to like
Liquid.
literally acknowledge that I'm.
The cutthroat format of
Shut
this
the fuck up.
tournament,
I know they're
Liquid
good.
would
I'm not,
leave
like,
without a penny in their purse.
Who's Heroic's
No
GM? I
money,
just want to talk.
nothing, bounty
No,
to be
you want to
claimed.
talk to Saw.
And no timeouts left
There's
for
literally
Liquid.
that is actually like if there's
No
one
chances
person I
to
think
talk
in the
these
scene
moments
at the
over.
moment that I think
They are fully
really actually is
on the
probably
Heroic
doing
train
more
right
than
now,
anyone,
and there's
it's that
no
guy.
breaks. You are at the mercy of this Heroic squad. Triple set up in mid as they try to bring the
quoting
heat.
myself
Twists really is
To make myself
more
not
than
be
he wanted to
delusional
as he
about
grabbed
Liquid.
the line.
Oh, come on, there we go.
Twists, the
It's kind
captain
of fucked up, bro.
putting his best foot forward in a round where he
Well,
had
remember
to
that time you
perform.
said
There was a
single core was
handful of
actually
guns
good?
Here that Liquid
Like,
were
yeah,
able to
thanks,
bring
man.
to the table. They put them to work. Tania and some Pius. We said this round was the best chance Heroic would have. Now they really have to earn that victory.
Okay,
As this one's
okay,
set to go the
okay.
distance. Liquid bounce
Come on.
back right down the tail end of regulation.
It's kind of like how they ended Anubis, right? Just with a very explosive A pop on that T side, where they smoked the molly, they double flash. They just send it into a 3-on-3. A post-plant they lost. This one, Liquid just throw themselves up heaven. A very aggressive cave push. They don't want to sit back and lose slowly, lose passively. They know they should and do have the stronger, more proven individuals. Liquid try and long this one out to overtime.
Oh, we've been giving Saw a lot of credit throughout this series for what he's been able to piece together here. Both in terms of, at the 11th hour, having to assemble this heroic roster, but then to give them the toolkit necessary to succeed. 1 hour to Saw feels like it might be 2 days to other coaches. He didn't have a lot of time to prep for this matchup, and still the preparation, the prep work it is showing. He's had a great understanding of the info, the resources, the vibe that his team needs. Let's see if that timeout can be what it takes to propel Heroic over the finish line.
Bro is getting bullied in cave.
Falls in what might be Liquid's final round.
And Heaven smoke, so Twist tried to bail him out again with aggression.
Like he's
Heaven,
actually getting fucking bullied
get
in there, man.
JKS got full blinded. Heroic do the same play, but with a little bit more. Tanier cut down. Twist can't escape middle. They're going to chase down this AWP once again. Heroic looking to split this A site. Ultimate absolutely can save this round right now. He's got a dry fight in A main. X-Cloud taken down. The AWP is late with the bomb.
No, Klepsy DMs felt fine for me.
More as Liquid.
They haven't changed anything, so.
Here is this ace.
And it gets restarted on a timer and a schedule and everything, so.
Finals, Heroic trying to drag themselves there.
It could be, though.
But Ultimate's been able to get out. Nafly in for the backstab.
Nice.
Young Star receiving
there you go, Naf.
Flashed off the angle with some bias. Ultimate thought he had him right there. That would have been the kill that brings Liquid
come
back
on,
into the
nerds,
fold.
come on. Oh no, the op, the op.
Some Pius holds the line in through Donut. This AWP in a powerful position. Some Pius waited months to play. And boy, if those are the results, if that's what we can expect, this Heroic squad, a very exciting locking in. A LAN appearance. And taking the bounty, the 30 grand off the head of Team Liquid, putting a stop to this new look Liquid squad at Blast Bounty.
Oh my lord, what a turn of events to happen in our first game of Stage 2 of the Blast Bounty. That does mean that Heroic securing their spot, as Harry aptly said, in this beautiful studio come LAN next week. Not only that though, they steal the seed of Liquid. They get now 25k on their bounty, because let's not forget they took down 3D Max earlier on in the tournament, and they have 25k now in the bank.
Before I sit here and feel bad about Liquid.
Well done to Heroic taking down Team Liquid. I don't think
the
any of
team
us
was
really
good.
anticipated the outcome of that match. We all said it could be
before
close.
I go on my sad violin and small violin for Liquid.
But for them to take down Liquid in this fashion, where they were the better team, it's not one of those scenarios where I'm going to come up with a
if Heroic keeps this up, can we just immediately dethrone all coaches and just put Saw at the top?
Like they were the better team.
I know he hasn't won a major, but like
in Sun Payers stepping up all of a sudden as well. So
or okay, compromise. We make a Netflix documentary.
I think they just faced a better team.
Yeah, good job.
Like Moneyball, but for Saw.
I was very impressed with how solid it looked. Taking into consideration what type
of practice
and how
Are we allowed
much
to do
time
that?
Actually, only had on their hands to be able to come in
as a compromise.
Kind of match, going up
okay,
against
now
a team
that
has been together for a while.
Said enough nice things about Heroic. What in the
They have some depth to the map pool. I think that was a really great show.
5v4, 5v4, 5v4.
To step up from his previous game to be able to help out the likes of the young rifles in this team to be able to
JKS was
that he is the
having a horrific game in cave.
But I mean, overall,
and just being honest, it's
see that one coming.
I love that Sumpayas was able to close
probably the most important position.
Well. Like the fact that he was amping up so much into this
series. There's a lot of debate, but it's one of, if not the most important position
and showing us,
on that fucking map.
We know, and this is a Sumpayas we'll see in Heroic.
And that is the interesting prospect when it comes to Heroic.
He just got bullied, bro.
Overall.
And it's not like he lost the spot. He died there every round.
As we spoke about, if you can then activate Sumpayas next to them, and you have this trio of two young, very aggressive defensive, maybe careless riflers, and then Son Payers being a little bit more modest, a little bit more experienced, a
No
little bit more
prep time for Liquid,
a little bit more calculated AWP into the mix.
Okay,
very,
what about
very
Heroic?
Interesting. We also gave a lot of credit to Saw, his coaching abilities, his abilities to put together this team, and I think, you know, as much as I don't want to take any of the credit away from the players, because after all, they are the ones playing on the server, I think Saw once again is showcasing both me, Peter, and everyone out there in the world that he's a great coach.
Heroic played better.
That they have already talked.
I'm not going to create excuses for Liquid.
I think they've learned something from that match. What did they do good, and what did
They're playing some really nice CS, man.
And I think something that I paid attention to was the whole thing we talked about, Nerch being this very aggressive player on the T side, wants to go out and take the mid control. It seemed like in the beginning of the game that Heroic decided to not fight for mid that much. They started to put some Pyres on the donor. They wanted to make it a little bit more difficult for him. They wanted to play more compact instead of always trying to go down. And then the rounds when they
lost the 5 USPs, and I'm glad I did.
Actually lost. But I also turn it around the way that Heroic.
What do you think about X-Cloud? Most likely to get dropped for Nilo.
And it also turned out Liquid wanted to try and play a little bit more
not
passive.
bad though.
So it was fun
just
to see
they have some really
the dynamics in the story
talent.
of the game.
They have a lot of talent on the Heroic roster,
I think
bro.
something that Saw also mentioned on TeamSpeak that we heard on the broadcast.
It is totally fair. They've done insane work, by the way.
I was going to ask you about
fair.
that. Like, they were calling out JKS in his position, man. Like, they had it. Did you see that actually playing out in the game? Like, were they focusing a lot of attention towards that position?
A couple of times, yeah. I think JKS lost the first frag maybe twice or 3 times, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's 3 times.
LNC walked into cave a couple of times.
He killed him 3 times.
JKS, so apparently there's something to it.
Definitely. I mean, as a coach to call out that, yeah, sure, he can call out that, yeah, Ancient is a T-sided map to comfort his player, but also bringing in like a more personal attack on some JKS, saying that he's playing Cave. He seems to be their weakness, you know. And also Cave is a very fundamental place on Ancient. You know, this is the kind of the glue between mid and the B bombs, and like where you can get these fast flanks going. You can make some a lot of aggressive moves. So to have a player, I'm not too sure about how JKS if he's been moved. It seems like he's been moved there compared to what he's been playing previously.
Yeah.
So I think it's maybe also a new position for him from the looks of it. And you know, as a player that goes into this position and without too much experience,
Yekindra was the cave player
he's
before.
An experienced player, but maybe not in this given position.
Yes.
Then it's also difficult.
Dupree is not wrong. Yekindra was the cave player before.
Not least a spot in the LAN next week going down in Copenhagen with the top 8 teams going to be arriving here. Of course, a hell of a lot of cash to their name too, but they'll also claim seed 8. Now, there is, I don't want to, you know, rain on their parade, let's say. There is a caveat about when you come in seed 8 because you're going to be the last to pick, and that's tricky.
That is tricky. That is going to be a little bit difficult.
Was Yekindra a good cave player? He was better than what we just saw.
Face one of the top dogs when they come in here and play in the LAN environment. However, I'm
that
curious
being said,
to see if that aggression is going to be displayed inside this arena as well. Tenea on LAN, Youngster on LAN, some players coming in as well. This is a very interesting team that we get to learn more about next week.
A lot of teams have started putting their IGLs in there because even if you're good at cave, you could just get bodied sometimes. Like, you'd rather put like your
change of environment, you know, going from the online stage to the offline stage.
Like a lot of IGLs play cave because it's so util based and like
no crowd, but there's like a lot more attention.
Your mid players are trading off of you. Your B player stays alive and gets set up.
Like, from what they come from, then I actually believe that there is a case where they could go in and thinking, we just need to keep this up, but they might change without thinking too much. They might change their playstyle, but they need to keep up this aggressiveness if they want to continue.
I'm very excited to see what they're going to be delivering once we do arrive in LAN in Copenhagen. But plenty more games going down today. We've got to decide 3 more teams that are going to be going through. Astralis versus Na'Vi going to be rounding out the day. Not before FlyQuest take on Spirit. But first, it's Pain versus FaZe, which is going to be going down after a short break.
Let's go.
I feel like Twist is too good individually to be an IGL. He's kind of wasting his mechanics. Don't trigger my rant, please.
I like jumping.
Okay, I really like this bit, but also Blast. We've done this one a lot.
What the fuck is this smoke? I don't see ramp. Maybe jump CT careful.
Yes, I jump CT.
Yes, this is for sure. What? You can see full smoke. I'm cheating. 2 ramp on the...
Please go rant. I hate when star players become IGLs.
Let's go.
How to play this game? Fucking shit.
But how can you see for smokes? It's cheating or what?
No.
It's always like this?
Yes.
Wow. I go do the same strategy.
Bullets.
I'm picking already. They have Deagle.
Short.
Ramp? I'm flashing, sure.
Ramp. Ramp and ramp.
Flash me now.
IGL rant? How do I do the condensed version? Yeah. Star players shouldn't become IGLs. it's kind of a
playing this game. I don't know.
For whatever reason, if you're a secondary IGL/star player, you get some deep desire to become an IGL, and it's never worked. Looking at Electronic. Although Stu was kind of weird. I think Stu was kind of pushed into that one a little bit more rather than he wanted it.
Let's go.
Twist, obviously, right now. Yukinder at one point. Yukinder got so torched that you guys don't even remember that he was quite literally one of the best entries in the entire fucking world when he joined Liquid, and he looked insane when he first joined. Until he started IGLing.
Pushing. Okay.
I see this guy jumping.
Like Karrigan. All right, and then with that, we're done with this conversation because I lost what little IQ I have left. Give me 1 sec, chat. I'm running an ad, and I'll be right back. 1 second.
Advertise.
Oh, what? What? How is it there first? Ah, you boosted.
No. Speedrun.
God damn it. Let's see how the deagle works here.
Shit.
We will see. Shoot that. Wait, I have no bullet. Wait, I'm reloaded. Nice. It was on your head.
Good eco. Nice game.
Yeah, I'm doing this for you.
No. Experience. Boom, no scope.
What the?
Cheating.
Oh, now you're very dead.
My end games.
No.
You want
I will take his scope and kill him easy.
Oi.
Oh!
So, NQZ, you guys ended up picking FaZe yesterday in the draft draw. What was the main reason behind that, and how did you guys decide that? Was it a team aspect, or was it just down to, the coach?
Of course, it was a team aspect. For us, picking FaZe was more like they have a similar map pool to ours, so the maps match pretty well, and also we played against them 2 times last year, and it was good matches for us. We learned a lot, and I think that seeing the other opponents, for us the most comfortable pick would be FaZe, so that's why we chose them.
Pain decided to pick you. Are you happy with the outcome? Like, how content with the selection of teams that could have picked you are you with Pain?
I think we're all fine. I'm somehow expected to be picked earlier, but obviously people have different ideas of how we play, right? I also think maybe one of the consideration we didn't get picked so much is we have changed a lot of roles, and I think it's very hard to kind of analyze who's playing on what maps besides the 3 maps we played already. So all it's gonna be an exciting game. I think Pain is pretty good. I think Big is doing a great job over there, has done the past year. So it's gonna be a tough match, and they're gonna for sure test us today.
The most wanted better be watching out. We've already had 1 bounty hunter slay the top dogs coming into the first day of stage 2 of the Blast Bounty 2025. Now Pain hoping to do the same to FaZe. If we're looking at the seeding for this one, Pain, they're 13th, FaZe 6th with a 30k bounty on their head. Is it possible, Jake?
It is possible. I don't think it's likely, though. I think FaZe still have enough quality to be able to fight off a well-playing Pain Gaming, to be completely honest. I think what Karrigan said here in the later stages of the interview, that it's hard to analyze them right now. It's hard to figure out what you're facing with Elise coming into the lineup. That's a great point, but at the end of the day, Counter-Strike can be simplified down to a pack, who have the better players, who have the more firepower. If the game becomes scrappy, which FaZe definitely can make the game if they want to, I would bank on the individuals of the FaZe clan to shut down Pain.
And for me, FaZe clan has always been a lineup that has been oozing of confidence, and I just don't feel it, and it's been a long time since I felt it. Maybe, yes, sure, during the major you could start feeling that they're coming back to themselves. Overall, I think that FaZe clan is not in a weak spot. Obviously, they will always just be one of these teams that are hard to play against. But one of the things that is a very big downside for FaZe clan is that they're playing online. I don't think FaZe clan is a team that thrives online. They've always been a team that just when they go to LANs and they go to playoff, that they get this stage buff, as they call them themselves. You also touch upon the thing that they maybe get a downgrade when they're playing online, and I think the reason why FaZe clan is in a position like that is because they're thriving in this environment. This is where they've been playing the majority of their careers. They missed this thing to get that extra spice going, so I think Pain has a legitimate chance.
Either way, we've got a lot of questions about Elise joining the FaZe clan camp, so let's get a couple answers courtesy of Karrigan. Do you feel like with Elige now entering FaZe, in your opinion, does this free up Frozen more or does this free up Rain more?
First of all, I think I have to say I always disagree with Frozen and Robs having role clashes. I think it's something that got blown up. We inside the team, I think also Robs spoke about it. There wasn't really role clashes. So to get back to the point, I actually think it's gonna enter a new twilight of Rain's career in the way he's gonna play in some certain areas. I always had this personality, or the view of him, his personality is an anchor. It is a lurker. He is not very vocal as a player, but he's so calm as well. So I actually think I'm trying to make what Rain probably was born to do in some of the maps, and it is interesting aspect. And one of the things I'm gonna use on T side is basically, you know, in football you have wingers on left and right side. Doing a game, if they don't make the game work for themselves, they switch side to challenge the other guy off the map, and that's the view I have with the way we're gonna play now. I'm gonna try to make it so dynamic that it's hard to read if we actually lurking on the other side or we actually in a pack on the different side. So I'm actually looking forward to this challenge. I'm also accepting that it's a journey. There's gonna be games we're gonna lose because of the new way I want to play within the team. So I'm very excited on T side for sure, and C side it is just getting adapted to the roles, but dynamic on T side is going to be way different than the way I've been calling before.
Okay, that's very interesting. I feel like that could bring a whole new a breath of fresh air rather to the FaZe squad. In terms of Elysian, how he entered the team, how is the priority being given in terms of positions that he likes to play, he's comfortable playing, versus new positions? Like, how have you kind of distributed them, I guess, the captain?
I think 80 to 85% Elise is playing what he's preferring or used to or really excelled in. There is some areas of the maps I am very happy with the way we play. I'm very happy with how we perform. Now, that's not going to say we're not going to give him 100% at some point. Right now, we are some maps we had issues with in the past. We think we work on the problems. We have to see if we fix that. And yeah, there's adaptation for Elise to us as well, obviously, but there is a huge adaptation for Elise for us as well, which I think is the main point of this change. The main point is that I think we have been stuck in kind of the way of thinking, the way of playing the past 2-3 years, right? The twist Frozen was one-to-one swap in position roles, basically, in how I view the game. And now everything is up for grabs, and it is a journey. For the first time, I actually feel like one change has actually changed the whole dynamic of who's playing together and what spots, how we're adapting, and how we play mid rounds, basically. So it kind of feels like 50% of the team have changed, even though it's only one player.
Yeah, it sounds like you've had a lot on your plate to be deciding, to be practicing as well, and then to add on top of that, we got Train now in the mix. We saw you banning it in the first wave in your game versus M80. Has it been a map that you've had any time to actually get in the server and run around and get some practice in?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we looked at it when it came out. I looked at him beginning of the season. Obviously, it's a map we play, but we also believe with what we have in view right now.
That's too Inferno Mirage.
Train in this online tournament where we don't have that much experience and we are a completely new team. I'm not going to do that, but for sure, we're going to maybe have it ready for Blast or Katowice. That's the goal. So we are playing it. We are following the meta very closely. So it's not our best map right now, but I think with how we're going to view things, and there's adaptation, some ideas about the map, and I'm just looking forward to go even deeper. But for now, I think it's a huge risk for us because we are trying to make a new identity with the team, and going into Train, I think we were not doing as much as we would on different maps. So yeah, right here I can say we're playing 7 maps because we don't know which map is not going to work for us the next month.
So much that I want to dive into. We are restricted a little bit by time, so let's talk about the other players that have seen I guess a shift up in their roles in some of their positions since Elige entered. Rain, we get to hear that Karrigan's always seen him as a kind of lurker, an anchor player.
Yeah, and I think Rain could be a fantastic anchor player. I think he's always been in the center of certain positions. You remember Rain from playing Dust 2 CT side, in the center of everything.
Your favorite maps, I will
I think Rain has the capabilities as a player, given he is so calm, given he is a player that is good for 2 in a sense to play those anchor roles.
Sad,
so I'm also very curious to see what kind of effect that's
Any primers, prime forgetters,
that's more so the talking point for me as well.
member mommies,
we know the qualities of Elise. We know Elise is going
followers,
to find his footing within
subscribers.
FaZe, but how how is it going to affect Rain? How is it going to affect Frozen? And is Brokey even affected by it at all?
I've never really played Counter-Strike for real. Is any advice for getting into competitive for noobs? Just realize that like
it's been blown into
Counter-Strike is
not by just by us, you know, by everyone. And so you know, if he's the one
something you build, and you're gonna either enjoy the process of being bad and getting better at something and seeing yourself get better at something every single day, or you're not gonna be bad at it and you're gonna go back and play Fortnite.
Mirage if we do so require it with Harry and Hugo.
And there's nothing wrong with either one.
On from a real treat of a series. FaZe Pain, I think, is another one that does have the potential to go the distance, right? Pain,
go back to bed, I want
things floating around with this team, especially the inclusion now of Davideus in this squad. And he did give us a good series in their first game versus Gamer Legion. We even have Big Zera in the interview before that one saying, keep your eye on this guy. But I want to say, in terms of interviews before the games, Karrigan's just them was a real treat. I can't believe he went so in depth. I like him talking about Rain's
7-month primer. Thank you.
How he's always seen him, and now getting to kind of try that out.
My hair is just getting really long, man.
Karrigan, with all these new opportunities laid out ahead of him, all these new plans, all these new ideas, that's a very scary Karrigan indeed. You can imagine that's giving him a lot of energy and hype to
we got the Elise cam, ladies and gentlemen. We are so back.
Yeah,
all right, here we go.
A lot of fun with this new team.
Maybe Elise can do better.
Board, but it's FaZe on CT Dust 2,
yo,
it up top.
J-Con next to the 7-month primer and Lil Man.
They're gonna watch their backs.
Thank you so much for the 5-10 gifted. Thank
Fugitives, 4 players.
Look absolutely incredible today, Lil Man. Thank you, dude. Appreciate
What's he got with this? Or rather, yeah.
Absolutely stunning.
See this very often.
It's a bit going in such a crossfire. Elise has even leapt down into the chaos. My word, Brokey, couple more back. And so this has not gone swimmingly for Pain. They played right into the hands of FaZe.
We love a P2000. You don't get them every day. When you do, they just hit different. 2 for Brokey, 2 for a Liege.
Okay, so, man, he's cheating.
Just trying to survive. Someone's getting a hat trick here.
Oh, wow.
But it is a Liege. Great
this guy was being
Mikey's
weird.
First round in the FaZe jersey, 3
all
kills in the
I
pistol.
actually unbanned him and then timed him out for a day in the YouTube chat, but now I'm just exhausted. All right, well.
Yeah, I also like that Karrigan interview because he talked about how the role clash argument between Rox and Frozen, he deems is
chemotherapy. Thanks for 22-month primer. Thank you.
And I mean, it's interesting
Luke
because
Cam.
Frozen
Sorry, I forgot I was up here because of the
year.
bit. My bad.
Like
my bad.
The standout player of
and it doesn't
even when they were
look that abnormal to me because of the bugs. Sorry.
So I do want to see how that develops into 2025 with additional firepower in a Liege in a very different role to what Rops was.
Weird to say that G2 is the easiest team to beat with the bounty of 60k.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is a potential,
I mean, especially after what we saw yesterday. I don't think that's, I mean, if anything, you're just
in terms of
saying what we're all probably thinking.
How change
but
is a good
to be
thing.
fair, a lot of the 60k teams are definitely not untouchable, is really what we saw in that whole part. Really what we saw is maybe some of these other stronger teams should have actually shot higher.
Team's good. Like,
it could have backfired still, but I'm just saying.
Right? Sometimes it's bringing in fresh blood.
Maybe some of these other teams that were able to advance,
come with that. And
maybe should have had some.
It's very much reinvigorated Karrigan, and I would assume the rest of the ranks of FaZe
tried to achieve a bit more because
Pain a little bit more as well. So
a lot of the 60k teams didn't look that great.
Versus Gamer Legion off the top, that was their
Spirit. Yeah, don't fuck with Spirit, but that's just
round. It ended up being a pretty close series, right?
Spirit's scary because like,
you know, one round goes differently.
If Donk shows up,
actually,
you're just
in the case of Nuke, it was winning 1 anti-eco for Gamer Legion. If that had gone a little bit differently, it could have been them picking up the dub. So Pain have already been pushed to their limits, but let's think about what we kind of learned from that. Number 1, Davideus was getting bigged up by Big Azera with the wildest signing story about how they just shared a taxi together, started talking, and quite liked each other, as it turns out. Bringing him into the fold, he put on a clinic. He was fantastic in that game, finished with almost 60 kills across the 3 maps, looked really good, and has full faith from his captain.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, with G2 of Modesty and Mobs.
On top of that, Snow was... For being
it's funny though, I would still.
In that series
I think Donk is more consistent than waiting for Modesty Mobs. You know,
he's someone where there's already so much potential, and those nerves are starting to go away. He's surprisingly experienced for how young of a guy he is. God, they look similar, don't they? But yeah, and then you have Big Azera as like that very
Am I feeling any
consistent
better
piece
today?
to kind of tie the roster together nicely. I was hoping to see a bit more from Kawes.
My stomach's a bit.
I hope we get to see that in the game today.
But
He's someone
physically, I feel pretty good. It's usually thanks to the 48-month primer. Thank you.
What
Appreciate
goes
you,
wrong
beautiful.
for him? I think it's just he still struggles dealing with the pressure and the different way the game plays when you face
What am I
top
lifting
teams.
today?
He
We'll
was
see.
someone
See
who,
if I
for
lift.
this
I
Pain
had to
squad on
move
their
because I
run
was
at
feeling
the
pretty bad
major,
yesterday.
When
You
you
guys
take
remember?
a look at his numbers kind of as the
But I
tournament
finished.
went on,
I've
they
been
trended
finishing my week
downwards,
with
whereas for someone like Big Azera, they trended up, and that's
Pendulum
because
row,
suddenly more kills
squat,
are available, and we know this guy
squats
is very, very
as my
consistent in
compounds.
terms of his output. Kawes put on a great show
can't be skipping
within
the
the
squat
early
day, bro.
stages of that major. He was in the
What up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
in the opening stage a top 10 player, and then in their RMR run a top 5 player, right? So put up some fantastic numbers, but that tanked by the time they reached the top 16.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because we first saw Pain like really break it into top teams in the Copenhagen major at the start of last year, and obviously with a different team with the same core of Big Azera and Kawes and NQZ on the AWP, and that major did just feel like
Rifle, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you. Alicia's gonna move to EU. Yeah, he's currently living and staying with Karrigan though.
Single-handedly winning them games as the captain. But then when it came to Shanghai, even though Pain made a comparable run in that major all the way to the top 16, he was actually the bottom-rated player of the team. Like the firepower has increased, right? This is a team that's made good changes. Even though we talk about the Brazilian, roster locks and the prices of some of these players, they actually got some good pickups. They got Snow, a young prospect, and now they got David Deas. But in Shanghai, I think a lot of these guys brushed off some of the nerves and have improved massively in the space of just a year. So now that we have a clear firepower increase in David Deas being added to this team, I think this could be a year where Pain are super, super exciting, especially with some more time in Europe, playing these kind of events. The issue is, Harry, this format, as we've already talked about, is as unforgiving as it gets.
Did they say what the tech issue was?
You're not going to land, buddy. FaZe on the other side want to get themselves straight into a studio to start their year. This would be we just had an upset, but this would be, I think, an even crazier one if you just consider the heights that we hold FaZe to on an average day, and now you add in a Liege. It's a whole different beast. But I could see a world. I could see a way that FaZe loses game, given it's online.
Someone leave like my face at lobbies.
Sort of struggled in that debut against
Oh, I see a setup. Maybe we're playing.
Lost a map pretty heavy-handedly on Inferno.
Whoa, dude.
So anything's possible in online CS, Harry. FaZe have picked Inferno into this series again, though. So whatever they've been working on, they want to showcase it, even if it wasn't necessarily the best of cases the other day.
I think the intrigue comes from the fact that, sure, Pain are the underdogs, FaZe are the favorites, but it's FaZe Clan with an addition that has made them change the style and the brand of how they play. Meanwhile, for Pain, kind of similarly to what was meant to be the case in the Liquid game that we just covered, they've gone for someone who is an upgrade over Lux, who was in the jersey with them before. Aggression, though, as we come out the back of the tech pause. Let's see. Frozen is already running wild. We'll eventually get balls down.
Smoking clocks better than Poppins?
We had to. It's only the scout posing much of a threat in this round, and it's really the only
Did you just
hope.
ask a terminally online Twitch streamer what Vice that'll probably give you cancer either way is better than the other?
Okay, wait.
Because if so, you might be cooked either way, I'll be honest.
Know what to expect. He's a safe pair of hands. Same with the Liege. Same with the Liege. Safe pair of hands. Frozen might have gone a little bit kill hungry there in top of mid, really trying to drive it home. That's all good. He's the young veteran. He's still, fully learning.
Young Vetty.
Yeah. Karrigan also might have thrown his name into the ring. He likes to kill whenever they're available. All in all, it's kept clean for FaZe Clan. And now we have the buy coming in from Pain.
Glass AWP in the first buy.
Dude,
You need a word with Karrigan. He's buying it from Moss all the time. Listen, man. Listen, you're absolutely right, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm a giant pussy. I'm not telling Karrigan shit. Like Karrigan thinking they didn't have role overlap and it didn't affect their map pool. I don't agree with him, but I would never say that shit to his face.
That's a big nade.
Hell no.
Liege, very.
I'm a giant pussy. I would never say that to him.
Smart.
I'm like, have you looked at your map pool recently?
Just a little compliment in there.
Not anymore.
Oh fuck.
Oh, he's aggressive, isn't he? Wants to find this 5-on-4 with that mid smoke. It's still up for
Liege is aggressive right there.
They are leaning B, so don't want to lose a man early on this A site. Bomb is outside long right now. Bit precarious here is this default.
Listen, man.
Pain.
FaZe's map pool is buns, or was buns for most of 2024. That was kind of their problem.
Not going to see any rotates.
Karrigan became the master of the 7 map pool when he floated Vertigo a few times and won it, and then simultaneously they never had a map pick ever again.
Throwing a bit of a fake, but they're contacting out right now. Brain's got the gun to stop him here. There's no mid to be smoked. There's the flank for Karrigan.
Nice.
Yeah, a lot of value out of this.
Hell yeah.
No time for that.
And even as they get a couple of kills here, things still get weird. Well, they get wonderful for Pain as they're about to go running into a Liege. The new man in the FaZe jersey, dead immediately. Big Azera picks it up.
Huge kill.
So they live and die by the Big Azera fights. Thank goodness he's so good at winning them.
Oh, wait.
Sure, that is,
you think that entices them in, or they just grab the rifle?
Or an AK, rather.
If you get the rifle and save, even
going up catwalk.
No, yeah, the AWP is there.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm not crazy.
They're trying to nade it. You can't blame Liege for wanting that fight. That's a good fight for him.
Hell yeah, into the instant loss. It'd be like that.
For it. Pain are going to leave it very, very late, and he's going to catch them while scaling with sub 10 seconds. And at that point, I think he does win the round, but you'd think at 13 seconds they're already scaling. No one's getting the AWP.
Well, yeah, Pain aren't going to get... They
it was good info, but they're...
have saved it, so...
Pain did a good job of just, like, moving quickly, realizing what had happened.
The Brokey can still get one in this next round and drop that AK over.
Because information goes both ways, right? Karrigan got the kill and he got all that info, but also now they know that he gave up. Like, if they get up those positions, there's not much help, right?
If one guy in all of Counter-Strike could really have his respect from day one, it's going to be
I'm not even like Karrigan didn't necessarily make a bad play. It's just like Pain made a good reaction.
Staying there, but even more than that, I think they're two players who
I've ever spoken Rain. Seems like he's chill as fuck.
And theory craft about the game in
both
very
years in Dallas.
ways. And there is just no
usually have a drink and yap with Rain a little bit.
Depth and weight of Karrigan's accomplishments.
He's very chill, yeah.
His time. It's no longer, you know,
he's exactly how you would imagine
reach
him.
that gap early with the leash and force the respect through. It's already there. It's already pre-established. So I'm excited to see what the two of them can work on together.
I love that. To build on that, Liege even spoke about how, you know, joining this team, he had a long call with Karrigan. They spoke about, you know, CS and theory and all this stuff before, you know, he obviously probably knew he wanted to join this team anyway, just due to the pieces they have. But also, you know, when you're coming from a team with no shade, like complexity, with the players it had,
FaZe map pool currently it's Inferno,
NA talent.
No, the problem that FaZe has with their map pool is they are literally good on every map. They just don't have a map that they can pick versus you.
Also,
that like for sure they're gonna beat you on.
There's gonna be a lot less errors once FaZe have figured out exactly the style they want to play.
What am I drinking? I'm drinking Mountain Dew.
I tend to, you know, Liege isn't going to be
it's airborne.
Why did you do that, Rain?
The other thing that's
it's like it's just like a vitamin C tablet with like other shit in it and minerals and stuff. Like zinc and other things.
Players from NA that were always in the conversation.
As some smart ass pointed out earlier, you're supposed to try to drink it before you get sick, but it also helps when you're sick too.
And
at least that's what I'm telling myself, and I haven't gotten too much worse. So
they found success at the major. It was a big deal, and so
had a great year.
Yeah,
what maybe one of the best years.
Exactly,
ever.
One of the best years for
my guy is drinking
FaZe,
minerals.
Crazy, so now Liege with his chance to try and run that back, the second NA signing for this FaZe squad. It's just a very cool
what's going on?
comparison that you didn't think you would get to make anytime soon between Elise and Twist.
Well, if Twist could do it,
Frozen's so inconsistent.
surely, right?
Me, when I say the most consistent player in all of FaZe last year is the most inconsistent.
The all flashed off long, but no one's taking it. He had your repeats dry. Had a lead. He's looked very eager to make these picks happen. He's finally got one. Since the pistol.
Like literally, you actually picked the most consistent FaZe player of 2024.
Forgotten in spawn. It's not in a great position right now.
I know he had a bad major, but
double dipping. Unhygienic.
There's a lot of things you can be critical of. Oh my, John. Sorry, we're tight like that. Okay, Snow. What the fuck?
Up they go, Karrigan. Oh, can he escape in time? I don't think he believed he could.
Brokey's so consistent.
Make sure he doesn't. Frozen's flanking.
Sure.
Frozen's steps. He's got to go back. That might save him. They were going B anyway. That pulls him back to middle. He doesn't know it, but that's actually the
Frozen's
right move.
forgettable.
Rain's
No,
gonna
that's fair
reinforce B.
criticism,
That's
but he's
what the
very
bomb is.
consistent.
He could still fake this out pretty well.
I was being sarcastic. Mr. Sir, listen, bro, you named yourself Chicken Nuggets. Like, I don't know what you're on about. I just think about food when I see your name. So.
Game of cat and mouse right now.
It feels like Pain might be about to play in a FaZe's hands. Ooh, that kill. That surely gives you the moment of pause if you're Pain to recommit in towards B. That round was seconds away from getting out of control. Pain were about to play right into the FaZe ranks. Frozen, can he save the day on this backstab?
Fighting 15
Keeps
seconds.
them bogged down over in middle. They go and retrieve it, but this is really
They have
down
to go
the
upper.
wire.
Brokey's gonna know. Brokey gets the read.
That might come up in their favor.
Oh, they gotta
missed the
save.
jump.
Yep,
They got
not even
stuck.
any time.
They clipped on the stairs. It's done. It's a done deal.
Wouldn't even
didn't have
matter.
time anyway.
I think without it, it was still lost.
Wow.
That bomb drop for Frozen wins the round.
Frozen
really
picked the right target right there. He picked the right one.
In both of these rounds, they're very fortunate that, Elise takes that swing on A site in the previous, and now that they catch Rain rather pushing up a B, but still 30 seconds, they kill the B player. They don't even go back into B. I would have just loved to see the hit.
That's just a gift of a round.
Is just me or is Twist back to FaZe inevitable? You mean the guy that wants IGL?
Fast in middle.
I don't think it's gonna work, man.
2 rifles, 2 Glocks. Not a pretty picture.
If Twist to me didn't want IGL anymore, I could see that happening. But I don't know if you guys have realized it or not. But this is he's committed to it, whether you like it or not. I don't like it at all, but that's what bro wants.
Some graphic designer just got a lot of money.
What the fuck are these takes? It's fans.
Scoped up with the AW. A little worse for wear.
Twist A wants IGL? Yeah.
Snow continues this path of aggression in through
and they've had plenty of opportunities for him not to IGL.
Brokey with the turnaround. Karrigan even getting the spot over at long. It's this one AK on
some of you guys are not watching the clips and highlights channel. Don't watch my stream enough, and it shows. I need you guys to get full-time status in my stream. You guys are part-time status right now with these takes. Ah, no! Okay.
Gun's now picked up. David
Nice.
spammed out. It's just cowards
Oh no.
up against the
Oh no.
wall.
Oh
He
no.
will land the
Oh no.
stray.
Oh no.
Karrigan's gonna do this, or else the Glocks of pain. He finally gets it.
Oh my god.
And there it is, the young star of Karrigan, able to deliver a 4th round of FaZe.
What's online CS, folks? Online CS. Soak it up. We don't get it
Holy
often.
shit.
It's very entertaining. That's nearly a Glock round winning with a couple of saved AKs.
Was the liquid loss was down to inexperienced IGLing from Twist?
Oh my goodness.
I didn't watch map 1. They won map 1, but I didn't watch it. Their T-side Anubis, which is actually normally really good. It looked like they were...
Still, there's no ignoring this early lead, even with the weirdness of that last
I don't
round.
want to be
Just desperately looking
too panic buttons. Like, T-side Anubis looked weird from them. And it looked different from how they normally play, at least to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Wait. Oh my fucking big Zera. Ancient, I definitely am more critical of their CT side than their T side.
Pushed all the way up. So Pain should be free. They've forgotten the bomb again, Harry. It's the little
They were
things
getting
right
out-read
now
super
that,
hard
you
on
know,
Ancient.
Oh my God.
From what little I saw. Well,
Pain a
okay,
little
but
flustered.
you can't say that. Okay,
Little
if you're, they were getting owned on their CT side, and they were playing 5v4 majority of gun rounds. Like there's
confused by the logos too. You guys didn't pick this map.
On a certain level,
the nades are meant
you
to
can
just,
sit here and be tactical and oh
parcel
my
with
God, this great game of detail and
it's
depth,
around-
and then
it was
sometimes you're
unlosable.
just
It's so
playing
much success
5v4
early
for
on.
an entire half in
FaZe had
all
written
the
this one
important
off a long
rounds,
time ago.
and
Miss Smokes
it doesn't
or not.
matter. Like, and to me, that's what Ancient was. To me, Ancient was.
Yeah, you've gotten the spot
Masterclass,
here,
sure, but you gave up a pick majority of rounds.
I don't love it per se because I think it's important to be building up your own money here. But screw it, take all theirs away.
Biggest Air has a normal view model because they're hiding them again. For who was showing them and who wasn't showing them? No, Blast always hid them or started hiding them. I think ESL shows them.
No one as well. Biggest error, huge impact round. That's awkward because that molly that was meant to land in it, I presume, landed up here, and so it forced Karrigan wide. He didn't have a choice. He got spammed on the corner. He got mollied into the open. And Biggest error just transfers for a double. 3 in the round. Pain, break FaZe money. Oh, he hasn't seen the AWP. He thought it wasn't there, but it spotted him in lower. So he has to leave. Karrigan top mid push with a lead, side by side, up to no good. Looking for a scrap. Gonna get out of there, but this will just be a slaughter in middle.
Karrigan Deagle onto Bigazera.
That's my goat.
Yeah, is it the prophesized Karrigan D ground?
We read it in the scriptures. Now it's the rapture.
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, there's chances for FaZe to make this round weird. But it's all hinging on like winning one of these.
Oh, Phoenix to the 52. All right, there's another one. Hold on, FaZe round.
With the 2 AKs enough just to call the save if you're FaZe. The bombs only
They
just
do
getting
gotta.
planted,
They
so
kind of gotta save this one, to
it's
be
not like
honest.
they're too shy on time here, but they're very far away. Brokey's only got the MP9. He would love to get his hands on that.
Let me take a seat real quick.
Bit of a horror game right now, it's feeling like. They can escape long, that's their path to redemption. Pain doing it, slow and steady. Breaking in on their T side.
Yeah, the only thing that's frustrating for Pain is like, not only have they had the chances to be up in the lead, but these are meant to be the easier rounds. Like this next one, usually
sat down is still taller than Maui.
But because they get out with guns now, you have to play this like it's a full rifle round. You've got to be very switched on, methodical in how you play it.
If you guys want skill of the room, we've talked about this. Bob Ross, the 6'3"
FaZe to make something happen.
There's that skill of the room.
So it's far from a free round teed up for Pain.
Oh man, I'm getting to the bottom of that airborne, and it's just like dusty.
QZ getting put in position a lot to try and go for these cross shots, but hasn't connected them yet. And yeah, it is a very slow round
chalky.
put forward from Pain. Justifiably
Thanks for the
so.
follows, by the way, guys. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you sub to the channel. Thank you. And like the stream.
Frozen making a play, but yeah, he is that molly down and lower. You don't want anything to do with it.
It has been fun watching, you know, they're getting countered by this slow mid default, but FaZe are
just
really
interesting
tried
to me
to
that
get
they
involved on the CT side. They tried to push top mid, they keep attempting lower takes.
Yeah, both the rifles
Legion
basically towards the B. I guess
and they're
teams do like
keen.
to do like these B pops lately
They're very
and these mid
confident.
Bs.
That's a good sign. But Pain's slow pace has made it quite difficult for FaZe. Going through mid doors with 3 CTs here, this could be a bit of a risk, but they climb up cat with the mid to B smoke. As long as a bomb makes it, we're fine. And Pain actually avoid everyone. 40 seconds, just time to go.
No guns here to put a stop to this either. With the Liege dead early over in middle. Snow cutting down the rotates. He's done a great job of denying that. It's another deke back from Karrigan, but just the one done. It's all Snow.
Just give me another save. Someone explain to me 740 viewers and no activity, like no one's chatting in these bots or what? Yeah, I'm view-botting on YouTube.
Struggling to do
Strictly YouTube though.
Starting to find their footing on this T side in spite of some weird missteps early.
I ain't no bot. YouTube chat, shut up. Yes, you are.
The true test is fast approaching. Even have a chance to bring out the AWP for Brokey, right? Rain can drop it over. So this buy for FaZe is going to have all the little bells and whistles it could possibly need.
Okay, well now.
Why would you need a bell?
Now my
and
YouTube
a
chat's
whistle?
fucking worse than my Twitch chat right now.
Serve the same purpose, surely.
So anyway, to answer your question about view-botting, no, YouTube, what I've noticed is when I multi-stream, most people prefer to chat in Twitch chat, and most people prefer to lurk and watch in YouTube.
I'll allow it, yeah. I thought you were going to
Not that people lurk and watch in Twitch as well, but yeah. So way to go. Way to wake up all these old fucks that are literally just using their work PCs right now where Twitch is blocked and YouTube isn't. Can you let them be, bro? They're just trying to chill.
Dust 2 going to swallow you up whole. Pain.
Like, literally, just let them relax, man.
And now they waited these long
Bro?
doors. Karrigan will have support. Brokey's
Canadian
made his
Ben,
way
thanks for
over.
333. It's not
Orp
for
on the
sale.
line.
Yeah.
Brokey opens up an important kill. They won't be given a chance at the trade on a Brokey.
Let's work on Saturday. Is
Swinging
today
this
Saturday?
angle, but Pain stick to their guns. They look for this long control. They're losing players all across the map here. They've spotted Karrigan down in the pit. He is entirely alone in this endeavor, so how much can Karrigan do? There's the first. No further than that. But he did all he had to.
I'm unfortunately at work.
3 taken earlier. Smoke break. Nets Brokey. One more. And for Davideus, dying moments of the round. Spent spamming that smoke. But it's Elige with all the glory.
I didn't wake up the YouTube chat. That guy was the guy was fucking shit talking me, man. I just simply read his comment.
Smokes, re-peeking, playing aggressive. At the same time on T sides, Rain, Karrigan, Elige.
Don't worry, dude. If you really
rifle trio to open up. In the angle that like you look at Team Liquid now and you go like, oh, there's a lot of passive players like on paper. Like, don't get me
it's
wrong,
pretty
Nerds
easy to
can
tell
be very aggressive, but he likes
who the real ones are, I guess.
At the same time, I think
I was gonna trigger my PTSD because I gotta stream every single day and watch half the directory in CS, Gamble, and Viewbot.
Wide swingers. So
then on YouTube, if you stream, it's just like actual scam streams of fake pro streams trying to scam you with QR codes on the side. Twitch is blocked on my work PC. I feel seen.
If they can break the
reminder, YouTube chat, you guys can't watch any ESL events, so make sure you guys are followed
looking to exploit Karrigan
on the Twitch streams. If you can watch at work, obviously, you know, all that stuff.
Smokes himself, so the volley won't stop him. Nade is good, but he's still tucked in. Elige is coming to help. Oh, Nade's out.
Shocky.
They weren't ready for that. Karrigan
All right.
might need another.
Airborne complete,
Brokey
boys.
just runs out long. Oh, God. They've heard that. Quick swap to the AK. He's got no help. He's scared of Catwalk as well. This is a predicament for Brokey, and a Molotov on car makes it even more awkward. Shot through the smoke. 2v4 now. FaZe maybe bit off more than they can chew.
Tony, no way we're doing this again. ESL not doing YouTube anymore? No, you guys will be able to watch the official ESL stream on YouTube, but it's because of YouTube. It's not an ESL thing, it's a YouTube thing.
Because Zera's confirmed that everyone else rotated
So for
away.
co-streamers like myself,
quick in the rotate. They weren't quiet about it.
I'm cooked. Yeah, so you can watch you can watch ESL on YouTube. You just can't see my co-stream on YouTube.
Rain has bypassed Big Azera, so he shouldn't be getting this kill, and that would be what's required for the round to get any weirder.
Is it because of sponsors? No, it's because YouTube has horrible media rights.
NQZ picked
and
up saving
if
that
you
orb,
play
it's out on an island there.
anything that is
tantalizing
copywritten
prospect.
for
You're
a
gonna get out with an AWP
millisecond,
for
they just
Brokey in
take
the
down your
next.
whole channel.
Just trading rounds again. It's not like
And
FaZe gonna
so
break the money
basically
now, it
ESL has
seems,
like
as Pain
music
get away with 3
licenses,
alive.
obviously, with
They are
Universal. And
leaving
if you
a
guys
lot
don't
of
know about
gaps, right, a lot of
Universal, oh
ways
boy.
To lose these rounds, I like it. But
And it requires them to like basically go through
wait, who's going to second orb?
and whitelist me on all their Universal stuff. And contracts, and then if they do it for me, then they have to do it for everyone, and then that becomes for every single event they have to do that. It becomes a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I do not blame them. It's something that they said that they would like to allow at some point, but it is a massive, just like, pain in the ass.
Maybe not.
If it's rain, this new system Karrigan's talking about, it's gonna have to convince me.
It's very different.
So yeah, the official ESL stream will be on YouTube, but my co-streams will not.
Frozen on the second AWP.
All right. Taking it in a lower.
Ballsy.
Combat AWP from Frozen. On that second AWP. Brokey in the meantime scoped up on the top of middle, so it's the AWPs really trying to force some respect here as Pain do set their sights on this mid control. Brokey. Clean connection.
Ready for this now.
Am I rooting for in this tournament? Well, Liquid just got eliminated, so new best friend FaZe. Probably FaZe G2 with Mario and Elige.
You want to put resources into dealing with Frozen while you've got him stuck. He can't go anywhere. There's no backing up. He can only fight forward. Dodges the flashbang. Frozen.
Damn, there you go.
Finds the first. Second flash will hit the mark, but no trade back from NQZ.
How is he alive?
And he rewalked them.
Gets his revenge over a long.
Harry trying to set up the line for Karrigan, and he's taking 30 bullets.
Counter-strike I've ever seen.
Okay, I know he's got an A1S chat. Grow up.
And
Karrigan getting his revenge.
To hunt down Frozen there, even though Elige done a deep cat smoke again, which like that lets you get to Xbox.
Hey, Project Dub, read what Day said. He nailed it on the head.
Living and dying by the chaos.
Yeah, bro, YouTube chat coming in strong. He said, Flom doesn't Gamba, but doesn't care if we do. Just rather not have it become the whole chat. Somebody that finally understands me, bro.
FaZe squad as well, but it's really not panning out.
I feel seen.
Seventh would just make this a glorious half.
That man might get mod in the YouTube chat. Mod that man so I can retire.
He just walked the long smoke. Huge advantage on the shadow.
Oh my god.
Should be no business in cowards.
Back to work, Super. Make another Gamba.
Oh, that's awkward.
That's an insane opener to get. Nice shot from Elige. Oh, that's the bomb. He has the bomb.
Oh dear.
Flom, what did you say the problem is with Liquid?
This has kind of been the issue. Like Pain, they've had the rounds they've won have been a lot of
these
kind of faster
took their most aggressive space creator, point man entry, and replaced them with a spontaneous
this might be another one of those right down the tail end of this
entry.
Karrigan.
X Factor player. It's not a real one-to-one.
Of course he's on the bomb with the Deagle while Elige is in T-Spawn, of course. But Brokey could remedy it all right now with that AWP bearing down upon them in middle. Davadeus dead, shot in the back, bomb away again.
I still think that Twist IGLing is just not...
And just, you know, they've got the B kill. They could just walk in upper together and trade out. But
Twist is not the best player currently on Liquid.
And this one is too far gone.
But that isn't because of Twist. That's because of him IGLing. Like,
dare I say, it's a done deal. Elige won't let him pick
there's
up
just
that
a lot of
package.
things.
FaZe
I would say my issues with Liquid are...
rounds on the CT side of Dust 2.
They don't have a very aggressive piece that... Like, nobody on that team is naturally hyper-aggressive. They like to pick and choose when they're aggressive. That's really hard to manage, bro. Having like 3 players, 4 players that aren't always like doing and taking space. It's not that they all bait. It's a hard thing to describe. They don't all bait or some shit. They don't. It's just they kind of have like their set ways they want to be aggressive. Well, that becomes really hard, I think, to implement on the T sides. Isn't that a good thing that your IGL isn't your best player? Granted, it's Twist, but the point still stands. Yeah, but the problem is it is Twist. Like that's literally the problem. It's great when Karrigan isn't your best player on your team. It's bad when it's Twist. Like that is the issue, is he should be their best player. He should be. And that isn't a slight against anybody on the team. Like, oh shit, he got an ad. Here, fuck it. I'll gift him a sub. Hold on. So you can hear that again. There you go. Oh, sure, Squire beat me to it. Fuck you, buddy. I got an error and then yours popped up. Sure, Squire, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you. I literally clicked that, you fucker. Also, Dub, are you like, is something not firing, bro? He wasn't being a dick to you. He told you my answer. And then I said that what he said is correct. Oh my God, this guy got mad at the guy's response. What the, like, so weird, man. Score stupid with the 5 gifted. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you. I'm gonna, it's reading like somebody that's gambled and can't imagine other people are invested without it. YouTube chat wild. The duality. Somebody gets it, somebody completely fucking lost. No, I am sick, yeah, son.
FaZe Clan.
Much skills, thanks for the 2-year primer. Thank you, Boo Boo. Appreciate you.
On the map pick of Pain. There was some glimmers of hope in there. The thing that's weird at the end of this first half, right, is like Pain could have won this first half out.
Yes.
I'm just gonna do this because honestly, bro, you're just fucking weird.
More often, but it was kind of the mid rounds letting them down.
Prime Forgetter, thanks for the 9-month primer. Chat will one off the scammer. Thank you.
Try and exploit Karrigan over
VRX, thanks for the 5 gifted members on YouTube. Thank you, beautiful.
They
Appreciate you.
5 at the end of that first half, as now they move on to this CT side. Let's take a look at what FaZe are doing in the pistol. A lot of util purchased up. Frozen and Karrigan both with smokes. Molly on a leash. And already this Xbox smoke in for some
don't like
fast
people with bets in their names spamming 10 lines about only their bets.
Quickly, but they will be going back to a mid to B with that bomb in.
Oh, the guy said that, like, I read to you guys what the guy responded to. Somebody asked me about betting. And then he said, that's cap, bro. He's got a bet. I could tell what he's got a bet on.
And there's not really much he can do about that. I think they'll push this smoke. Julie's on top, good position.
Like, dude, stop.
It wide, but
Stop.
Him in snow. I don't know how you're meant to do
so
anything
fucking
here. He doesn't. Karrigan with
oh my God,
oh,
Karrigan? That was not Karrigan. Check PC. No, check the camera right now. Check the camera right now.
About the Karrigan wide swing.
Brother's projecting hard. Yeah. No, it makes me uncomfortable when I read shit like that because, like, you can clearly tell what's happening. But you know there's like nothing you could do. You just have to sit there and watch the person.
Pissed around Peter's out. We had the interview before this match.
Sure, Squire, thanks for the 1 gifted.
Fantastic answers.
Somebody else has to gift one, brother.
Clashes between Elise and Rops, and how he thinks that that's overblown. Talking about
the Frozen and Rops.
That's the one. Yes. Talking about the adaptation of Rain as a player and how he sees him as an anchor.
Did you see the CoffeeZilla video about all the gambling
he's
shit?
Looking to bring to the table for FaZe this year.
Wicked Woodchuck, thanks for the 7,111 bits.
I think especially in this format, I can understand if you're FaZe Clan, it's not worth
very specific. Thank you. And he started the scammer chat up match and all gifted, you beautiful humans. On Twitch and on YouTube now.
While we're talking about the Karrigan wide swing, watching him on that map back in the day, you remember Karrigan pulling up with an org
on Ivy.
Yeah, I wonder if he's looking to bring that back.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, it's fine for FaZe, right?
Okay, man. Okay, well, I owe you 20.
Doesn't care. Like, you get
Wicked Woodchuck also with the 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, Tendies with the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, holy fuck.
it's the teams like Complexity, Allegia's previous
Thank you, guys.
squad, who...
All right, well, I owe you
struggled
50
to suddenly
gifted,
their
chat.
best
Write it
map
down.
Is gone. And they are forced to play Train. They had some cool ideas when we saw them against VP. Had some nice pops with Grim on outer, but it just about lost that game.
Yeah, and you know, even though the majority of teams...
Well, man, with the
from
5, 10
few
gifted,
map
thank
changes
you.
that
Chat,
we've
we're
had
at 60
go
now.
down, have been fine.
Here's the
for
mid
most
B.
part.
The
There's
smoke
always
on
that
B
this
doors
specialized
is
squads
decent,
that
but
do
it's not
struggle.
really
In this
enough.
case, it's Complexity.
Enough. Cookie
Back
with a
when
gifted sub.
Overpass
Can I
were
touch
removed,
your
it was
ass?
VP.
No.
Yes.
So it's an interesting time. That much is for certain. Snow, hold on a second.
Oh my!
Just made one. Oh,
What the
no.
fuck?
Oh,
What in the
that
absolute
is
fuck?
monstrous. Plays through the smoking doors. It's all Snow. No rain. As
Bro.
NQZ final two
What?
from his scout. And a whirlwind of a round put forward from Pain.
That's a hard play to make. He pushes
76
through
chat.
the door smoke right
No.
past him. As
76
they flood
Twitch,
into
5
V.
on YouTube. Somebody write this down for me, actually.
Gets
Snoop,
the
thanks for your
backstab
5
on
gifted,
3
as Snow
plays
got a
the read on
3K.
this.
Snoop gets 5,
Clinical.
Snow gets a 3K.
Third kill.
Not a coincidence. Zorch, thanks for your 5 gifted.
Impressive
you.
stuff for the young player.
Bro,
And
that
a
was a
very
sick
stressful
play, but
round for
also, can
FaZe
you
as
not
they
do
get
that, Snow?
forced on in the second.
Wait, there was a there were tier 2s in there? Oh fuck, Zorch did 5 tier 2s. Wait, Zorch, fuck, that's actually mad confusing. Okay. Alright. So
FaZe force buy up with pistols, but
81,
there's no
chat.
util behind this force. They're hoping that Pain are just going to
Fucking
scrap
Zorch just wanted to
with them
fuck
and
with me,
give
that's
them the
crazy.
fights.
It's a 1400 buy. It's the Kevlar Deeg. No helmet.
Blue Magician, thank you very much for the 5. Thank you. You're absolutely stunning. Thank you. Damn, double MP7 kill. That's not something you see very often, huh?
Yeah, perhaps unsurprisingly, it hasn't panned out for them.
I mean, it's
That
your
gun
only
always
option.
looks like it's like giving me a headache. That MP7, I swear. GM, thank you very much for the 1, 2,
Group over it long. You're just
3,
hoping the cow has flubs his lines.
4
so
gifted
he's in a
shadow
powerful
U90. Thank
position.
you.
And he won't falter. Cow
Man.
puts a stop to the long
Dude,
pop out of
FaZe
out
looked
of
like
FaZe
they were in
Clan, and
such control
off to the
until that
races right now if
5-7.
you're
I'm
Pain.
scared.
Having some
I'm
fun with
scared.
Seeing a very good vibe. I mean, it's neck and neck right now for sure, but
Nah, Tucker, I'm gonna just do
Hard
tier 1s.
half.
Don't separate them. Doyle, thanks for the 2-month primer. He said, don't forget about your prime. True. God damn, man. All right, FaZe, just fully Glock them back here, yeah? The year's 2025. I'm watching FaZe Clan on Dust 2, and Rain is
This is
the
just a
worst
chance
player.
to
This
farm
is
if you're
actually some
Pain.
sort of fever dream.
No reason why this should get
Rain is
close.
such a demon on this
Should
map,
really
man.
lose anyone here.
Although, did Rain switch his spot for Liege? He did, right? He's B anchoring now, where before he was
So
playing
that's how they
Alicia's
tie us
position.
up at 8 all. All right, then Guns making a return.
D-Bros, thank you very much for the
FaZe
5
Clan
gifted. Thank you,
T-side.
thank you, thank you. Also, it
see
is
some
an
of these
online game,
new
true.
looks that
Online
Karrigan
game
talked
and different
about.
role.
See him being very vocal.
Iron, thanks for the
heading into
21-month
this
primer.
first
Thank
rifle
you.
round. It's important now to try and get on the board quickly because these last few rounds of Pain have been super duper clean. And so as far as CT sides go, you're in the best possible place if you're Pain. Not only can you
he
sustain
cope anymore?
a loss,
Jesus.
but it's not like in the next round
Me
you would
just
have to
saying
go
things that are
without
actually
anything.
true.
You're going to have orbs, you're going to have full
Sorry,
util, you're going to
sorry.
have full kits going forward.
I won't
This is
point
a
out
very powerful
things that are
position to
happening
be in
anymore.
if you're Pain.
yeah, need to make the most of it though. First go around for FaZe. Pull out something reliable. Lower clear to cat climb. And a mid to B on the cards. It's an important cross so Davidares can get back to this B bomb site. And with that mid molly, Elige scales like there's no one out middle. If he believed in that play, he could have made it all the way up to doors. There's the mid to B smoke, and FaZe start to spill into this split.
I think Rain still has it, or is he calling it quits? I think Rain definitely still has it.
He knows what's coming, but it's up to 2 players to stop it.
I think any player that constantly has gone through as much change role-wise as Rain.
Wow.
I think it's a bit tricky.
Needed someone to put up numbers, and Davideus is that guy.
Oh, beautiful.
Snow secures the last one, and now it's all eyes on Frozen out in mid, but on an island 1v5 as this kicks off. Starting to pull it back is Frozen.
Nah, no way though.
One man in the tunnels and another
Zorch thanks for the gift of sub to Seth.
First challenge laid out.
Aww. That's right.
Frozen can't get
I think I
past
91
Snow.
chat.
As it all melts away in the window, that 1v5, the ball might have been rolling. Snow's
96.
put a stop to it.
What a hold for Davideus. He really is legit on this pain squad, right? Saw him on 90 for some time, pretty...
I think if Rain can get comfortable in the anchor positions, which I think he is the type of player where he can.
Not much of note, kind of looked like the carry on.
But despite what people on the internet think, you know,
he was the firepower piece.
You don't just flip a switch and you're a different player. If that were the case, a lot of players would have a lot longer careers.
He's in the right place at the right time to maybe make some big upsets this year and push Pain even further to the top echelons of Counter-Strike in 2025, threatening against FaZe on their map pick. After a half that we said, you know, left us lacking, left us wanting more. Well, they're giving more right now on the CT side.
Yeah, just, you know, far fewer missteps as well, right? Like, everything's been very
Back
well
how
put
they for the
together
40-month
here.
reset, thank you.
That's why we left the T-side feeling a little bit underwhelmed. Just because
Tinner's not going to be playing with Heroic, dude. These issues really, fuck, that sucks,
dude. Converted on some of those favorable spots they were in. Here we are, FaZe down to pistols. Maybe going to test the B defense again. It stood up to the test of time every time they've attempted it. But maybe this is the round you break through. So he will about Karrigan. He is more than willing to lay down his life to try and set up this
Was
team.
it 91 or 96, guys?
He's got no util. He's going in first. It's Elige. It's Frozen to try and trade him. Shots through the smoke. 3 players here for Pain. They've got the read. They've got the resources. Everyone in the right place. And so this is a quick and concise shutdown of the pistol play into B. As though you needed any more through FaZe. That B site is closed.
Yeah, do it on the full play and they didn't get anything done. Now do it on the eco.
This just in. Technical pause. Pain has to move locations after noise complaints from neighbors.
FaZe are in trouble right now. This is relying on a gun round to keep the game alive. It is Pain's pick for sure, but with Inferno coming up next, a map that FaZe picked and a map that they got blown out of the water on yesterday against M80, or the other day, with a stand-in. It's filming with Faith at the moment. Oh, that's just unlucky. Just spam through the mid-smoke. Davideus does it again. This guy's a threat.
I mean, from the moment they upset early on in the second round of this
GM, thanks for the 5-month reset. Thank you, beautiful.
From strength to strength.
All right. Well, Karrigan's in his strongest position. He's dead, and he gets the quarterback to play.
More and more players feel like they're getting activated.
This is where Karrigan cooks. 4v5 and dead. Hold on.
These openers? Where's Brokey's AWP making them incisions?
Hold on. He's literally cooking right now.
Frozen's been left outside of the long doors, watching rounds fade away. You just feel like you haven't really had an opportunity
Cat
to
and long pressure into an upper B walk into
it's been out of your hands.
Mid to cut off the rotates. Is that the move? What are we doing?
Obsession with breaking.
That's what it looks like they're gearing up for.
Once again, looking to go into Snow and Davideus both 16 kills
deep.
No! Fantastic timing on the smoking tunnels. That's going to leave FaZe blocked off, running through a grey screen as they try and hit this B site. And wouldn't you know? It's madness.
Oh, hit that, Brokey. Hit that.
Back to it, hoping
you
the
fucking weenie.
Changes.
Oh, Elige is actually crazy, though.
He's broken down. These players on the rotate, moving in through the doors. Elige opens it up for FaZe and has given them a fighting chance. This was never supposed to be a FaZe clan round. It's taken Elige everything.
He got off the bomb. He got off the bomb.
He got off it by accident.
Oh, no.
Now things can still get weird.
Oh, my God.
Elige, 4 kills deep, but it will not be in vain. Brokey is there to pick it up right at the close. Finishing off that round that Elige tees up. FaZe Clan finally break back through.
Yeah,
it's definitely T chat. He told me before he definitely prefers tea over coffee.
That is a
like by far.
Right
That's for sure tea.
FaZe in this game. That was a 4v5 through
Damn,
smoke.
bro.
That was a 2v4. 2v5 in fact, and Elige just gets everything done despite
I can call him John and we're tight like that.
getting off that bomb last second, and now they're back in the game. Oh, FaZe. I made a mistake.
Nice, Brookie.
I for a second.
Nice. Come on.
Wind.
Come on.
That's
what they needed.
Just can't put away. And Elige.
Elige trying to look out for the nade.
Very game.
Karrigan runs forward, eats nade.
Payne's way. FaZe need to make the most of it.
Fuck it, we ball.
Control pushes Payne back, Big Azera into the site. Got Snow's orb on long. So only Davideus on B right now, but maybe they feel FaZe won't do it again, surely. So much focus on B in this half, and they're exactly right in that.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but Rain, now's the time, brother.
If they commit to it, Cowers gets tucked in
it's
time
time.
on A.
It's time for your moment. They need a little bit out of you.
Split.
Let's get a nice 2 kills here. Nice, important 2 kills, Rain.
Avoided, right?
Yeah.
Not risking it, searching new waters, new territory. Instead, just links up with the rest of his team.
Frozen can kill Snow, but it requires FaZe to get up and have success. They got 20 seconds this position. Everyone's using it right now. It's so potent for Big Azera, but they find him.
Rain literally just spammed that guy straight through the fucking smoke. What?
Only good for the first. It's this rotate in from the Snow AWP. Every time FaZe tried to hit that B site, Snow had something to say about it now, and this AWP.
He's got it down.
Oh no! Get out!
He's got a
no!
clutch up. He's burnt out.
Come on, Brokey.
Just Brokey left to find missed shot.
Fuck,
Snow will capitalize. Another big round from
Snow's about to fucking go nuts. Yep.
Keeps them in pole position. Everywhere you go, everywhere you look, it's all Snow.
Flom, disable NVIDIA reflex. Your aim is gonna feel better. Donk nor Modesty have it enabled. I'm also not Donk or Modesty, so I'm good. I'm gonna keep it enabled.
This is Snow's map.
4 kills. Denies Elige any chance to play in the post plan and baits out 1 shot from Brokey. That's all it takes. Snow nails it.
Hashtag Rebel? No, it's just
21 kills right now, top of the server.
Bro turned off reflex. It's not gonna turn me to Donk or Modesty, bro.
For the young plucky
I've played with it off before. I prefer it on for sure. I also am not Donk or Modesty going to different events with different PC setups that could have varying performance on a day-to-day basis, quite literally. I sit at home with a 4090.
Chooses against it. The round would have lived and died on that fight.
I'll be aight.
For the best that FaZe just get to group. It's not gone to plan already. Karrigan gone from the picture. 3 strong again. AWP here. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
I told you, Maddie. I told you.
Back. Repeat rounds from FaZe Clan. 1 man down in CT, it's Rain, but he's already been discovered, dealt with by Davideus. Payne approaching map point, and it's NQZ's
Oh no, man. All that work from Elige for what?
And Davideus moves in on the backstab. These rotates, these reads from the Payne squad have been fantastic.
You can see why they weren't worried about moving to CT side with only 5 rounds, right?
Why does it look like Elige just rejoined Complexity, man?
And just some great protocols in play. When that drop in CT comes out, they're breaking the smoke from the CT side of things. That B-hold is so reliable.
Well, no, to be fair, like turning off reflex, you're gonna have higher frames, but potentially a little bit more input delay. It just depends on the setup. My point is these guys don't play on bad PCs when they go to events at LAN, but it absolutely varies in performance. Elige just talked about it when I was not being a piece of shit and doing a podcast. He talked about how every event he went to, the PCs, even if they were similar specs, just like varied in performance dramatically. And that's because a lot of the PCs are like moved around. Shit, like you don't know how exactly they're set up. You don't have access to everything. Like
walk this one over the line. I don't know if B is the answer. David Deus is
so using something like reflex, where it'll vary your performance pretty dramatically. If you're using it, could actually be detrimental because it'll be less consistent.
Nice tucked in on Goose. Big Uzera trying to end the map.
Yeah, I have my reflex is on ultra and enabled plus boost. My shit's crazy.
Rain gonna get past him. Nades rain on in now, but Karrigan's managed to get out of there. David Deus moving in. Snow on that second AWP as well. Oh no, I have the rear in behind him. David Deus. A second kill. Can he make it the third? No, just
nice.
Frozen doubles up. That's going to leave it on Cows. Trapped behind this smoke after a little bit more
don't play there. Yes.
Cows,
you got the ding. That's huge.
Rain, the guy
I'm so glad he didn't sit in the pre-aim spot. Come on, Rain. This is it.
Rain's got experience. Pressure as he gets to it. He swings out from the ramp side to secure double digits for FaZe Clan. There's still fight left in FaZe.
Yeah, we're going to get all 24, aren't we? We're going to go the distance here on this one. Seen FaZe many a time take Dust 2 to the final line. I love that idea, that concept for FaZe to find the AWP on Cat. They push him off with a good flashbang, and you know exactly what protocol that AWP is going to do.
Well, not enforce a PC standard across events. I mean, even if they do, it doesn't guarantee the game feels the same. Depends on how it's set up, like with BIOS and shit like that. Like I said, these events, well, they're online right now, so it's their own PCs. But
the thing that's wild now, though,
when you're on LAN, these events, especially blasting ESL, are not skimping. But it can still vary.
Fantastic heroic moments in there from Snow on that second AWP. But that second AWP comes with a big old price tag attached to it. NQZ. As the AWP before this squad gets to don it in this round, meaning Snow's back to the rifle.
Yeah, I run 16-9.
Really
yeah.
puts a chill in you right now if you're Pain is if you lose this round, you are eco, and then you are into overtime, barring any wild antics. Like
hey, thank you very much for all the follows, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
And so this is your chance to get this game
My
over
settings,
the line.
what FPS am I getting? I play in 1440p, 16:9, and I play mostly high settings with reflex enabled, boosted in on ultra. My control panel, and I usually average around 450 FPS if I uncap it. If I play 1080p and I uncap it, I usually sit around 500, 550.
To pick out on long. Pain have got no reason to face him. He does have a series of 1v1s laid out. That's the only way back into this for Brokey. There's no immediate trade once he takes this first fight, but a missed shot sailing past Cowes, that will seal FaZe's fate. Only Rain left
just does
standing.
something unbelievable here.
Must now know what Pain realized at the start of this round. It's all over. They lock it in. Pain, walk away.
Damn, man. Even with that round from Elige, they just fell fucking flat right after.
Yeah, FaZe is simply left in the dust and Pain.
They gotta find a way to get Rain involved there, man. He's not comfortable. He's not comfortable right now.
Of course, it was their map pick coming into this series, but doesn't make this victory any less impressive to Pre. That was commanding in the second half.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw many great things with this one. I think the main thing for me, obviously, was the B defend hold from Pain.
Do you saw blast rent PCs for? I don't know exactly the logistics of it. I would imagine they just ship them around because they ship around a lot of their infrastructure and setup, but they do rent stuff as well. I'm not sure.
You know, telling them exactly how cool they are, how good they are, and making sure they stay
focused. Find an AMD CPU.
There was a very animated performance coming in from Pain Gaming as well. I very much agree. I think they had a fantastic CT side.
I know 4-3. I just never played it even when I was a pro, man.
We spoke about it, you and I, for and the Green Moon as well. It was a slow.
When dinosaurs roamed the earth and I played pro, I played 1600 by 900 for more FPS though, because back then CS:GO was so bad nobody could play it on 1920, even on the best rigs.
I think we've come to realize by now, Pain, they're not necessarily going to go for those aggro plays time and time again. They like to,
most people could barely get 130 FPS
I mean, they
in
definitely
CS:GO.
started out slow, and you could see also that FaZe Clan, they waited for them, and they also went aggressive
on
themselves.
1920 at the start.
This team that's been very notorious in being aggressive, especially.
So I played 1600 by 900 and I got close to like 200 FPS back then, which was huge.
Down mid, breaking up the smokes, trying to find the entries. They rather want to fight them in the beginning of the game, you know, break break the gameplay of their opponents. That is something that has always been a thing for FaZe. Like, they don't want the opponents to be able to breach, so they want to go in there, they want to be aggressive, they want to break up their game plan, so they feel like they need to come up with stuff on the fly.
It's all just preference, man.
A well job in the beginning, and it just, but the fact that Pain just kept going and playing this slow style, getting the picks that they wanted, manipulate the rotations, and then finishing up just playing number games was a good showing by Pain.
Was it 91 or 96?
And how exactly he was going to be fitting into the mix. I think at the first half he was putting up some decent numbers, right?
Yeah, I think Elise was the main
capped
reason
at
why
400,
FaZe
Sasha,
remained
and my
competitive
frames
in this
don't
game.
vary
First
that much,
half,
so
he
no,
had
mine
a
feels
great
very
showing.
good.
Obviously, as you said, Freya, second half, I would argue he found even more impact as he was the only
My frame time and my FPS lows are very like consistent.
I think from an individual standpoint, you cannot point a finger towards Elise at all. He was by far the best performer within FaZe Clan, but it wasn't nearly enough, and I gotta say that he was not really surrounded by players who helped him out an awful lot. I think this round 19 is a great example as well, where he gets a quad kill, he brings it back from a 2v5 and helps Brokey to win the round. But
I think this
was a little bit lackluster.
FaZe can be competitive,
so,
can win tournaments. Yes, I think they have. I mean, you heard it. Like, don't take my word for it, bro. Take Karrigan's own words for it. They changed one player, but he said it's like they changed half the team.
Let's discuss that a little bit, because, you know, off air in the green room, we were having a little chat about
it's a lot of change, man. It is. Like, that's
Rain is going to be faring, and I don't want to blame the loss on him.
It's why when I did that tier list, I didn't put FaZe at like the best.
It's all on Rain.
You know,
it's just interesting
they got the best
to hear
available player, but
how Karrigan is envisioning
there's real growing pains for this roster.
The Twilight years, he was mentioning that about Rain. He wants him to be going out on a high, and he wants him to be trying something which Finn has been saying he feels like he fits into with that anchor position. You don't necessarily agree with that, though, right?
Like, I love Rain as a player. You know, we go back in times, we've been facing off multiple times, and I've gotten a lot of inspiration from Rain in my career by playing the same positions as him. And I've always seen Rain as being this sort of aggressive guy. He plays rotational positions. Like, he is the guy that is not afraid. He's always like rock solid. He's always been good at playing these roles. I would never see.
You had a 400 hertz monitor. I have a 480 hertz monitor, but I don't run it on 480 because I prefer 1440p over trying to push for 480 on 1080.
And obviously, it's still something that takes time.
So I play 360 hertz, 1440p.
And everything. But I have a slight concern going forward from player to player, also being like taking his age into consideration. As myself, he has a kid, I know. All these things that takes like to reinvent yourself in some ways. You know, he's been playing the same kind of role in FaZe for a long time, and of course there needs to be space.
It's really hard to play 1080p once you get used to 1440p. It looks like you're
concerned to the fact that can Rain bring that thing to the table?
It looks really bad,
and that the team needs in terms of this anchoring, but also lurking. At the age of, what is he, 31, maybe 30?
He's up there, yeah, up there. I agree. I think there's two things that I need to say to provide context. One is Karrigan saying that Rain has never been the most vocal player. And to me, that's an issue, right? Because Rain are playing in probably the most important position in the game where you need to be vocal in those rotation position on the CT side, which is exactly the positions that Elise likes to play in. And we know Elise to be very vocal. So I think that's perhaps something that FaZe have been lacking and missing over all these years, that Rain perhaps could have been a little bit more vocal. I don't think anyone can point a finger towards Rain and says he hasn't delivered over all these years within FaZe Clan from an individual standpoint as well. He's a fantastic player, the longevity he's had, but maybe one of the weaknesses that we've never really been exposed to when it comes to Rain is the lack of communication or lack of taking initiative on behalf of other players, which is something Elise is very good at. Now, I agree with you, Peter. Forcing Rain into becoming an anchor, that's a big risk, you know, at a very late stage in his career. And I will say, the cynic in me, you know, if I have to take all emotions aside, if I'm just looking at FaZe Clan, is Elise a better player than Rain? Yes, he is. Is Elise a better rotational player than Rain? Yes, he is. So you're upgrading in that position. Now, can Rain be a great anchor? That's the big question mark. Now, can Rain not be a great anchor? There's great anchors out there that you can find and replace Rain with. And that is kind of cynic to say, but in terms of the future for FaZe Clan, I understand why they're willing to take the gamble, because Elise is a better player than Rain in those positions.
And I'm wondering how much Rain has had a say in this decision, right? I'm sure you've probably been there, Dupree, when we had the conversation Pimp again for saying the quiet part out loud. Vitality, when you're kind of forced into a corner, I don't want to put words into the mouths of FaZe and say that is happening. I'm just wondering how much agreement he had in this, or whether he saw it and went, well, yeah, it makes sense for Elise to take these positions.
I mean, it probably sounds rough, but in the end, you don't really have any. Of course,
kind of early for the conversation. He's not saying they should replace him. He's just he's explaining the logic.
If like besides Karrigan being the best team player inside FaZe Clan, so I can just see facing.
Saying something negative doesn't imply that it immediately means they should be gone. It's just pointing out what's happening.
I was like, oh, that's going to be a terrible position, yada yada. But I mean, of course he has agreed to, because that's maybe the best way forward for the team. But that doesn't change the fact that it's going to be difficult, I think. And I hope to see Rain succeed in this. And you know, we also just need to take into consideration if Karrigan believes and that this is the right approach. And also Rain has taken his toll on saying that this is what I want, this is how I feel as a player. And maybe I wouldn't say it's been misused, because Rain has been hella good for FaZe Clan for a long time, right? So something has been working for him being the rotation. But to go there and actually make it work, I mean, he needs probably 3 months, I think. Then we need to be in 3 months. Maybe we can have like a discussion again whether it's paying off or it's not working.
I think Rain has the capability to make that transition. Whether or not he's going to be a world-class anchor or he's just going to be a good anchor remains to be seen. But as you said, you know, it's early on. It's just been a couple of maps so far, and I think if anyone can do that, it is Rain. You know, with all the experience.
Time for my favorite mini game segment. It's a game of what happens next, because FaZe, they win the pistol coming into the second half. What happens next, Jacob?
What team is on?
Well,
what team is Spinks on now? He's on Team Bench.
Was kind of the catalyst behind this win for Pain Gaming as well, especially as 5-7. At a point in the game where you feel FaZe are regaining control, they're getting into it, they're about to start their T-side, build up some money. Snow comes in a round that is, to me, game-defining, where he picks up the 5-7, gets a quad kill, a triple kill. FaZe even gets Sentry right here. They tried to B-split an awful lot, and me and Peter said it, the B defense from Pain Gaming was stellar. Snow pushes out at the perfect timing at door.
Surprised nobody's been able to get Spinks.
I think, right there. You have a guy being caught with
and I hate this shit because I just feel like I'm rumor milling, but seems like there was maybe some extra out-of-server stuff going on with him. Also, whenever a player requests to leave in a successful team like Vitality,
a fantastic performance over the course of the entirety of Dust 2.
Super impressed by him.
I think people are, one, a little hesitant, and two, with a buyout as big as his probably is, it's not very fun.
His decision making in these rounds has been like crucial. Like, he loses his teammate in window. He could have just been tucked inside the smoke or maybe try to push top.
I don't think it's the caliber of player problem.
Help him win the round, that is by pushing doors. And of course he gets a little bit lucky on the timing and he gets some good kills. But he does the only thing that has the potential for him to win the round. And he's only 17 years old, you know, and see how fired up he gets. And, you know, you have a kid in your room that's 17 that just done something against FaZe and he starts yelling. I can guarantee you that has definitely fired up the entire Pain squad.
I will say though that we see it one more time right here. Who's it being caught off guard with a flash in his hand? I think it's the guy going through the door right here.
Any rumors about the C9 team?
Right. He does the only right things right here.
Bro, they don't have a team.
He can do in potentially winning the round. That means that FaZe should also be ready for the only play that potentially could lose them.
My inside information of C9, and if you know, you know how I have this information, it's probably that we're not going to see any team from C9. And if we do, the earliest we'll see it is after the first major.
In this map, he's been fantastic in this tournament so far. He came from Red Candidates, where he had an uptick in performance, where he really did well for himself.
But that's not really real information. It's just like a guess.
And coming into the Blast Bounty, he's been starting off the season like pure fire. In the first series for Pain, he was the highest performer so far in Dust 2, together with Snow. They were the two catalysts. They were the two guys bringing it up with the rifle, and I've been nothing but impressed with
what do you think about Heroic? Well, I literally got fucking farmed by my own chat. I said that the core of their team is top 30 and could, but was dangerous to any team in the world as they're beating right before they beat Liquid. I think the single trio is good.
Yeah, he really did well.
Highest rated player on the side of Pain, and
I think Pius will probably be much better than he was in that Falcons situation.
He's done the best of the tournament, Bounty, so far.
Yeah, I think he's been.
Tinder seems to already be paying off on the gamble, and they also have Nilo on the bench. Like,
being brought up, come into the season right here, had his debut a couple of days ago, and now he's doing it
the first month into 2025, and I just genuinely think Saul should just have Coach of the Year and GM of the Year, whatever.
That's a different kind of breed, so let's keep an eye on him and see if he can continue that performance.
Certainly a great start for Pain coming into this series versus FaZe, but all hope not
I
lost
think
for
Simple's
them
gonna have to wait out his contract.
Their pick of Inferno awaits after this break.
Let me check pre-rolls. Hold on, let me see how much time we got left on it. We'll do a small ad. 28 minutes. We need to run a small one. Heads up, heads up. Simple's done after the course scam, bro. I think he tried to refund people and he's already been playing after that, bro. I think he'll be just fine. He'll be back. If some people not getting a refund for if only we held other people doing such terrible things as accountable as Simple's course. Holy fuck. I mean, that shit was a giant meme, but holy fuck. Maybe you see this, Tinner will miss last bounty land. Yeah, Chad already told me he's got visa issues, so that means probably Nilo will fill in. Body, you're scamming yourself. Well, I think it was one of those things where, from my limited knowledge of the situation, I think like he had a friend or his brother or somebody like wanted to do it, and then I imagine it was like you should do this type of thing, bro, and I'll do it all for you, and then he had to do it. One of those, you know what I mean? At that, from outside looking in and knowing kind of how it all came to be, I think that's what happened. And while you're not playing, do this, man. Is Simple grinding face it? If not, I don't see any team buying him out. I don't see any team buying him out, but your reasoning is absolute meanie. I mean, yeah, the only reps that matter are match ones, and he can't play for other teams and ring for lower tier teams. Not on a consistent basis anyway, without breaking a lot of rules. And I don't just mean like his contract, I mean like Valve shit and things of that nature. And I don't know if like some of you just like don't watch the games, but Simple did play recently, and he's the only reason Falcons was even remotely close and even sniffed the major, and genuinely looked like with as little reps as he had, he could actually almost flip a switch. So the reason he's not being bought out is not because he's not playing Face It. It's because he has probably one of the biggest contracts in all of esports, for sure. CSGO or CS2, whatever you want to say, and that's a lot of money.
FaZe's map choice of Inferno awaits, and a chance for them to correct their course. That's
Nobody's gonna see Simple playing 10 hours of pugs on Face It and magically want to go fork up the money for him, dude.
Inferno, an interesting
like
choice,
I said,
right, Jacob?
Your take of nobody wants to buy him out, fair. Your reasoning,
yeah, I was surprised they decided to repick it. You know, must mean that they felt that whatever happened against ME,
if he isn't in top form. No, I'm not disagreeing with you, brother.
They learned something from it. Maybe they thought it was a game off.
However, you have the right answer, but when you showed me your work, it was wrong. Trust me, I'm just doing what my professors did to me before I dropped out, you know?
A game where Gamer Legion were dominating from start to finish. So I think both of these lines are coming into Inferno not really
I get what you're trying to say, but I'm just letting you know when you show me your work, it's true.
But obviously face to face.
You got the right answer though, so all good.
And I believe that we can never really rule out FaZe Clan no matter what.
So I'm actually being nicer than my professors. They still failed me.
Ooh. Sometimes.
Sometimes maybe yes, sometimes maybe no, but either way.
Okay, they didn't fail me, but I had to run it back, and my one professor thought I was just cheating.
Yeah, so FaZe awestruck at the arrival of a very competitive pay.
And what does that say about you, Cake?
Inferno coming up next. It's the FaZe Clan map pick. I'm hoping this is where we can see FaZe come together a little bit more, especially when we had them move into the second half on Dusty.
Me doing all my math courses, getting the correct answer.
I like to kind of
keeping track of it very well in my head. Has to show work. Puts the answer down, tries to show work, can't do it.
It's happened when Snow upset with that 5-7. That really was a game defining.
Dodgerson, thanks for the 37-month reset. Thank you, dude. That was actually the worst.
Maybe some teething issues. You're hoping, as Inferno rolls around, we can get back to the regularly scheduled programming. It's the FaZe Clan map pick. It's Inferno. This is where they're going to try and right their wrongs. Pain, meanwhile, they want a 2-0 win. collect that $30,000 bounty on the head of FaZe and a lock in a spot in the LAN finals next week.
Ooh la la, what a combination, Harry. They're going to have to earn it, be it 2, be it 3 maps.
Ooh, he missed it.
Finish. That's where FaZe should have their best.
Actually, I wonder if he even tried. You know, some people try to throw like a set decoy to like hit you in that corner to get the audio cue.
Remains to be seen. FaZe have already picked this map and they lost it dominantly. 13-7 to M80 with a stand-in. So we're yet to be sold on this new FaZe on Inferno.
I'm still surprised Falcons didn't just buy him out. Simple. Well, I think they were trying to get Modesty more, and also I think Simple quite literally said he didn't want to play with Falcons. But he did say the previous version. Who knows? Maybe that would have changed. Oh my! How is it just on a leash to ace again, man? It's actually like I'm watching. Is this just somebody check the jerseys?
Oh,
that's a huge plant, though.
Mad calls their bluff, commits to the plant, money locked in, sure, but now is to win these fights. First connect.
No, if he went sight, fuck. Nice try. Nice try. He got bombed down too.
What could have done with a couple more bullets left in that Glock.
Yeah, John, this whole tournament's single limb, so if you lose, you're out.
Just had to squeeze every shot out to take that 4th kill. I love that experienced play of sticking the bomb in their face. Like, it's so crazy that why would they call that bluff? And it guarantees the force by now for FaZe, which is a good
Karrigan,
sign.
decoy, B, go A. Hey, bro.
But Payne with a
Let the master work.
And we already saw Big Azera on that big flank. It's all that was happening against Gamer Legion as
Careful,
well.
Legion, bro. You're about to go out that doorway.
Payne feeling free to play a stack on that A site in gun rounds. Very exciting team on this map to watch.
Bro's about to yeet himself straight out of that room.
Cut out for them. Elite Hero AK on the eco. He goes diving up middle through the smoke. The FaZe smoke, no less.
I mean, Elite is in with a vengeance. That much is clear. He wants
FaZe or Clownsman picking Inferno? They have to, man. They don't have a map, guys.
But denied in the early pick on the AK.
I've been saying this for like 8 months.
His sales has left now as he slows it down.
They don't have a map. They have to like basically force the map back into their map pool.
Frozen also has armor, important to note. So if there is success from Elige,
I know they have a 29% win rate.
got to spread these guns around, even if he falls.
But you want to know why? It's because they lose every map they pick. They just pick Inferno the most. If they started picking Ancient, I guarantee you their win rate will go down.
Here in the top of mid, but it's all by design.
I'm not even like, this isn't like me being sarcastic right now. Whatever they pick, they will lose. They just have to force it.
That's the big question.
Like, it's just...
Make smoke down over on the long side.
Oh, what a shot. Annalise died. Son of a bitch.
Gun brushed aside, but the pistols have found a lot of success. Success comes to a screeching halt, though. NQZ arriving on the SMG. Oh, okay. Maybe there's still something in this.
Remember when FaZe kept picking Nuke for a while too? Okay, Rain, close left, close left. Come on.
Surely.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
never prepared for snow.
Okay, that's. Hey. Hugo didn't say a word.
Changing in a new season.
Hugo just didn't say anything.
Start 2025 off with a bang. This would be a crazy.
He said no.
In a 2-0. They're looking like they're believing as well. A lot of hype from Snow in that previous map. He had the output individually. Plays very smart.
True, 4-3, man. I hate when 4-3 just makes me not see the guy directly on my crosshair. It's so fucking annoying, man. Charvy, thanks for the 48 with primer. Thank you.
I mean, true leader. If you're Payne, you have every reason to be hyped up. Not just the fact that this is your first outing with Davideus and it's feeling really good and you're picking up wins. You've got FaZe on the ropes. That was the highest ranked team and the first international team you've beaten on Dust 2 since they took down Virtus Pro all the way back in August of last year.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, these types of successes haven't come often for Payne. We're already in uncharted territory in this series, so what's to stop them taking that momentum?
It's not just any international team, it is the international team.
Thanks for the gifted sub, you fucking beast. Nah, thank you guys, man. You guys went crazy on the scam train earlier.
The fight of Banana and Karrigan starting to push up.
Absolutely fucking batshit insane earlier. So thank you. Now that we're at the sub goal, I gotta start baiting out the followers more.
A gamble.
Oh,
No
missed smoke.
smokes.
That's tough.
But it is that AAA hold that FaZe are set up into. Oh. Ray maybe heard that.
Oh, playing through the long smoke, creeping through as well. Like, that's crazy. Given free openers here as FaZe look to swarm this A site. The guns come out.
Nice.
And it doesn't take long for
my
FaZe
favorite
to
part of
find
Inferno.
success.
One drop from Kawes just missed.
I don't want to bring up painful memories, but what happened to Liquid today?
You not to worry about
growing pains happened to Liquid today.
Hit, heard him side. So FaZe on the board early.
Anubis, I didn't like what Liquid was doing on T side. It to me it suggested they were trying. I think Liquid played themselves on Anubis, like just full on. I think they overcooked.
He wasn't expecting the full chase here, but he says, "Go on."
Their Anubis T side looked like so. I've been very critical of Twist T sides, but their Anubis is actually like where I think it looks good. But it looked like they were trying to do a lot of different stuff. So I feel like for Liquid, despite all the success they had, they're trying to add more and give different looks to their Anubis, and it backfired. And then on Ancient, it's not all on one player, but man, JKS is not comfortable on Cave and just across the board. So JKS was probably the biggest person that struggled with it, but they got picked so much on their CT side.
FaZe clearly know what they're up against here, right? If there's one thing you can guarantee about a Pain CT side, it's that Big Azera wants to be active on Banana. He wants them to be involved, fighting for that early, and FaZe are very aware of this.
That would be my analysis of what I saw today. Is Anubis, I think they literally just cooked a little too hard on their T side.
Or here, up and leaving entirely.
Maybe they still don't win if they play how I would view as what is normal for them on their Anubis T side. They might not still win, but on their Ancient, they were 5v4 so many times on their CT side. It's really hard to win any game like that.
Oh, Karrigan. I was going to say he might slip through, but just go for the moto wrap.
Pretty sure they lost the initial fight. That's what I'm saying. I'm not putting it all on JKS. It was just very glaring because mid, it's like a little bit more of like a team effort, where when you're seeing JKS kind of get like solo isolated, picked by Heroic's IGL every round, it's concerning, you know?
Because he sits in the corner, he's holding the headshot angle on Mini Pit, but also as that player walks through the smoke, he's got his back turned to Karrigan, of course. So it's covering so many positions, and there's really not a lot of spots Pain can be in. They get choked out on the site.
Well, another nice little A hit here for FaZe and a nice
glad they
save.
stay away from that. The Snow 5-7.
Yeah, it's kind of already...
Saw the boys laughing at JKS. It was so funny. Bro, I actually feel bad. That's like also low-key why I'm not trying to like add more to this.
Fear it.
The fact that they laughed when JKS was the cave player is insane to me.
But a flawless round.
That was also crazy that Blast leaked that.
It is so powerful. You know, these are the ones where it's almost forgivable if it gets a little bit more expensive.
They did before the half. I know, but it was like a whole line of communication. It was weird.
You've got to worry about. And so Karrigan is probably very happy with this, getting early control. Yeah, that's a happy man right there. They know there's more money to be made in this follow-up round. Only a 5-7 to worry about.
What could go wrong, Harry?
Chat, one of my cousins invited my sister, but not me, to her wedding. Outburst, based on your chat history in here, that's the least surprising thing I've read all day.
He's showing a good face to open up this map. Can't get ahead of ourselves because Dust 2
on the first death was entrance to cave or all the way down mid looking at the heat map. Yeah, they just weren't able to get out mid or like get mid control, and they were getting bodied in cave. It was bad across the board.
True, I feel like I did get ahead of myself there, but it just didn't look. It just looked so lost for Pain on that map, on the T side at least.
Sorry,
like so many mid rounds where they just didn't know where to go, didn't know how to finish.
Luckily, chat, just do what I do. Just don't be friendly with anyone, and then guess what? You won't get invited to anything.
And with good reason.
Pretty smart.
Very, very rare you can point to one round in particular and say that was where the game was won, especially when it was so early. But it felt like it was an entire vibe change. Whenever we saw Pain on the cameras, they were looking a little frustrated. They were missing nades. They were flubbing their
Seems strange
lines.
that you have a player known as an anchor to move into a position like Cave. Well, this is growing Pains though, right? Like if Nerds doesn't play there, which he doesn't.
The vibe in the room.
Like, somebody's got to do it, right?
And like Dupree was saying, you know, when you've got Snow sitting there 17 years old and he's getting really hyped up because he's just single-handedly with a 5-7 robbed a round away from a
My wife
huge
didn't
team
want
in
me to
FaZe
attend her
clan,
wedding
that
because she
is
was
gonna pump
embarrassed.
you
I
up,
still
that is
went
gonna
though.
hype you up. And so I think, you know,
Hold
that was
on.
a real turning point for Pain.
Hold on.
They might need something similar here.
Definitely feels like just the time for Pain to break in, because they've had 2 majors back to back where they've been very impressive, where they've almost made playoffs. You know, they've run through their RMRs, and even in this head-to-head, it happened twice last year. Both times they took a map off of FaZe. They won Inferno at Full Showdown. They took Mirage at Rio. They've had a bunch of close maps.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it feels like it's
I like what Nori and I did. We barely invited anybody. We invited very close family.
Yeah, and
basically all immediate family,
even the
and then that's it.
Sort of moves that have been made, right? Because if you talk about Pain in that first major, over in Copenhagen,
less than 20 people
after that event.
It was
after
great.
Doing
I loved it.
That was actually where they picked up Snow, who was still in Karse at the time.
Even my homies that invited me to their weddings.
So that was like one change. But the thing with Snow is he was very, very young and very unproven. And so there was work that had to go in there to building him up as a player, getting him accustomed to the system. The usual problems with bringing in a new guy, but then you also just factor in the relative lack of experience, the young age. There was a lot that had to happen very, very quickly for Snow to show his best game. And I feel like that is starting to reach its apex now.
It was just more like we want to draw a line, so that way I didn't feel guilty.
This roster, I think that is far more of a feature complete upgrade, right? Davideus has experience, years of it, and a more proven output than someone like Snow.
Well,
so
he stepped away. I got to piss.
Groundwork that has to be laid to reap the reward of Davideus in this team compared to when you added Snow, who, as we just said, we feel like is actually starting to crescendo right now and really find his form and his voice within this squad. So I'm inclined to agree with you, Hugo. I think this could be a very good year for Pain fans, of which there are many. I know a lot of folks have been enamored with the likes of Big Azera, often calling for him to be the solution to the Furia problem throughout the years of problems that have plagued Furia now.
Leave him alone, man. He's got his own squad. And a potent one at that.
Just always interesting when you're watching a team go from kind of being at that tipping point to breaking through. And it feels like finally everything's laid out for that to happen for Pain. And I think a good way to prove it, Hell, with what you just said earlier about, you know, the historic matchups between these squads, a really sick way to prove it would be to not just take a map off of FaZe Clan, but actually win this series, especially when you're getting FaZe a little more vulnerable, what with the changes that have gone down there. Because even though you're bringing Elysium, which is a whole new player to the system, it's not like that's the only change that FaZe are facing. They've talked about this new style, about the fact that Rain finds himself in new roles with new responsibilities in the twilight years of his career. You know, you have them in a vulnerable state where changes are occurring. It's not the battle-hardened FaZe Clan. This is a FaZe under development. And so if there ever was a time to beat them, it's when you've just brought in a new star in Davideus, and Snow is starting to hit a peak. Everything is laid up for this to be the upset for Pain.
Yeah,
but now we have to see if they can realize that.
Exactly. The honeymoon periods for some of these teams aren't manifesting like maybe they wanted to, right? Liquid falling in just earlier to Heroic and perhaps FaZe. I mean, We are talking very early on into the series, but I'm loving the angle. I'm gonna keep leaning into it.
It made me laugh earlier when you said the Team Liquid honeymoon might only last one series, and I was thinking, God, what a honeymoon that was! Like hardly
really
the Maldives, was it? It was nine Panda Express. Like that's where you ended up, man. Yeah.
Get to the layover and say, nah, turn this around.
While we have the tech timeout, you know, on the Liquid one, I do think it is a bit of a colossal failure that they lose that series, but at the same time, I don't think it's like there's no angle where it's like that is it, like that's a defining disaster. It's a major setback. Sure, they should have won it, but do I think this team in 3, 4, 5 months, hell, even in a couple of weeks, do I think they're going to feel the same? No, I think they are going to get more and more dangerous as time passes and Nerds gets more familiar in that team.
I've just heard that we're getting a PC swapped, so just a couple more minutes hopefully, but we're throwing over to the desk while we wait. Ooh. So enjoy the subtle, smooth tones of 2 Danes and a Brit.
Thank you so graciously, Harry and Hugo. Yeah, a little bit of a tech issue, having a PC swapped out, ETA a couple minutes, so should be coming back pretty swiftly. What happens though, Dupree, when we're in a situation like this, particularly playing from home? Obviously, you know, when we're in a studio, when we're in a LAN environment, you can't say anything to each other. That's one of, you know, the top rules. What happens at home when you've got a tech issue like this?
You're also just sitting there, just not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to talk.
On your own as well?
Yeah, you're just sitting in your own room and you're like, you know, there's like a webcam at you and you're like sitting back, you're looking a bit at the wall. Maybe you're thinking about what you're gonna have, what you have for breakfast and what you're gonna cook tonight, and oh, I should probably do the laundry and all these kind of things.
So your brain goes away from Counter-Strike. Is that what you're saying? You give yourself a little moment of like meditation almost?
I think it's more about like, if you know that the tech issue is somewhat long, usually we would go inside the game, we will be typing, so what's up, what's the issue? And then people be like, oh, we have technical issues with the computer or something. Or they would go like...
When you're playing big, obviously. Yeah.
Or they would go like whatever issue it is. So you kind of have an idea like how long it's going to take. You can ask the admin what's the issue, and then occasionally we will start chatting, and then the admin goes like, no talking.
Am I right in assuming that TeamSpeaks get muted? Is there someone controlling the TeamSpeak room sometimes where they're automatically muted so you physically can't speak to each other when you're sitting online?
That is the case, yes. It has happened. Yeah, well, we go to tournaments that happens. I'm not certain if it still happens online. It probably turned into happening. Not in the beginning. It would just be the admin being super strict, saying no talking. And you get this kind of special relationship with your admin, the admin that's in your room. Like you always say, hello, how are you doing? I don't know.
They never talk.
So you're allowed to talk to the admin. You just
they don't talk back.
Right.
Yeah, well,
that begs the question, and I'm just, you know, trying to put myself into the Twitch chat mindset right now. Teams are sitting at boot camps, so how do you avoid people from talking to each other? How do you avoid Elise and Karrigan having a conversation right now where they're sitting next to each other in a room? And how do you avoid people at a boot camp to talk to each other? I guess you can't.
No.
I mean, you can see it on the cams.
They can see the cams, yeah, but I think it's hard to. I think it's hard to punish people from doing stuff. Like we've had weird situations where we've been sitting on land doing like sign languages to each other just because we can, because we don't want to mess around. Like we have no issues. Like we have no idea what we're saying. We're just doing stuff to be annoying, and they must be like, they go like, no talking.
Okay, competitive integrity aside.
Yeah, Lee's just saying with Karrigan right now.
You don't, you know, lose focus, lose that motivation. If you're, you know, coming off of, I mean, we could look at it at both sides. If you just had a round,
no, don't let teams talk during text.
You guys, that's been a little bit slower.
Okay,
than you
some of you are new around here,
make sure
but
you're coming back in with the right
you didn't grow up watching teams kick PCs to get technical timeouts when they ran out of timeouts. So no.
All of a sudden you start, you're like, yeah,
no.
Back into it. So of course there's also something to it that you also need to stay kind of focused. I think it was way back in the time we would maybe do that more. Nowadays it's more like,
I should get that image pulled up. There's literally one event, dude, where like legitimately one of the PCs had a fucking dent.
You want to try and focus on the things that you've been doing good, maybe the things that you needed to be doing, like the things you've been doing bad. Maybe you think about like what's the round to come, what have we been going through already, what is my opponent's next move, all these kind of things.
I think it's also one of those things where people react differently. You know, there's different types of personalities. I know Peter to be a goofy guy and a guy who's like, you don't want to sit around and wait. You want to do something, and you hate just not doing anything. You know, you feel like you're wasting your time. And I think there's also players out there, you know, like chill guy,
again, so that's why they have that rule. They don't want anybody trying to force the technical timeout, right?
For dinner and whatnot. So
yeah, it's really bad.
Different players, different personalities.
It's not that you can't get around it, especially in these situations, but
we can all agree that
it's a really good rule to have.
Yeah, no, not ideal, but just a part of, you know, the job, unfortunately, sometimes. Unavoidable. Are you allowed to, I guess you're allowed to look through notes. I guess you put your phones, when you're playing at home, you have to put your phone somewhere. You're allowed your phone next to you?
I mean, we are allowed to have our phones in some, like, there's no restrictions, and yes, there is restrictions, but what can they do? I mean, if I have my phones on the table, whatever.
Okay, yeah,
but it's more like,
go on it.
I think it's more like a gentleman agreement that people just don't look at their phones.
That's fair.
Just to stay focused. At least that's what we've always done, you know. Sometimes, you know, people maybe like drift off and do it anyways, but I think it's more like a gentleman agreement that we don't do it.
Are you allowed to like alt tab, you know, have a little browse of Reddit, maybe have a little scroll somewhere else?
Yeah, well, in theory you are, but it's just things that people don't
scroll.
really do.
You guys
ever take a dabble on a scroll?
Hear a story from the real life. Speaking of
Is this
alt
from
tabbing.
when you were on Team Liquid, maybe?
I don't want to say, because that could maybe suggest, I don't want to mention any names here, that could maybe suggest who this is, but I have been playing in a professional game in ESL Pro League back in Season 6 or something like that. I don't remember.
Well,
we had a technical pause, and we had a teammate that in the middle of the game, I'm sitting at a boot camp, we're not allowed to talk to each other, I'm sitting in the middle of boot camp, guy taps out, loads up World of Warcraft, and starts playing World of Warcraft in the middle of the tech pause. That happened back then.
My goat.
I don't want to say, because then maybe you could figure out who it is, but I swear to God, when I saw that, I was just like,
that's what I want to hear.
Technically, you're allowed to do that. That's okay. To just.
Who was it? It was not me. We didn't play together. It would have been me.
World of Warcraft, another one is doing it in the middle of an official game.
Yeah, no, that's not great. That's not great at all. What's your feelings on meditation? Because I feel like we've seen
Torpedo. Thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you. Nah, that's sick.
Player that comes to mind back in the day.
Whoever did it, good job.
I was loving a bit of meditation.
Lion, thanks for the 25-month reset. Thank you.
As well. Yeah. You ever done it yourself?
I've closed my eyes to like visualize. I mean, that is also kind of a meditation, like closing your eyes, you know, like, no, but visualization.
I closed my eyes once, it was great.
No, but visualization is something that I've been doing in the middle of a game, but also mostly, obviously, coming into a game. We worked a lot with our my previous sports psychologist, Lars Robbel. We worked a lot with the whole mental aspect of visualization and breathing methods. What else can we come up to? Thinking.
Could you teach us some? Could you teach us some breathing methods right now?
Well, I think there's like there's the what's it called? You must know, since you do all these kind of things. The one where
you're a breathing expert, actually.
This is the.
There's different types. There's like the double inhale through the nose, and then like
that's the one. Yes, something like this.
Blow your nose,
I don't know why you do it, but you do it. You know, you double inhale through the nose and then breathe out through the mouth, and
something
apparently
like
that calms down your nervous
system.
Okay,
the box breathing.
The box breathing.
Yeah.
What is the box breathing?
I don't know. Well, I do. Obviously, it hasn't made the biggest impact on me, but you know, I think I was more into the whole mental aspect instead of.
If you watch the Danger Zone video, you know that I
the breathing exercise
taught Arrow how to do this.
The whole mental part of visualization and also trying to leave the bad thoughts behind and visualizing myself putting he would always have this thing that if something bad happens, he would visualize.
That's crazy. I taught Arrow how to do this.
You were like the bus driver, and if there's like intrusive thought or something really bad happening, so again, you throw that in the back of the bus because you know that's the least important thing.
Right, lock it away for later. Just stop thinking about it. Put it in the back of your brain. That's helpful, isn't it, Jacob?
That is helpful, and that is an intrusive thought. You know, if I ever heard one, I think there's also a massive difference whether you have a technical pause at a big stage, you know, in a big arena, compared to when you're sitting at home where there's no one watching you apart from a stupid webcam that you try to ignore anyway. So for most of these
taught Arrow how to
players,
breathe in one.
As much
Coincidence?
as we want to make it a big deal, I don't think it is online.
I locked him in, dude. I locked him in. That breathing should help, though.
A lot is at stake, and the pressure is significant.
It's just a very unique situation where we actually have a player here where we can pick your brain about these things. And I think another question I did want to pose to you before,
do it though. You can't be like,
is you were kind of one
you
of the
can't
first
use like the
wave
same
of
ethic you
teams
guys
to
use
get
on your
sports
aim when you
psychologists
deathmatch, where like
under your
you're
belt. I
in the
think back
deathmatch,
the
but you're
days
not
of
really
Astralis,
doing it.
right?
You
had
just check
somebody come
out.
in and help. Why did you do that, first of all? Why was that something that the team recognized that maybe was needed for you guys?
Obviously, we've had our history with my team history is that we've had problems going through semifinals and the whole choking thing. So I think it was something that the team bought into because we felt like we had a mental blockade somewhere. I think we also started and wanted to see Counter-Strike being more professional. We wanted to look at the traditional sports world. What did they do? You know, we wanted to bring all these things in where we could get all the the more percentage we could get to get a good shot at winning. That is what we wanted to. I think that's what we did, and then, you know, we bought into it fast because we also felt it had an impact. Us, and people believed in it, and I think if you do this kind of thing, you need to have people coming in, you need to buy into it, otherwise it doesn't really have that much an effect. So it was something that was bought by the team very fast, and something that helped us, and I mean, it
holy
like
shit. Real therapist in Twitch chat.
But I've used it ever since. I still use it to the day to day.
Holy
so, yeah,
shit.
it has a big impact on me.
Why are you censoring
history
fuck bro? What are you like?
Right? That's what it was like to be Astralis.
Would you
back
skip
in the
school or
days.
something? Oh wait, no, it's Saturday.
On a lot of different things,
what?
whether that was the sports psychology stuff, whether that was the Sonic thing, or whoever came up with the every single nade has to have a purpose in the game. You guys did the most damage with your grenades on pretty much every single nade. It felt like Astralis always were the first movers in terms of bringing in sports psychologists, bringing in new concepts, and good on you for that, because it netted in 4 majors.
Thank you, Lotus, for letting everybody know that buying skins, gifting 5, and Prime subbing reduces anxiety. Thank you. I didn't say it. That was a real therapist in Twitch chat.
5 majors.
That is 5 majors, Jacob. Have some respect.
Yeah. And if you
Be
have also
sexy
just
to under
closed
biddies,
your eyes
thank
for
you.
the first time, wake up! The game is about to start again. It's the second map, FaZe's pick, Inferno. And the score, what I remember, was 2-2.
I'll trust you on that one.
Yeah.
There were definitely...
I'm throwing a Hail Mary out there, but I'm pretty sure it's
2-1
right.
or 2-2. No, you're right. 2-2 sounds right. 2-2 is good.
2-2.
Well,
2-2.
Time to skirt on back into this one. FaZe on the T side. It's their map pick. Pain full eco. FaZe some slow long wraps so far, Harry. Extra halloumi.
Ooh. God, that would be good right now. Pain just with USPs. And a 5-7 for Snow. I remember now, he saved that out in the last round. There we go.
Snow
okay.
the 5-7. We've seen this before,
I always get really interested by dupreeh and Pimp just interacting.
It's quite funny, isn't it? It's entertaining.
And it is, you know, it speaks to dupreeh's aura that he immediately shows up and just starts wrecking Pimp. Like,
it's good fun because you just have, you got one of the most legendary Danish players, incredible accomplishments, incredibly smart guy on the desk, just rocking it, and then you have dupreeh as well, doing his best.
Wait, holy shit.
We wrecked Jacob so much.
Well done.
No, we wrecked
well
Jacob
done.
so
Well
much.
done.
I had to give him something, okay?
Well done. No, good. Well, good on you, Hugo. Much better man than me.
It wasn't.
No, you're right. 3 rounds for FaZe. 5 alive. Buys
Did you know
back on the
Pimp
menu.
played for Liquid? Did you know I was cut for NAF?
We bring those guys in between every round. That was cool. Just having a whole team on standby for the tech pause. Usually we have to go full podcast mode. That felt really nice. But here we are. Pain with the buy. It's not a great buy.
Did Steve finally move out? He's there. He's just.
But it's there.
He's more chill now. He's got moving trucks.
For Snow. Famas for Big Azera. Some limitations.
But it's gonna be a long move, to like fully get out of here.
The Pain to try and work with in this
A lot of
round.
baggage.
We have Snow getting involved with a bit of a swing down through Banana, but it really does not pan out. Bit of a freebie picked up for FaZe Clan. Last thing you want to give this
that
FaZe
decision
side
to
is
bench you worked out in the long run. Yeah, for both parties, honestly.
Interesting smoke. For FaZe in the middle. Presumably they have missed long smoke
the least
already.
happy I was ever at the time, and then now I'm the most happy. So like, it worked out.
Really good timing on this move. Frozen's just backed up.
Life works out that
They
way.
need to go now though. I think that flash made them doubt it for a second, but they're clearing it. It's only Kawes in the site.
They can have 3 players backstabbing.
Yeah, but this round's
They're going slowly, and like, you don't have the time to go slowly, boys. You got to start running. Big Azera will hold that W key. It's all about how many can Kawes deal with. First connects, but flank arriving.
Damn, bro, I feel like I'm getting deja vu with these lane hits.
Getting past Kawes,
like,
he's
holy
only good
fuck.
for 1.
I mean, they look comfortable doing it, so why stop, right?
Save if you're Pain. Already money issues have stifled the buy in this round, so it's well worth keeping these
That was
guns
Luminosity
alive
where all that happened?
Yeah,
it was.
Hills. Try it again next
Oh,
time.
you know what I realized? I still... Oh, YouTube chat, 5 gifted. Hold on.
In, I guess, a more passive position. He's trying to play an off angle to get a couple of kills. They've been doing long wraps a lot, but he's just so committed after that first frag that he can't survive. He can't get a second. Don't get me wrong, big pit, molly, you know, there's a lot of counters in other positions, but it just doesn't really give him a lot of options.
Other problem there is like, once you've picked that position, you are stuck there. Like, there is no...
It's down to whether FaZe make a mistake and have bad spacing, and if they... Oh, he's mollied his teammate. Oh my god, you're lucky.
Zero gifted poggers.
If FaZe have bad spacing, then sure, you can get 2 kills, but it's pretty tight for FaZe. Nice round, solid steady, avoiding the stack.
What in the fuck just happened in the background?
FaZe building into a T side.
Somebody just said something hilarious. All right. Do we think FaZe goes for
still no AWP?
A lane hit again?
Both teams smoke banana.
So Alicia's roll. Alicia's been doing most of what he wants on every map so far.
Oh, this is a great play for Bigazera, yeah.
Well, that is not good. All right, Alicia might start looking early here.
Get in on that half wall. Won't let them survive it. Fast pop on short now. FaZe just react.
Dude, Alicia is so good.
Follow up from Rain as he drops in out through the apartments, and that gives way to a 3-on-3.
Worth trying.
Yeah, this is a better spot than last time for Pain, right? They can very much justify giving this round a look in. But Bigazera
Nah, it was a 5er. Good, it was a 5er.
So much is weighted on this first fight, especially as they split the retake up.
That was fantastic out of Alicia. They lost banana control. That was good either way, because worst case scenario, it wasn't a stack a day, and it was still good to do since they took banana control. Best case scenario, since they were that aggressive on B, they started 3B, and you have good timing on lane.
A little spread apart would have taken a long while to group, and Bigazera is low. You're hoping there's
that's why you see Alicia pick that up so much right there.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of rounds left, are
because
there?
If he doesn't do that, right, FaZe then has to wait out their B control for like 30 or 40. Like, they can't do anything for like 40 seconds if it's not that decision right there.
It's been nothing but success for FaZe Clan. So in terms of how the momentum is shifted in this game, it's now massively riding with FaZe. Every round they're winning, hitting like a 2-for-1. These saves getting called to try and allow more purchases, but that could very, very quickly become a bit of a vicious cycle that Pain have now bought into. They have the AWP for NQZ. Can that be a difference maker here? As he does have the spawn to try and fight mid. He scoped up there early, but not worth hanging around. The molly rains in.
Good escape timing.
Oh,
heavy nade.
I think he heard that too. I think he heard the step out.
All right, pixel angle for Kawez. Gonna drop that molly in. So
80 damage nade. Oh my god. Well, Rain, are you having fun?
Ouch.
Rain literally hasn't been seen and has 15 health, man.
And full banana.
Through holes. Through holes. I'd be so.
Through this smoke, and they certainly might.
I'd be like, fuck this map, fuck this map, fuck this map.
Abs has not treated them well. Snow's rotating. Bigazera is going to have a lot on his plate. But he's playing to fall back off this flash. He's going to get him.
I apologize for being a bit of a dickhead earlier. I literally have no idea what you said. But yeah, don't let it ever happen again, bud. Okay, I'll remember that thing.
Oh, are they just going to go?
They're contacting this. You're not going to get much of a warning sign. Karrigan's already through that. No reason to respect it. Karrigan, good for the first, has opened up this site, and it allows Frozen to nail that trade.
Loving how FaZe are playing right now. They're just doing
Still looks so young. I mean, I think he's a little child, bro. I think he's 17 still.
Sometimes they're not even getting the entry, but it's not stopping them.
I think it was the major or one event where like they showed player cams like in between maps, and
two coffins.
The teams were outside, and Snow looks so goofy because Snow is young, and in his face he looks super fucking young. But he is like taller, so when he actually stands and hangs out with the rest of the team, you're like, what is going on? He's just a kid, bro. He's just a kid.
Yeah, I think for Bigazera,
it's all the best coach of all time. All time?
You've been called into a corner by Karrigan.
No, but
Because in the rounds where
Bro, he's been doing some incredible work these last few years, and I just want to keep simping for him because I feel like he doesn't get enough credit.
Through his smoke spam. In the few times you've won it, there's often been a very sizable reaction to pick up the pace for these A plays. And so now, so much of this defense finds itself hinging
why no offense?
on
It's
the
T-side
banana
Mirage,
aggro
man.
and
Fuck
not on
it.
the banana aggro. It's like the protocols in place for FaZe Clan have been really solid. When they spot Big Azera going deep, when they see him and Snow walking up close with the deep banana smoke, what's been the response more often than not? It's been to pick up the pace in these A plays, knowing that there's a lot of resources being used to take that banana control. And so I don't know if there's a clear way out right now for Pain. Karrigan has done a very good job of turning something that is usually one of the biggest strengths of Pain's Inferno into something that's causing them issues and making them feel readable. And you feel like you even saw shadows of that in that last round with Big Azera getting left there alone to try and play it and like feign the banana take.
Is FaZe still fighting a role class show? Oh yeah, bro.
Love the confidence from Elige running through.
You don't
the
have to
smoke,
believe
but
my
XQZ
takes on FaZe. Gonna struggle for a while. Listen to Karrigan's interview, especially since we're on YouTube. You can just rewind. Karrigan, his own words, said that this one change with Elige feels like they've changed half the team because of how much change has had to happen.
That is too much map control. So something's got to give. Reigns trying to leave an impression on the push out through Boiler, but ends up making matters worse.
It's just got to turn into it. This isn't even probably going to be an execute. They're probably going to try to walk in here, if I had to guess. The problem is there's so much util still. Yeah, they didn't interview before the game. Yeah,
that's the scariest part.
Little pre-game interview.
Great grenade around the corner, but he has to block this B bomb site and call for a third rotation. As far as they know, FaZe could have everyone here. And they do.
Which, I mean, like,
front, that will stop a
it's not even I told you so. I just think most people understand that. Like,
Karrigan sneaks into spawn. Davides has nades out right now.
This is
could get weird. He's going to go full chasing through the CT smoke and take that kill.
Nice,
and now he's
Karrigan. There you go.
His team waiting a few more seconds for him to pounce.
It's another one of these key.
They're stalling out, seeing if they catch an early fast flank. They know they have him trapped on the bomb site. 20 seconds. Do you have a smoke for spawn? No, that's the only tricky part here.
Snow just jiggling this, gets the spot, sees Karrigan there, and you know this is the B commitment. Almost. They should go nowhere quickly. 10 seconds to flush out both of these players, even though they're low. It's the crossfire. That's where the strength is here for Pain. Frozen might get the kills, but there's no winning this round. Pain waste FaZe's
I mean, for a 3v5 scenario, getting 4 guns,
streak that FaZe were on.
that actually isn't a bad round for FaZe.
That's 4 kills in a 3v5. Sure, no plant, but like we said, FaZe have the streak, they have the money. It doesn't matter this late in the half, and they make that very annoying for Pain, very flustered.
People only fan of Spirits. I've been a fan since 2021.
So
hell yeah, man.
Ugly for Pain to lose that much money. It means
first hipster Spirit fan. Honestly, I'm here for it. Do you have Patsy tattooed anywhere on your left butt cheek? If not, I'm kind of disappointed, and I am questioning how loyal you really are.
FaZe, they set up Brokey for his pick in mid. It's close. They would have exploded out if he got that entry. This Elige, Brokey, 1-2 punch, side by side again. FaZe will go
I got Patsy on the right cheek? Okay. McDonald's or Wendy's? Ooh, growing up, Wendy's. Adult, McDonald's. But dude, I have to say this: the the Wendy's by me is bro.
But it isn't. Davides.
It's rough.
Rise to their tricks. Is Rain going to attempt a
They've gotten
look here as he also creeps up close
to
this
they just don't get any orders
the rest
right.
Of FaZe,
like,
while all this is happening, all this kind of posturing in the top of middle's going on.
They just literally don't, like, it's just always wrong.
Like, B, but Rain's keeping the back door open,
so
keeping the porch light on for FaZe to change their mind. And come join them again
guys, it's a location thing for me. I'm telling you.
So keen double on long.
My Burger King is the world's best Burger King I've ever eaten at.
And with that, it's the round.
I will not eat any other Burger King though. Like if I'm on the road, no chance. Somebody sat on my burger.
I think a lot of that comes from having no grenades here to do anything for FaZe. So even though Pain are in the same predicament in that 5-on-3, FaZe can't set anyone up for an entry. They can't cut off any lines of sight, and we know how difficult.
Somebody Wendy's in Vegas, just go to another.
Pit site crossfires. It's exactly what Pain are playing right now for the
No.
bomb. So not losing
First
any
off, I
players
ain't
here, not
going.
losing any money. Definitely a better round.
Second.
For Pain. FaZe
I ain't
don't
waiting
even
shit
attempt it.
longer for Wendy's, bro.
And we're in a similar position to Dust 2 in that first half, where it may feel like FaZe are controlling.
Actually, there really
the
isn't
entire
another
game
one that
and
close,
Pain,
to be completely
they're not-
honest with you.
They're not really there right now, but
I have a lot of
I'm not gonna count
options,
them out
but
this
like
time
not.
I mean,
of a strong
duplicates.
T side, especially not now that they've picked up a couple rounds near the end of this half.
Yeah.
They can break FaZe. Well,
Wendy's
not
in
break
Columbus
FaZe, but
hit
they
for
can
real. That's what
get
I'm
these last
saying.
couple
That's what I'm
to
so
level
growing
out
up
pretty
like
nice.
Wendy's for
The
me
thing
was
that's
always
so insane was like
my go-to,
even though
but
Pain, at
the one by me is
this
just
2 in a
so
row, even
bad.
if Pain picked it up, FaZe was still the ones very much in pole position with a chance to break Pain's money. Those chances start to dissipate now with a flawless round and a 5v3 save call out of FaZe Clan.
What is even
Suddenly
Culver's?
Pain have a
Culver's
lot
is
more fight
elite,
in them.
but not in Vegas. It doesn't. It's not here. It's mostly Midwest.
NQZ's all
Downside to
honed in
Culver's,
on middle,
you
no
can feel
aggressive
the
starts, no peek down mid,
your
right off the
internal
top of the round, not
organs
without FaZe
like losing
playing,
time
instead just
in this
waiting to see if they
universe
give him anything.
as
They
they
get past the off, they pick up
process
the
the
pace,
Culver's,
gonna
but
try
it
and
tastes
wrap through
fantastic.
this smoke into CT. NQZ blows it open, and Davideus holds the extremities. Karrigan and Elige both get shut down. That Hail Mary play to go and take CT from Pain Gaming does not pan out.
Oh, it's actually a cool idea for FaZe, but really nice
Best thing
control,
to get at
holding
Cafe
that
Rio?
energy for the smoke,
Oh, bro, everybody
getting that
knows
pick on the back player.
there's one protein you're
FaZe
supposed to
get
get at
nowhere
Rio.
fast.
If you
And they may
got a
as well
Cafe
go for
Rio,
this
everybody
one.
knows the correct
Not
answer.
really
Come on,
much
man.
reason to save with the money they have.
Sweet
Even
pork.
by
Come
an
on,
ult
man.
Next, so 3-on-5.
See, Wonder gets
We
it.
saw FaZe
Wonder
making it
gets
very
it, bro.
close
Said
on that
sweet
B
pork
side
right
last
away.
time.
If you got a
This can
Rio
still
near
get
you,
weird,
everybody knows
and
the
you're dead
order.
on the fact that FaZe are playing almost a pressureless round in that even if they lose everyone here, that they have everything they need for the rest of the game, for the rest of the half at least. So
Big smoke, they have to go.
they will
What
be
is Rio?
attempting this
It's what you
3-on-5.
wanted Chipotle to be.
And they can still get weird, but Pain have stacked their chips in the right place. Rum
go.
boost for Brokey's AWP. What's it? Oh, it's a limp rum boost. Oh, God, it's the worst rum boost of 2025.
What went wrong? They were both running.
FaZe
He was
doing
just
their
not
best
picking up
Mythic
any
impression here, and
speed.
that's never a
And he
good
jumped
sign.
and landed in the same place.
I think I've called that exact round for
Very
Mythic
confusing
before.
one. Ray's also trying to combo with a flash. They tried. It's a 3-on-5, and they were smoked out at 20 seconds, so... Yeah, really weird. Don't know what happened there. Then he blocks and they're both blind. It's too many techs at once.
You say a local place better than Chipotle, then call your local place Moe's.
Pain are well and truly on their way
Bro,
to
that's a
recovering
chain.
this half, though. If they stable out as 6-all,
And Rio's a chain as well, but it's regional.
6-2 to FaZe Clan.
That's a tilter. Off the flash
My
as
local
well.
Moe's.
NQZ
Elise really did just like
get a lot of value from it.
Bro, look down and still said complexity. That's crazy.
Snow decapitates one of top banana.
Elise getting entry though in these last 3 rounds. Not good.
Would
Not
lose the
good.
round. So he hangs Snow out to dry and melts back to this.
Here we have Qdoba, a more authentic version of Chipotle. True.
A lot to do if FaZe come back.
You didn't know Moe's was national? That's hilarious. But that makes your message so wholesome.
Oh, FaZe apps.
Hey, bro, I'm not hating on Moe's. If you like it, eat it.
Rain's had a really rough time lurking the apartments. It's not easy. There's a lot of ways you can look to apply pressure, but it's not an easy
came to
position
Atlanta and
find
they said,
yourself
"What's some
in,
good
and I
food?"
don't
He
think he's
said,
done a
"Try our local
fantastic
cuisine
job
of
doing
Moe's."
that across this game so far. It would be great here in round 12 if this is where Rain can really leave a mark. Dropping down
It's got
into
his
the
good
pit,
food,
that's
though.
not a bad way to start. Cow is flushed out. Davideus dead after one. Frozen with a key
Hold on,
trade.
2v2.
brings
Come
this
on.
back into
Come
a
on,
2v2.
FaZe. You need this last
is
one.
more comfortable now for Rain and Frozen. This is more what Rain is used to, getting to play around this bomb in a post plant. Crossfire set up, he's watching on though, exposed to this short angle. This is a shot that Rain has to hit. If he misses this, it's just Frozen getting wrapped in a 1v2. He had to hit that.
There you go,
and
Rain. There
makes
you
it
go.
look easy. Only Big Azera left. He knows where both
Nice.
players are, but that doesn't make it any easier.
Okay.
Rain
Nice,
stands
nice.
and delivers, puts up a big 3K to save that half for FaZe.
Has there been any big upsets? Heroic just beat Liquid, and I hate that I have to repeat that, but gonna run an ad and get a drink real quick, guys. Hold on. Prime, forget it. You're back. All right, you guys ready for some uppies or what? Blast feels off. Well, shit. This is kind of a this is a warm up, bro. This is a warm up, you know. This is this system's cool. It's a really nice way to see these new teams, but this is single limb best of 3 online CS, you know. Damn, Big as Eric, calm down, man.
Any more prime forgetters?
You know what I mean? How's my cold? Pretty good. I definitely, it's just like annoying, you know what I mean? I've had an annoying cold for a few days.
Margins on this first half.
Yesterday was probably the worst of it, but still wasn't that bad.
Takes him a long while there to really find his impact.
And yesterday was more just bad sleep, I think, than anything.
The final round of the half, and that's got
Sure, Squire gifted a sub to Elise, but he gifted him a 12-month sub, guys.
Given out the pain on the T side, but we've got to see what this series looks like, because this map is unproven for FaZe right now with this new roster. At least the T side looks better than
my Cthulhu Light is back.
Paying up a map, looking to make it to land.
Well, thanks for the 13-month primer. Thank you. Also, I told you guys, I do see the follows, so thank you.
Big money.
Calm down, Cthulhu.
And big stakes for this young, plucky Pain squad. Pistol would set them up nicely to do so. Facing middle, but Pain didn't.
Have I seen any movies recently? I think the last movie I went and saw was Gladiator 2.
As long as they disrespect this smoke, it should be all fine and dandy. FaZe are re-clearing middle. Frozen's about to drop it.
Oh, Den of Thieves 2 is in theater right now. Maybe I'll go see that. I enjoyed the first one quite a bit.
Got a nade. Break it. Oh no, they missed.
Was Gladiator 2 good? Not better than the first one.
Themselves. It's just gonna go anyway.
I liked it. I can see why some people don't. I enjoyed it though. It didn't ruin the first one. It was a solid sequel. I enjoyed the movie.
And then some. They barreled through the banana smoke. NQZ just good for the first, and all of a sudden, Pain went from a 5v1 to everyone from FaZe here. Those rotate so fast. It's all left to Davideus, and they don't make life easy for him. FaZe pull up with a pistol round win, looking to pick up where they left off. 8-5 now.
There's so many nades, you'd feel like Pain knew
People
exactly
hated Gladiator 2 because it didn't need to exist. I think they still tied it all nicely together, and like
that smoke comes down and they doubt it.
People that are mad about that movie, I think, are just
random nade in the middle of it.
Just like to complain.
Comes in, sure, but it's all just a little too slow for Pain.
First one was still better though.
A bit of doubt, and look where it leaves him. It allows Karrigan to rotate, flash frozen in for more, and FaZe just more.
Music was definitely better than the first one though.
That's a bit of a disappointing pistol for Pain, who are now just going to get turned into mincemeat. Rain the chef.
God forbid the movie was just fine. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, a very difficult game now. Pain the
Base
double
highlighted
round
message.
Phase,
Base.
and on the T side as well.
bro fucking went and got that shit quick.
I mean, in that M80 game the other day from FaZe Clan, they only managed 2 sides.
Twister 2 though, I actually enjoyed that as well.
Side, rather.
Bad movie.
One of them
very
was
entertained.
The pistol. One of them a force buy after they lost the conversion. There was no threat of that here with no force from Pain. But in the same way,
nice. Okay.
Saying the,
get out of there. Get out of there.
Needs proving it is
I wish it was Elite still alive, but fuck it. We take those. Good trade.
4-on-4 after this initial skirmish. Pain pump the brakes. Looking like they want to go back to Banana a little bit later. 3 players grouped up there.
No, I have not watched. I've seen the Sharknado movies for about 5 minutes when they're randomly on the TV for a second.
Slugs from Pain, because you had Rain there having to adjust to his new responsibilities. And I think it can be very, very hard for someone who's unfamiliar with that territory to excel in this position.
Ice Age goated. No lies were told. So is Cars.
Big Azera. That's a huge opener. Rain knocked out. And that only strengthens this sight hit on the other side of the map. Smoke in, but FaZe haven't fallen for this. They haven't bit down on that rotate. Brokey was starting to head over.
They got 2 here still, but Karrigan's
trying to stay 1 step ahead.
He's got the
of
small
Pain,
pit
calling
aim
for
though.
this 2-man gamble in the A site.
Just lock in.
If he can even get out with 1, that's huge. It's a lot of damage from Karrigan, but it might not be enough to turn the tide as they barrel down.
I don't know if that is true.
Frozen's left saving. And Pain collect when the guns come out.
All right, you prophesized difficult CT side gun rounds, at least off of the data you gave us. So let's see if that rears its head again here for FaZe. Or if they can close out from a nice, comfortable lead. That's a clean round for Pain at least. They'll need to depart because of the low health.
Oh, it's a movie review thing? Oh, okay. No, I don't.
And actually, they will run into Frozen, so chance to...
Okay, what's worse? Movie reviewers or Yelp reviewers? Which one? Like, actually, though, what do we think?
Bit of respect. It still gets Davideus.
Video game reviewers.
I mean, this squad right now felt a little bit like early game Warriors. Okay. And I think that makes sense, right? Even when you think about Dust, how that started, things were looking really good. Then all of a sudden, it went so badly. Immediately after the snow.
We're lock and load with the 72-month primer.
Even in the matchup versus M80 yesterday, having to do a lot of heavy lifting early on, and that was really what held up the remainder of the game. And I think that probably makes sense considering you're going through this big adjustment period, right? You don't have a super deep playbook right now as you're getting pushed and pulled around a bunch.
Nah, Cleve, I think it's perfect. I don't think the HE grenade needs a buff.
To run dry of ideas, or
I think because people are using it for blowing open smokes is cool, but people use it for chip damage as well. I think it's actually the HE grenade's in such a great spot.
Imagine he would have had that every day of the week, but Davideus is the one
actually,
to win it out.
My mind, movie reviews are worse.
5v4 for Pain.
Yeah.
In the apartments, but they're gonna leave Snow there.
It's not that people, right? Like, I feel like when you review things, it's just like, it's hard not to read some stuff. And like, people, I swear to God, they review things like
signal the noise of the rotate. They wanted to
motherfuckers are the Pope that showed up, and like what they say is just what happened.
This top mid control, while the rest of them snuck back and grouped up on B. But the decision
damn, Karrigan, there you go. There you go.
From Karrigan gets out with a double on the SMG.
Even drops off as well. It's going to bait for Elige perfectly. They're not going to look up, but they see him and turn. Karrigan, another trade, 3 kills on his own. It still might not be enough. They break in at the final
Half of Amazon reviewers are serial killers. I think most Amazon reviewers are just bots, bro. I'm going to be real with you.
For FaZe, hopefully there's a kit somewhere in the site right now because they've got none on their back. Brokey can burn something out. Might just use it towards the back of the site, though. Pain with good positions. It's Cowers here to win the round.
Oh, that's a big find for Rain, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb already. Cowers, ugly swing.
Oof. Nice retake. Damn.
Pain giving over 2 fights there.
Nice. Nice.
And FaZe reap all the reward. They're very happy with that.
He has he wants to chase 1 kill early so he can go back and play the bomb, but the bomb is in such a good position for him. Would have been great to just see him jiggle on it for info. The pressure was on FaZe there to make a move, to find him. They still hadn't cleared certain positions. Yeah, did not look pretty. He's having a rough game right now, and it's showing. Not the guy you would want in that clutch at 5 and 12. And so FaZe
retaking on Inferno, man. What year is it?
But only for a moment.
Okay, well, Elige is actually started out pretty nice on this map, and I actually don't think he's lived more than 15 seconds. Oh my God. Bro, he's literally getting off, 2-tapped, naded, like it's actually... Listen, some of it is his fault. I'm not delusional. Well, I am delusional, but I'm trying not to be, okay? But god damn, some of this is actually just rough.
In fact, Brokey even more.
This is one of those times where, like, Elige, even if what you're doing isn't wrong, you should just take a break because clearly
Brokey over a long.
It's not on your side right now, you know?
If the Abs player's able to like catch the AWP repositioning on the line at Moto. But Snow's actually just left that deeper apartments line.
I subbed you because you're delusional. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, 2-2 for FaZe in these 4-on-5s. It's good odds for Pain if they commit as a group. Moto Smoke comes in. That's going to force Brokey to make a decision. Actually, library side, so he can still sit long. Doesn't use a nade to break it. He believes this is the lane take, and he's exactly right. They're moving up short. Rain and Brokey, it's going to be up to Big Azera if things go wrong.
I mean, you're essentially in a 2v5.
Can you summarize what's actually wrong for you on Inferno? Deadass, bro, I got a whole YouTube video dedicated to this on my Clips and Highlights channel because I rant about it so much.
It pulls up, deals with
respectfully go there because I need to stop talking about it.
A sweat, Pain. They take that 1 opening kill earlier from Big Azera in
well,
mid.
that couldn't have gone literally any worse than that hold with Rain and Pit.
No reaction anywhere on the map from FaZe Clan. It's very stagnant in the 2-2 setup.
I also really like the long smoke they throw because it has all the value of a Moto Smoke to force an AWPer to pick a position on that line.
It sucks.
It also allows Big Azera to sneak through and not worry about library.
No, Danger. I've just repeated myself so many times, you know.
Pain of gambling that FaZe are 2-2 and they're right.
I repeated myself so many times that we made a whole dedicated YouTube video for this little response.
And as soon as they figure out
what I need to do, actually, what I need to do is every time Inferno comes out, I need to pin it at the top of the stream so people can watch it.
They have ideas on how to end it. Could be in for more on this T side. You'll know that FaZe are feeling the pressure when you see an aggressive round out of them, right? Like throwing themselves down mid or trying to take ults.
Uploaded 2 hours ago, Flom holding Beyond Inferno. I made that because chat demanded that I make more guides, so I keep making guides.
It hasn't helped that Pain keep getting these 5v4s.
Even in the video, I complained about it.
Yeah, I think even the fact that there wasn't a hell of a lot of movement.
Need more how to play.
Speaks to the fact that
CT side and C side maps.
The default of Pain, right?
I already have them made, dude. They're on the way. They're in the workshop.
They're holding for exactly that.
They were. Davideus was logs in Banana the whole time while they were set up.
I've already done my part. The editor's got them in the shop.
Tremendous amount of importance on these opening fights.
I'll make a train video eventually. I just kind of want to like let it settle a little bit.
Collecting those. Whether it's Davideus or Big Azera in these rounds, someone has been there to be that front runner for Pain.
Money round now. FaZe have to win it.
Yeah, if they don't, this game closes up drastically. It's a one-round match.
It's optimistic.
Need a guide on finding motivation to solo queue? Don't play other games.
Karrigan with banana regression. Full sends it all the way down. Dodges that spam.
If you're not a professional or you're not being paid or you don't have some sort of like real incentive, just playing when you don't want to and you don't have some like
no rush to play these rounds. Big
like that's the real answer.
Pace out of this T side. He's constantly waiting to see what the reactions
Remind yourself
are
that the game you're playing is supposed to be fun. If you're not enjoying any, do the thing you've never thought you could do. Hop off the PC for a bit, you know? Life's too short for you to be miserable solo queuing and molding at your teammates and not having a good time.
Elite committing, calling for Frozen. They're scaring them right now, but this is, again, not a commitment. Part of Pain's layup.
The bomb is still back towards T-spawn, and I'm only bringing that up because there's 35 seconds left. So just an important thing to bear in mind. Someone will
invest
have to go get that.
if you really like want to play but you just don't want to solo queue, invest in trying to find some people to play with and put your time and effort into assembling those people at different times so you can have some dedicated time to actually having fun with
There's
it.
15 seconds, guys. Big Azera,
you know,
has to find Karrigan, and he will.
Fuck me, man.
The one kill in the round that really
that's actually
matters.
crazy
Big
that's
plays this
that's
round
like
so
that's the round.
slowly.
Cheeky.
There are seconds left as this bomb gets planted, and the entire round hinged on him finding Karrigan up on the boost.
What an impressive T-side for Pain, man. To think this is the same team we saw on Dust 2 just moments ago get lost in those mid-rounds. Like, obviously the difference was we saw them in similar
would be a
positions
great
to the
place
ones
to
we're
find
seeing here,
people.
but
I
FaZe were a
imagine
lot
you'd be
aggressive,
right.
It's a different map. They could push long. They were flanking up a B. They were happy to duel them in middle through the doors.
Is the Inferno video on the main channel?
Yeah, freedom to get aggressive, to take banana back.
Literally, I posted it. It's the one.
Stack A, it's
look at my videos. It's the one right next to the Danger Zone video,
Pain
brother.
have 3 players in middle while they're walking the bomb up banana. They're really playing with Karrigan right now.
Yeah. Uploaded 9 days ago.
Game to read if you're FaZe. And
because it's
sneaking up.
You know, if it's Karrigan, it feels like there's no rhyme or reason to this, right? Like,
I love a 4v5 save.
Whenever you're not burning some of that early util, whenever you're risking it on like a spot before you drop the utility to try and extract maximum value, what's been happening?
And you know, you can get into all the min-maxing and the mind games of these rounds.
And then Pain
I don't like it though, and you can't make me like it.
Play a little bit faster. They're not necessarily hitting the sights within 30 seconds here, but they're taking a lot of room in that time. That round though was entirely different. It was almost beyond slow. It nearly cost them everything. But yeah, Big Azera is doing a great job of playing with the pace of this game to set an awkward tone that FaZe can't quite match up to yet. Davideus, there's an opening. And here's an example of the other thing that can happen at the start of these rounds. It's not just the slow playbook being called from Big Azera. When they are given room, when they are given opportunity, they grab that with both hands, and they've owned the B site now for quite some time. FaZe once more going to be left saving.
FaZe, stop fucking trolling this game too. Oh my god.
I was just noticing 0 nades and banana, and they go, hey, screw it, let's walk the entire way up with 3 people. I didn't see exactly what was happening. FaZe did the boost, like the G2 boost, where they tucked close to the wall and Frozen was on top. But I think Karrigan died, like, pulled back, so maybe they just changed their mind as Big Azera walked in.
Okay. Well,
timing might have been really awkward for FaZe,
okay.
Yeah, Pain just contact into B, and they get rid of this saved rifle round from the last.
Was Rain playing apps before?
Eliege dodged back-to-back
They were moving players around a lot, but I believe Rain was B before. But then there was like 2 swaps that have happened on FaZe.
2 extremes really for Eliege, and neither have been
I
fun.
feel like he started playing B before Eliege got here.
Behind FaZe, but it's a full buy.
Or he started playing Pit before Eliege got here, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's...
Yeah, that's right. Robson's the apps player. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, of course. How could I forget his fucking lane plays? But
of those 2 kills, so...
wait, no, is he lane or Pit?
2 AKs and then saving players with bad guns. And they gave Brokey enough money to buy off, which he wouldn't have had.
Rain was okay, so they moved him. Yeah, okay. Makes sense too, because he defaults boiler on T side. He was a B player. Sorry, there's a lot of versions of FaZe.
3 in a row for Pain, regardless.
But I was like, I feel like he wasn't B though. That's makes way more sense. Roboto, thanks for the 51-month primer. Harry, thanks for the 29.
That would have been it. That would have been it. The wallbang as well. Further damage. If he kept spraying, Cowards would be gone from this round.
All right, there we go.
To apps. Rain.
Entry finally for the squad. Eliege, they need you, brother. You haven't gotten a kill in like I think since like the fucking tech pause.
We got 30 and 19.
They need you right now, bro. I know they left you all. They left you out to dry on map 1, but like.
Oh, what a rough way to start this one.
One off the scammer again.
Someone's holding a smoke for the molly. This would have just
oh
been
my
fine.
god, what is going on in the fucking background, bro? Somebody is full hysterical. They're cackling, dude.
Eliege backed all the way out, but he's got info. And with low players, couple of shots in the right place. David Deus is just dominant. Now they've got a shot.
Bro.
Karrigan turns from it. David Deus. Oh, what? David Deus. Talk about taking your breath away. The new addition of this Pain squad means business.
That is demonic.
The triple entry. The transfer up from the second kill onto the player in mini pit. Everything about that is flawless from him.
Zen, thanks for the 5-month primer. Red Harley, thanks for the 1 gifted. Channel match and all gifted on Twitch and YouTube again. Beautiful humans.
What the fuck? Where you're in the heads of FaZe.
What the fuck?
It's David Deus putting on a clinic and delivering them this.
Worth every penny. Oh, the spray.
Dude, that's actually
pixel perfect.
Nah, man.
That's a rifle round. They had AKs.
Yeah, and they've just kicked it aside as though it was a full eco, barely breaking a sweat.
Dude.
Well, I guess we can see why they wanted to get him on the team, huh? Holy shit.
And like this, that's not a flash in the pan. If you're just joining us, he did this in the first game as well. You know, the other day against Game Legion, he played a monstrous series.
Is that a Butters mug? Yeah. We got Butters, and then we got Ronin on the back as well.
A close BO3, going all 3 maps, going every round.
Shout out Snaky Flower for making that. She's also the one that's making all the emotes, the new emotes for you guys.
Best position to win this game.
Absolutely. I wasn't too sure, but
yeah. Oh, hey, she's in chat. Everybody say hi.
They've ever been in, rather.
By the way,
the best they've managed is taking
those emotes are fucking crazy good. Keep it rolling.
This is their best time to say that we finally beat this team.
Yeah. 2 close BO3s last year.
Yeah, she's going crazy. She's got some cool. I think I've showed you guys at different times.
Exactly what it can do. Pain on the cusp. Qualifying to the Bounty Finals. Getting on LAN in a new studio at a new year with a new squad. And eliminating FaZe while they do it.
Asset titles, you missed it, man.
Good
Too late.
grades. It's not done yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. FaZe just need to keep the pressure on. I want to see FaZe play with some balls right now. It's been so
FaZe
passive.
need time, or they need changes sooner rather than later? Time, dude. Definitely time.
Yeah, it's not every day you see this FaZe team kind of shrinking.
The internet will not say time, but
going quietly into the end of a game.
And they might not eventually be wrong, but no,
have longevity. They've got experience in spades. They're supposed to be able to withstand games like this, but Pain have been in control once
25.
more. It is another one of these rounds that Bigazera has left it down to the wire.
Elysia's leaving. They've fallen for
thoughts on Liquid? Disband. No.
Sells the fake,
Sorry,
while the rest of Pain commit to this
nice
A-play.
pick, nice pick. Here comes the pace though. All right, it's Karrigan and Rain.
Veteran duo of Rain and Karrigan that have to keep this in check. 4 FaZe clan.
Nice, Rain. Nice double. Time.
Not completed in time. Rain and Karrigan will keep FaZe in this. There are seconds the difference between the outcome of this round. Rain delays just long enough to keep hopes alive for FaZe.
Whoa, that's a sigh of relief when they lose their third A player because Bigazera runs through a B smoke. But yes,
Thanks for the follows, guys.
Just a
minute and a
little
half
bit
left.
too tight. Just the final few seconds. They could have.
Yeah, if he just...
An extra second, they have a 2v3 post one. That is absolutely winnable, but not today. FaZe looking for a second wind at the end of this map to take us to Mirage. Dare we count them out? Their nades have been incredible on this CT side. Like, Pain have won this, these T rounds despite FaZe's utility. The HEs have been getting so much free damage at the start of the round. Because Pain just take the space and they sit there for so long.
Little mid trap setup here. Okay.
Pop out mid early.
There's a different pace on this round. That much is for certain. Karrigan and Rain again.
There you go.
The class of this duo keeping FaZe Clan alive in
Well
this
done.
series, in the Blast Bounty. And it is those 2 veterans. It's not the star power of Elige. It's not Broki's or... It's Karrigan and Rain that have kept
Holy fuck.
hope burning for FaZe.
One. Everybody
Even as
type one.
NQZ gives
Holy
chase here,
shit.
in what feels like a foregone conclusion of a round, they're hoping that NQZ and Davideus could turn the tides. That AWP delivers one.
Okay, scary part is who they killed. They killed Frozen. That's actually big info. They might try to walk into CT here.
Long player. If he gives them this fight, if he
no,
gives them
timing.
this win, someone called it.
No!
He's been spotted. How is he
are
still
you
alive?
alive?
1 point of health, 1 bullet would have done it. This is Davideus for crying out loud that you're up against. He nails that first shot, but it's going to come down to NQZ. Wallbang lands and it's AWP v AWP. Brokey is a long way away in a clutch he didn't think he would have to attempt. Only just getting into the top of middle now. NQZ, someone who's been allowed to fly under the radar in this map for Pain. But this is where he has to stand tall and deliver. Brokey on the hunt. Weird routing to come through the apartments.
Oh my god, it's going to be a pistol battle between the operas from range.
So many options open, and as Brokey moves out, NQZ picks it up. 1-on-2 to close. And so Pain bring the fight right back to FaZe Clan. Davideus and NQZ in a 2-on-4.
That was 2v4, man. 2v4.
They could still close this in regulation.
Oh, Davideus as well. He's so sharp.
So much indecision on how they wanted to play that late round or that mid round in middle. And it cost them. Like, Rain got shot down to 1. Frozen gets picked. Like, because they're just lingering. There wasn't like a clear plan.
Rounds on this T side from the back foot.
They're just hanging out for no reason, basically.
This was a 9-5 start. Just another day in the office for FaZe.
Man.
They've got money.
I like the realization. Bigazera calls a timeout at the end of that round. NQZ is going to be filled with adrenaline. He just won an insanely important clutch. A game-defining clutch. You think about what Snow was able to accomplish back on that last map at Dust 2. NQZ just had his moment there.
Can they finish the job?
This is the best chance they're going to have. You have FaZe with a kind of mishmash buy, and if they lose this, they're broke. That is how you win this at 13-11. That is how you seal the deal. For FaZe, it's about digging deep, extracting maximum value from this low buy in at the end of this game.
They've burned a lot of util. It's 2 smokes.
Yeah, I mean, both wall pits are wall bangable with an op.
And we know how slow Pain have been playing these rounds, so FaZe need to be very
Just
cautious.
so you know,
with the next
if you didn't know small pit was wall bangable, you can wall bang big pit as well.
They have no Molotov to clear him.
With an op.
If anything, you want them to walk into Karrigan there.
I'm wall bangable. Also, it's like for no damage, but you can spam the half wall with an AK where Frozen is.
Silence blankets the map as FaZe know.
It does like no damage, but if you dink him, it'll give you an audio cue.
Threatening player to deal with, but it's this tag team between him and Frozen that was supposed to keep this in check. NQZ reinvigorated after that clutch is suddenly putting his name back in the kill feed. He's reclaimed this 3-on-3. He's opened up the route to the B plant. Unleash is already here. Unleash has to be the difference maker, but he gets bested. Those are the moments Unleash is supposed to deliver to FaZe Clan, but he's cut down, getting nothing done. Came into the second half with 8 kills to his name. He's managed 1 since that point. Bomb now planted, Pain are favored. It comes down to Rain and Brokey. This whole second wind was brought to the forefront thanks to Rain and his heroics, but there will be none of them today. FaZe head for the hills. FaZe go for the save, and not even that is guaranteed as NQZ continues his bloodlust. Don't get ahead of themselves here. It's Brokey still alive. They chase him down. He makes them regret it, but still falling to the bomb. All those kills.
And him dying is actually...
They favor Pain. The game is in their hands. Only pistols left to break down, and they finally beat FaZe.
Worth every penny right now. Rags to riches. 9-5 down. They take match points. Playoff point. An elimination point for FaZe. In a devastating 0-2. Both times they pick Inferno, it might just fall through their fingers here in Bounty. Pain with their final timeout.
This stage is going to be like miserable.
They have been caught
Liquid followed up by FaZe. Like, goddamn, bro.
Rounds, these passive plays, a couple of wrong gambles, a couple of opening kills that Big Zero did not waste. And David Deus and NQZ have absolutely shown up at the end of this second map to maybe finish this series. It's 4 MP9s against Pain for playoffs.
Big Azera has been
very on point with
He's been carrying it with
desperate
aggression.
I made my mistakes.
And aggression is not the answer. This
Nowhere
default that they've been
to
scared
run.
of, all CT side is still strong as ever. And it is the captain, Big Azera, to find that first kill. In what Pain are crossing their fingers is the final round of play. They can't let the nerves get to them.
They're looking a bit shaky with those nades. David Deus, heart racing.
They just know you never get chances like this. You never get opportunities like this to comfortably walk away with this win, and there's going to be some more twists and turns with Rain.
I think they heard Elise running back. Oh, God.
Spider-Man falling back out of there, but that's not Rain. Elise swinging out. They see him in the kill feed. They know there's another man. Can Rain once more be the difference maker? This last pocket of resistance trying to buy time for Karrigan, who's cut down immediately.
Honestly, fuck it. Nice try, Karrigan.
He's been given time.
That was probably your best fight. No.
Reroute somewhere else, but NQZ bests him for Frozen. It's an MP9 and a dream in this retake. NQZ scoped up, ready to take it all away. Pain, their best victory. The best team they have beaten. As they eliminate FaZe, they claim that $30,000 on their head, and they lock in a spot in the LAN playoffs.
The Bounty Hunters seriously out to slay today. Once again, the most wanted team taken out, eliminated from the Blast Bounty 2025. And talk about a stylish way to be ending that one out. Both Davides and NQC really powering up in the later stages of that Inferno.
You gotta give it to NQC for really holding up in the clutch scenarios, later stages of the game.
Well done, Pain, but holy
against
fuck.
Broken the boys, and now also finishing out the very last round of the game. Overall, though, for Pain to win this series in this fashion, 2-0, playing some very solid Counter-Strike. I did not see that coming. I know FaZe was showing a bit of weakness against M80, but
thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
Inferno after losing Inferno to M80, which also suggested to me that they felt that was a bit of a game off. But at the end of the day,
best outcome for FaZe, any time to practice.
A better team, and that's why they won 2-0 in 2 maps that were competitive, very close. But you gotta win them, you gotta close them out, and FaZe couldn't do that.
The way that Pain started out by turning their CT side into something good, they started off pretty poor and then turning it into getting some round, adapting into how FaZe was approaching things. But I want to praise them for their T side way more. Like the things Big Zero called, and the way that they just approached everything like super slow. They didn't make anything hesitated or like quick decisions. Everything was like just well thought through, and we also saw he did a lot of late phase, going alone into the B-bomb side. They also
time to see FlyQuest try to take on Donk. This is going to be fun.
Everything like really slow, and it was super hard for FaZe to find a solution.
And that's been a theme so far. Every time we watch Pain, we have described their T side to be very slow, very methodical, and almost sweating out your opponents. And I think we saw a great example of that in the very last round. Obviously, FaZe facing match point, they want to be aggressive, broke it down towards middle, and that's exactly what you want if you're Pain Gaming. You want to wait for those aggressions. You want to wait for that, play coming into it, and then you want to punish it. And that's what they did so well throughout this entire game.
Shout out to the newcomer to the squad as well, Davidea. So we spoke to Big Azera a couple of days ago. I posed the question, why did you decide to bring him on? It was not only for the experience factor. He's been on a hell of a lot of teams in South America. It was also because he said he's seen the team experiencing some nerves. He wanted a more experienced head coming in and quelling those. And I think we saw exactly that in the late stages.
Thank you very much for the follows, guys.
With the impact he's
if you guys are on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like the stream.
Another thing is posting a lot of ADR, but I think a lot of the impactful rounds, and especially on the T side, as Peter said, the entry fracking coming from David Duas. We saw it in this game as well.
Bro, they're gonna have a lot of growing pains.
Got very close. It was him coming in with a double entry.
I'm making excuses for him, but like,
well. And overall, not only based on this map on Inferno, but the entire tournament so far, he's been one of the biggest and one of the best surprises we've seen at the Blast Bounty 2025.
It is
one of the things that I've really spotted with him is that he seems to be very good at understanding when the team needs him to go big, when they don't have it necessarily.
Like Karrigan said in the interview before the game, this is like one change, but it feels like they changed half the roster, and that's just because there's so much that has changed with bringing in a lead. And they had to, because they went for best available player instead of roles.
He also had some amazing highlights,
which,
especially
for their position, I do think they kind of had to do.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see them, arriving into the studio as well. We've talked about the money they're getting.
If they couldn't get like a top 20 anchor player,
they get to come here, they get to see them in person, they get to play on LAN together first time.
Like, what are you supposed to do if you're FaZe, right? Like, you kind of had to get a lead.
Yell inside this. Rather, I wouldn't say it's not a small studio, but
it's
compared to
around
a bigger
it's
got
for
an
both.
echo, yeah. So for them to get in here, that's super nice. I just love the fact that Big Zero, after winning the first map as well, he was amping up the entire team. He was animating the entire team. He is the leader of this squad, and it is still a relatively young squad.
I would have gone for Nerds before Leash.
Some of these players are very inexperienced, which makes sense why you would bring in Davidus as well. So
it's the same problem.
By no means, it's not
that
going to
doesn't
be
change anything
for you, but for them to even be here in the first place, that's a massive performance and a massive way of starting 2025.
Dupree, you said that you've maybe been on the receiving end.
I think FaZe got to stop picking Inferno. I think no matter the map that FaZe picks, it's going to be rough.
What decibels are we reaching with him?
I don't know what it is with the Brazilian scene, or at least the ones from South America, but they seem to yell a lot and they seem to hype each other a lot, and it just seems to make them play way better. And this is also what you see, like whenever they have a highlight or one of their guys stepping up with a massive frag, they can just
that's different altogether.
They get hyped, everyone seems to be playing better. So I mean, I think it's very important for them to have a guy like Snow, and obviously the other guys are also doing, but
they
he's
kept
also
Twist.
the young
Friendly reminder, guys, it was a weird time.
I know, as an old man,
FaZe dropped the ball with Twist,
and there's a young kid sitting on the opposite side of you, and just
Twist didn't want to be not playing professional Counter-Strike, so he had to make a choice.
Yeah, basically don't want to be on the receiving end of that. I do want to receive, though, an interview from the side of Pain Gaming. Huge congratulations, first of all, Big Uzera.
And we didn't have to see his view model.
Thank you so much.
Tell me about the emotions you guys were experiencing throughout that. We saw you, looking absolutely elated after that map #1 win. Same when you sealed the series. What's going through your head?
I don't know, maybe I think it's because in 2024 the Brazilian scene was, not just Brazilian scene, was telling us that we have some curse with tier 1 teams, that we couldn't beat them, and always was close matches and this kind of things. And right now the first match of 2025, so we beat them, so we proved another thing. So we are so happy.
Because no one knows your team better than yourself, obviously practicing with the guys and playing a lot with them. Are you surprised that you're playing at this level already now in 2025, considering you did make a roster change and you did bring in Deviduus? To me personally, obviously winning against FaZe is a big result for you guys, but are you yourself surprised that you're this well playing already this early in the process?
To be honest, not exactly, because I was feeling the like.
Good luck, Joseph, but
season,
no Gamba talking chat,
I was
please.
feeling so close. All the games against Mouse, against FaZe, and was always close. And I think we were missing like some pieces, some maybe some player. I don't know. And right now we are so confident. So I think that's all.
Yeah, now with this massive win, you're also moving into the land stage of this tournament. Now, you are a team with a bit of experience, obviously, in yourself and Deviduus as well, but you're also a team with a couple of young players. Do you think that a studio LAN environment is going to be a great suit for you guys to continue your performances?
Yeah, of course. I think all LANs that we play since now, I think is so good for the boys, because and for me as well. Like, I'm a little bit old, but I need more experience as well. I think,
because the GOAT.
It's always good for a new IGL to play new LANs and new
Brazilian IGL GOAT.
this kind of stuff, and play against very good teams as well. So I think it's good for everyone.
Bigazera, I just want to pose you the question. Obviously, we don't know which teams are going to be, up for grabs for you guys to be picking. What are you thinking, though, in terms of maybe the monetary aspect? Because we're going to have a couple teams.
What, you heard me?
Probably a lot of bounty on their head. Are you inclined to go for the really hard challenge, or are you going to be playing it safer when we get here in LAN?
Playing safe, I think. Yeah, always safe.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, in Brazil we have some phrases that means like if you go like slow, we go far, something like that. And I prefer the safe one.
Speaking of the Brazilian community, anything you want to say to the fans ahead of your appearance here in Copenhagen?
Actually, I was thinking in tell you that before the tournament begins, I told you, right? About the Deviduus.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, I told you in the interview that he will surprise everyone. So.
And you were exactly right. We were literally just talking about
that's
that.
Right. I said that shit. He's cracked.
Are you excited to actually get to play in, a studio with your whole team?
Yeah.
Because there would have won a major by now if he had K-Serrado.
Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations, and can't wait to see you live.
Thank you. Bye,
guys.
Bye.
Let's touch upon that seeding that we were talking about, because obviously for the next round of the draw that's going to be going down on Wednesday, Pain have now graduated to that 6th place, so they will be the second team to be selecting their opponent, which maybe, if the upsets continue, that might give them some options.
I was just about to say, with the way it's going right now, with all these upsets happening, and with the way Pain are playing first and foremost, I think that's something we have to.
Honestly, me and Bigazera teamed up, I think we would have won multiple majors by now.
Solid Counter-Strike. I think a lot of the teams would be looking towards Pain, thinking, all right, we got to step up if we want to beat a team like that.
Everybody's real lucky I don't know how to speak Portuguese. That's all I'm going to say.
The second one to pick, and one more upset that could give a beneficial matchup for Pain that they could realistically speak about winning. So I am very curious to see whether or not that's going to transpire.
Obviously, we're hyping up Pain for great reasons, because it's an incredible feat to take down FaZe. But then we have to look on the flip side of that coin. The fact that FaZe so close to pushing us to a third, and it just slips out of their hands. Obviously, they've come in.
So Blast Bounty LAN, is it a studio LAN, like no crowd?
Right?
I think we all did. We all expected to see FaZe here in Copenhagen, and obviously I think the whole idea about FaZe playing online and maybe not going to a boot camp together or sitting alongside each other would have paid off for FaZe. I think it would be nice for them to have had that extra fire going into the games, because you see them sitting at home and it is just difficult when you go up against a team that you feel like you want to beat and you don't get that fire going.
It's all about getting ready for Katowice now for FaZe. Obviously massively disappointing we don't get to see them in Copenhagen, but with all these roster changes and with the role changes, maybe a little extra practice time is what
they just gotta give him time, man.
For now, Jacob, if you will, because we do have 2 more
games. There's just a lot of growing pains for FaZe.
Any of the most wanted
it's just such a change,
on
dude.
day 1 of stage 2. It's going to be Astralis taking on Navi in the later
And yes, I'm a giant Elish fanboy, but
versus Spirit. We'll see you on the other side.
I do wonder if they plan on boot camping soon.
This looks so weird.
I think it might be a little early for them to be boot camping right now for the FaZe guys because there's probably they need the break, but I wonder if they have. Fucking wrong thing. Oh god! Oh fuck! I did the thing. Hold on, wait.
Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, now it's time for it.
What did I just do?
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Where's my AK? I dropped it.
Better.
You no more now.
Now he did. No.
Oh my god.
Are you climbing through the wall? No way. I'm just
Professional streamer, there we go.
One HP. I hit him 3 times.
No way.
Yes, he was
no way. No way.
You're finally free.
Okay, bro, where is the phone? Nice.
First time streamer? I know, right? Sorry.
Let's play.
Let me go hit the lock button on that again so I don't do that again.
Ooh.
Chopper, come on.
Smoke it.
Oh, he's with fucking.
Yeah, sides with shield. Shield. You want to take shield? Very good gun. Yeah, drop would be nice. Thank you.
1.6 comeback.
Too short. I didn't have time to buy bullets. Wow.
Please no. I'll be worse than I currently am.
Game ruining.
One more minute. Oh. Countered. Second link. Double pick mid, bro. Come to. Oh. How's your money, guys? Bad, bro.
Good.
I have plan.
Fucking shoddy, man.
Oh, what? He's speed fighting. Watch out. AK. Oh. Wow.
Mid.
Last one. Oh, what's your HP?
4.
No. God damn.
No.
No, it's crazy. What are they boosting for? Wow, this position is so good.
Adavista starts the 29th, but FaZe doesn't play until the second stage. They have enough time for boot camp before that starts.
Yes, I have this.
Yeah, but I don't know. Ooh. They probably won't have time still because I mean, they'd have to all like go right now, knowing that they were losing.
Wait, please.
I cannot. I already went forward.
Seems a little unrealistic, but maybe.
I'm blind for 50 seconds.
It's just so much change, man.
I don't even know where I am. Chopper, you have 0 kills. I have 1. It's not a problem for me.
Ret, bro.
I think
That's the type of shit that puts you on a list.
And last round. Last chance for Chopper.
Tinner has visa issues for Heroic. He will not be there, so I'm assuming Nilo will fill in. Dude, I need night vision back. Oh my god, I just forgot. That was the most fun way to BM, guys. You'd be beating the shit out of the other team, so you have so much money, you just spend it on night vision, which is useless, and you could hear night vision turn on.
Didn't have a choice. They just.
So you'd get close to, like, you'd win a round and you'd spam your night vision, let them know that you wasted hella money, you know?
For you guys, though, that other teams are still
ultimate BM
and scared to face Spirit.
Time, thanks for the 10-month primer, thank you.
I have no idea, actually, because, you know, it depends. If some exact team which is lower ranked can see some weaknesses if they're facing some exact opponent which is high ranked team, and probably I would say if I would have been on the place of a lower ranked team, I would go for a peak with a team which has made the roster changes, because it does bring some random, because people maybe not that used to each other and they're not like that ready as a team, and it just takes time, so maybe you can just use that kinda.
Well, Magix is certainly understanding what some of our bounty hunting teams have been trying to do, but this one might be too much to ask. We're going into Spirit taking on FlyQuest, and right now this is a hot game to have at least in Spirit, because you're probably going to try and have a lot of fun, but we'll have to see how it goes. We'll change things up on the desk.
Didn't hear me or what,
Snake, I got Vu with me. We're ready to rock and roll for another evening shift, and I'm loving the blue shirt.
Hey, thanks. My girlfriend got this, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a Christmas present.
You have a girlfriend?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Thanks. Why you say like that?
You can see her on the
He said
HLTV
congratulations.
Awards photo gallery if you want.
You're just trying to get everyone to go off.
I don't know. I guess I'm promoting my girlfriend. Yeah, shouts out Rebecca.
Well, we're looking at how it's working here at the Bounty, and so far today, 2 games have seen the bounty hunters take down the most wanted. It changed up things on the seeding. They get themselves the money as well. This is the beauty of the format. This is where it gets exciting, but I'll be honest, Fu, I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. This would be insane. Maybe the best win the FlyQuest players have ever had if they can take down Spirit in a best of 3.
Yeah, FlyQuest is like an adult team playing in a kids league again. Or sorry, Spirit is like an adult team playing in a kids league against FlyQuest. I mean, look, you want FlyQuest to win. We're rooting for them, but let's be real here. It's not going to happen.
A lot of us predicted against.
Why is one of the analysts sitting down? Dude,
you know, they didn't really have the best major for themselves. They at least qualified.
Leave my short king alone, man.
That's always a good sign. Like, we had some complaints about Alistair. You know, he was a good hype man and everything.
Be
like
nice,
that. He had a
dude.
single ESL challenger victory
Oh
to
my
his name.
God,
Great
let
in the
him
grand finals,
be.
but it was time for
Let him
FlyQuest to move on.
And in terms of moving on, they bring in Regali, they bring him in as a European player coming to fit into the Aussie way of playing things, right? But he certainly had chances to shine. We saw him back on the Academy League days. There's moments where you saw the potential he has.
Is Maui taller than
How
Flom?
does he unleash that potential here?
That's going to be a
no, but I would
thing.
look small
And that's
compared to
why
these
we
two.
have to temper our expectations.
Yeah.
5'10", 5'11", next to
versus
6,
MIBR. He looked like
2 and 3, I
solid
think.
Contributing member.
It's like me
an
standing next to the Bob
upgrade
Ross
over
if I get
Alistair.
close to that
And
Bob
so already,
Ross.
I think FlyQuest is quite happy about that. But versus Spirit, you're just trying to see if FlyQuest is trying to get Regali activated. Are they trying to put him in situations to succeed? Or is it going to be Dexter doing what he sometimes does and he kind of forgoes his oppers, kind of thinks too much about the riflers and not enough about what it could be.
Size Barbecue, thanks to the 17-month timer. Thank you, man.
Has been that he can be a bit too passive. He can be Shiro-esque, you might even say, and just wait for the game to come to him. But actually against MIBR, we saw he was very active in the post plans. He was going for peaks, and he felt like sometimes you bring an opper into a 4-man stack and you just tell him, do your thing. You know, we're going to run our strat here. You can do whatever you want. And that kind of felt like what they were using him with.
Well, let's discover how exactly FlyQuest want to use their new upper.
Who wins
Dexter,
this?
the first thing I want to ask
FlyQuest.
is,
Dexter is going to put Donk
what is the
away.
difference between the two players for you?
Light work.
I think
Light work.
Regali is just really into the
Dexter's going to humble Donk.
of CS a little bit. Kind of feels out the game on his own terms a lot, and yeah, he's just really sharp and couldn't ask for more.
Well, that's very positive. You couldn't ask for more. And how is he settling in with you guys? Because obviously, culturally, it's quite different, I assume.
Yeah, culturally it's a bit different. I don't think he understands any of us, but in general, he's fine. He's already being very chaotic in his own way to everyone else, and it's good fun.
Is he learning some Aussie-style slang?
Yeah, a couple things, but I can't really say it on stream.
I'm sure I know what you mean. And in terms of on the server, what are you expecting from Regali? What do you want from him? What do you want him to give you?
Oh, it'd be nice if he 50 bombs, but in general, if he just plays into our system, does the flashes, does his entries, I don't know, just like really have fun and get in there. That's all I could really expect.
So he's kind of setting the expectations there. 50 bombs would be lovely for any AWPer to be able to do for you, but it's not so much the realistic answer with that, right? But it's going to be something where they're all adjusting to this, because this is not what they're used to.
Of course, and I feel like Dexter came across very measured there, you know, tongue-in-cheek saying the 50 bomb, but of course, just wants him to play well within the system, throw the right utility, go for the right entries that he's supposed to be set up
he just wants Donk to think he has a chance,
like,
man.
he will be set up for a couple of entries with FlyQuest, and I want to see versus a Spirit team that has some of the best entry fraggers in the world, well, really the best in the world, and also some underrated utility. Is Regali going to have
You're
any sort of
cooking meth
impact
today.
there
Can
in
you
the
calm
openers?
down?
I think what Dexter really wanted to say was, we just want him to be better than Alistair, okay? Because we love Alistair, okay? Great guy, but he
How many
wasn't
kills
good
for
enough
Donk
to
all
beat a
game?
team like
First
Spirit.
map,
And
Donk
if you
will
want
have
to take the
40.
next step for FlyQuest, you need a player like Regali.
One overtime.
Now, we already spoke about FlyQuest taking down MIBR, right? Many of us didn't expect that
Reading
to be
chat?
happening. But this is
Never.
also off the
Fuck
back of
chat.
what Regali Dexter, as the in-game leader, was having one of these games again.
Nah, last match of the day is Navi Astralis.
We're looking at here, right?
I feel like 1 out of every 5 FlyQuest games is kind of what happens, where Dexter just has a pop-off like this, where he has a great read of the
Dusty, thanks for the 2-month reset. Thank you. Appreciate you.
He's able to push a smoke that maybe you would be normally ill-advised, but that's what happens if you're an IGL that's in the lab enough. You're going to find the anti-strats, and you're going to actually understand. And I think MIBR did run some of the same starters they had from the previous season, especially
I think FlyQuest is going to be more difficult than people are expecting.
Play a little bit above and
but I don't know.
Yeah, statistically, INS is
Dexter's
the most
actually,
player, but when
ironically, Dexter does have to have a pop-off game for them to have a chance, though.
That's having a pop-off game because he gets these little aggressive flanks, these push-through smokes, you know, these moments where he catches people off guard, and he can really
Thank you for more of the follows, guys.
We need to speak to Magix from Spirit, and I want to look a little bit more at him individually, because we're always talking about Donk, you're then looking at Shiro, Zontic's in there, what he can do. Magix obviously had that insane grand final, but he also is looking at like a player that maybe his confidence has changed a bit, that he thinks he can get more done, because we saw it. I know it was only against Fnatic, but is there a world where Magix can keep some good form going here? You're smiling already, Brew, like you don't believe what I'm saying here.
I hope he does. I hope he does, but I mean,
Spirit, I hope he does.
Come on, it's not going to happen. He's going to go back. He's going to regress. He has to regress, or they're just going to be the best team of the year.
He's moving a little different, James.
Yeah, he's got the swag.
Yeah, there's a little bit of aura that we're catching from Magix lately.
A little bit of aura, dude.
Aura, come on.
The aura has changed. The color of it has changed.
He's like, right now, he's like going from Super Saiyan 2 into Super Saiyan 3.
Yeah, the hair gets longer. Yeah, I mean, I think
Magix has been playing out of his mind on some real shit.
Whatever happened in the grand final versus FaZe, we don't necessarily think it's going to replicate itself. However, it did look obvious that he was very comfortable in some of those anchor positions, which I normally wouldn't see him have that much success in. And he's going to have to do the same here, okay? Anubis is coming out here from FlyQuest, and actually, Spirit picks CT side. I'm actually a little, okay, they didn't go for T side there. Little curious.
They do this sometimes, by the way. They keep doing this.
Yeah, it's a little flip-floppy with them, so.
Yeah, I mean, I always like ending on T side. You have the initiative, but everyone tells you now to start on T side. So yeah, it is a little bit odd.
They want to play it their way. They want to do things their way. And 2 of our commentators are always doing things their way. But guys, we've been very focused on how Spirit are going to potentially win this.
You got any Magix? What do you think? Very different players, bro. The reason they're not bringing him in is because
he's in FlyQuest.
I
thought it was quite curious that you know, opponents didn't pick them immediately when we did our initial draft. I think that goes to show that there is a bit of an uptrend in respect for FlyQuest as of late. This Regali inclusion has made them look better. He had a fantastic debut, as so many of the debutantes with the new.
We don't have maps yet, right?
Mohan, let's go back to the end of 2023. Obviously, back with Alistair, they made a run happen in Atlanta. They finished the year well. There was a moment where it looked like they were going to go even further in the Shanghai Major. I don't think the FlyQuest stocks are nearly as low as they were once.
Oh yeah, because they just said CT side. I'm so dumb. Can we get a prediction? Do I got a mod on, or do I got to do it?
You know, how's he fitting in sort of like culture?
No, I got it.
He's definitely a bit of a zoomer and joking around with the players, so it seems like they've got some good relationships happening. And yeah, pretty excited to see this. But this is a situation where I think Spirit were the only choice for them at the end of the draft.
Yes,
so
sir.
Obviously we don't know what they would pick.
Right.
But they've got to make do.
That's the sad reality. You know, all these positives to say about FlyQuest, and on the other hand, I just say Spirit.
All right,
it's Team Spirit. Major champions, obviously, and after all of our opening games at Bounty, you know, I was pretty vocal about saying, like, who's going to really have that big, just blowout ownage to start the 2025 season? I think it ended up being
nice little find back from Regali.
On train, but you know,
Regali's got crazy,
right now we've got the
crazy vibes in that pick.
Donk. That's a nasty little snap over towards the camera. He's going to find
bro,
because it's Donk.
How does he control the spray on that second kill? That's so ridiculous.
After the camera slap, Shiro dropping the smoke in the backside. Can't quite get it.
All right.
It's not able to find him. Triple kill, if not 4.
4, I think, for Donk.
Found the last one, too.
FlyQuest pick, yeah.
Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Like, I call it a spray, even though he's not using an automatic weapon. But you, like, if we get the replay on this, that's amazing. But even right here, you can see where he's aiming. It's literally making up for the recoil. It's
1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
What he's doing every day of his life.
Bro, it's actually fucking crazy, man. It's crazy. I'm gonna just take a seat while I watch Donk farm this one.
For his sake now, after touching number 1, right. Hopefully for him, year after year.
Would you rather be
Square thanks for 21-month primer, thank you. Oh my god, it's 2 million points to 200k, Jesus
Donk
Christ.
for 1 day or British for 10 years?
Yeah, Donk for 1 day.
All right.
One day.
Oh.
Nice chop.
How the fuck, dude?
2 chopped down.
I'm sorry, just double checking.
Yeah,
that was
with
Chopper,
the
right?
Yes.
That wasn't Donk. That was Chopper.
That was him with the breathe right strip on his nose, with all the airflow to his brain.
All the airflow.
And they had nowhere to go. What the hell? Now I'm going to need a replay of that one as the cleanup continues here in middle. You try to walk that bomb forward, but it ain't going to happen.
So anyway, chat, how are you guys all doing today while we watch
I'm not surprised
Spirit
that they end up coming through with the
dismantle
Anubis pick,
FlyQuest?
but that is sort of playing into Spirit's hands.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at the veto.
Yeah.
It's just...
It is Spirit written all over it. It feels like they got 3 picks, but...
Why don't we get points on YouTube? Because I want YouTube points, because YouTube doesn't care about you.
For FlyQuest.
Where does Inns land on your mustache tier list?
Pretty high up.
YouTube at one point in time cared for a second about live streaming, and then now they just do the bare minimum to say that it exists.
Thickness.
Okay.
I think that only applies for liquids.
Am I feeling pretty decent?
You know what?
Pretty
Okay.
decent.
I can.
Yeah, sure. Make it malleable.
Yeah. When you had Inns and Alistair, ooh, you know.
Yeah, Alistair was killing it.
Mythic Silver needs one more, guys. One more to get a game rolling. Levels 2 through 6, free to play. Exclamation point club. Get in there.
Right now. But he will still die before the clock.
Good. Let's queue up that Chopper 2K, shall we?
Damn, bro, he's actually got the airflow right now. What the fuck?
Oh. Oof. For the bonus? He's making that thing look cheap.
I still don't quite understand who the second kill is. It's the first player to come out of the smoke, but did he finish? But
My day off, a little bit of hardcore WoW. Bro's got a day off, and he's choosing to wind down with some hardcore World of Warcraft. Holy fuck.
Okay, never mind. Okay. All right.
Bet you fucking play Tarkov for fun, and how chill it is.
Connor, the way it was.
Just follow the trail.
You a contrail guy?
I mean,
think of something up with that?
I live next to an airport. Would explain a bit.
So you get more time to watch him.
Keep a close eye.
Leveling hardcore is pretty relaxing. Yeah, the problem is leveling hardcore is 95% relaxing, and the 5% you might die. Like in-game and Earl.
Shiro sits down Dexter. That's the bomb possession in a round where FlyQuest have no business doing much, but Deagle's on the field. You think maybe, hopefully, hey, why is Liaz Inns now? What's going on here?
Whoa.
What's going on? They're multiplying.
Little parasite action.
All right, well.
Amoebas.
Viscous and vicious.
Ooh.
You're talking about because 2.0 came out, Vizzy, that's why.
The only reason I use the word viscous is definitely because of the few hours of Deadlock I have played.
Fair enough. Shout out
Deadlock.
to more Valve games.
Yes, sir.
I've not played Deadlock in a minute. MOBA community is too much for me.
I tried it out, rolled around as a ball of goo for a little while, and came right back to
Inns and
Counter-Strike.
Liaz have the same picture.
right? Yeah,
I have no
my
idea
boy.
what you're talking about.
My thing.
Smile.
Regali patient for the long play. This is Spirit trying to get into the action early with some A-main aggression.
I had some people tell me Regali would humble Shiro, so here we are to see it.
Humble Shiro?
Humble Shiro.
I don't know about that.
See if our boy Regali can do that.
He's going to humble
He had a
Shiro.
great debut. Got to give it to him. Regali
And
looked
Dexter's
awesome.
going to humble
Playing for
Dom.
FlyQuest.
This is actually a strange question, but Gambit youngsters weren't... They existed before the Academy
Oh,
League,
same,
right?
Hoppin',
Were they
same,
actually
man.
in it?
Yeah, I don't believe.
How you been, dude?
No, we weren't really
Yeah.
doing We Play Academy. That's actually a great point. Yeah, it's like Gambit youngsters came out when
Inns is
those
pretty
teams were
good.
kind of
2
playing the
instances would
online
be
cups and
insane.
tournaments, and the idea of having an academy roster was there, but not a dedicated league, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they ever even played in We Play.
Yeah, that's the
Odds
Shiro,
that I showed my
Shiro
titty if we hit a
Nexel,
million
the
followers.
original Academy players.
But we
Never
didn't
zero.
we also didn't cast the first season of the We Play
But
Academy
unlikely,
League, so
but
it
never
could've
zero.
been-
Conqueror, thanks for 39-month
Can't
resub.
imagine
Thank
they
you.
would lose, though.
Exactly.
Oh, clean one from Donk.
Trying to recover.
Yeah, they know there's one more at least trying to breach E-Box, and Chopper will get caught on the push, so...
What you gonna do, Ince? Yeah, pull the gun out, puts him down. Shiro, last man up 1v3.
Oh, but they're taking it towards the A site.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, best way to beat Shiro is to not fight him at all.
All right, and FlyQuest on the board. Pretty clean. Double up from Regali. Humbling. Not
Still
Shiro,
walking over
but
to humor
humbling.
this.
Yeah, it's
See if any mistakes will be made.
Just to confirm, you are correct. Yeah, we've first season of We Play, no Gambit youngsters in sight.
It wouldn't have been fair.
Very true.
Broke chatters always trying to avoid paying for the OnlyFans.
But
OnlyFlam, sorry.
A little bit of armor goes a long way. He stands tall. His op
Alistair, what about him?
throughout this round, and FlyQuest's first on the board.
Regali learns that's slightly not a good angle, just because of Shiro being so careful.
Did you see that photo from the HLTV Awards that Bircho captured, which was Monacy looking backwards at Donk with Shiro sitting next to him, and it's like life imitates art. It looks like that whole, you know, looking away from your girlfriend meme. I thought that was great
photos, man.
Of course, I mean,
great photographers there.
You know, no bias. They're friends with some. Probably the best photography team ever assembled
on Earth.
On Earth. I can't speak of the whole planet.
No, Mike, that's mine now. Thank you. Ooh, Regali. Wait, they changed his picture again. What the fuck?
For the 2-round convert, and Chopper going to take a more passive angle. It's coming at him. I'm down to watch, actually, Dexter versus Chopper, considering Dexter had put up a strong showing, and we got that beautiful 2K out of Chopper early on. Battle of the in-game leaders in mid, but the opening pick goes from
that was a nice find.
Once more. Shiro from camera reveals himself and tries to peel back, and there is this continuity in the pressure of FlyQuest on A. They have fire on his feet.
They have a smoke to try to connect this, but they don't really want to waste time. But this could get them killed. They really probably
not ideal.
That.
Or did they have fountain?
Sorry, excuse me. Maybe
they actually had the round, but like they kind of stalled out and it just let Shiro get to work.
Away, and Chopper's got himself a second kill, off to a 6-3 start.
Regali doing a Shiro impression.
7-0. Donk 8-1. This is a win condition being put in place early on.
Yeah, this round is all about Shiro because he gets his kill in mid, immediately can turn towards the A site to help out after Zontix dies and gets into a position where, again, without a smoke, really hard to deal with that opper. So Regali will just be here in a very long save. So Regali was the guy who he didn't play the super early seasons, if I remember correctly, but by the time we ended up casting him, he was the opper known for his clutches.
Yes.
And somebody who obviously
I should cover the portrait in my face.
Everyone could in the Academy League besides like Monacy back then, but had a lot of talent when it came to the 1vx situations, but plays a lot like Shiro in terms of how slow he approaches things, and again how consistent and
really later Magics. Later,
example,
buddy.
His ratings back in those seasons of We Play Academy League, 1.25 on Fnatic Rising in the first season.
Yeah,
that's the whole season barring playoffs.
And that was a team that was like top 3, but still struggled sometimes.
And I think a team that was more Regali than team, perhaps.
Anybody know where FlyQuest is boot camping at right now?
He's floating around the Danish guy. I really liked him a lot.
This is the Spirit speedrun? Yeah, this is Blast tactically putting Spirit here to try to get the schedule back on track.
You sure it wasn't
actually kind of genius.
Oh, what was the name? Can you click on him?
There's no Danes on this one. Not in season 1.
A later season. The last season for Fnatic Rising.
Maze?
Serbia?
Maze, that's the guy. Yeah.
Actually? Yeah, I mean, that's usually where it is. I was just curious. That's the usual
Magic's
spot.
on. Every once in a while, we get blessed by the B-side Anubis op from Magic's. Donk. Oh, yeah. He's going to control that for the third. Or at least the assist on Dexter. Chopper comes in with helping hands. Fire at the
this
feet
could be
of the
quick.
dark play. Nade's going to soften them
This
all
might
up.
be quick.
You're not coming through this bomb site today. Not on a buy like this.
New to CS, what's the concept for bounty? Well, if you're new, don't worry. This is new for all of us too. This is the first time they've done something like this.
Yeah, it's fun to use it. Yeah. It's a good map for
it's
it
a
too.
smaller overall tournament.
A better understanding.
The Blast is a tournament organizer. They have different style of events. This is a new concept they're testing. This is, in general though, this is like a
for Team Spirit
more open tournament that they have. I guess is the best way to put it. less exclusive, and
didn't end up winning Team of the Year.
The bounty system allows the lower seeded teams in the tournament to pick their poison essentially,
continuous success of
and or pick their team they want to play, and those teams have different level bounties, and those bounties are based off of their world ranking at the time of the invites.
Well, start strong here and now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an alternative to blast groups, which is boring. Well, yeah, it's just trying to spice up the group stage in general.
Really valued.
Try to add some stakes, have a different storyline besides just like this team plays this team, for the 50th time.
Navi arguably have less good pieces to
I
work
do
with,
like that it
harder time and
breaks the mold,
super well for their,
because
for what they had, I think that speaks to
I do
Blade
feel
as
like
well,
it'll cut down on the amount of teams that are repeat playing each other, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's BO3 single limb and it's online until playoffs, and then they finish in studio.
And not doing it just once.
Like, I like that. Like, I really don't want to see the same matchups over and over again, and without this system, that can happen a lot.
They can get through this time. And Donk doesn't have the patience to sit back on site, so he's going to go carve out control. Oh, nice headshot from Vexite.
That's the whole B site taken right now. There's no one else here.
Playing in Fortnite gyms with Subway Surfer on the side, please. No.
Been more wrong, and now it's a retake demanded.
Humbled. Later, buddy. Oh my God! Boom. I don't know where the audio went on that shot.
The frag grenade and the wallbang both deal damage. Is it enough for Spirit to fancy their chance of the retake? I mean, we've got 3 kids. We've still got the incendiary on Shiro. No smoke grenade to block off long. That would deny vision from 2 of these players, which would be very valuable to actually stick this all the way through.
No smoke means the time is just going to get a little bit more emphasized here. CT's run this down.
Now making contact, they lose a couple bodies, but they also clear 2. Shiro trying to keep vision up. These double ops waiting for the next contact. They'll find the kill, but no time to defuse the bomb. So a second round to FlyQuest because Donk pushed off site when he was all alone.
Yeah, the Liaz picture changed as well because they just had 2 instances.
Again, he's all alone.
He actually didn't hear the jump throw. Luckily, he got the shoulder peek.
Dang, bro, do you think Chopper's going to call better now with these
very
strips?
nice kill on Donk. I mean, this one makes it. And
surely he does, right? Like, that's just like facts.
I wasn't actually sure if he saw him.
Sure, 10-0. Yeah, he's kind of annoying.
Timing's perfect, but yeah, as you can see.
Imagine having an opper that just never has to rebuy an op. He just has it perpetually.
Bly comes in and them hanging around.
It's actually so fucking annoying.
Post plant situation works out. They get all the kills. So there'll be a less stable economy here.
They pick up a good rifler.
Leg shot on Vexite gets cleaned
up. Liaz? Yeah, Liaz is probably. Oh my Chopper! What the? Okay, bro. What the fuck?
The fire gets 2 kills and just invigorating swap of the weapons there for Donk to show he can indeed do it all.
Man. That's hard to deal with, man. You want to really trust this molly. It's plump. It's full spread. And then Donk, obviously peeking by his teammate.
My mollies are plump.
Committed to fighting the choke point. They are not willing to let anybody out.
And my smokes
are
wide.
The right idea. And because the last round they stuck around, punished all those players who planted, it's now FlyQuest who have no money left.
Mohan, Chopper's nuts.
He is.
But yeah, I would say like next on the team if they make a change will probably be Liaz.
And bring 1 player down with you, but that's 2 headshot kills. Valuable ones that really just let Donk swap weapons.
So really, Chopper's just like Zywoo.
Somebody had gotten to the jail plat.
The improved airflow / air quality has got to be insane for him.
Sure. It took a play like that to make it go wrong.
But a testament to Spirit's desire to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
From inside fire.
Shadow? Or shoulder? Didn't notice that one immediately, but it's a 5v3.
Pistol burst out from Dark. Donk queued up for the multi-kill, but only getting the 1. Regali with the Glock frag.
Performance enhancing airflow.
And Chopper has bloodlust tonight.
Imagine Chopper got a stage 2 tune. My God.
Spirit, and I get it.
Actually crazy. Oh, take thanks to the 69-month primer. Thank you.
Chopper's contributing this much. That could be too much for any team, to be honest. Yes. So, where do you think Spirit landed at the end of the year? Said I kind of still have them as #1 team, but there's obviously the vitality change phase and
nice.
I think
obviously a long shot prediction. Who knows what happens in a year, but
at least top
69 months,
I'd be
man.
shocked if they weren't
Chat,
top
can we get
3?
one
Yeah.
singular nice in chat for Otik? One singular one, just one. Humbled
I'd be
Shiro.
brave enough to say 2.
Later, buddy.
He just humbled Shiro. He got it once, right? It might take a bit more than that.
I'll be brave enough
To be fair, he's 100% of Shiro's death right now.
Only death. So is he really humbled? 10 and 1. Humbled?
I mean, 100% of his kills, or 100% of his deaths are Regali.
He says, I don't understand this word. What?
Letting him get comfortable. Molly's going to come in, but Dante's happy to play in front of it. Decent spray control, but it's
Starting to
only
get into
1-for-1.
second Americana range here, boys. Oh, they missed having smoke.
There's no one else.
Well, right. So that's not going to activate the lurk, and Donk is ready.
Is that what you
I
were gonna
don't think
say,
Dexter's going to be humbling
I was
Donk
gonna say, I
anytime
think the player
soon.
cams might be messed up because this can't be Chopper, dude.
He's owning, yeah.
Like, we haven't accidentally swapped him in Magics, maybe, you know? Feeling like a Shanghai Grand Finals performance, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's the tied with Donk. That would be exactly like the Shanghai Grand Finals.
Oh. It is crazy that in that finals, 69 kills for Magics, and that was his jersey number for years.
Nope.
Coincidence?
Sure, we
That's
just
why he
keep
was, like,
just
comatose
walk.
after the game.
Oh
I
God!
couldn't even believe how funny
Donk
that was.
peek, Donk peek,
Laying down lead.
and out of nowhere. That's imagine hopping for an entire round, and that's what happens.
10 seconds to try and pull it off.
You're in a scope waiting for a peek. Oh, Liaz heard us talking shit. Lock it in, buddy.
Now he's just got to go straight in and take this bomb plant. No other option allowed. And we get the move from Magix into the back line, but Magix only has a Tech 9. Why is that?
I don't know, but
He might have dropped a gun early, looking
wait,
for a
that's
new
actually-
one.
Oh, he's got the op. Okay.
Liaz able to get off site.
He's pushing very far, and Magix has a full kit of utility. It really comes down to how he thinks about this. But with the
Oh, Magix thought he was gonna walk back into main, but now he knows where Magix is coming from. Oh,
scary for
wait,
Liaz.
shit.
Doing a good job of getting off site and clearing things. Wary now of Long, doesn't see it.
Oh, spotted, but now the full kit
Save
of utility.
util? Oh, he is full util.
Liaz has to be weary of a potential stick.
Just get him on the cross. All you got to do, Liaz. Finish off the 1v3.
getting out
He
of it.
will. They wanted to fight, and they've been
Liaz
fighting
might go.
so
Nice
far
1v3.
all half long.
Nice 1v3.
They go at Liaz, and he makes the most of it.
1v3.
Flaw read YouTube chat. Only the dumb messages. Correct.
Liaz, when he joined
And
the
then
team,
you're
I think
banned.
that was something that really stood out, was like his IQ in the clutch as well. Like he definitely makes some good moves. So, well, quality 2K and a third player, even though he doesn't die. It's a perfect job positionally, getting to a spot where Magix can't find him.
I mean, 2 best performing players on Spirit right now are the first 2 that Liaz puts down for the clutch. But again, I think this is one of those sketchy spots. We saw it happen back when Shiro dealt all that damage. And yes, FlyQuest pick up their round, but we saw them get reset so hard right after.
Yeah.
Not trying to take it away from Liaz. It's a round
How
on the
does
board.
FlyQuest go from the jerseys at the major to those?
That's going to make me nervous because I don't think 2 deaths between Chopper and Donk is going to stop the pressure that
Chat, you're
Spirit
lucky
have
you're
clearly
cute.
been
Y'all
applying
dumb as
since they
hell.
started.
True.
Yeah. But we see the energy, happy to run through mollies, all peeking everything all the time. Not just Donk.
Yeah, it's going to take more than a 1v3, I think, to kind of get Spirit off that wavelength.
What about Fred the mustache? I literally forgot we named my mustache Fred. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was like, who the fuck is
16-5
Fred?
Donk, 15-6 Chopper, 10-1 Shiro.
Full strength Spirit here at the Bounty.
I did catch up on the Discord chat. I, for one, am impressed that
Fights gets a little bit of revenge for Vexite.
my man was surprised that there were Flom and FaZe fanboys in the Flom Discord.
Good spray here from the Galil Vince.
Honestly,
takes Donk out at his knees.
Donk just wanted
I think that immediately showed his level of intelligence.
Really not
You
too
sleep on your
intimidated
back
by
or on your
FlyQuest,
side? My
is he?
side. Forgetting about Fred. Damn, you changed. It's because fucking Steve's moving out. Fred's on his way out.
Been approaching A main, but
well, Fred's gonna get a trim here soon. 10G with the 50-month resub. Thank you.
Now they've got some more grenades.
How could Bro have predicted that there would be Flom fans in the
setting up a
Flom
decent
Discord?
situation here, man. They've got a mid. There's no one it looks like who's going to push it. Zontic's going to commit to playing the site. Rotations will be slowed down a little bit for sure.
240.
At 20 seconds now, the commitment will come in.
Oh, that's funny. Well, all right, closing that now.
Smoke about to fade.
They don't have
Shiro
a
ready.
flash for the smoke.
It's not ideal, but they try to walk it through. Both sides hold. Both sides hold strong. Liaz again to a clutch, but as he goes for this plant, you'd think he gets
No
swarmed.
time.
Everybody's swinging for him.
Yeah.
Too many targets, and so Spirit, as I
Okay.
tried to allude to,
Editor,
right back
cut
to
out all the
confidence
parts where
in
I
the
said
hold.
FlyQuest would
And
humble
it goes
Spirit.
swimmingly. 3 survive. We have economic problems here for FlyQuest as they'll buy
We're
out
just gonna
towards the end
skip
of the
straight
half.
to the next game.
It's just a great day individually here for Spirit, even with the kill back into Donk. Who can oftentimes be the player to save the round. You've got Zontix and Chopper working perfectly with this flash to defend both sides of A. They don't need any rotations. Last round of the half.
Going utility over weaponry. Dexter trying to keep that $1,100 for the next half. Not going to happen.
Realistics to the 14-month primer. Thank you. Yeah, the FlyQuest Spirit video probably is not going to go up. I'm kind of falling asleep. I'm not even gonna lie. I need another fucking
Maybe you didn't have the right
coffee.
skin equipped.
Who knows? Tech 9's a little classier after all.
One-shot headshots.
Zontix leaning back in sight. Here we get that first wave of utility. And the fight comes through to Zontix on half health. Oh, nice. Just a good adjustment to get himself a second.
Through the wall.
Yes, baits out the op shot, takes it to the legs, but survives because of the hop. And Dexter walks out middle looking to come down
nap
camera,
streaming
but he's
coming.
been
Well,
found
I
by
just,
Chopper,
bro, I have a
so
hard
he's
time.
locking
I don't
horns
like
here
to
in
fake
middle.
my
Chopper
emotions.
wants nothing
Like,
to do with it, and that's
I
just
know
going to serve up a
not
great
even shaming other streamers that can like bring hype to a game like this, but I can't. I am not talented enough.
It's perfect. Ooh, Spirit.
This is a beatdown right now.
Has their name stamped across it. 3 one-off rounds from FlyQuest, and every time they win a round,
Absolute
it's with
fucking
barely
beatdown,
any
bro.
guns. Spirit
Something.
sending a message to everybody here at the Bounty that this
That's
year
just pure art right there.
strong.
Bane, thanks to the 45-month primer. Thank you. All right, well, let me not fuck up my one job here and run the ad at halftime. Gotta give props to FlyQuest. They're champs, so they gotta be homesick already. You know, I don't think they are, to be honest with you. Not saying it's easy for them, but also these guys have been doing this for a minute, you know? So I don't really think that has anything to do with it. I'm not trying to shit on them, just I don't know if we could really be mentioning that, you know what I mean? Oh shit, bro, I'm fat as fuck. Oh my god. Am I still feeling sick a little bit, but I got a lot better sleep, but I'm definitely still good with it. Gotta stand. Fucking sitting watching this game right now is actually gonna put my ass to sleep. Hold on one sec. You know, maybe I'll get some tea. Tea sounds like a very smart idea. Hold on.
it's just one of those days. Chopper absolutely topping the charts alongside Donk, and I think that in and of itself a win condition, let alone the fact that Shiro has been classic immortal mode, barely dying throughout this. I don't even think, I have nothing bad to say about FlyQuest, really. It's just...
they had some good setups there, yeah, but obviously the trades were not, as you can see from the kills, just not quite there. The B site hit looked promising, the A site hit, you know, set piece looked promising, but they just got outgunned every single step of the way.
Every single direction.
Liaz 1v3 had that.
Every single bomb site. T-side now coming through for Spirit. A pistol would truly spell disaster. D-I-S-A-S-T-E-R.
Okay, is there a chance that Chopper outfrags Donk this game?
No.
Still no.
No, because on this T-side, dude, Donk's just going to keep sprinting, as we have seen already in the pistol.
Yeah, he's that space taker.
Absolutely laser beaming the CTs with that Glock.
But you know what?
Freaking lasers.
Yeah. You watch a team like Spirit, though, it should give you hope if you're a new roster or whatever. How much improvements you can make in a short period of time. Of course, you got to have the players to do so. But, I mean, even pre-Shiro, they were a great team to watch.
Yes.
Right? I mean, a lot of people even said they shouldn't have cut Art Frost for Shiro in the first place. Obviously, looking back, that seems like a ridiculous thing to say. But that's because, you know, they had won that Dacha with a first sweep over Virgin Pro in the best-of-5 grand finals. They
Sounds like they got steamrolled pretty quick, though. Like I said, I don't think we're going to be uploading this one anywhere.
It's tough to outdo them in that sense, but
I'm really happy.
Their rise has
been bring back Alistair, you know?
I'm really happy for Shiro that he read the room and made that decision, right? Because it was a big deal to depart the Cloud9, what some call super team.
Yeah, yeah.
And, well, he took the chance. He put his faith in Donk and Chopper, and it has absolutely paid off for them. Yeah. Major champions.
Yeah,
now.
I want to say there should be a new term for the Valve Grand Slam where you win a major in every game.
Oh,
because Spirit have won 2 TIs. Now they win a major in CS.
Yep, as an organization.
Yeah.
So what, Deadlock next?
EG are actually the next closest.
Really?
Because they won TI. Technically the closest.
Have you uploaded a 2024 yearly video on YouTube? I did. It didn't. The YouTube algorithm did not like it very much, but it exists. It's like 3 videos back, I think.
No way.
Oh, okay.
A flashbang out.
We have one on the main YouTube. We have 2 of them. We have one on the main YouTube channel and on the variety channel. Wait.
Okay. Way too much damage for Spirit's
Cheesecake thanks to the 15, Bang thanks to the 45.
You're going to start slipping up.
Yeah.
You're going to let yourself get flashed.
You do need to win the Deadlock major as well.
That game doesn't exist yet.
You were right. And your Flom ranks CS2 off-season moves. YouTube does those tier lists. It was the top of my recommended videos. Oh yeah, dude.
Becomes a great success.
Why do you think every streamer for every game all the time is making tier lists? Because motherfuckers are always like, holy fuck, another tier list just dropped. Let's go. Honestly, we should have a weekly tier list. Next up, dinner rolls.
He will.
This time I won't take 4 hours to make it though.
You know, maybe that's another thing. We don't have a term for that, but if you work the international and you work a major, look at Machine for example.
Yeah.
He's standout in that regard.
I feel like the Machine is actually a good term for that already.
I think dinner roll tier list for my audience would probably be my most viewed YouTube video.
5v4. Getting off of this plat, but here comes Donk, and that's really what we're waiting for. It's just waiting to see how many Donk takes. There's the 1. He's going to wrap around the obelisk. There's the 2. And Zontix had already gotten the rotator down from Temple, so him staying alive bodes well.
I'll be honest, guys. Sicko's Norwegian, though. Somebody might need help from.
Not able to get the 4th.
I think Bonamont would be able to help.
We put Magix to the clutch. We've got Dexter up next. Of course, well known to Magix, and so the headshots come through. It comes down to the clutch, but it's still another round for Spirit.
Why does it look like such a calm exec when you watch from Donk's POV? Nades cascading over his head both directions, 3 CTs running around, default.
Yeah, Sicko, it's because you're Norwegian, man. Like, you guys don't understand the concept of going to a restaurant and eating your entire calorie intake for a day in dinner rolls. You don't even know what that means.
Like that, not be blinded, have spots like mollied out while he's moving. That is why he gets the opportunity. Even if your other teammate is
I'm not real Norwegian. I'm fake Norwegian.
Frags like that because they set him up. They set him up so well.
just a casual 25 and 8 in 15 rounds.
Carried by utility.
Dinner roll tier list would go crazy. That's what I'm saying.
Counter-Strike. It's a team game.
What do you mean? I've been to Texas Roadhouse, good man.
Yeah,
and you have definitely eaten your entire calorie intake for a day in dinner rolls before.
A speech where he was like, you know, I wasn't looking for this to be #1 player. Right. He talks about the team goals all the time, but he did acknowledge that it was still an amazing feeling. And at some point, you do have to genuinely give yourself some credit, man.
Oh, the Outback Red Loaf.
Tracks him through it.
Oh, it's gonna be
good timing from Ince, but the bridge hold.
It's because the knife they give you, dude. The knife with the Outback
doors, so he just takes a
bread
glance,
feels so correct.
Is rewarded with man advantage.
Cutlery's key.
And we could be staring the Spirit 13-3 in the face.
Each roll at Texas Roadhouse is 220 calories, and I regret nothing, and that doesn't include the butter. And I will be having 220 calories minimum of butter on each one.
To drop Canals though with the amount of time left over. Smoke comes in towards B to hold him in position for just a bit, and Dexter starts to push out A. But if Chopper goes around to B, Dexter can catch this off. However, the mid player's coming back, and Zontix kills him. Oh,
man, 2 kills caught in Canals from this bridge window, and it's originally the B push and then the A push. So Spirit have been reaping rewards for keeping eyes on it.
They just supersized spring rolls. No. Sicko, I can't tell if you're being serious if you actually don't know what a dinner roll is.
And he won't. Liaz,
another guy,
gets the
Bro,
frag.
cannot comprehend.
Running, and it is a Team Spirit speed run here on Anubis. FlyQuest, we're forced to play them.
Well, there goes. All right, well,
draft last night. We go to Dust 2.
Spirit deadass is about to put us back on schedule. Kind of insane.
Champions.
They have to win this next map in 30 minutes, and we're back on schedule.
The final boss. Spirit doing what we know they do best.
What happened to Chopper's nose? He got a modification. Yeah.
Okay, we kind of had these expectations.
Performance enhancing air intake.
What the result comes in
I think he's gonna stage 2 it next.
Just kind of them in
but he's kind of going insane now.
There was really nothing that Spirit could do all too wrong. I feel like Zontix may have had a little bit of difficulty on his bomb site from time to time. Maybe they couldn't win a 1v1 here and there. Like they gave up a 1v3 to Liaz technically.
I have a deviated septum. You think that would actually help me a little bit?
Lapses of a team of Spirit's caliber, but
it's a very slight deviation.
Be the big
like I ain't doing no surgery for this fucking
otherwise,
thing.
Quite the domination.
Domination is probably the best way to put it. I mean, that was, I said before, it's like an adult team in a kids league. That's really honestly what it felt like. But I get this one. Magic's fans, welcome home. This is what it's supposed to look like.
You are not letting him off there at all. While you
wonder if your voice would get corrected.
Not doing what you want to see him
probably
do.
change a little bit, but
Donk
it's a
exactly
slight one. Like I said, I'm probably pretty nasally either way.
Best, and he looks unstoppable when he's in this flow state. But it doesn't really matter if it's against a team like FlyQuest or anyone else. Donk is doing this.
Yeah, once again, I mean, he's starting off the campaign pretty well to continue to be world #1 once again. I feel like, if anything, that's probably the interesting conversation here. Like,
no, I'm definitely not. No. Deviated septum stuff, like, first off, like I said, I have a slight deviation.
Donk is so far ahead of everyone else, it's not even close. And not only that,
yeah,
he
he's
shoots
pretty good.
The dualies correctly, okay? You're supposed to spam them as fast as possible, not this weird, stupid thing Zywoo does where he taps. No. Donk uses he does everything.
All right, Vu, my bad.
Tell me one thing you want.
Yeah, also like the deviated septum surgery is like
I mean
very likely to
really
not work,
nothing.
which is kind of crazy for people.
I mean,
that shit
if you
sucks.
could build a player today and you said like what archetype of player is going to be the most impactful, that's where Donk is that guy. Like he's running in first so frequently, he's getting multi-frags. I will say some of the other people on his team contributed well. Like if Donk did lose an opening pick at E-Box, which happened a couple of times, Zontix, Chopper, Shiro,
cool.
they were all able to clean up pretty
in
nicely.
my nose.
But yeah, like this is a case in point example of why Donk is a master of Counter-Strike, and he's just about to turn 18. Actually, is it his birthday yet, James?
Yeah, early January, right? So
could you imagine going through all that shit? Like that surgery is fucking intense, and then it doesn't work, bro. Oh my god.
I was gonna say that is the most important thing for Spirit is that it is Donk, it is Shiro, but Zontix is the missing piece sometimes because Magix isn't gonna pull off that major final all that often. They need Zontix back at like early 2024 form if they want to win these types of events.
He was born on the 25th, you remember exactly correctly, so just in a little bit of time, he'll be having it. For a man we talk about quite a bit on in terms of his passive plays and how he is, Shiro obviously does have moments where you know he can do what's
can you do a
needed if
Gamba?
he's left in these situations once that
Next
first
map
and
is
second
Dust
wave
2,
have
right,
gone
chat?
down from Spirit.
Yeah, it's Dust 2.
We're still so positive and praising him. Many people thought he might even be higher when it came to the end of the year.
The thing with Shiro is that a lot of people like to draw criticism with how passive he is, but let me just remind everybody that for the last 4 years, he has been a top 5 opper in the world every single time. From the Gambit, from the time that they were promoted from youngsters to the actual proper Gambit team, to the Cloud9 team, to joining Spirit, like all of these teams, he was still competing with basically a very short list of oppers, including like top tier Simple, Zywoo, Device, before he left and came back. Like, it was him and those three most of the time. Those were like the only people that were really above him. And then Monacy's come into the fray recently, of course.
But he might play a little too passive. Come on, you got to give him some. Yeah,
no, I mean, if I want to like echo those sentiments of criticism, yeah, sometimes he's not really like going for as many peaks as he needs to, but that's why he's so complimentary to Donk.
But so that's what I'm going to say. We keep criticizing, right? People keep saying, oh, he's too passive, he's too this. But this works in the Spirit system, so why the hell would you ask him to do something else?
This is also just what you want an opper to do. I mean, from a classic perspective, an opper locks down an angle, you make sure the enemy riflers can't swing out into your riflers and kill them. You hold the angle, you just make sure that your team has that safety. They have that back piece that won't allow them to just get completely destroyed. And yeah, maybe he's too passive sometimes, I'll give you that, but he does his job, and that's, use him as an excuse if people call you baiters and face it.
That's how you can get away with it. But he is known for a clutch or two, and that's what you can always rely on to bail him out if he is that one alive in there, not just the baiting side of things.
I can assure you, none of my teammates can face it with an opera clutch.
Having that great game against MIBR, I want to look at Chopper because he does deserve some respect when he does do this as well. If there is some moments, he'll be able to pick up the pieces.
Chopper in this game was actually really, really great on his rotations on the CT side. If that first point of defense in Zontix failed towards the A bomb site, Chopper in middle was frequently picking up the slack to then cover those kinds of angles. And well, first of all, he did a really solid job in middle to lock it down as well as he could. And then, like I said, like you're going to see most of these highlights, I think, on A rotations.
While we're just chilling here, don't forget to follow the stream if you guys are new here. Vibing out. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the main channel. Thank you. And the other ones if you're really cool.
Than like a Liaz, like 1v3 one time.
Yeah, it's the type of game Chopper does pull off once in a while, kind of like a Dexter. I mean, we were talking about Dexter, what they need to win.
I'm doing good, man.
Spirit didn't need Chopper to do that to win, though. I think Spirit were winning without Chopper popping off. Magic's probably
good luck on a million, my man. Thank you, Cheeks. Thank you.
Stolen them first.
It's gonna be a grind, but we can get there.
What are you supposed to do when you're FlyQuest, right? We don't expect them to win.
I'm gonna have to get double the amount of followers I got Evolve last year, but fuck it.
Competitive in some way, but when you get
we ball,
like
we go.
How do you try and learn from this? Are you just trying to say, okay, I'm looking at this, I'm making these mistakes,
recruiting more people to the cult,
minimize this?
You're segmenting the game down, and you're saying which part is our point of failure. And I feel like it was kind of in the mid rounds versus Spirit. The openers actually were kind of okay. Like Regali actually picked Donk one time.
How many followers do I currently have? Like 900 and like 8,000, I think.
In the canals and E-box area. And
my lofty goals that I'm trying to push myself for: 1 million Twitch, 250K on the main YouTube channel, 50K on the clips and highlights. Variety YouTube channel to 20K. Those are the goals.
Why was this a solo peak? Like sometimes when they're getting out middle and they're trying to approach A, you would see that one FlyQuest guy that just peaks with nothing. There's no flash, there's no smoke, there's no teammate behind him, and it's like those are the areas they need to clean up, because I actually think the openers were fine.
Yeah, and you did see a couple of rounds actually where
just saying, but I heard the subs are only gifted people who follow. I literally have no idea how the gifted subs work, so I don't want to bait like that.
Dry peaks when Regali could have pivoted in and tossed a flash for his teammate, so you still have some growing available for FlyQuest.
Yeah,
how's the morning flow? I'm doing good, Goomba. How are you?
For a while, right, as they
oh, you know what? I forgot to take my medicine. Hold on.
About Regali. I know we don't expect him to do so much here, but you know, for him, this is also a learning point, right? Going up against a team like Spirit that he wasn't facing so much when he was on OG.
It's obviously throwing him really into the deep end immediately, but I'm not going to say he passed here. Like, he himself didn't really elevate the team or anything like that, but I would say in some cases he did his job. Like 9 and 15, you're not going to go home happy about that one, but you're also not getting completely decimated. Like, he definitely shot back in a couple of instances, but there were just like this is just the toughest test. Like, this is the trial by fire for FlyQuest, and I already feel like the test was passed by beating MIBR.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, you're opping T-side Anubis. Not everyone picks up the op all that often on that side, because when your entries just die, what do you're just left there kind of holding the bag. There's nothing you can really do. You're just going to end up dying. When he did have opportunities to hold an angle, someone walked into it. He wasn't missing. He wasn't making a lot of mistakes. I think he did his job.
So he wasn't getting shut down all the time, and he was able to have some impact. That's what you need to have, especially in a game like this when it is very tough. But it only gets tougher from here, because now we're going to Spirit's map pick after the break.
What up, boys? What up, what up, what up? I got my medicine on. Fuck. Gotta get this fucking mucus out of me, bro. How the game's been today? Well, FaZe and Liquid lost, so you can imagine where my mental is. And right now it looks like FlyQuest isn't really going to put up much of a fight. That's kind of the current situation. Hershey, you're probably made up, to be honest. Who do I got winning? Navi Astralis? Ooh. Astralis looked better than I thought they would. Navi, it's hard to say. Was Navi just maybe caught off guard? It's hard to, I don't know like what Imperial FE's level is to like I mean, I know they played him good. I'm saying I just don't really know where to place Navi after that, I guess is really what I'm trying to say. 'Cause that was a close game, man. That was a close game. And like if Bit, especially on that Mirage game, if Bit didn't have like that crazy individual performance. So yeah, I'm not sure. Not a lot of confidence inspired in me with the Navi lineup right now. And Astralis was on a nice little uptick coming into this. I just made a bomb-ass iced latte and now I want more? Fuck it, dude. It's Saturday. You gonna spend any time watching the Lions game tonight? I might.
Blast open Lisbon. We're going back to beautiful Portugal. It's a lot of hype. It's a lot of fun.
What time does it start for me on the West Coast?
In there as well. You can grab your tickets over on blast.tv and make sure you do, because every time it's packed out, every time it's sold out, and it's one hell of a Counter-Strike party. And it's our first ever Blast Open.
5 p.m. my time.
Won't want to miss it. I know we will be.
I'll probably go to watch
from
it
wherever we are, seeing it go down. We're starting in the studios, then going over to Lisbon. But right now, you know who's not enjoying things? FlyQuest. And they're not going to be enjoying things knowing they're going on to Dust 2. For me, though, Maui, I don't know if this is maybe the wrong take to have on it. It feels like sometimes they're not playing to win. Like I'm seeing them be a bit defeated before they've even got into it. I know it's donk, but you know, swing a bit more, try a bit more, fight.
That's how you get 13-0.
But they got to try something different. It didn't work out last time.
I think the thing is with FlyQuest is that they're trying to build out a system right now. Like they're in the, you know, the teething stage of this roster where it's like, yes, they have a 4-man core, of course, but Regali's getting very much so adjusted. He's trying to understand what an Australian accent even is, what these slang terms are, why everybody's swearing so much, saying like the C word as much as they do. Like it gets a little crazy in those comms. And so I'm not really expecting FlyQuest.
Regali's just shocked in the corner because of how Aussies
game. I think that would even be kind of like an achievement for them if they do that. But I'll say,
oh,
like,
you think you
I don't
know
want them
English,
to, like,
huh?
break the system because it's just such a hard ask of them to even try to win this game at all. Just whatever you drew up in the system, just execute it.
Nice,
just
Andy.
try to
Well
play
done.
it against
Congrats
one of
on
the
the
best, if
13-0.
not the best teams in the world.
I think FlyQuest could win the next series after they lose this one and drop out of the event, okay? There's just no
So
way
at a
they're
different
winning
tournament,
this.
not here.
Yeah.
Maybe an online game.
But maybe they could win a game eventually.
They've already won one here, you know?
Yeah,
so,
come on.
Yeah, to be fair, they did beat
Listen,
MIBR, and
I'm just a little
MIBR was...
sick.
I mean, to
Just
be
trying to
fair, I think they were
loosen up
swinging out on
some of
Spirit
the
or on FlyQuest in a
stuff he
similar way
knows,
that
you know what I'm
Spirit
saying?
does. So if they could deal with that, maybe
Overall, I
they could
feel
deal with
pretty good,
Spirit. Except
but
the problem is
wanna
MIBR
keep
is like
my
Spirit,
nose
except
cleared up.
not quite as good.
They're like Spirit Light.
Yeah.
Really, you know? I think that's even maybe too generous.
Spirit very light?
Yeah, Giga Light.
Oh, now he's twice my height,
Ultra
man.
Light, Ultra Light, yeah.
Ultra light, that works. That's quite nice for it. But what I'm saying this, right, is that yes,
I'm
you
tempted
can
to get
play
tickets for
how
Blast
you're
Lisbon.
supposed to
Help.
play instructor,
Why not? Go.
but Isn't that
Go, dude.
impossible to do when they're just running at you or disrespecting you even more than normal? Because
I'd tell you guys to go to any ESL or Blast event if you guys are close by. Absolutely go. You'll have a great time.
To push into this and just dominate.
That's why I think Dust2's actually
Does
going to be
Sponge
a
and
little bit
Machine
more
not work
interesting
Blast
than
events?
Anubis.
Well, I don't know right
There's just
now.
going to be more free-flowing fights that go
And I
on,
think they
especially
have
with the
mo-
cat swing, which Spirit love to run.
couple,
You know, I think that
like they have for the
that's
majors,
probably going to lead to
but,
at least some more brawly stuff that happens.
they were
And I just
ESL
wanna see
exclusive
FlyQuest
for a
play
little
as
while
team,
there.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's see if they can fight like a team on Dust2 and fight back in any way, because they need to have that if they want to hope for survival. Let's see what happens on Dust2 with Scrawny and Launders.
It's real hard to fight as a team or fight as individuals, even when you got a pack of wildebeests on the other side, Mohan.
No kidding, man. Spider monkeys.
Team Spirit, dude, showing honestly, just no signs of respect, even, dude. Like the confidence is just boiling over in this last map. So it's an uphill battle, I would say, to say the least, and I don't think it's even kind of FlyQuest's fault in that regard. Like, this is a Team Spirit that looks like they could just chew through anything that gets thrown their direction.
Pancakes, thank you very much for the
It's
12-month primer. Thank you. Any other primers? Prime forgetters in the chat, boys?
You did have some good staging, you did have some good setups, you had some solid calls, but you still couldn't keep up and really got destroyed by Spirit. But it's also, as you brought up in the past, something we want to see at the
Gonna move to
bounty.
EU
Some of
so I
the
don't have to
teams
get let down by
that are
NA
supposed to be
anymore.
the best in the world,
Base.
starting off very strong in the year, and that's what Spirit have given us so far. 3 maps straight.
It's also nice to do it in an online environment, you know, off of the break.
Bro said, fuck these CS
And
teams.
then once
I'm
they get
moving.
to land, you'd think that things are just really going to power up. So many teams just kind of faltered in our previous formats at, say, the Showdown. This is
Yes,
a
thanks for the
showdown on
11-month primer.
steroids
Thank you, thank you,
into
thank you.
land
Appreciate
finals.
you.
They crawled up so fast, man.
Magic's down from the ramp, gets his opening. Chopper's flashbang supporting this perfectly. That's both Liaz and Dexter headshot by the Spirit camp. And a quick rotation over towards long doors. They're thinking maybe some long control, if they can contest it, will help unravel this post plant. But Chopper's going to stay along this wall and have Shiro to come help him in a second. So we get these two groups of Spirit players divide 2-2. And that's not going to make either side of this retake easy. Chopper just going to let him walk
This
into
can
the
get
booby
scary,
trap.
though. Okay, nice.
Decides to start pulling the trigger, takes his sweet time. And it cannot be understated how badass...
Overstated?
Yes.
Yes.
It cannot be overstated how badass Chopper looked on map 1.
Oh, man.
I will happily take
It's the
more
nose
of that.
strips, man.
It looks like you just got into a street fight with the nose
bro's
strip
fucking
on.
owning right
Of course, that's
now.
just for airflow.
It's the airflow,
Badass
dude.
air. More airflow to the brain means more cerebral calling.
Yeah.
Now
That's why I'm so stupid, because I always have sinus problems.
this is it. This is the key to being able to frag as an in-game leader while you call. More oxygen in the blood flow.
Makes sense.
It's all science.
That and water. It's the 2 most important parts of Counter-Strike.
Some say water's boring. I disagree.
Let me show you some snaps.
Well, quick snap of the fingers here in middle, and these USPs are going to come flying out through the door once the smoke fades.
Looking like another decent idea.
They got a flash for it.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can get a couple
yeah,
kills.
Donk's past it though. Bro's gonna come back and fuse.
Well, so it could get weird.
Gonna throw that flash at some point.
Then they get a little
So they all die, and then they flash.
A bit too late.
Dexter
so
said,
Donk
"Okay,
triple kill,
you guys are all dead. Perfect.
Throw it, go." And it's a little too late.
Go, 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 go.
Just a little too late.
FlyQuest did a jersey reveal on Twitter. Sweet new jerseys.
This yellow one?
Great video. I'm not sure if it was this one or if it's coming out.
I liked the green one with the holographic writing.
I like the green ones
the
a lot more.
font as well on their last ones in 2024.
The ones in the photos are way nicer in my opinion.
Yeah. Definitely fave.
I just came back. What the fuck happened?
almost like a
Flash
British
after death.
racing green.
Dexter just wanted to bait his whole team. He wanted to fuck with him. They're doing trust exercises on FlyQuest right now. Dexter's making sure everybody listens and follows through with what he says, regardless of the outcome.
Clover. Okay.
So he said run out right now, and then he didn't throw the flash to make sure that they were dedicated, you know?
Very deep.
I feeling they pretty good.
Like an
Pretty
angler
good.
fish, Vexite dangles his presence back sight.
Feeling like I've been streaming way too long already, and it's been 5.5 hours.
Attack. It's a one and done. And then Chopper comes out middle to make the rotations look foolish. This is a gun round, folks. And Team Spirit show that they're going to churn right through it.
Hold on.
Sure.
Zontix
We
is
saw
kind of over.
1v3 back on map 1. He'll fake out the sound towards tunnels and then walk through doors. And he would have heard that fallback.
No, Zontix is still jiggling the door.
Because they have the op posted, so it has to be the instant dink. 7 damage instead. And there goes the odds for Liaz to get his way into the site. Oh, another clean round for Spirit, and as we keep saying, another clean round for Chopper, man. If he's going to get 2 on rounds like this, when all he's meant to do is really, kill one, get some damage on the mid-B cross, and FlyQuest are going to have problems, big problems.
Ince looks like he's 28 years into a 30-year mortgage.
We were actually just having a bit of a discussion, Mohan, about the format here at Bounty, because it's new. And one of the things that's nice about this year's format with Blast is that, pulling back the curtain, nothing is like fully cemented beyond this year.
Yeah.
Right? Premier was a multi-year deal with partner teams, etc. So things couldn't change. Blast couldn't be as fluid. But I do feel for FlyQuest, as the 16th seeded team, they didn't get to pick their opponent because they had a bounty on their head.
To be specific, they got to pick last.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, in the first round, they literally didn't pick. They were just a recipient.
Oh, right.
All right.
Dexter.
IGL
and now
scout
for
buff.
the second round, because when you win as an upset, you take the seed of the team ahead of you. They don't get to pick until last. So
How the fuck did FaZe lose? Growing Pains.
Bounty, that 16th seed's kind of a death sentence.
Also, the pickup for Pain looks like he's
they'll try their damnedest versus
slotting in
Spirit
nicely,
tonight,
and he
but again,
popped the fuck
I
off.
think the tone was just so set on Anubis.
Yeah. I mean, any of the last 4 teams. That
Yeah, I mean, it's not good signs for FaZe, but losing a singular best-of-3 series online this early on,
we see it
with as drastic as a change the roster's going to have to undergo, is like not ideal, but not
right.
Like
that didn't work out too well.
It didn't, but it
they were gonna lose to somebody. I don't know if it would have been Pain. It could have been somebody worse. It could have been somebody better.
So comfortable.
I think at some point they were gonna lose to somebody regardless. So it's fine. Like I don't know.
On Nuke versus
watching the game was not fun. Definitely didn't enjoy it. I'm not like, yeah, go FaZe. You guys look great, but
you irk out an overtime win. Maybe you end up.
That is why it's Growing Pains.
But obviously not the case. Ince.
Does the same cope apply to Liquid?
Donk the save of his rifle, but Magic's with the off.
Yeah, a little bit because it's
scrambling. He gets
back to the tier list video, boys. Because the same thing I told you, man. Like
rounds get racked up.
Yes.
Early.
Their problem was Yikinder from a level that his individual level was just too inconsistent and too poor at times that it genuinely was detrimental to the team.
But
however,
what we just saw in Anubis, we're kind of just looking for pure rounds.
That team still has issues.
Humble Spirit. That's what we're looking for.
Even if Yikinder started getting more kills every game, like he did in the major, that team still had a cap to it.
No action inside of middle here.
So it's
listening to everything.
I mean, they're going through their own set of growing pains as well. Somewhat similarly, because
Spirit have been brisk.
FaZe is going to have players that don't typically do certain roles in positions start learning them. And the same is going to be said for Liquid. That was full on display today for JKS and Cave. Like that it is actually like not exactly the same, but very similar. And Nerds was playing very good this tournament. Yeah, Nerds was playing incredibly well.
Mood. I wouldn't even call it form. It's like a mood that comes with it.
But according to the guy in Discord, FaZe is washed. Well, to be fair, that guy could eventually be right, but he's way too early to tell. He's stupid as fuck. Yeah, losing a singular best of 3 online Sega team is like terrible.
About not giving too much for free, but on a moment's notice, Spirit are going to come swinging.
Basically consuming what little IQ I have left to even like come up with a response to that dumbass shit.
Big feint and the deep CT smoke does two things. It makes it look like a cat exec, covers them as they Ross, and the CTs aren't actually watching the door. This is big timing for the T side.
Good spray from Dexter.
Info's too late, way too late. But if you have a guy, you have a guy crack spotting the door on your setup and having someone watch the tunnels, you're.
How's the coffee? Well, I had coffee earlier. Right now I'm having tea with some honey.
Much better chance of stopping it, but if you don't get the door smoke, molly, or a flash over the door and a peek to kill them as they're coming up, then it's going to be way too difficult. So they bite on it. They don't really bite on the fake in the sense of like overreacting on the A site, but with 3 over on that side, it's the perfect call for Spirit. And right now, even though it's a 2v3, Donk is hunting because there's no chance.
Yeah, I'm feeling better.
For the retake.
Feeling better. What do you think about guys?
So what do you think about the potential for Donk to be the best player
IGLs and Liquid are not a thing because Twist wants to IGL, man.
A rifle did it was, Cold Zera needed back-to-back years. You have Get Right, who did it very early on, but many people thought it wouldn't be possible these days. I think
Steve
CS2
looks like he assembled and brought over some homies for a little bit to help him move, but like he's on his way out. Hopefully he takes his friends with him.
Specifically his playstyle, because Get Right and Cold Zera are both lurkers. Their stats are going to be incredibly high relative to their positions.
Him being an entry.
Donk's done
coffee tasting burnt like it should. No, I don't get my coffee from Starbucks.
I think the fact that he did it in the hardest way possible means you have to give him the benefit of the doubt in his ability to do it again. He has already proven that despite that difficulty level being cranked, it's possible.
No, I think you always mean trip take.
Confidence-based play.
Well, why do you think I named it Steve? I just thought of the most annoying person.
A lot has to do with that. And we've even seen like stories like Yakinder, where he's really reached such high highs, showing what he can do mechanically as a high opening kill attempt player. But that can be a fickle beast.
We'll come back to it after the exec because it's a solo B play. Door support trying to be thrown upwards. Vexite dies empty-handed. And the smoke comes down on door for insta-get denied. So this double op can go for the save.
Holy fuck.
And we are talking Silver Lining 6 rounds.
Okay, not only are we not uploading anything from this game, but Sicko, maybe we go through and just edit the VOD and just delete this whole part of the VOD out.
He showed his capabilities.
It's 6-0, and Spirit is just doing what they like. We're actually on the same playbook, which is fine.
All these things that can really chip away at what he fundamentally put in place.
Don't start calling Donk.
Donk got here, and he's not going to be moved role-wise, etc. In fact, a lot of his HLTV speech was kind of giving credit to his mentors.
Kidding me, Mike? Have you seen fucking Rose Mansion?
And then obviously the system of Chopper and Hallie and the main team in saying, like, I was just a dumb kid. I have learned how to play Counter-Strike, and so much is put in place for me to continue what I do and to do it how I do it specifically.
Rose Mansion in Norway, Mike.
Spirit are going to have a fundamental role shift? I don't think so.
No, they're very system-based. Yeah. James done a good video on the Spirit system and talked about how Donk can kind of just almost turn his brain
I miss the old IGLs like Force and Get Right.
On T side, everything is known out of spawn, exactly how he's going to path, what he's going to be able to look at.
When I start cooking meth in the basement.
I think as well, not to compare Donk to a literal child, as he is almost an adult, if not 18 soon this week, perhaps.
Youngest #1, youngest rookie, youngest major winner, youngest.
But it's like when you see
who's gonna tell him? I don't want to tell him.
Ski slope. Okay, when you see a child on the ski slope in the snow park just bombing into jumps and boxes, it's because they're a kid, man. They've never fallen, broken a bone, fractured a hip, etc. Right?
I always do this analogy with Sumail in Dota, because he was like the only one to be able to beat the AI that they used to try to beat all the best mid laners in the world. and he was the best mid laner of the world at the time. Every other mid laner lost 2-0 to the AI, but except for him. He was the only one, and a lot of people theorize that it's because he's not battle scarred. He hasn't gone through losses. All he's done has been the best.
Yep, and I think that's going to play into Donk's hands too. He's not afraid. Why would he be? You know, until you fail. And that's why when we started to see like the lower points of Spirit throughout 2024, we thought, oh, this is where it's going to come to an end, you know? Donk's confidence.
And in previous versions there were others.
Of fatal hit.
Yeah.
But his resurgence and then the peak
he never literally never
with the Shanghai Major, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, he's more confident than ever before. You know, and that's where this conversation comes down to, well, what if this year's even
Fnatic,
better?
if I remember right. I don't know those. I don't know 1.6 as well though.
But so did 2024. And again,
I imagine it was probably
Karn. We're in the first week of the year, so yeah, okay, the glaze is real
Team
at the
of the
moment.
week.
But guys, it's 6-0. The map, you know what I mean? We're looking for conversation topics.
All right, well, conversation topics 5v4 at least.
Well, conversation, they killed the raid boss, and they have a main advantage here.
Players off guard, but right now Liaz is playing Gandalf. But the Molly comes in, and
we saw him.
They'll know that he's crossed now.
Yeah, Liaz, nice angle to try and get that headshot.
Tried to thread the needle on that Molly, but
it's Inns who ends up finding the 5v3 now. 30 seconds. Late play from Zontix to wrap out from the B site, but it nets him a free kill. Good on Regali to pop off with the off once, but that just
I gave you 3 fucking
now
warnings,
you've got
man.
2 stuck in elbow. Cap peek, drops bomb, 20 seconds to the clock. Not an ideal place here for Zontix.
Yeah.
Regali getting a kill. As Zontix activates that flank really spells disaster for Spirit, so
I'm so late. Is training this map? Well, it is, yeah.
Maybe if Zontix had
bro, I told him not to talk about his bet 3 times.
If there was a little bit more time to delay, Regali doesn't get his kill.
Bro's giving me live updates on his fucking parlay.
They turn the 5v4 into
Last message was about his parlay and how it's not going to hit, and then he put, "Am I dumb?" And I'm just like,
Magic scaling very quickly up long as he has been doing.
It's just somebody in the YouTube chat. I'm just like, bro, like, I even said good luck and shit to him earlier. Just like, fuck, man, just look. Like, yes, you are actually. Like, holy fuck. But for other reasons.
Ooh, Shiro. Looking for it fast.
Spotted?
I think
God
so.
damn it, man. Like 3 times is
holding this.
Yeah,
fair, though.
Definitely
He's
spotted.
got a smoke for himself.
Can't do anything about it except the double nade.
Those up and coming IGLs. There's a new NA IGL that hasn't been heard of before that's up and coming, and Stanislaw is doing really well.
That's the problem now. They're just out of their cash utility. So he's been a real resource dump for them, unfortunately. If they got that kill, it would all be worth it, but it's getting an op down to 18. It's getting Shiro down to 18 health.
New, young, upcoming. All the things that Stanislaw is.
For Vexite. That's all the utility that's left on the B site. Double op as well, so could be a costly affair.
And it looks like they're just going to exec B after this anyways.
What?
Shiro hasn't moved a muscle.
Why, you guys don't like that answer?
Incendiary on Dexter.
Yeah.
It'll boil down to him chucking that back and whether Spirit decide to gamble through. Donk feigning a bit of presence on Catwalk first. You could also, of course, come in with the split, so then suddenly that util feels all the thinner. In fact, Vexite actually picks up a smoke grenade throughout all of this, so that may help with the hold. Getting his hands on 1 extra piece of util.
Stop glazing me. Only glaze I want is a donut.
Shiro. Oh, the whole round he's been back right in that corner. And then the window comes over with the jumping player. Donk's got kills through smokes. I mean, there were pieces that could have held this back somewhat. To completely deter Spirit and to deny them any entry felt impossible. But, I mean, that just goes as perfect as Spirit could have hoped.
It was out of spawn. They didn't get the opening kill. But Shiro literally did not take a step because he knew what they were still going to try to do.
Does Rush still play? Yeah, he's unannounced.
Molly coming in, 2 HEs, down to 18 HP, didn't make a single difference. You gotta kill him. They'll at least maybe get to hang on to this off for Regali. Probably they'll get to hold on to this. The money's not too bad here for FlyQuest, but it still only is the one round to their name.
Just devilish.
Yeah.
Can we just stop the game now and move on? A mercy rule? I'm down.
How crazy is that? You pop open the smoke, you get a headshot on Donk, you think, oh, I got this kid. And then before you can see him again, he just sends a 3-bullet burst
shut
through
up.
smoke
We talked about
and hits
this.
you in the face.
You started stuttering when I came into your stream.
Smokes, man.
This arc doesn't work for you.
20 more years. 20 more years.
Definitely.
I'll be here.
Will you still have the mustache?
Maybe in 20 years I'll have a beard.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's go, Scrawny. Start the arc right now, man.
Just gotta try harder.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Try harder.
5-player walkout long. This is the right pieces in place here for FlyQuest. Excellent flash. But Liaz not able to topple the front runner. Regali's nade will finish it. Zontix's fire spreads to Dexter's feet, and so man advantage here for Spirit, an ability to cross. No further disruption until that nade comes out, and Donk has already got himself to the ramp. So it's the T's to take back control of this. Their utility just leans into their favor. And their bomb plant will go uncontested from Regali, who's got a knife coming.
Oh my god, he uppercut him.
Magix is a madman, and Zontix clears the board of the op. All the money flushed. CT's back to the pain train that we established on Anubis.
They're close.
That's brutal. That's brutal. Couldn't have gone worse in that situation. Every kill.
They're close.
Oh, man. Where does one begin? The flash is great. The damage is also solid, but look at the trades, man. Off just the smallest gap.
I don't envy you, FlyQuest.
They need an option to surrender like in Valorant? True. What if they did, dude? Imagine a team just surrenders like, fuck it, bro. He's on a heater. He's on one. We're done.
Nearly saw Noggin over the smoke. But N's going to be forced to get out of here in a second. Doesn't want to, however.
Knight, you're alright? You got a... Is there a reason you need...
Being hunted by utility.
You alright?
Only 18 damage, 27 now, and Donk comes back to finish off his meal. Bouncy little Donk right there. That's...
Here's your attention you ordered, brother.
Brutal.
There you go.
How is he even so sure?
FlyQuest just make it up the long day? Yeah, true.
He's just in the zone.
Yeah.
Does the loss bonus reset to 1400?
You wake up every day and
lose
think
one
there are millions of people playing this game, but
so you build it up, Lowell, right? So like, and then it works its way back down. It doesn't reset instantly back to 1.
Christmas break? Nah. New Year's? No thanks.
Why did FlyQuest think it's a good idea to pick Spirit? Well,
another free B-side.
How many other teams did FlyQuest have to pick from? That's a very important aspect to this as well.
That's what it takes to be world's #1 on a major winning roster. Zontix floating around in mid alongside Shiro,
0. Yeah, so they were left with Spirit, so that's why.
He's got a chance to win versus the other op, and Zontix catching the Liaz flank means
So
Shiro.
there you go. Now you know why they picked him.
Here comes the chopper window Mac 10 peak. That's how confident Spirit are right now. Another smoke for the doorway as Regali tries to keep kills coming and the hopes of a round win alive, but Zontix is just...
Imagine watching everybody just pick teams and you're just sitting there knowing what's about to happen.
At the base of the ramp right now, and poor Regali steps down beneath him.
Yeah.
No doubt in my mind they're coming for the op, and they go flying over the crosshair. That's Donk here for the 9-1 Team
You got
Spirit
Chiefs or
lead.
Texans? Probably Chiefs, but I'd say...
They say that comparison is...
I feel like it's going to be one of those games where it's kind of
I
close.
really think it's just Team Spirit.
But Chiefs will probably be like the front runner, even though it's close most of the game.
That whole time we saw the draft going down last night, they're just crossing their fingers. Please not Spirit, please not Spirit, please not Spirit.
Give us Navi, give us FaZe, give us Vitality, please.
Can we get a G2? Can we get a... So looking like Spirit's coming out swinging as the heaviest
Probably not
hitter at the start of 25.
Probably not.
Only a couple best of 3s in, but in a world where Vitality's T-sides look like they still needed to grow, where FaZe and Elige have now been eliminated, Mao's one of the teams like Spirit that didn't make a roster change, just straight up bomb out, and G2 look lost.
Shout out to Bet Boom, though. That was awesome.
Hell yeah.
That was really awesome to watch, and I'm really wondering how much damage they can do here at the Bounty.
Right.
They're another team that have been grinding, apparently. Didn't have much time to practice, but in the days, the short amount of days they had to practice, they said MagnoJez said that they play 12 hours a day.
Yep.
And for some reason, I believe him. I'll take his word on that.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know what team is supposed to stop Spirit from winning Bounty. If anything, I suppose Na'Vi.
Sure, yeah.
But we'll see what form they're truly in, and maybe also with Astralis' debut, Device.
I think this is one of those.
So I'm very excited for the Na'Vi versus
like
Astralis game tonight.
Cooking too much, so breeding.
Coming up after this appetizer.
Like, what you suggested isn't bad, but it's also
a few rounds from being finished.
People and players and chemistry, and not robots in a video game. Definitely think currently, as long as they stay healthy,
gets tapped, but his teammates
or they do a nice little stone IR moment, like
so you can try to save your scout if you would like, Dexter. There's actually, I think, a rifle here in tunnels, so that'd be the upgrade. But Donk's gonna stay close by, ready for the pop-up double digits. Team Spirit. Quick day in the office, huh?
Please slow down.
I'll Team Liquid do.
The story here for FlyQuest if it's just gonna be a one-sided beatdown.
Well, they're no longer going to be playing. Bubba Gap, thanks to the 30-month primer. Thank you, thank you.
This matchup feeling like a tutorial mission for Team
Seriously, man. What was the one round that FlyQuest ended up winning? It was the A-side hold.
The A-side hold, yeah.
Yeah, that was legit.
You can watch how they did on the second channel soon. Oh, fuck.
Yes, it was.
Was that yap? Did we have some actual reactions this time, or was I yapping too much?
Like, bro, how hard are you trying?
I was probably crying.
That's the other thing, though. Spirit are just playing well and playing correctly.
You stand while streaming? Yeah, a lot of the time.
Over-facing and aggression when they feel like they can do it.
Good.
Wow. So careful, even with the flash.
At the stream, even apparently I'm not missing much.
He
No.
shoots, so they're gonna be a little
Definitely not. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful.
No half measures, no
how many B rounds am I gonna watch? Like, oh my god.
Dexter and Regali forced to try.
Any primers, prime forgetters in the chat? Any followers of the stream while we watch this riveting Dust 2 gameplay here?
It's a nice headshot from Regali to start it.
Any subscribers on YouTube? Thank you. Make sure you hit the bell as well. Like the stream.
Misses his chance. They're going to try to bombard this window. No
like the stream on YouTube to make more people come in here and watch this because we're forced to as well.
Dexter, just not going to happen. They come swinging to secure it on fire at the end of the
rather watch this or a big go long A an entire game? I definitely prefer this because this is a lot faster. I'm low-key getting put to sleep with this game, so I'm going to walk around for a second while I run an ad. Ever talk about Jam to Paravision? I just don't know much about the others that aren't him and Kickert, so I didn't have too much of an opinion. I think Jam is single-handedly good enough to like probably pull up that team, but not like to anything really threatening. All right, I'll be right back.
Heroic and Pain over Liquid and FaZe, the upsets to start the day. But now, Mohan, it's the #1 who reigns supreme. Team Spirit looking
Seed 4.
Fantastic. I speak from the heart.
Oh man.
Not from the numbers.
G2 are #1, okay? They'll further notice they won their game.
Yeah, press X to doubt. This $60,000 bounty on Spirit seems like the safest money I've ever seen. Locked up. And I would, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say guaranteed Spirit win.
Guaranteed Spirit win or you shave your head. Come on, you're trying to bet it. You're not going to bet against the biggest
Guaranteed Spirit win or you can chop off my head.
Okay.
Let's make it
I won't
really
be the one to do
interesting.
it. I'm going to let James do it.
Out of respect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lovingly.
I don't even really want to watch that.
No. No.
I might put it on the second monitor.
Yeah.
Okay, 3v5. So they're going to really need some heroic efforts here to stop the B attack.
Almost got me, Wandux. Almost got me. Sir, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you.
One bullet gone. 2v3 retake. A lurk here from Inns doesn't show himself.
Yeah, but
he will get spotted from behind.
Donks Berettas are crazy though,
be
dude.
Careful. They know there's one in mid now.
Yeah, they're crazy.
He can go and defuse. Does he have a kit? No, he doesn't.
3 kills on the round though. What's Inns gonna do? Tries to deal with flank, can't do anything about it.
3v5.
Dude, the speed on them Berettas.
Yeah. Damn, Donks didn't let him defuse it. Nah, he said, never mind. Fuck you. I'll
more than
defuse
anything
it.
else. Yeah. So
credit to the wielder.
He's grinning ear to ear. He's just fucked.
Easy 3v5.
Sure, I picked up the kit. He said, "Let me defuse so I get up." And Donk says, "This shit's gonna be over, bro. I'm taking the defuse."
It's moments like this where it's outgunned. They had Zontix by himself. They got the trade just 1-for-1. They had the B site, bomb plant. It's a good situation.
There's a lot.
You're creating good situations. You do that enough, eventually you will win. Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. FlyQuest
just
is
not
Aussies.
versus this Spirit.
Not versus this Spirit, who also create lots of good situations.
But Regalia is Romania.
Worst 12 ones. Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's not a 13-0.
Where's Regalia from, chap?
You know, you have to lose more than you will win as a professional Counter-Strike player.
Romanian? Okay, I was right.
Something you have to come to terms with. And FlyQuest getting beat over the head with the reality stick. God, to make it any worse, huh? At least Ints is on top with that Galil, so that's an entry frag for the side of FlyQuest. Could always extend the game. And we can continue to try to big up their hopes and dreams of upsetting.
Look at the commitment, though. 3 on A.
Oh, a little weird, though. Shiro kind of moving around as the commitment comes through, and he's down to 30 health. But Donk's here, and he gets bested. Shiro able to hang on a little longer. Pistols prevailing. MP9 denial, and Zontix.
That nade is amazing.
Homing missile in for the Vexite frag. We've got low HP for the other two. So to end this on a 1v3 would truly cement the attitude that Spirit brought to the server this evening. He will rattle away on Liaz and Clutch. Ice cold from Zontix, not even needed with the star power.
You mean the CCT stuff specifically?
Chopper, from Shiro. Everybody contributes here for Team Spirit, and I don't care who was in their way. They weren't going to lose tonight.
And we did not expect them to lose.
Demo review a Mirage B anchor. Who should I watch?
Spirit, and this is what comes to FlyQuest when you really have to go against some of the best, and the best in the world is not going to let off a team like you.
This is why Spirit were the last pick. I mean, it's the bounty format.
Alexi's pretty good at it. Alexi gets left alone a lot too.
FlyQuest didn't have a choice.
Alexi literally solos B a lot, and he does a lot of plays that I think should be you can replicate in your own games
completely. Yeah, this will dominate you, and that's exactly what Spirit did again. I didn't think it could get worse than Anubis in terms of how bad the beatdown was. Well, they actually did better.
Yeah, you guys said to me, well, maybe they can get a few more rounds here?
Yeah, you were saying, but they need to swing, they need to play confident. I said, that's how you get 13-0'd, and it was close. It wasn't exactly 13-0, it was close. The question is, did Donk break a new rating record? Because I don't think he did, but that's about the most interesting talking point here.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of left with all of it. But at least Spirit is doing what they're supposed to do. They are making it to the LAN final as well, right? As you would expect them to do, to be in this situation, to be in this position. And Donk still looks like he is going to be best player of the year.
I feel like if you actually take, this
2.3 rating, casual, sleepy thanks for the 48-month primer, thank you.
Tier 1 events in 2025, Donk is the best player in the world.
Oh, but he's not a complete player. But he's not.
I mean,
Vu can't even say anything after he said that.
This kind of performance because FlyQuest just didn't honestly stand much of a chance. Like anything that Spirit wanted to execute, they did. Even when FlyQuest tried to bite back in some of these situations, trying to play in front of the Spirit utility, trying to break a smoke here and there, they just got shot in the face every single time. Like every single response that FlyQuest had, Spirit were already ready to respond to that response.
Round 1.
Damn, dude, they got the response of the response. That's crazy.
It was on from there. It never stopped. He's never going to stop. He's going to keep going. He's going to be the #1 this year, the #1 next year. He's going to be the #1 year after that. He's never going to stop. He's the next Nico, except if Nico was even better than Nico.
Based. That's quite based, actually.
I love how much predictions we're going way into the future of Vu.
Bro's just predicting the best player 2027.
Honesty, wait, I can't put him #1 also.
No,
Honesty,
that doesn't work.
#2. Simple never comes back.
Wow. Bold. These are bold predictions right now.
So
this guy mic'd up right now? Is everybody catching this? Yeah, write this down, everybody.
Clip it, write it down, have the proof, have the receipts, get it ready for Vu later on. For FlyQuest, obviously, we knew it was going to be tough, right? For them, this is about the learning points of it. It's hard to learn from a game like this. You're just getting shot in the face the whole time. Were they at least trying to do what you hoped they were doing in terms of just playing together?
He's already better than Nico. He has a major.
Tried that for the first 6 rounds. It got a little looser after that.
If he basically has a similar year, even if he doesn't win a major, he's pretty much has the same amount of accomplishments.
Like Regali for me in this game actually throughout some of the chaos sort of held his own. He wasn't finding the openers that we maybe had wanted from him.
He doesn't even have to win a major. If he just has a similar year to like
despite them
as he did last year, he pretty much has all the same achievements. He had Donk got a Kato. If he gets a Cologne this year
on Dust 2, and he shot them
wins
as he should have.
2 other events, maybe a blast and another ESL event somewhere in there.
Somebody that's joining a tier 1 roster like this, that's kind of
I love Nico, but facts. No, I'm not trying to flame Nico. I'm just.
I think at Anubis they had some game plans. They had that
trying to put in perspective how insane Donk is.
Full buy. And then when you look at Dust 2, that's where Regali, I feel like actually showed himself.
I was comparing to Nico though.
He did actually make some frags happen. He did actually pull off some plays that you might not have expected him to do.
And Perfecto replace Hunter. I mean, he could. I don't think he will, but he could.
Last bounty. Regali, I know this is not what you want at all, and it's rough when you go up against Spirit like this. But for you, it's obviously still a lot to learn and grow through. So just give us the kind of lowdown on how it's been in your first 2 officials here with the FlyQuest team.
First of all, hello. Yeah, it's been nice. I mean, we didn't practice that much, but the most important thing for me, it was to have fun, returning back to Pro CS basically after a long period of, not playing. Yeah, and second of all, it's a really strong team. But yeah, as I said, like at least, I don't know, we didn't feel pressure, I think, at all. And it was decent for me. Obviously, first game against MIBR was really, I don't know, I was nervous, but it was fine in the end.
I just want to know, Regali, not even like an in the server thing, but outside of it, how are you fitting into this FlyQuest bunch? Because I feel like we hear about, say, like Americans joining a European team and the cultural differences. It's kind of the opposite for you. You're a European joining an Australian team. So what's it feel like?
They're really nice outside of the server as well. I don't know, it all feels like family and friendly, and it's really nice. I enjoy it. But also, like, there's a lot to work in game, I think, because I have many more ideas to bring, I think.
Yeah, I was going to ask about those ideas because stylistically, slotting into the team, are you still just trying to learn their system, or are you trying to give them some ideas of the way you specifically like to play, and they kind of work it around you?
Yeah, like I really want to try this, at least for this team. Like I want to be more vocal to implement my own stuff, what I like, instead of like trying to play about the system. It's good because the players are really nice to me, and also in the game, like they try to do everything for me. So it's fine, I have freedom.
Regardless, I also want to ask you about the times where we remember you back on the Academy League, the style of player you were back then, and how you kind of now have a chance to get back to doing that within this team. Do you think that's possible?
I think it's the best chance I've got since Academy League. Even though in Academy League I was like on top level with the other players, it's actually now the first time I have a really good chance actually, if I work even more with the team.
And what do you think is the biggest factor in how you can get into that position again? Because obviously a lot has changed since then. You've watched some of the other players you grew up with in the Academy League, right, go on to have success. And we know what you're capable of. You know what you're capable of.
So I don't know, like just work more, because this work and the amount of work I have to put in, it's based on frustration that I'm not on that level, even though I started there.
I mean, Regali, what do you think about
Orange Shanks to the
this
9-month
6-month window, like to the Austin Major? What do you think is other than just qualifying for the Major, do you guys have any other strict objectives that you guys have outlined at this point?
I did not talk the objectives as a whole, as a team, but I know what my objectives are.
Yeah, sure.
So basically, I would like, for example, to make a higher ranking than they did before, for example. That would be nice. This is like achievement for me as well, that, hey, I'm helping this team. As well as, I don't know, better placements in tournaments. This is fine for me. I don't know what the org wants or the players want, but obviously the Major, I would like to have a sticker for once.
Yes, exactly that. And lastly from me, Regali, I want to see with Dexter, how much kind of freedom is he giving you to have your input and do what you want to do?
A lot. In practices a lot, but the amount of practices was too small to play or react to every strategy and stuff like that. For example, this Dust 2 was really, I felt like I did everything I wanted, and I think this is why actually we lost that one, but I had kills because I did everything I wanted. Like Dexter is giving me everything.
Okay, well thank you very much for being with us, man. Sad to see you go, but we'll catch you later on throughout other tournaments for sure.
Thank you.
Nice.
Bye-bye.
You know who's responsible for that.
I love what I'm hearing from him, because you can kind of almost feel the pain of and the frustrations, because he was there at the very top of that Academy League bunch, right? We were very hyped about him. Then he got a rough hand with the organization and teams he joined, right? Like OG was not a hot prospect team to go into if you're a top tier player looking to thrive and have success. You watch other players like where Hedrick went, where Munisi went, right? It was a very different ball game.
I mean, I'm thinking about the first season or two of We
Patton,
Play.
thanks for the 8-month primer. Thank you, dude.
Were Torzy, Monisi,
Wildheart winning the cup.
Like, that was it. So at this point, it kind of feels like he's been left behind a little bit.
Gotta have some better goaltending, brother.
School, I think.
Yeah, he was studying and playing at the same time for a long time here in Denmark.
And I definitely don't hate your goalies either, just
for him
being
to
honest.
get an opportunity kind of with I wouldn't say like a misfits team, but kind of just like a team that's maybe more on like kind of out of left field. Like it feels a little random to join this FlyQuest team.
Rangers,
and for him to just get this opportunity, he's relishing in the moment in terms of just making sure, like the first thing he wanted to do after this game ended, I want to implement more of my own
FaZe,
plays.
growing pains,
that's
growing
the
pains,
fire
growing
that
pains.
I want to hear from a budding player.
That's exactly what
Dumb
I wanna
question
see. I
was
wanna
Grand
see
Slam
an
and
offer
CS.
that
It's
doesn't just
only
wanna go to a
ESL
system
events.
and just have the game
Grand
called
Slam is the
and just try and
Intel
be a piece. I
Extreme
wanna see him carry the game. I wanna see him
Grandmasters, right?
make his mark, and
Or
that's
Masters.
exactly what he
Intel
wants to
Extreme
do.
Masters,
That's
not
what I want to see
Grandmasters.
if I want FlyQuest to succeed.
So you have to win a certain amount of IEM events, aka ESL IEM events,
different in-game leaders
in a certain time frame. I believe it's 4 events if you win Katowice or Cologne. And you get $1 million bonus on top of all the tournament winnings.
It was like, what, you had how many different in-game leaders? You had Nexa.
So you win Cologne or Katowice, and then you win 3 other tournaments that are ESL events or IM events. And like I think it's a year time span from your first one.
I do want it to be the in-game leader, okay?
You just get a $1 million bonus because
you're trying to fit everybody else's vision
Grand
throughout
Slam
all
title.
that time. So it's nice to hear that Dexter's giving him a little bit of freedom and that there's a give and take in his relationship with this roster because he needs to give to them. They need to make sure that they embrace what they have.
It's considered much harder to do.
Themselves are just going to hit the same plateau that we saw them for all
But
of last
majors
year.
are still like as a singular tournament the most prestigious, but Grand Slam is definitely like
yeah, totally. I think so instantly. Like, dude,
winning a Grand Slam, there's only a few
MIBR,
teams that have ever done
who
it.
Schooled them at the major. Like that was their opening game here. They made
Astralis,
them. They looked better than MIBR.
Liquid,
whereas last time
Navi,
around, dude, MIBR just
FaZe.
blasted them out of the server. It didn't even look competitive. But Regali was one of the people that instilled some fear into MIBR. Like he took them
4
down
total
with a
armor,
5-7. Like no hate to Alistair, but he just didn't do that kind of stuff. So it's nice to see that they have upgraded firepower in the most firepower dependent position of all of a 5-man lineup.
Yeah, if you look at their back-to-back matches, it is a 2-0 loss to MIBR and then a 2-0 win against MIBR. It is a huge juxtaposition, and it is based heavily on, they could have gone down 7-0 on Nuke if it wasn't for that round that you pointed out where Regali picked up that 5-7. I think he got a 3K. That was kind of the springboard for them to actually win that Nuke game.
Well, that's enough talk on the FlyQuest situation. We'll have to see how they do across the rest of the year. We're going to a quick break, and then after that, it's the last game of the night. It's Navi taking on Astralis.
Change maps? Train.
I've never played
Train.
I don't see under trains, you know?
Oh, roofer.
Heaven and... Are you dead? Where is last?
He's locking it.
Wait, Donk, did you die when you land?
Yes.
Ah, I thought I killed you. I know. Yes!
Okay, let's see how Deagle works.
Oh, it's Ivy on green side.
This gun is very good.
5 stars, very good gun.
Top dog.
Maybe root?
I'm seeing everything.
How he pushed?
Okay, so I go plant.
Blade always has such like an awesome curiosity, I swear.
Yeah, sure. Ooh, okay. The movement is not bad,
This
actually.
game is older than Dawn. Yeah.
Green train.
Helic.
God damn it. 6 is green, right?
Yes. Gel newbie.
Huh?
Newbie.
But now I'm using all of my beginner's luck.
Why can't I see under the trains?
Whoa, it's you over.
What? He hit as well. Wow.
Wait.
Waiting.
What the fuck, how you kill him?
They call me the master. Oh wait, he's moving. Oh. Okay, let's go. You smoked poppy? One pop close. I can't even see him.
Fucking shit. Ladder bomb, I think.
Do you think so, ladder?
No, two Ivy.
I don't see 6.
He's out.
Is he shooting at me?
No, he was Ivy.
Or maybe he jumped up heaven. Oh, it's me.
What the fuck, bro?
Behind side, right? I think last heaven. Wait, I defuse, I have good angle.
What the fuck, bro?
Wait, I'm first I defusing bomb, let's go. Don't you just expect me to climb up heaven and then you kill me? Okay, I did something cool. Wait, I can't knife!
Overpowered.
No!
Take, shoot, take.
Doc was a huge fan of CS 1.6.
Yeah, shit map.
Shit, man.
He says flash was 8 seconds.
Yes, actually, flash
It's
is
very long. Wait, maybe I should use more flashes.
No, please.
I will flash you now. It's my mission. Oh no! One hop. You'll kill him now. Nice try.
Ace.
And looking at your opponent today, you're going up against the Navi, who certainly have not looked at their strongest right now. Do you feel like at the moment they're in a weak spot where you can get a good win over them here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's not like they've looked that bad, but they've sure shown weaknesses from compared to like earlier when they were really dominant during the year. So I think that they look weaker at the moment, and like if we play up to our level, that we have a good chance at beating them today.
Jel, you tweeted about your game against Imperial Female. I wanted to get your honest take on how they played against you guys.
Okay, they played well. They played together as a team. What their main strength was probably playing together and trading and not being afraid of us, which was really surprising. I expected to be for them to be a little bit more reserved, but they didn't care. They just kept moving forward and trading, which I enjoyed.
And also some clutches came their way as well. I want to see also, it looked close at times between you guys. What does that tell you about your form coming into the season?
Nothing.
Nothing
tell
at
us
all.
much. Nothing.
Okay.
We'll see after the game. After this game, we might see what's the form is like, but the previous one.
Okay, so that's when you can have a better understanding.
What we call the first game after a break is always a warm-up game, and it doesn't count. No matter if you win or lose, doesn't count.
Ah, okay.
It's to break the mold.
Break the ice.
Yes, that's the word.
I got you, man. Don't worry. I've always got your back. All right. Now, one thing that's interesting with Vertigo coming out of the pool, which you're all very happy about, Train's in here, and Blade also used to like that. So is Na'Vi rocking a 7-map pool right now?
Yeah, we're rocking all the maps. No, we're not rocking all the maps. Train is not the same as it was before. It's a new train. There's new updates. You can climb on all the trains. To be honest, I didn't play it a lot. I think I played it once in matchmaking.
That's so crazy to me that so many of these guys just haven't played Train.
It was my favorite map, but now I don't find it appealing at all. I feel like it's not the Train that it used to be anymore. But I'll play it in the future
Train
for
fell
sure.
off.
Oh, you'll play it in the future for sure. That gets me excited.
We need some information about how the map works, so now teams are going to play it for us, and then we'll learn from them.
Steal the good bits. Steal the good bits. Okay. And just one other thing is looking at how much you guys have been cooking on trying to change things up for how you play certain maps. Like even your Mirage was starting to drop off a bit, you know, despite it being one of the best maps for you in the past. How has the boot camp gone? How much are you seeing an improvement from you guys overall?
Improving on the weaker maps for sure. I mean, in 2025 we have a 100% win rate on Mirage, so I guess the bootcamp is paying off. We'll see how it goes today. Yeah, but just working on our weakest
guys just
points.
trolling the whole time, man.
I'm not gonna say what they are, but we are working on them, so be careful. But yeah, other than that, we're working on synergy, all that stuff. Yeah, just. We have such a
Make
big
Red Train open. What if they shorten the Red Train?
Season 2025, because a lot of teams made changes, and they will need some time to adjust to each other. But we've already been together, so now we just need to work on the game.
Now, for sure, they should be in a better position than the teams that made changes. He was talking about the synergy, right? And like working on that once again. But this is a team that has been together. They know each other. They've won tournaments. They know what they're doing. So they should be
Where's
in
the
a
timer?
really good spot.
Yeah, 9 minutes until the game. Let me check pre-rolls real quick.
Last year, even in the first game they played.
1 moment, please.
It feels like Na'Vi towards the tail end of 2024 definitely ran the course of what
I'm gonna run a small ad real quick and
cooked up. Like their strats
blow
seemed
my
to
nose
get a little bit drier.
it's
maybe
finally
people just kind of felt that they were going to follow this
spot where I
plan
can,
and hope that
and
it
maybe I
carried
can
them
breathe a little bit
eventually.
better.
Like the
Give me 1 sec.
individuals is what really hurt them at the major more than even the tactics to me. Like their CT sides were really bad because people just weren't shooting back, and I feel like they just needed to reinvigorate themselves. Like they never said it was burnout. They never said it was too much for them. They never said the season was too hard. But in my professional opinion, I feel like that's really what got to them. Like maintaining that level of form, that many 6 grand finals in a row, that comes at a cost eventually.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you don't make excuses for yourself, because Maui Snake will make excuses for you. I mean, I agree, though. It did look like they kind of had a plan. They come into the season, they're doing quite well, but then by the end of the season, they're doing the same stuff. They're making the same plays, the same moves, and teams have started to kind of figure out exactly what they're going to do and prep for it.
And they have been on boot camp since before the rewards. They started at the beginning of the year. Then they went back to boot camp where you can see them at now. That is, for Blade, the dream opportunity. He would rather be on boot camp than at some tournaments at times.
Blade has more to say than he can in a TeamSpeak call. Like, he needs to sit you down in person. Like, I sat with him at the HLTV Awards, and he talked me up for like an hour. Like, we had so many things to talk about in Counter-Strike and how he likes Bushwick and Brooklyn. Okay, like it goes across the world. Like, he is a cultured man that actually, really, when it comes to an actual team, though, he has so much
depth to get into to explain the theory behind what he's doing. And if everybody on Na'Vi can get back on board that, this team can be dominant again in this year.
Yeah, a lot of the things you've heard Blade say about coaching in the past, one of the things I picked up on the most was that he talks about getting everyone on the same page, and once they're on the same page, they'll make the same decision. You don't have to tell them every decision they need to make. You get them on the same page, get them in the same mentality, and it's tough to do that if you're not there in person.
And it's about believing in that system, right? The system we keep talking about for him. And if they can, then they have the success we saw from last year. So it's about finding themselves their way back into it. When it comes to the Astralis side, their system is going, for some players, back to the old system of Karrigan right now. And at least for most of these players, that's quite comfortable. Some of the others, they're learning their way through it.
Vu, what did Stown say that, you know, in the Stabby breakup? What was the line he had? What was the line he had?
Well, the truth will come out? Is it that
And I think the truth is that Karrigan's system is better than anything else he's ever had in his damn life. Okay, and that's why he's coming back to him, and that's why he wants to play with this guy once again. And they're already showing some great signs. At the World Final, they were able to take down Na'Vi in the past, and in terms of what they weren't able to achieve at the RMR, unfortunately, that was more or less because Device just couldn't reach that tournament because of health reasons.
I'm gonna keep it real. I wasn't the biggest fan of Karrigan's calling on Heroic, but I look at Karrigan so far on Astralis, and he's bought me over. He has bought me over. I like the way they played against Na'Vi. I like the way they've played in general. And Karrigan, he's been kind of yo-yoed. Are you opping? No, I'm not opping. Now I'm opping again. No, now he's back to rifling again. And he's not fragging that well, but I think his calling has impressed me.
And this is what's interesting. You were saying about like Stown and Jabby, right? They needed to be maybe having a breakup for a little while and then get back together, and then that's rejuvenated the relationship. Is that a good way to kind of sum this up?
Yeah, we all know that's not a good relationship. That's not how you should go about this game. It's like, you don't break up, get back together, break up, get back together. That's not how...
Sometimes it works. Once in a while.
Well, they better hope it does work this time for them, because, I mean, like Vu said, there are promising signs for this team. If they're able to keep this 5-man lineup in order, playing as much as they possibly can, maybe they have to schedule a break throughout the regular season to give Device a little bit of time to manage his health, manage his stress. If they're able to do that and do so without costing themselves too many VRS points, then this team has so much firepower on paper that, honestly, should probably be punching a couple of their players into the HLTV top 20 for 2025.
And Denmark desperately needs it, because that fall-off has been catastrophic for the whole country, right? Which has so many talented players. You're talking about Device. I think he has a point to prove right now, because he came back in that wildcard game. He looked pretty damn good. I know it's only against wildcard, but I want to see a bit more of that, because this is new for him as well, Karrigan's leadership.
And what I loved about the way that Device played in that game is that it looks like he's buying into the Karrigan system. He's maneuvering a bit more. He's not just playing as a static opper as much. He's actually following what we kind of knew to be what Karrigan wanted with Heroic, where it's the if I tell you to jump, you don't ask why. And so I want to see if Device can do that while maintaining this form moving forward.
Yeah, 2024 was Device's worst year statistically ever. I think even back to 2014, he was doing better than that. And he needed to make a bit of a change. I think he's right to actually buy into what Karrigan wants him doing, because Karrigan seems to be, I mean, some teams are looking at the way Karrigan plays and mapping themselves against that. They've done that with Heroic in the past. Karrigan is kind of an innovator in the way they play CT sides, and if Device buys into that, he could bring himself, and he is bringing himself back to the level he was at before.
And then the other player we didn't
talk too much we don't have maps yet, do we?
I feel like Stair has been the most solid piece throughout all of the madness that is Astralis, again and again, and he still looks good no matter what in-game.
Why do people call Form Fat? He's just under 400 pounds right now. That's what I've been saying, man.
Just keep rating this kid higher.
Stair has just proven to be an incredibly flexible player for them. I think he had to change roles at least twice on this team, and now even just in some of the less glorious.
Thanks for all the follows, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Performing very well. I'd like to see
helping me on my way to 1 million followers this year.
You're stunning. Players, but I've never had a problem with Stair. Even at the RMR that they failed when BlameF was in-game leading, Stair put up, I think, the best performance of anybody in that Copenhagen RMR.
I don't think you can complain about Stair. I think you're right. The question was Stair or Bro. I kept Stair, okay, I would keep him, but he's not the problem, absolutely, but he's not the focal point of attention. I think we're really looking at Stown, Yabby, and Device as the main three.
Now, looking at this head-to-head matchup, you mentioned already about the World Final game they played against each other. This is obviously when Na'Vi were starting to show the weaker signs for sure.
Oh, here we go.
We'll take a look at the scoreboard here, specifically from that
Astralis
game.
pick. Oh wait, no, that's old shit.
You want to see at
That's,
top.
I was like, wait, why do I see Blame F?
Is the
I
golden
don't know.
Astralis
You said it's
way
up
of
here.
play.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
I mean, Styles has been rejuvenated since Karrigan came into the roster. He kind of struggled a little bit, especially with the role overlap with Blame F. My most interesting part, really, when it came to the World Final game, is that you had a clear idea from Karrigan how Na'Vi were going to play, and we saw that in one of the interviews they mentioned. They know how Na'Vi are going to play. That's why they were comfortable picking them. That's why they want to play against them. Na'Vi will come in. They'll play their style. Now, their style is hard to deal with, but they will play
Obviously,
their style.
Spirit, FlyQuest, your mom.
With an idea of how to counter that. My interest is, you know, on Mirage specifically, Na'Vi, or Astralis rather, they basically didn't play B in the majority of that game, and Na'Vi didn't hit B. I'm interested if they try and reverse that anti-strat and play around that a little bit.
We'll be closing the prediction after Pistol, just so you know.
Interesting here because Astralis of all teams don't really have as much footage to show, whereas on the other hand, like Na'Vi, they might have even shown some of their hand versus Imperial female. Like they were playing their system, like Blade is quite the dogmatic leader. Like you basically are living and dying by the Blade. That's not kind of a pun intended, I suppose. And okay, this time around, Mirage is the decider. Okay, so we can maybe see that play out in map 3 there. But Inferno, we saw Astralis take down Wildcard on this map. Device was just kind of like he looked so confident in middle. Like he was actually just peeking down so many rounds. It was kind of absurd.
And he could be the difference maker here again. We'll have to see how it all comes into it. But this is Na'Vi going up against Astralis, and Astralis may be winning in that head-to-head in recent times. But is Na'Vi going to show a different face? We're about to find out.
About to find out.
Damn right we are. Time to find
Damn
out.
right. And Bar, thanks to 21-month primer. Thank you.
We've had yet at the Bounty Mohan.
Yes.
We have we've been cutting through the fat of the team pool we had at the event. That's a little rude.
Hey, and Bar, you're so beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Getting rid of them.
Save me. Thank you.
So, yeah, we've got Astralis versus Na'Vi.
Oh, yeah.
The closest matchup that we've casted so far at the Bounty.
That's what
Watching the huddle right now, and the question is, can Astralis make this close? The question is, can Astralis take a map? There was a point in this, not this lineup exactly, but in the past year or two with Astralis where they were extremely good at taking, you know, one map in a series, getting stomped out another two. It was always stomps both ways. Karrigan coming into the team, they put in some effort to make a good showing at the World Final.
Chat, I'm in the doghouse.
Obviously, the major
Just thought I'd update you guys.
They didn't have Device. They had Bro in the team, and that was a big tournament to miss.
Correction, chat.
Especially
I never left.
Astralis were ramping up. I think people were pretty excited about them. For like what they could, to see if they could do damage to the major. So it's really going to be about this season now and ramping towards Austin, and hopefully they can keep their 5 for the season because it feels like they've got a 5 that should work.
Yeah, and, you know, wildly to me, it's like we missed him in Shanghai, and I'm just surprised he's back so fast. You know, I'm happy for Device, whatever the issues were, seem to have been solved. He's returned at his individual form to kick off the year.
Yeah,
fantastic.
I think it's like, unfortunately, it's the major. The worrying part is it's the major, and you know he needed to take that break, so you know you wouldn't want to see that happen again. But if you were going to take a break, it's a month of the major and a month of the player break. So it is the biggest single break you could take by missing one tournament. But again, that one tournament.
Make doghouses in his size, dude.
Yeah, there should be a lot.
That reminds me though, not the doghouses, but Anbar's resub. If you're on YouTube and you're not using your primer in my chat, you're fucked up. That's fucked up.
When they started fracking, but we saw in the wildcard game that Device.
Alright, fuck it. We should stand for this game. Coffee and stand.
He teams, man.
Actually, wait.
Really does. He hates
let's
us.
sip the coffee, then stand. Let's power up a little bit into this.
2.0 KD and a 1.62 rating after that opening matchup versus Wildcard. And I think it's great to just, again, see him kind of kick it off alongside the other stars of the show. And then at the top of the list, after opening games,
broken, won't let you use anywhere.
You know, bit on map 3 versus the Imperial, or excuse me,
sometimes
map 2
the same
of the
day,
Imperial
like it becomes
Valkyries.
available, it like
really,
takes a day.
Really kicked it up a notch, and I'm curious
Really, I
if
think
they'll be able to do that tonight.
they tell me it's because they have to validate your Prime sub, but I think it's an ultimate ploy to get one day out of you watching ads.
Do you agree with that?
I said what I said.
I think actually,
even more reason to make sure you're always using it though, guys.
If not, no. Okay. Because like if you win, then you're starting off really well.
Right.
Like, you're probably in a good
It's
place.
quite literally the only way you
If
could
don't
get back at
actually
them for the
maybe
ads.
agree with that. That yeah, okay, you can always ask for a little bit more time in the beginning.
I suppose it's because they won, but maybe not in the total blowout fashion he would hope for, right? Wanting to kick off like Spirit just did versus FlyQuest, perhaps.
Oh, you're fine, Poseidon. I'm just saying.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with the way they started.
That was a pretty, that matchup though, like them playing versus the Imperial female team. There was just so much.
I haven't used my Prime this month. I'm priming for Fred. All right, Nick, we'll be waiting.
The two teams
Fred will be too. Fred's currently getting dunked in my Americano right now.
In terms of
that's why I turned off the webcam.
It's a team they don't ever play. So,
Fred's drinking half the Americano right now.
Versus Na'Vi. That's a more common matchup, and we're here. Do you think that Astralis? Do you think Astralis could outright win the series? Do you think that's possible?
I do believe Astralis could win the series.
They're looking like their form. We've seen their form both to the World Final and right here already versus Wildcard. They're looking pretty
Ramalama,
strong.
thanks to the 17 month primer. Thank you.
Maybe.
I do think there is a world.
Inferno is a good place to start. It's not a great map for Na'Vi.
We need a prediction fast. Oh, dumbass, it's literally up. Stop telling me for a prediction.
I do indeed.
Nick, thanks for the 5 month primer. He said for Fred.
Beating Astralis because I just sort of questioned whether Astralis could get things together at the start of the season.
Were very much at the major.
Yes, they were. So I was.
You still using that stiletto knife? I think my butterfly's equipped right now, but I mean, of course, I still have it. Yeah.
I've been snapped back to reality after that device pop off.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, time to sit down, please.
Come new, bro.
Come new, bro. Hi, 1, 2, Astralis. I was just thinking this is in presumably the Nexus, so they're downtown Copenhagen at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Inside of Tivoli.
You can go hang out with them after if you'd like.
You're not invited? I am wearing Astralis socks right now.
Well,
what a fucking dweeb.
Bias.
So
Bias caster.
Wearing my lucky socks.
I'm wearing Na'Vi underwear, so.
You're wearing Na'Vi underwear. Prove it.
I got it from James Banks.
He said
I'm not wearing any underwear.
They're a little oversized.
Yeah.
Is that a draft in here?
Nexus is. I haven't actually.
Steve has a couple friends with him now, but like low-key, I think they're all about to pack up their shit and leave soon
Yeah, it's looking
and move
cool,
out.
man. It's looking cool.
Very
Tivoli's obviously. Tivoli's well, for Canadians, it's a wonderland. For Americans, it's like the
Six Flags.
Six Flags. Yeah. Oh, and it's city center, and Nexus is like really just a part of it, which is really cool.
Right next door. I believe you can go there, look at the trophies Astralis have won in the past, look at Astralis branded merchandise, and if you get lucky,
Black thanks to 2 month reset, thank you.
Really, it's like a zoo.
Are they behind glass?
Hopefully.
Hopefully they feed them.
Yeah, every once in a while. Depends on the winds, You
have no idea who Steve is at this point, and you're afraid to ask? He's my pimple on my head. If you go back in a couple of the VODs last couple of days,
clone them, I heard,
he was really angry to start the tournament.
We need more Danes. Biggest city in Denmark, only 1 million people in here, I heard.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the gifted sub. I just got on install. No problem, man. Thanks for being here. Well, good thing I ran an ad for those pre-rolls.
I'm not quite certain we're not your boot camp. We can hype up the Astralis. I know that...
yeah, you were trying to, like, indoors geoguesser it a little bit.
Yeah, well, we've got some nice ceramic mosaics on the wall here.
Mosaics. That's the craziest one that you've ever said,
What
Connor.
is it?
Mosaics.
Oh, yeah, mosaic. Mosaics. Anytime that happens, just remember that I'm French. If I say something incorrectly...
Never make fun of someone who mispronounces things because they learned it by reading,
C'est
right?
une mosaïque.
Oh, okay.
C'est une mosaïque.
All right, okay.
Mosaic.
Do you say veranda, Strange?
Veranda.
Okay.
Ass.
He never sounds French-Canadian, though.
Ass. Astralis to the T side of Inferno. Shall we start this party? $60,000 of a bounty on Na'Vi, and Astralis off.
It looks like a bathroom.
Win. Wonderful first blood.
All right, well, that was
gets
quick.
The second, they go towering down middle until
Oh,
Katie and the device turn
Jesus.
this
Okay, everybody's
upside
just
down.
headshotting right now.
Feels like he's a little stranded.
All right.
Device doubling up in the pistol gives Astralis man advantage. This was a 3v5.
Yeah, man, that was really good start here from Na'Vi, but they had to peel back and
Kind of annoying because Astralis has added another player on the team that I would like to see do well.
But this ultimately means it's 1-1 to the sights. Alexi alone.
So
he's going to hear that moto smoke dropping in behind him. They're implementing a lurk with device
Move
sitting
your
waiting
cam.
for
Oh yeah, I'm
flanks.
top left, huh? Yeah. Moving over.
You don't want to bite on this. Alexi says chill to JL. But he's really going to have to get all these kills. It's the perfect search, though. Wow, right through the smoke for Stair. That's a nice setup. Solid mid-round, and what a recovery here from Astralis.
Do you love Stair, Launders?
Oh, big time. Yeah, big time. I think he's kind of like the Malbs of Denmark in the sense of when he came onto Astralis, he came from a star player to playing all of the he had no space at all. Like he was surrounded by the 2 heroic players, 2 Astralis players, and he got like no space, and he was still putting up stats, and now has gotten more space back. Really still performing. His career has been relatively inconsistent in terms of periods of time where he's like doing well and then somewhere he goes down. But then a lot of that has to do with the inconsistent situation on Astralis.
Damn, device with a nice little 3K there.
Yes, same as
I
well.
wonder if
I
he
think
blew
like
up.
Vu kind of touched on it perfectly in the pregame. There was that conversation once upon a time with whether
ending the prediction,
Stair
you
or
fucking
Bro
weenies.
keeps his
Yo,
spot.
Sunny D69, thank you very much for the gifted, brother.
They're only keeping him because he cost more.
Thank you, thank
He
you.
did have a big price tag coming from his previous team, but then I think he really came into his own. I'm still rate Bro highly, but Stair has shown us, I think, a higher potential since then.
Yeah, he has more pop-off potential for sure. Bro's definitely a good player to have in most rounds in terms
thank you
of
very much for
making
the tier 1
the
sub,
round move
and hold on, let me
forward,
show you the
good
look.
ideas, everything, but
Thank you
more
for the
supportive,
gifted,
I think,
thank you.
for sure than Stair, who can really take over sometimes. Like we've looked at games where Astralis win and Stair is just like the reason.
Yeah.
So like very much like Malbs in that sense, where a team that's hard to stand out on, and he can do it.
Smoke on top, banana fizzles out, and JL holds CT cross
Okay, to
solo.
cheer for players, I got it. No, I mean, yeah, it's conflicting. I don't actually know which team I'm cheering for, but I kind of, the Astralis word kind of annoys me, so.
No teammates
That is
here,
thanks
so
to
just really
22-month
hoping for
primer,
some
thank
kind of a
you.
rock back to the A site. We'll see Karrigan carving a path forward with utility of his own, and the bomb right behind him. Well, JL
Why does everybody hate Astralis? The org has done some not so.
The util reaction. Does he try to cheat over to add himself to the A
The org is just a bunch of weenies. The players are fine.
And this
Well,
four-player setup
actually,
on A
well,
looks like it might get a chance to rob.
you know, there's just a lot to it. I don't want to have to go through the Astralis lore. Just know there's a bunch of people being weenies everywhere.
To charge forward in the smoke. Blinded was wonderful. Teammates dying, but Alexi activates 5-7
Oh my god, he just
MP9 from the pillar in the site. T-side
the 5-7, man. And people still use the CZ.
Just talked about him on for the ace. We've got this slower play from JL to
Let's see
join
if
out
Stair
from
can do
library,
it.
and he gets met by a smoke. And so Alexi turns back now with a gun in hand. Love the climb up, but it gets spotted. And as he goes over,
Oh my god, he actually one bullet Alexi. Holy
JL
shit.
makes the difference.
Dude, Stair does his best effort, and JL had to sort of help out as much as he could
All
because
right, I have
Alexi
to blow my
had
nose
not
after
fallen
that
back
sneeze.
around
1
the
second.
corner. There would have just been a pure 1v1 with a deagle otherwise. Nice try from Stair, and man, if not for the smoke, this exec is pretty fantastic. All the CTs are blind by what's looking like some of the most effective flashes you could throw in this position. The site player, the pit player, that was a super solid attack, but again, the counter smoke was perfectly timed, and jail support as well.
And Alexi came from where? Was that an arch push?
I can't.
Across bracket?
I don't know
It
if
had to be. He slipped in behind them.
Yeah.
So, not bad, but here we go. Full throttle up into the arch side. Tech9's gunning by. Ime able to line that back up. Looks sketchy for a second, but recovers.
Yeah, all warm-up shots there for Ima.
That was kind of, you know, classic Danish Viking mode. Berserkers up through the arch side.
You don't often use that Viking analogy, yeah.
No, we've stopped since Config left.
True.
He was the Berserker.
That's true. Could bring it back for Blame, maybe.
No, he's been the Boulder.
Okay. He is the mountain of Counter-Strike. You know? It would be the half Thor.
Yes, never moving.
That took a second, I don't know why.
No util here for Karrigan and Stown, but Karrigan waiting for that short peek. MP9 goes swing.
All right, there we go.
And
Jesus
Karrigan's
Christ.
the
All right.
one that pays the ultimate cost. 20
I feel a lot
health,
better.
1v3. Odds Unlikely. Na'Vi not only winning with the pistols 1 round prior, but converting for the 2-1 start. And JL, thank you. Happy with that one.
Yeah, we are here to see if Na'Vi are just... Well, we're here to see what
Well played, Alex. I got you.
Sorry
Sorry for the delay on that.
And them having Bro for the Major and not Device, that's something that
I appreciate what you tried to do there, Alex. I'm sorry that these mods suck and I had to do it for you.
World Final where they showed some promising stuff. Then you see their first game today and say, okay, they look like they've used their break accordingly and they actually are on the road to improvement. As for Na'Vi, they played to the Major with a full 5, but they were seemingly just out of gas by the time the Major
blew my nose, felt like I was good to go. Then one sneeze happened, and the next thing you know, you're going again.
This time around was one of the lowest performers for Na'Vi. So we're trying to see how much the break has done for Na'Vi.
I just come back to see a FAMAS, guys. Stop trying to trigger my FAMAS hate.
So much of us celebrated that the season ended with the Major, but it feels like if anybody wanted it a month earlier, it'd be Na'Vi.
There you go, Bit.
Bit and Ema gonna have a...
Hey, guys, everybody gets their one. Wonderful's right there.
Contained and nothing to talk about from the Astralis Glock push.
Yeah. Totally crushed.
Why is nobody picking Train? We saw it for, what, couple times the first few days?
Talked about Spirit for a second as to like, will they be number 1?
A lot of people aren't playing Train because
what do you think about Na'Vi?
It's a brand new map where there's few reps, so even if it was a map that people had played before or knew what was coming in like Dust 2, they still wouldn't play it as much.
That's the scary
But
one,
also
right?
remember,
It really
it's
is.
replacing Vertigo, which not many teams in Pro CS were already, like, they weren't playing it anyway. So you replaced a map that not many teams were picking on a regular basis. I think we'll see it more later on, just not right now.
Spirit, they not making changes.
Right, like the only team in like all of Pro CS that consistently picked Vertigo was like Cole.
Is that Overdrive?
But no, I think Na'Vi could.
Who am I gonna main in this shitty Marvel game? I don't know, bro. Wherever you have fun with.
They
enjoying their times at home.
They proved a lot with this lineup, that's for damn sure.
I think this is a team as well that really values time at home as well, right? I think Ema and JL.
What's the latest for you on PvE2? I haven't played it in a while. I've been grinding Rivals a bit.
Same thing that happened to FaZe in the first half of the
By
year.
grinding Rivals, I mean spending like a couple hours I've been playing it.
Still graced us with their presence at the award show. And then flew out to the boot camp where Wonderful was waiting.
Main Punisher, Winter Soldier. If you're maining Punisher as a CS player, just play
So
Punisher.
we'll see if the util disrupts it. Bit slides out through smoke. Oh, gun him down.
Still 2-on-2 though, actually.
So close to the triple frag.
Actually, still 2v2, and they have the site pretty clean here. Actually, I'm kidding. Punisher has some really cool movement tech that most people don't use.
It's become such a different round now, right? Establishing smoke here on Moto, bomb planted, CT's slowly retaking. Have to be very careful. They don't know where Device has gone.
Device nearly dead already. If that fire had landed on him, he'd be doomed.
Oh, that's right. I left it open
Alexi
for 2
coming up
days.
From short side, Jabby still in the cover of the pit. Device has been found out, so that's the free one. Jabby versus Alexi.
Oh, damn. Nice shots, Alexi.
4 rounds straight here for Na'Vi. Set up by Bit as he
Nice
just
shots.
went swinging with the SMG.
Nice round, Alexi.
Sure, kick W. Nah, you can track your comp hours in that game. I think I'm at in game. I think I'm at 12 hours.
Totally see his head over top of the default barrel. If this wasn't the case,
Yeah, no, I actually did leave it on like twice, and it made me mad paranoid.
Jump up graveyard for the peak
because I was worried that I'd burn in my monitor.
Very strong versus lane, so thought he was setting himself up, but learn something new every round.
Counter-Strike.
I bet it's good. So good.
A 9-3 start for Ema. Some impactful kills from Alexi. Perfect grenade.
Just totally stopped him.
In his tracks, stunned.
Imagine Marvel's burning, right?
Sitting on 43 health and disengaging back into the middle of the pack from Astralis, who get completely turned away from Banana.
That slow effect on the HE is such a interesting and good, I think, reward for the utility if it's used properly right there. They get turned away from Banana. I mean, he did route nearly to the top of it. He knows they have to push down at the very minimum.
Astralis is losing at their map pick so far.
We'll see. Simplistic call here. I mean, the exact might be complicated, but it's push up B, then hit the A site. Doesn't look like any fakes coming in.
Oh, it's all
No,
flash.
Astralis through all this tech, and all this util, and Navi's like, sure, bro, we're still just waiting. What are you guys gonna do?
Comes back for a second shot. Now the pressure's on him. Supported well though by the util.
Supported in there.
And starts picking up the slack. Down slammed. Eman revealing himself, but hanging onto the pillar with the support just behind him. M4 from Alexi gets the damage in. They're barely standing now.
When did Wonderful die?
Advantage over Device. And as he goes for that bomb plant, JL slips into the site, takes an angle posted on box. Device is going to get contact versus Alexi. But the spam away through the smoke makes the difference. And it's another close round, all things considered.
Very much. Great cover, I think, between JL and Alexi again, working together. That's actually a solid round from Wonderful. I just want to say, even though he misses his 2 shots, the fact is he had to fight to get that arch kill. Like, he had to re-peek a 3rd time, because if he doesn't, the entire setup is ruined. They're going to get crushed from 3 different positions. He's the only one who can really stop this. And as you can see, he has very little space once that duel is taken to get his next kill, but he still gets it.
Good job by JL there. Obviously, he's under.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest hold out of Wonderful, but
knowing it's coming from the apartments in the short
he did get the job done exactly how he needed to at the end.
Allow Wonderful to be freed up. Feels like if there's a second player arch side, maybe Navi's hold a little more dire, but Wonderful doesn't get overwhelmed. And so this streak of success can keep going.
Yeah, that Wonderful misses 2 shots. If he dies, that round is definitely Astralis's. But those are the clutch plays you want to see from Navi. They really do make moments like that happen consistently. So 5 straight, half buy here for Astralis.
What's in the opinion in regards to no Sundance. But like I said, I don't really want to go.
For the record, this is also all 6 opening kills of the game so far in Navi's favor.
I don't know what you mean by pointless, I guess, but
yeah. More impressive that Astralis have made it so close.
They being
Constantly
shitty.
Trying to play catch up. Nearly pulling it off. We've got Jabby still with nades here. He's going to get exposed by the frag a bit. So down goes.
I'm not sure, dude. I'm not a Wonderful hair expert, but I will say I am sad that he had such crazy flow and he's going with the perm and the broccoli haircut. I'm not going to lie.
Kill from Bit kind of puts the emergency brake on the execution of Astralis.
This round, they knew exactly what was coming, huh?
Device tries to get out through the apartments a little bit later, stepping over Jabby's dead body. And there's still something to stand on here. Mac-10 gets the kill over towards Archside. Do they join forces now? 2 versus 3 is where they're left over.
There's a lot to answer for.
Flash goes out past back. It's nice snap from Wonderful. A good sign of things to come throughout
You know, it's a good shot when the caster like loses their words.
By the up close Alexi B. Free Tech 9s for the upgrade. The half buy doesn't work out for Astralis.
Yeah, I don't know though. That could be his natural hair. I have no idea.
And this round, you could see by the Hull's interaction, the nading the smoke and spamming it, they kind of knew exactly how.
And honestly, for me not having that knowledge, I totally understand if you want to stop watching this stream. Like, why do I not know that? What the hell?
219 milliseconds is time to damage.
Where was that?
It's on the left side of the screen for the replays. So you guys will notice that as the bounty goes on, we're unleashing the beasts. When you see some of these replays, watch for time to kill. Right where our current Movember ticker is.
Solid grenades.
And a flash for the peek around the corner, but JL not doing more than a quick glance.
That's not good, Aaron. That's not good.
In fact, is Alexi, but
if they're just saying bro to you and they're not calling you Unk, that you haven't hit Unk status, and that's not good.
But they are calling this out pretty fast here. So
I think, Aaron, that means they don't like you.
Going to use Yabby as a lurk.
I'll let you know, though. I'm learning myself.
That flash.
The target soon, but yeah, that flash and then the smoke afterwards
really unravels Astralis' element of surprise.
Yeah.
They've got Jabby still floating around in middle. This 3-player setup from Navi in the apartments. Then we get the jump through smoke off Katie, and that one gets shut down with ease.
Cleaned up.
Quick reposition into the dark corner of the site, and Alexi's trying to get
good late flash. Good late flash.
Support goes both directions. Kill comes back to Astralis. That bomb is on site, and it'll go down uncontested. Maybe a nade It's a molly late, so they'll flush the planter off of his position, prevents any kind of a push towards coffins. Device should be known as the trajectory of the nade comes out. That's why he's taking spam damage and burned out.
Oh man,
so
that's
him chucking grenades offers up too much info.
Did you have fun that run, Device?
Peek into CT here from Astralis,
Oh,
and it's worth it.
what the
3 kills
fuck?
come up. Alexi's low. Stare to the clutch. He closes. And Astralis fight back 2v4.
Yes, and the clutch for Stare at full HP. He'll finally get one.
Damn.
And this is the,
Okay,
the
that was
B-side
kinda
hit
nasty
they had
in
to work
CT right there.
very
Holy
hard
shit.
for. JL gets the first kill as Karrigan jumps across a little too early. Then, or sorry, Alexi gets the kill. JL is at the back of the site with the smoke connected to Emo. But I think it's Alexi's flash that hits JL when he's trying to swing out through Emo. You okay over
Nah,
there?
there's a late flash. Nah, it was the late Astralis flash.
That round will knock your socks out.
Just flabbergasted.
And so they had to work hard for that, but finally, like we've seen a string of very close situations, Astralis don't lose it. It's reflected in the economy for Navi.
Oh, dangerous, dude. Wonderful. That nade?
That nade's gonna kill him.
Oh! Finds him on the fallback.
Oh!
An additional frag grenade chucked to keep Alexi and JL on
Time for the real opera.
each.
JL.
How fun.
Zanathan, thanks for the 93-month reset. Thank you.
Utility.
If this showed on my credit report,
and it's just
it would be
Jabby on
my
the short
longest
peak.
standing line
Arch
of
smoke, but nothing on it. Nice patience
Oh,
from
yeah?
JL.
Oh, my upper!
Sliver right there, and it's a flick, man. No wallbang needed.
Oh.
Jabby's gonna find his arch side. We've got that opera
The
still
fuck?
posted.
Who let me start playing for a bit?
Alexi, this one gets ripped to shreds, but it's the tree peak from Karrigan. 1 kill into the game before this. JL, a trio of op frags.
Who let me play for a bit? What in the fuck was that spray?
Okay, with the op. You never see him use it. Last shot doesn't go in. That second one was actually wicked.
He's got bomb control in the pit. Jabby comes through, cleared by Ema.
Run that back.
When does JL op?
We need a
now.
Never. We need to see a timing.
Doesn't bite on the first cross.
Yeah.
This flick.
Man. That was awesome.
And the 3-piece. Wow.
That was like a revolver moment.
Wow.
Because it's an op, but he never uses it.
A pretty daunting spot that puts Astralis into. A hell of a moment for JL to pop off like that. Everything that Astralis can afford invested in this one, and still a Tech 9 and Mac 10.
I mean, everybody's spent their bank.
Yeah, this really puts, if they can close it, a dampening on Astralis' attempt at a T side.
This is either like, honestly, a comeback from Astralis off this round or just totally crushing half. They both know it.
Man, I was really looking forward to this game. I thought we were going to get a competitive one to close out the night.
In some senses, it has been. It's just that, yeah, Navi just closing out all the close situations.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. I can't even fake my voice that low.
Astralis really got to focus up for this.
Yeah, it's just the amount of Counter-Strike we might get between the teams cut short by Navi's
Are
consistency.
they in the bathroom? Yeah.
The setup that Navi
More
had
efficient
right now,
that way.
I really like
More
it.
time to
The
boot
attack
camp.
coming
It's
into
another
the
one
pit.
of Blade's master classes as a coach.
Emma's very strong on Arch.
Yeah,
Blade realized if they all just play from the bathroom, they never have to go and pause to use the restroom.
MP9 crossing into the bomb site. Wonderful. Gonna hold the line for the time being. Fire at the feet of the apartments player.
nothing.
It slowly spreads out, but then he misses his next shot, and Emed dies coming out from the moto smoke. All bit now, and it's just the SMG.
Damn, Device.
damage.
My rifling
Device
entry
gets
right
through,
there.
And Astralis, we've seen this pretty heavy emphasis on short. They pull it out once again, and
If you're not
it feels
gaming
like
on a
because
toilet, what are you even
Wonderful got
doing?
burned into
They
the
saving?
open,
So I got some.
that just started
I got
the
second
domino
breakfast
effect
right here in
for
front of me.
Astralis' third round win.
Yeah, they couldn't do more to help him block lane off, and he didn't have a smoke for himself in the pit. Otherwise, he could have stood there. And we see that bomb goes down around 10 seconds. So it did come down to just a few seconds of delay But like honestly, that's just a really solid attack in general, considering the circumstances. Both teams are on relatively low buys. That op could have made the difference, and Astralis needed this round. So the only thing that changes from our previous point is that we got a couple guns saved, at least for Na'Vi, because they really have not much money behind it.
Terrorists win. Device adding some value to the T side with his 2 kills on this entry. Historically speaking, was Device one of those oppers that was held back by rifles?
No.
No?
Held back in what sense?
Like couldn't AK, couldn't M4?
Oh, absolutely not.
Because
no.
he started off a star player rifling, and then he only started opping because Fetish, who was the IGL of his team before, was the IGL but opping, and wasn't as good as Device. So then he just started opping out of necessity. It's kind of the story for most, like even Simple's I was same
Modesty
thing.
too.
Yeah, they just op out and gives you the most advantage, most chances to get the best stats and most impact. And ever since then, Device has just been opping. But he was already a top 5 player. I think he has a year top 5 with just a rifle, if I'm not mistaken.
Not the angle you want to walk into with a Nova.
Maybe top 10 or something. Let's see.
Device finding his impact.
Let's go check.
I feel like every round right now is Device has put his mark on the round that they've won.
Device leaves. Taking back some information inside of apartments. This is going to have the alarm bells ringing for the B players.
Yeah, Hershey, he's some sort of fed,
between them to try and stop this execute at 45 seconds. T-side's got the numbers. JL on the backside. MP9 comes swinging. They're holding on. A flashbang into the middle of the pack. JL's rifle, 7 bullets left. And so another swing. The 5-7 from Emet.
How many 5-7 clips are we going to see? And some of you still try to use the fucking CZ. How many?
Was the recovery round for Astralis. This was their
How
prime
many
opportunity to get back into this
5-7
half.
double ups are we going to see? And I still see one of you fucking assembling your fucking CZ.
And another
You're like, yeah, let me
situation
just
that
fucking
could
hold
have
on.
been a
You're
1v1.
Everything's
Could've
like,
been a
yeah,
block
okay, let me
planted.
just fucking bop, bop, bop. Miss every
JL
fucking
gets his.
shot and die.
Alexi comes through with an assist on both. And
How
the
many of you are going
5-7
to keep doing this
snapping
shit?
Device. Sit down.
Just use the 5-7. You're bad.
Na'Vi keeping Astralis's round
And
wins
if
far
you're
and
bad,
few
you're
between.
worse
Final
with a
round of the
CZ than a
T-side here for the
5-7, I
Danes.
promise you.
Banana control for Na'Vi out the gate.
Fucking A, man.
And a faster tempo being set into the A site, so it seems. Brackets first, and then a pause.
All right, sorry, I had to get that off my chest. But like,
seriously,
if you guys are sitting there
Kadian
like
gonna
doing one
throw
of these,
caution
like
to the
fucking
wind,
pop,
just
pop,
baiting
pop,
around
you
these
know,
corners,
like,
elicits
stop,
the
stop.
off shot from Wonderful. So
Stop
information
it.
gathered
Stop it.
yet again. And a change of direction towards Banana.
What if I'm using an aim trainer with the CZ for 3 hours a day? Then you're fucking stupid. What?
They come.
No
Pack
wonder
of
you
players
use the
sprinting in.
CZ.
Alexi tries to get onto the coffins. They're
You
gonna
should've used the
disrespect
fucking
JL's
AK.
smoke. No vision over the CT
You'd
side.
probably rank
Astralis
up
trying to get
more.
through. JL's here to stuff it. All of it. USP's out. Device punctures through. It's a 1v4
I need a primer.
demanded of him. And we'll see what kind of a tempo the retake comes through with. He departs the bomb site. MP9 on his back, Tech 9 in hand. Molotov to perhaps stop the defuse. Taps back towards Bit. That's the first one, and it's an upgrade. That M4 looks good. And
Bro,
as he comes
Device
back
does
to the
this
bomb
shit
site,
again.
he's got the flash to set
Unreal.
up a peek. But how deep? Molly to the site itself. That's both players confirmed. Wonderful's inside of the smoke. Can he peel off?
Oh,
No,
he had a
sir.
chance. Nice try.
9-3
Nice try.
as Na'Vi keep
Voltage thanks to the
Astralis
8-month
at
primer.
bay.
Xanathan, thank you very much for your 93 and your long-standing credit line. Robocop, thanks for the gifted. Wrestler, thanks for your gifted. Chat, I'm running an ad. Heads up. Heads up, heads up, heads up. It's 2025 and people still have the CZ equipped. one sec.
Just hit 20k last night thanks to your content, love the work boss. Prime Frogetta reporting in.
Just hit 20k last night. Thanks to your content. Love the work, boss. Oh, bro, there's just some YouTube videos. You did that all on your own. Red Falcon, thanks for your 14-month primer. Legion, thanks for your 39. Prime Forgetter reporting in. There's always one, you motherfuckers.
Control.
Chat, I'm matching all gifted on Twitch if you're a Hawker Thriller, and all member mommies if you're on YouTube. Thank you.
You know I know.
Every time that Astralis think they're going to start running away with an opening in this game, dude, it's a quick response out of Na'Vi, including a JL 3K on the op. And
yeah, what
JL
I'm in.
at halftime looked like Sketch back there, running around with his headset on.
Yeah.
Looking like Sketch
clapping
back
his hands,
there.
rambunctious as ever, because I think he's feeling the
Yeah, no problem, Wrestler. You did that all on your own, bud.
9-3 lead over Astralis on their map pick. When he says that this is the match that sets the tone for their form at the start of 2025.
That man walking next to the 59-month primer. Thank you, beautiful.
Here right now, I think that'd be a real high.
How close to 1 million? We got to get 275 follows on Twitch a day. We're trying, goddammit. We're trying.
Smoke for the cross. We've got a Molotov as well coming through for backside. And then 2 flashbangs. Or excuse me, a decoy. CT's come over, biting down on the util. And we're getting Ema holding for the flank, but that flank
Device again, man.
This is a completely
making some crucial moves here. And landing the shots, obviously, but
so much damage.
Just the moves in general he's making.
Things get really weird.
Wait, but you know, they don't want to totally leave B because who knows what happens. And the T still have lots of time to make a decision, so this is a massive rotation. And now they might actually be in a position where they want to just walk up and
how dare you should talk on my CZ? Listen, man, I'm just impressed that you finally were able to respond as you were assembling your keyboard before you could type that to me.
Out of it, looking at the B split with an arch timing as well. There's a lot of CTs to find, but they never had info on A in the first place.
Stair being set up to keep his head down.
HP bars are low for Na'Vi.
No wonder this motherfucker uses a CZ. He's fucking self-assembling his keyboard before he... That was like fucking 10 minutes ago, dude.
For Na'Vi, because the trades
Bro fucking assembled his keyboard.
The decoy. Do they let their guards down? Yes. Bit unfortunate receiver of Stair's first peak. 6 seconds. God damn, that bomb's not even going to get planted. CT's come swinging. And it's Astralis.
All right, pistol merchants Astralis. Okay.
Rotation ends up making sense. And even though they have no one on that arch timing, the double pit setup, it gets info on the arch cross.
I got sent a clip. Oh, so you're the dipshit in your stack that uses the CC every fucking game and refuses to switch. And your friend is watching right now and wanted to flame you. Okay. Good. Whoever sent that to him, good job. Can you send him this clip real quick? Any primers, prime forgetters in the chat. Thank you.
Kill in the mix of all that. Did you catch that?
All right, there we go. That should work too. Mark Leptic, thanks for 37-month reset. Thank you.
It's like a 1-bullet team kill, so it doesn't really count.
Sorry, we're just acquiring 1 prime sub at a time, guys, with 1 Steam message at a time, you know, or Discord message.
That was almost a team night. But
situational.
There's not much to get too excited about.
That looked like a pretty
It's
cool
only
attempt
situational if you're ass.
Saved down by device in the flank, having to go back to mid. They
Bomb perm hair, how many gifted?
Out of that, that was pretty crazy.
Tryon, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you. Yeah, we're not going broccoli haircut here, bud.
TikTok ban?
No, he's thinking, I'm just like Cat. I'm just like Cat. I'm just like Cat.
That's right. He needs a rare inspect though.
No flashbang, no smoke grenades, no nothing here for Na'Vi. Just wonderful and the Deeg.
Just got level 10 for the first time. Having a good day. Hell yeah.
cat hits that.
Glock gets scooped up. Let's see Ime try it out. Down to 30 seconds. They do find Stout at the least. It's the P250 that ends up finding a kill. Device with the quad.
The quad.
I don't know.
Why are you laughing?
Sounded like Quake announcer, almost.
Yeah, he had a little bit of... He had a little bit.
Monster kill.
Ultra kill.
I didn't play that version of the game.
They really are in a bathroom, huh? Chad, ever since I followed Flom recently, and I've noticed I have an insane increase in my takeout food quality. Give it a try.
Could have definitely swung the way of Astralis. They even lost to a half buy in there. But the fact that they kept that really competitive, now have the CT side maybe in a stable position, especially if they win this round, you could still get a real game. Really
you were getting a lot of rubber banding on FaZe servers recently. You are absolutely correct. I think anybody that plays as much FaZe as a lot of us do around here, I don't know how it is for EU, but NA it has been just downright rough.
Right now he's just tiptoeing his way through the apartments, which is vacant as far as Astralis are concerned. Always a dangerous game to not keep eyes on that balcony door.
So monetizing being fat, we all got our assets out there, you know?
In just a moment.
And I got a lot of ass.
Deal with Alexi, but it's entry kills here for the T side. They clear that rooftop.
Oh, nice clear.
Jabby with one. From Stair. Bit's already got his feet on the ground.
This Bit guy's pretty fucking good, huh?
Obliterating the bracket.
Totally.
My favorite part of Inferno.
That attack is so perfect for the high-low setup. The molly comes down under porch, and the reason you throw that molly is not just to push the guy out of under porch. It's to
Navi just fucking absolutely obliterated their setup, by the way.
Clear, and then it's suddenly a very disfavorable
bracket
position.
stack.
Obviously, the aim here helps a ton.
Look what Navi just said. Yeah, we're just gonna actually go at you and kill you.
Proven already so far in the first half. And they come out with
average stream 40. Haven't experienced it much in EU. Yeah, like in NA, I probably once a day have a game where like the server just starts rubber banding. It literally feels like, and it's not just like streamer games, by the way. Like I've seen it happen to other people.
Really just kind of like
it's like the servers start getting DDoSed out of nowhere, but it's just like random.
Uncontested balcony walkout. It's really just icing on the cake because the brackets peaks themselves went so well. So a certain sharpness
skill right here
across the entirety of Navi at the moment, right back into an assist with Wonderful and a clean turn from Ime.
Yeah, I don't know.
Happy to see him thriving here early in the series.
Bum 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 bum.
I think maybe they're in like Tuscany. Does that sound right?
Yeah, the internet's bad down there.
Oh,
yeah. Well, Italian internet, not
good. Not the place to be then for the bounty.
Yeah.
Apple Juice, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you, beautiful.
This is an open road to the map 1 win if Navi can bust this round through, and Stair currently sat up on the porch.
Sundance, I was going to say, you definitely were not looking in the right spot, or you found their own version of the story.
To get the kill back, Emet, he's got good cover, but he's also losing teammates. Jabby comes through with the help.
Like I said, I'm not really trying to unpack all that and give the lore all the time, but my God.
He goes deep into the apartments to lose his head to Wonderful, so let's see if this 2v4 can come to fruition.
You know, you want to say odds are they don't, but now that it's 2-on-3 after that kill, Karrigan not having the best game and only has got an MP9 to his name, he's going to want to release that smoke very soon. Honestly, if he doesn't preempt it.
But honestly, I think JL disrespects this. Yeah, he's just going to challenge, walks right through it. We get Jabby running over. JL knows. Good hold here from Karrigan. MP9 to hold the line. Bomb out of Wonderful, can plant it safe. Hope they don't sprint at him. Exposed. And sent packing. That's the 6th to the Danes. Tip of the hat there to Device, who locked down brackets as we were fixated on Stair, getting his one on Balk.
A little bit of damage helps in the end. I thought without Stair getting this kill, it was over, but they don't let him escape and take over the site and get the pit and get the Moto smoke down. Karrigan also very, very careful to throw that smoke, but also be aware of any kind of lurk timing. Doesn't fall for wonderful spamming in the back.
Yeah, I felt like he was throwing it late, but kept himself sharp. And CT is doing to Na'Vi what was done to them. Chance at a reset.
Karrigan's called such a good game, but his teammates have let him down late round.
Bit heading back into the apartments.
I think there's some rounds where I would agree with you, some rounds where I wouldn't.
To the Balk itself. This time he's going to play from
I think there's been good and bad calls. I just think right now, I think I'm looking at who's supposed to be the best rifler on the roster with the least amount of kills.
So they'll be happy to find it so open.
Agreed.
And I know that sounds like a really shitty way to analyze the game, but
Astralis don't want to leave just yet.
Stare inside of the pit.
That's kind of a problem.
Boxes, fire at the feet of most. Bit gets the entry, Device hanging on for dear life, and he's not able to get more than one. Again, it is Na'Vi to just step forward into the A site. So much control for free that the fights queued up on site seemed like they would always go swimmingly.
Gel showed himself and doesn't realize it.
But they line up for him. He'll be traded out by Jabby. The retake is on.
Okay, 32. I mean, are they really going to look for this? Surely not, right?
That's huge.
Yeah, they're just going to save. It's going to be 11-6.
Ah, it is. They won't even try it. There's no retake utility
Na'Vi just looks like a more complete team at the moment, and Astralis is not shooting hard enough in their positions, and they're kind of just getting exploited. So
every kill he gets is so damn impactful.
In my opinion, what I feel like Astralis, unfortunately, this is unfortunate because a team like Na'Vi, this is almost impossible to do, and it's what makes it so difficult. Na'Vi is beating you with just sheer brute force, okay? So how do you beat a team that's like just basically doing exactly what you expect them to do, and they're still winning? You have to stack, basically. You have to stack, you have to gamble, pretty hard. Like, the problem is they've even tried that and been successful and still lost, so
Really thought Jail getting spotted like that could have cost him.
Yeah.
But the fact he gets away with one as they both slide into his angle.
Yeah.
He just kind of feels stuck, man. And that's kind of why when I'm saying like, oh, well, look at Stone, he's got 5 kills. But that's kind of what I mean is like if you're on the back foot like that hard, it's first off, Na'Vi fucking loves opening in defaults. They very rarely go into set pieces almost instantaneously, especially on a map like an Inferno. So Na'Vi is literally gonna spread out, see what you're doing. Like they're like, damn, let's take a look over here. Let's take a look over here. So stacking against them's hard. If you try to take a gamble push, it's gonna be hard. They're very comfortable in that default. And eventually, once Alexi knows what you're doing or has a decent idea, even when he's been wrong, they are still winning the rounds. So it's
faster, man. This is a little bit more
it's why sometimes you just gotta kind of fucking shoot them in the head a little bit more, because
why not get it early?
Right now it's
dead air.
It's tough. You know, I say they don't go into set pieces too often, but what's funny is they look at the minimap. Actually, JL is pressuring Banana a bit, but he's just keeping tabs on it. This is basically a glorified 4-1.
It leaves Device alone. And now Stound's lost the player on both ends. They know they've got him in a pinch.
Wonderful's gonna slip the gap here though for the rotate.
The arch side to help, but it's 6 and 11 with a 5-7 and no gun in hand. It is all Stound now. He rocks it a little longer, but the USP not nearly enough to hold them back, and so Jabby
well, I've seen them actually. Wait, oh my God, I'm having major flashbacks. Oh God, it's the same 2 players.
Found a good path.
Oh my God!
Just the way Jabby likes him.
Yeah, that's right. From behind there, Jabby. Nice backstab on 2 players. That is a situation where that smoke that they threw, you could see that he was trying to delay it because the molly was still up, but he really wanted it to bounce off the wall first. So he's hoping that he threw it late enough, but didn't want to give whoever was rotating vision, and it created a gap.
That's how my pickups almost died.
You could see the entire time.
Oh my God. Oh, holy shit. Hold on.
I thought he knew, though, that the smoke hit the molly and there would be a gap. And they didn't think about it.
Sorry.
They didn't think about it in that situation.
Fast enough.
Yeah.
5 rounds, non-consecutive. Back and forth we go, keeping the money.
Those two are not allowed to play together in clutches anymore. Like, honestly, just leave, go your separate ways, and don't calm. Brewman, thank you very much for your tier 1 sub, by the way. I saw you follow and immediately sub. Apologies for the delay. Thank you. I was having a mental breakdown. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And Irish Trinity, thank you very much for your primer. And Dapple, thanks for your 2-month primer.
Now a stable position here for Astralis. 4-on-2 situation. I mean, they've just got to survive this moment. You know, Astralis are going to wring it dry for every opportunity, but 2-2 to sights, not much to worry about.
Whatever you want, MJ. Solomon, good luck, but we do no Gamba talk in chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
There's a site to go to. It's the one where Cadian's low.
On a bit of a roll this round, 2 kills in. Giving the corner a peek.
I was having a mental breakdown. I didn't even realize the fucking Scrawny said that
just yet.
2 backs turn just the way Yabby likes them is how Scrawny casted that.
Down for Coffin. We got bid on an entry.
They still aren't rotating. And the Molly's coming in a quad, too.
It's gonna flush
Oh my god, that's pure cinema.
Very well.
Nice.
All right, Brewman. You just followed, you just subbed, and you just gifted 5 subs. I just want you to know.
Hold strong.
I tell many people this. I have 8 mansions. If you'd like to continue to fund the mansions, I love money, so thank you very much for the 5 gifted, but I figured I'd let you know early.
The upgrade ended up helping.
You seem to make poor financial decisions, so I'd like to at least give you
he obviously wouldn't be going
the
to
heads up, all right? Thank you.
Somebody inside that smoke with one. Lucky to pick that up in time.
Decided I'm just here to help. VTech, thanks for the 30-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Right?
Yeah, I think.
Maybe.
I mean, that's like,
it's all on purpose.
You know, it's like when you throw Molotovs and then you don't watch them.
Yeah.
This is like you're popping open a smoke, but you just gave the chance to die.
Always appreciate it, all right? Always appreciate it. I just like to make sure people know, okay? Don't forget about the yachts. How could I forget my desert yachts?
Bit working on the fruit platter.
Watched you for years, so I gotta give back. Hey, all good.
Onions, lemons, they go hand in hand.
I've confirmed the possible existence of an unconfirmed 9th mansion. If people start remembering their prime subs more, you would be correct.
Oh, he's getting them to follow him?
Yeah, collecting them.
Nice.
Grimmin, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I appreciate you. I swear to God, reverse psychology or some shit is the...
Okay.
Me telling chat, literal billionaire with many mansions, and they're just like, here, dude, have another 5 gifted. Nick, thanks to the 38-month primer. Thank you. Maybe it's because of my looks. They just feel bad.
I've seen silvers leave spawn slower.
Let bit be, man. All right, device, get you some more.
Fading away here. He's got support. It's all good.
All right, cleaned up, cleaned up. Salon's getting some huge impact kills right here. Flom, I do it out of pity. Thank you. Trying to bait those pity gifted now. Fuck, man. What am I supposed to say?
With 5
Reality, thanks to the 3-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you. Tell people you're a billionaire. You know, stop making poor financial decisions. Chat's like, wow, dude, reverse psychology. Say it's reverse psychology. They're like, oh my god, dude.
Done well to hold on to him thus far.
Calm, thanks to the 75-month resub. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you, appreciate you.
Get ready, Astralis.
I haven't checked in on Valorant in a while. You and Tech still teaming together? Nice.
Do they back-to-back him?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, they did. Ooh, back-to-back pauses.
Guys, the gearbox on my car is broken. Can Flom please get 5 gifted?
More of a discussion here.
Wow, that's fun.
Wow, no.
I miss Eric Flom's Sweden trip.
Blade's got a lot to say.
More. Which one was better, Eric Flom's Sweden trip or Eric Flom Hawaii trip, where you and Tony tried to steal my skins?
So, guys, there's bracket. Yeah. Banana is the curved part of the map. Okay, following. Call another timeout.
Calling Flom's hotel room over and over again. You remember that time where I didn't see you and Tony for 48 hours because you guys were so fucked on a sleep schedule?
No way, 3 timeouts?
So guys, Device used to be a rifler.
You guys were literally awake for like 3 hours out of 48 after being up for like 36.
2015.
Yeah.
I need to hear the story. No, I mean there's not much to the story. Vanity and fucking Tex slept. They were like, dude, we're totally fine, and I was like, dude, you guys are jet lagged. We're fine, we're fine. I straight up like I don't think I saw him for 2 days.
2 straight though is pretty crazy already.
Oh yeah, no, he bought crypto, I think, didn't he, Tex? I think it was crypto.
Down Jabby Karrigan.
I just ordered Uber Eats. Flom needs 5 gifted as compensation, guys.
Off of the double nades.
Grow up.
Oh, perfectly timed.
Oh my god, we love Inferno, don't we? I bet you they're having a lot of fun right now. That's like the Valorant equivalent of having a dog run at you and bite your legs off.
Running away like chickens.
Oh,
the nades keep coming.
And then they found the bird.
Round from this man. Was Blade talking to Astralis this round?
JL doesn't even get a target to shoot at in round 21. And he will be sidelined at the minute mark. An apartment's peek from Stair that Bit just missed.
Oh man.
Bomb stowed, bottom mid for now, and Alexi's gonna go take a quick gander towards B. While it remains smoked for a little longer, we've got 2 smoke grenades still for Na'Vi. And now they walk back
30 seconds and another smoke top B. Here we go. I love this. This is my favorite.
Will it unroot Karrigan behind
So much fun.
Oranges?
Here we go.
That's
Here we
question.
go.
15 seconds to this clock.
CB, thanks for the 2-month primer. This is it. This is the hit. 15 seconds through the B smoke. Oh my god, he's blind as fuck.
From Jabby. 7 to the clock. They need these kills now, and they get them just in
Don't get spammed.
The spam maybe through the smoke. No.
Nah, he doesn't expect it first.
Down to the absolute minimum, but so are their health bars.
Honest
for the
opinion
most part.
on JT. Incredibly good.
He gets obliterated here by Stound.
Holy shit, Stound just shat on him.
Now Bit will be playing from orange, but exposed.
Oh, but they're coming through CT.
Wonderful things about going for peaks, and they both hit the ground thanks to Stair.
Oh. The
Close
coach in the
man.
back.
I mean, pretty much a
The
miracle.
honest opinion on JT, very good. His only shortcoming, I would say, from what I can see from the outside looking in, is
on time.
I wish he was a bit more of like a hoorah type of guy, you know?
Situations, but you got to say the Astralis HEs are probably what make this round
How do I become Donk of Valorant?
easier.
You don't. Tex, I'm usually not like this, but I want you to know Donk is not something you've ever seen before in your game, okay?
Them off guard in the retake.
Especially with how he plays.
Doesn't even get a bullet.
I'm
out.
sorry.
Don't have big bullets to fire off at all.
Yeah,
you have nothing.
They're thinking about this game going 24 rounds.
It's a little bit more
no,
ammo, right?
like
Single AK on the field with armor.
Yeah, true. This one's gonna be fast though. Tech 9 pop, be careful.
Device, I love the position. Spray's good. Maintains control to get himself the second. Down catching Alexi. There's the answer. But everybody that goes towards Device is dead. With bomb, nonetheless. A quarter of the health thanks to the nades. Seemingly
dude, this kid's insane, man.
Bit doubles back to the apartments.
I'm not even exaggerating. You guys, Calm and Tex, you guys should genuinely watch a POV demo of Donk. Like, just even in Face It Pugs, it's
Every time
insane.
they came through to look for him, he was in a different spot.
It was 5 rounds back and forth in this second half that Astralis were just trying to hang on to.
I mean, Brewman.
When we go back to the first 12, we have to remember
Yeah, he could,
how
but
many
so
of
could
the
a lot of people.
clutches come out for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's been a close game all along, but now Astralis are proving it.
I can't believe this is tied. I'll be honest with you.
For Astralis.
The retake was nice.
With second
I
pistol,
said that
conversion.
they were absolutely boned and they had to start gambling, and I was flat out wrong.
His final time
I'm a fucking idiot. Your streamer has no idea what he's talking about.
So it's not as if
They have done a fantastic job of really just slowing down the game and forcing Na'Vi into situations they're not really fond of. Like going through that fucking B smoke, even though they took the bomb site and that timing is so rough.
And conviction.
Watch streamer? No, listen, dumbass streamer, dude. I take full.
And wonderful buys the op.
Hey, man. Hey. I'll take the L, man. I got no problem with that.
Started it this year with a dominant performance.
I do think that Device being 27 and 15 has something to do with it, and I did say that, you know, at a certain level they just have to start getting kills. That was actually kind of the final point. So I'll take that little bit.
JL trying to think about hanging on to these corners.
No. I didn't forget Device in my calculations. I just thought that Stalin was weighing like me IRL. You know?
Rotate, excuse me. And
this op though, that's gonna catch them, right? We've seen Stown here at B so many times.
How's MDL doing for you guys nowadays? Is he even called MDL? No, they pulled out after somebody match fixed the fucking league relentlessly to the point where every time you Googled it, it came up with match fixing. Wonder who that was, Tex.
Right now, it's just damage. But it's
yeah, big fan of your game, buddy.
Minute to the clock as
yeah,
they contest with brackets and they
heard they got a fucking raise.
Scramble back into this bomb site. They've done a great job of getting them
corralled. This is called Challenger now.
I think they saw Device when Bit shot that was an op that went over to this site, so they realized there's a heavy rotation. The question is,
all the CS players knowing all the motherfuckers that match fix. Next thing you know, what up, bro? Yeah.
2 players have left. Fuck. It's still a solid setup on the A side. It's just a little bit understaffed.
It's the same 2 players that start the round here,
Tex,
no longer with bracket control. Last time Na'Vi were able to come out this easily, they took the site by storm. Cadian's gonna come sprinting back, but he's
like the equivalent of like talking shit online almost, and then just staring at your toes in person. But like they didn't even meet in person. Oh no, not like that, Astralis. Oh, there it is. Yep. He loves that fucking play.
And Imma, he might want to just try to escape in this situation because it's still a viable retake.
That it is
walking up lane at the moment, very close by.
Device has been lights out. We get the graveyard player found. Jabby to even these out. Now we've got health advantage for the retake. Bit's gonna come back around the short side, back turn to him, hits his shot, and Device has to come in clutch again on the brink.
I just had to say something about their comeback.
But it's a reposition quickly back through the apps. He goes for the pit push.
Oh my Device.
Just enough time. Just enough time. He's gonna be desperate as he jumps and tries to find bomb. Nowhere to be found. Clutch can't be taken. That's
I was gonna say he's gonna kill him though.
Oh, so many kills for Device this game. So much impact.
Dude, somebody help Device. Jesus Christ.
To make this possible. That's a great call from Na'Vi, man. That was a very high-level round in terms of the reads that were going on.
Right, watch FPL games. I don't recognize a single name. Well, it's because the people that are playing like aren't even in the US anymore.
Was so tasteful.
Like even like 60 and Nick, who just got picked up on complexity, they're already in EU boot camping. Aaron, thanks to the 108-month reset. Thank you, beautiful. And even then, like a lot of the salary guys aren't playing.
And as well as Astralis have been playing, Na'Vi are back in the lead.
I think we have more salary teams than we did for a while, but also I don't think a lot of them play FPL necessarily.
Karrigan trying to get it out. Big investment from the util to try and get something going on Banana. JL lingering yet again. Peek down mid.
I mean, definitely is still a troll.
Oh, the nade. Not ideal. EMAC close enough to pounce, but
they don't know about Cadian's op just yet, right? I think it's only Device that's shot, so there is a chance they make a mistake on the other side of the map.
Tony is got a nice little squadron going, Tex. Now that he's back.
But to be honest, man, Na'Vi have pushed them back now on both sides without getting shot by these ops. That's already a small victory.
Can we no idea who's on that shit.
We are long grenades, man.
He's still line up. I'll make a YouTube short on it.
Shot a bullet confirmed. 5 and 30.
Hi, thanks for the primer. Thank you.
Na'Vi have absolutely no flashbangs left.
Who's he playing with? Marquis, of course.
Man, oh man, with double ops, no flashbangs to try and get past these lines. Emes,
Opper from he is Russian, right?
And
Russian Opper
extra layer into the
here for school, who's absolutely cracked, and then
press up on short side.
Stronger in the early round, but are you going to be able to retake with these big guns? They need to get kills early. Astralis getting hunted down.
A couple other players to maintain their roster spot.
But he is about to get surrounded. There is no contest offered up from Karrigan on Arch just yet. He is trying to sprint into the action. They're going to split this 2-2-1 with Bit coming out from Balk soon enough. Stare, can he be
nice find from Stare. Oh, Bit killed him. Oh, nah, man, that's actually brutal. He's got timing, though.
Wait, cancel the plan.
Back's turned. They've got it. They're fine. In an extra second. Wonderful guarantees it just in case.
Did he mean to cancel that, or did he literally forget?
Not the better of the oppers. Device has put up so much throughout this first map, and a tip of the hat to Astralis. This was a 9-3 first half that they nearly run to
actually impressive shit from Astralis, though. Like,
and Na'Vi survived this test.
I was saying there was no way for them to win this. They were absolutely stuck. Had to gamble because people weren't shooting hard enough. Device started shooting hard enough for everyone. I was absolutely wrong.
heavily off a device Inferno performance and looking
And then,
damn good at it. But this
then they
Na'Vi
kind of
once
just
again
didn't have enough
was
there.
tested.
That was just too many rounds they lost on their T side.
Game of CS, just as in terms of pure entertainment, how close some of those rounds came, the level of tactics, along with the individual play from some of the usual
Damn, dude, Alexi in the house
for both of
slippers.
these rosters. All
Looking
in all, I'm
comfy,
super
dude.
satisfied by the level that both these teams are showing.
Yeah, I mean,
All I'm being wrong is
struggled a
like,
little
water's
bit,
wet.
but pretty
Water's
much
not
everyone else
technically
on
wet.
Astralis
Shut the
popped
fuck
off.
up.
You had pretty consistent performances from Na'Vi. You really can't complain about that either individually or strategically.
In terms of that, though, right? Obviously,
Sorry,
things
I
started
just
to
say
slow
the water
down a bit
wet thing
towards
all the
the
time,
end.
and
It was
after
maybe
I was
like
just
some
being
more
Twitch chat
signs
back
for
at you.
Na'Vi.
Sorry.
But individuals you're talking about doing well, I guess we can start with Immer on this one because he stayed consistent throughout the whole game.
Did you guys the season officially start text and calm? Is that was like that's a real season yesterday?
On him a couple times, like yeah, even this round right here is he did such a good job of just thinning the numbers with the first burst.
Or not
that he
yesterday,
needed
but
to.
this week.
Also, rotations were on point for him as one of the A riflers.
Or anybody else in chat for that matter. Did that
comprehensively
shit start?
strong performance, and I feel like in some critical moments too.
They'll
Just
have to
got
go
that
prac.
like instant kill.
They practiced in that game? I thought they just streamed.
As he was entering B, for example, late in that game, these just pivotal kills that were necessary for Na'Vi to secure it in regulation.
Yeah, kills that Imma might not have gotten at various points throughout the year. A lot of people were critical of Imma throughout.
That was actual VCT yesterday,
and you
those
want to see him come into
numbers?
the next year
Oh
strong,
my
pull off that type of
God.
performance and try and keep it up.
Next up, JL as well. Obviously, 5th best
Oh,
player
wait,
in
no,
the
it's
world.
ancient, right? Ancient. I keep
5th
wanting to
best
put
player in the
mute
world.
'cause I'm
Very
fucking
confident, but
stupid.
looking at it, he still
Yeah,
has
there we
these moments. He still brings it when needed. And obviously, this one was just ridiculous. You don't expect to see this AWP in hand from JL.
Oh man, I mean, overall, just JL.
Yeah, did
was
VCT officially start?
So good at defending this B bomb site with Alexi B, so frequently able to stop Astralis in their trucks. There were moments when they were hitting that bomb site where I was like, it'd be nice if he gets one or two. I mean, he gets them all and doesn't die sometimes. Like that's exactly what you need from a player.
It's a VCT
and
qualifier.
To see him continue
Okay.
that, to show that the Copenhagen Major wasn't a fluke.
Dude, it
in
was
terms of
the
his
mainstream
individual
had
level.
10,000
That's
viewers
probably one
though.
of my favorite aspects of this Na'Vi.
I didn't make that up, right? That's what I actually saw for the live games.
A little bit more detail though. We're going to go
I only
back to
saw
round
it
9
because Tarek was streaming it with like I think 30K.
after that.
The nade,
Yeah, but
which
Tarek was
sails
just at
right
30,
into
bro.
Wonderful's back, somehow gifts JL this op. And let's remind everybody, JL was an opper at one point in time for Mad Lions. It was
nuts.
CSGO, but that second shot right there against Stound is ridiculous. On top of that, he's able to
That
rotate
is
into the bomb
way
site.
lower
clear things out.
than,
They are
like-
really
I'm not
aware
even
of
trying to
Katie's
flame, that's
position for a
just-
split second there, but JL quickly clears him. And overall, like for him to
But I
pick it
guess
up
you're
and
saying it's
just
a
kind of become an
qualifier thing,
X
right?
factor
So
in a
maybe
round
it's not
that's
as popular, I
kind of
guess.
going awry, actually. The nade control was working out for Astralis in that
I don't
case,
know what
and
kickoff.
then
I don't know
cleans things
anything
up on
about
the
it,
bomb
but
site. He did that multiple times with a rifle.
I was just trying to like get the lay of the land yesterday, and I was just really
Not only was he
surprised.
finding the frags with the rifle, finding the frags with the op, but in the midst of a lot of these rounds, he was delaying Astralis.
Gotcha. When does the
he
regular
needed to.
season start?
He wasn't just fragging out, dying right after, and losing time. He was doing all the little things right.
It qualifies you
there's
to
so
the
much
first
just in
land,
this
but it's
map.
not
We've got
regular
another round to
season.
go
That's
to 11 as
confusing.
well, with Bit showing us some of this aggression to get the
They
information.
didn't entice Tarek back to
So we didn't
CS.
really
I
talk
missed
too much
him.
about Bit in the pregame,
Bro.
but this is a great call
He's
from
doing what's
Katie.
best for
He's
him,
got
bro. Let him
the
live
race
his
up
life.
performance, grabs the kill, and then this is why Bit was the anchor of the year. He walks right back into apartments, and it's a tiny timing, right? It's a very small timing that he actually adds because Astralis hit B just afterwards, but that's the timing they need. JL can delay just a little bit with some utility. He gets a kill or two, and then you have Ime come through the smoke right now. He would be 3-4 seconds later. He wouldn't get these 2 kills if not from that push from Bit that actually, you don't see it on the scoreboard, but it won them that round.
Yeah, the brains of the operation.
Up to get a free spot in the international. Yeah, thanks for 35 month primer. Thank you. He's doing what's best for Valorant.
That was still a
for
tight
Rat.
fight for them, but is this better than what you saw from him?
I mean, bro, it's definitely good for him. It's best for him. In terms
Versus
of the stream.
Imperial, I feel
For sure.
like this is a game where Na'Vi were pushed in a
Don't
different
be a
way,
salty
and
CS
they had
fan,
different answers. With Imperial Female, when
Quest
the
extra
game got a
3-month
little
reset,
tighter,
thank you.
Na'Vi just started kind of deathballing. They started just getting Tech 9 buys, fully execing a site immediately, preying on that lone site defender. This was a game that had a lot more of a push and pull, where they had to actually think about the weaknesses in a round, work through rotations, and like we saw like there with Bit, like the game's getting, you know, it's a tight round, you lost a man advantage, quick, and then he
Balor
just
only
takes his
pulls
own individual risk.
Yeah,
which
I
sets
haven't kept up
everyone
with
else
it, so I
across
wasn't
the
trying to
map.
flame.
So
I'm just
against
like,
Imperial,
I was
it
really
more about the
surprised by
early
everything
round,
I
the
saw.
death falling, like you said. Against
Because it
Astralis,
was
now
like
it's more about the
some
mid-round,
bigger
and you have to
names
fight
that I
against KD, a
recognized,
great
but the
CT
numbers were
mid-round
lower, and I
power,
didn't.
and
I don't
you
know
have to
the
do that with
system well enough
individual
to know
plays as well
like
as
what I was
teamwork.
watching.
Some other tight rounds, we're actually going to hear some of the team comms in it because now we've been talking about synergy. So let's have a listen to this one.
I can molly side and I can flash for the ups.
Oh, for sure, Jason, for sure. Watson with the primer, thank you.
Can you flash over balcony?
Yes.
Wait,
Check good boiler, please. I just molly side. I'm ready.
wait. She's spike, flash!
Flashing above bulk.
You see? Close to you! In front of you, left. Back!
Headshot.
Nice, Alexi! Dick, Alexi, nice shot,
You
bro.
see?
What was that? What was that
I would
jail
say
call?
that there were a couple weird comms in the beginning of that one, like a lot of assumptions being made in different directions. Someone was commenting, I didn't see whose name was lighting up, but they said something like apartments too. So that's maybe something they'll clean up later. You know, they'll look back at the footage a little bit.
You deserve the prime sub, bro. Oh shit, man, you were from the YouTube chat. Thank you.
Such specific comms instead of saying like just pit in general, like saying headshot. That's just the stuff you'd expect.
Remember,
from a tier
YouTube
1
chat,
team,
if you
I'd say.
truly hate
Looking on
Twitch
the
as a
Astralis side of
platform, you
things,
should
right,
never
I think it
forget
just
to
makes
use your
sense to
prime
start with
sub
device when we're
on
looking
me.
at this because this man obviously popped off once again on Inferno, but this is a device you want to see of your Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, this is device that struggled last year. You
The
weren't sure if
ultimate
he was going to
salesman
buy into
here.
the KDM system, and then he comes into, you know, some of the first games of the year. He pops off against the wild card, and he's doing it now against Na'Vi, which is a much harder opponent.
Device was so good on the rifle in this game. He tried to impose himself a lot with the op, especially again towards middle on the CT side. But Navi's utility was very good at pushing him back. But despite that, he still had so much impact. Despite the fact that Navi is one of the best teams in terms of using nades, like Device just has an answer to practically everything. Look at how he's playing in middle here when there's smokes, flashes abound, and he's still
Eli,
able
thanks for the
to
2-month primer. Thank you,
survive
thank you,
the
thank you.
flash, initial flash, and then get a multi-kill on top of it.
Yeah, I think
everyone that once upon a time, Device
like I
wasn't
said,
an opera. He actually was a
CS
rifler back in the day, possibly
is
a
insanely
top 5
popular
player with the
and
rifle,
crushes, but
and
for
most
North
of these
America
kills were with the rifle
specifically,
as well.
just
One
NA.
AWP kill, guys. One AWP kill.
You guys
and despite
unfortunately
putting
now
up
know what it was
29
like
kills,
to play
it's not what you
Source in
expect from him, but I
1.6.
guess that's a very positive sign, right?
This is
for
kind of
sure.
what
I
it's
mean,
like
on
in North
Inferno,
America
you
right now.
can't
Instead of
really
having one
rely on the
unified
op
base like we
nearly as
didn't
much.
go
You
at the
need
start,
to be a capable
it's like these
AK player,
two
because on
separated
that T
communities
side,
where they
it's
both kind of
difficult
just
to get the
aren't
op activated
having
unless you're
fun.
in the back of B bomb site or you get into B get into pit on a post plant.
That's kind of what it feels like to me.
Also,
Thomas
just on the
sucks 6
CT
for
side
12-month
too,
primer.
like, he was
Thank
so
you.
good at defending with the rifles.
Yeah, and that one-up kill was in that round we showed from Bit where he gets the op kill and they actually end up losing that round.
That's true.
It's what made CSGO so great.
That it didn't work out for him. Maybe that's why he stuck with the rifle. But a positive rifle here is Stair, who we're going to focus in on, because when Stown and Yabby were not maybe doing exactly what you want them to do the whole time round, when you're looking at them as being the star riflers, Stair continues.
Yeah, my
to be
monitor
this
is
Mr.
sponsored, King, or I did do a sponsor thing for it. Not technically sponsored anymore, but
or at least like
it's insane.
star in role that he has become for Astralis. And so this is again just such a luxury for them in terms of you got this like guy that probably gets very little attention. It's mostly about setting up device.
Dude, it actually sucked though. Like 1.6 in source days were like
putting up solid numbers. Even though, yeah, like
it sucked, and then once CSGO and everybody later on came all together, you realize how much it really sucked. And then now that we have the community basically all together, then having like having the community break again into another one, or like 2 communities in North America specifically, it's just it really is ass. Chat, heads up, I'm running an ad. Heads up. All good, aunties. All good. All right. Ad being run. Premier versus Face It. Nah, Valorant and CS. But specifically the NA region. I don't think it's like that at all anywhere else. Dude, Rivals, I'm still having so much fun. But I am at that part of Rivals now where like I'm not like flaming teammates or anything, but man, it does suck because it feels like you get trapped in games if people are just stubborn. I can still win most of my games even solo queuing, and I am actually winning most of my games solo queue instead of stacking, but it's the only thing that, like, I mean, I guess the same happens in like FaZe and shit if people are just really stubborn. Sickness, thanks for the primer. For any of my sweaty rival peeps in chat, is it troll of me to assume that if you get a Mr. Fantastic on your team, you just lose? Stu's played at different times, but not really. I actually feel like he's the most useless character in the game. He's not even a bruiser because he doesn't bruise anybody and he just dies and he doesn't really take any damage. Like, he doesn't do anything well and his ulti is fucking stupid. Same, Twitch, too much ads, even for Turbo. If you actually have Turbo, you don't get a single ad though. What do you mean? That's what I'm saying. He doesn't really tank and he doesn't do DPS. Like yesterday, I had a guy full-time Mr. Fantastic. He did less damage than me, and I played multiple tanks the whole time. And he obviously didn't block nearly as much damage as me. So and his ulti's worthless. So like, what does he do besides just be a guy that bounces around, quite literally? What about ads that the streamer pushes? No, even if the streamer runs it, you don't get them. If you have Turbo, you don't see any ads on Twitch. If you had Turbo and you were somehow seeing ads, I'll be honest with you, like I tell this to people all the time. If you run an ad blocker and you're still seeing ads on Twitch, no, just turn it off because it's fucking things up. Austin announcement. This is just an ad for it, even though they're not selling tickets. I don't know why. Correct, Andrew. Yeah. Classic Flom talking about how every tank is much worse than him. I know you're trolling, Rad, but just so you know, Mr. Fantastic isn't even a tank.
Yeehaw, we're going to Austin for the Blast TV.
He's like quite literally worthless. I'm not even flaming other tanks right now.
Fans are very happy to finally get another major. Maui Vu, it's about damn time, right?
Every time it's in America, it feels damn good, James. I can't wait.
Not sure if you know.
Wait. It gets weird in Austin, I've heard, though.
Okay.
That's basically the slogan of Austin.
Is it cultural impact weird?
Yeah, like, I mean, they got South by Southwest Festival. They have a lot of comedy clubs over there and stuff. Yeah, it's very weird there.
Okay,
Like, a lot of people are moving there.
You're going to do a big list of everything we need to do when we're over there for the major. Tell the players how to get down.
I've never been there.
Oh, damn.
I've actually never been to Austin.
You seem so informed.
That's how culturally impactful the city is that I know stuff about it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Insight has come in. But the insight for this game is what I need you guys to give me right now. And we're going into Ancient. Now, I remember old
Austin isn't even weird anymore. It's just Tech Bros. California
but
Light.
Then they've only played it because obviously Device wasn't able to play when it comes to the major 4 times.
I've never been to Austin, by the way.
Losses, and the first win was that kind of surprise one they get against
I know a bunch of people
in the
that
full finals, which seems like a lifetime ago right now.
Live there, though.
Not looking too good for the Astralis guys.
I would say that it's just that the remnants of what they had with Blame
That's right. I live in a place where everybody doesn't think they'd ever be able to live in. It's kind of nice.
They threw the B site split smoke all the time, and I feel like that confused a lot of people, but people have adjusted to that. I think Na'Vi knows how to handle those kinds of situations too. Yeah, for Astralis, I'm not really too big of a fan of them on this map. For Na'Vi, I think they've been in the lab though on this
Pretty
one.
much all NA content creators live in Austin, right?
This is how they lost their major
Just depends.
run, and so if there's any
certain
single
friend
map
groups
loss
live
throughout the
in
entire
like
season that stung the
each
most,
place that
it
you
was
kind
their
of
loss
probably
to Heroic.
associate it with,
Okay,
but
well, let's
no,
find
not
out
everybody.
What happens on Ancient? Let's see.
Thomas, by the way, thanks for 12 months. Beautiful.
Furious, straight into Ancient with Scrawny and Launders.
Hell yeah, James, full throttle. Sixth gear, Launders, hit the NOS.
If I lived in Vegas, I'd be a problem.
When we started off versus Imperial Female with some like hyper aggression down the ramp
So,
outside of the cave.
one of my childhood friends that honestly got me into all the gaming that I still do today, like, is coming to visit for the first time in Vegas, and I'm gonna take a couple days off while he's here.
The likes of Astralis.
Bro, there's so much shit to do. It's actually hilarious. Am I out of the doghouse yet? Absolutely not. But it's been really fun. Nori and I have been trying to game plan different stuff, like to take him to.
It was like hard to believe because
Where'd I grow up? I'm from Columbus, Ohio.
You know, but it was only actually a round or two.
It's been really fun.
Really
Like,
great on the right. It was funny because he brought up
because there's like being honest, there's like a lot of shit I feel like I haven't even done yet, and I'm gonna absolutely take a couple days off, use him as an excuse to go check it all out with him.
Versus wild card top performer so far at the Bounty.
When did I move to Vegas? The day after MLG Columbus ended.
Map.
Unknowingly, to be fair. It was supposed to be, let's see how this goes. Nori and I living together. Oh, the aim punch on the molly! Oh my god! And then I never left. Oh my...
They try to test the site
That's insane! That is timing.
That's the bomb, folks. That is the bomb sitting in the middle of 4 CTs.
Like dead at center.
Ouch. Willing to bet that Astralis win this pistol?
Bet that they might not. I could take. I mean, depends what kind of handicap.
I have no idea how old he is, Doc.
Still
Sonny D, thanks for your 420, by the way. Thank you.
No bomb control, 40 seconds. JL has gone all the
yeah,
way
yeah,
to the
aim
B side,
punch,
so they
aim
know
punch
what
the
should have been
Molotov.
confirmed. Everybody's on your bomb, brother. Karrigan tucked in, finds the perfect timing to sweep. Oh, okay.
Nice, Karrigan.
Did a little bit of that on Inferno, Karrigan. My goodness.
Okay,
That was
okay,
real.
man.
That just happened.
There you go,
Total
Karrigan. There you
shutdown
go.
from Astralis. The Danes
I'm
kick it
closing the
off
prediction.
with a ultra convincing pistol.
Setup's perfect. We are seeing a lot of stacks on Ancient, whether it's the A or B, into retakes instead of just standard play of the land.
Whoa.
For the CT
Whoa.
side.
Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa.
This time they're absolutely correct. Inhuman
Whoa.
reactions.
Bending bullets.
Brain fog? I told you, it's bad.
Nice shot,
It's been
man.
pretty bad. Like, I'm not even
was really
kidding.
the king of the server versus
Like, I'm
Imperial on
stupid
Ancient.
normally, but like,
Early
goddamn.
on, really kind of
He really hated that other team.
Yes, he did. Wasn't personal, though. Stown already taken over the lane. Everybody sat outside the doors.
All good, Doc.
And Navi can talk this through. They can discuss their feelings, their ambitions for the year, gym routines, anything you want. You sat outside of the smoke, you talk it out.
Got a stupid question. Why does no one use agent skins? Outside of majors, it's banned.
Haircuts, probably.
Inside of majors, gentleman's agreement.
Just talks about Inferno all the time. Rabbits.
Yeah, that's true. Emed does have pet rabbits. Maybe singular, I'm not quite sure. Him and Harry Russell have that in common, actually. Pet rabbits.
Wait, Harry has rabbits as well as dogs?
Yes, Harry has rabbits, dogs, a child. All kinds of it. It's a zoo at Harry's house.
All kinds of animals.
All right, man.
What about birds? I know you don't like birds.
I hate birds. I hate them. Don't trust them.
Yeah, if you guys ever meet Connor, bring a bird with you.
I don't trust birds, and I don't trust bird people.
Not even Mango?
That's the one stretch. I'll let it go. First gun round comes through.
Birds always seem cool, but also at the same time, like, I ain't got that in me. Yo, Basant, thank you very much for the 5 gifted members on YouTube. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Filtering between holding a main and thinking about maybe
How you
helping
doing,
Karrigan,
Fister?
but Karrigan seems convinced that he doesn't need support. He'll make contact, take a bit
I
of
don't really
damage,
like,
and
I've never
peel away
met a bird
towards site
person
instead.
in person. Like, I don't know anybody that has birds.
Jostling some
You better match it. It's not during a scam train.
That'll get Alexi out, but there is still lane players regardless.
Yeah, that smoke just
Bird
doesn't do anything. Alexi can
4002.
see
Does
where
that mean
it's
you don't
thrown
trust
from,
me?
And it's not a
No,
line
just
from
like the one
behind,
bird person I even
which
know
I
is
think
like
to Alexi looked a little bit
online, but I
suspicious.
never met them. Actually, I
With
think I
no
did.
bounce on it. And
They were
have JL
wholesome.
out there already, so I feel like this is a great opportunity in Navi's mind to attack the B site. And right now it's full rotate positions for Astralis. They're like concerned about everything, but like not committed enough to actually.
You're a bird
prove that
person?
they
When are we
So
meeting?
now they're
No.
moving in maybe to cave. But with full mid control and them not re-clearing mid, it's a little flawed. This is more of a gamble than anything else for Astralis, but
So Sometimes you gamble and sometimes you hit big.
Oh, wow.
And you have
Nice
again,
double up.
Bomb thrown to the dirt once more. No recovery
Pennies on
whatsoever.
birds aren't real movement. Well, yeah, they're clearly not real. They're just drones.
Trying to get the ball rolling in the cave, and every single one of them falls. It's a JL 1v5 at 20 seconds. He'll double down on the kill department, but everybody else owned empty-handed.
All right, Astralis, nice start. Nice start.
Sometimes gambles pay.
Some very clean kills in cave to start that off.
Buy a trade right there in cave. That's kind of the situation they wanted. Maybe they would have wanted to come in a little bit sooner, right before Down enters cave. For the back half of it, that is. But Astralis were totally on the money with the push.
Basant with another 5 gifted members on YouTube because I guess he just hates money. Wait, he gifted himself a random sub. That's actually kind of funny.
Like the Maui Snake highlighted on the desk, how
you gotta wait till the scammer, bro. Save it, save it.
From last season to now, or like if there's one map they should.
We got rules around how we scam around here.
You think that wound would be fresh, so bandage it quickly. You know, a little antibacterial ointment, maybe.
Purell. Probably not good to apply directly to a wound. But.
Where I grew up, we just put dirt in it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You see a bird sitting on a wire, it's charging. Yeah, obviously.
Forget about it.
A little bit of dirt doesn't.
And then when they land, they also charge, right? Like just in general.
Where do you come from?
That's where all our power comes from.
Country.
Yeah, the eastern townships.
You can't gift individually on YouTube. It's weird.
Do they have avocados yet?
Probably working.
Yeah, on YouTube you can't gift individually, and they have to enable receiving a gifted sub too. It's all weird.
Look at you like a
all
god.
weird over there.
Back with the avocado. What is that?
And
Hamster with a 20-month primer. Hi, how you doing, bud?
I can't believe it.
Oh, that's me, the savior of southern Quebec.
Do you know
your own
white bird poop actually tastes like ice cream?
They're like, yo, who's that freak with a box of avocados?
Just singing.
There's a lot of questions, but I also don't want the answers to them.
Oh God, it's Cotto Boy again.
Connor Cotto.
Sue's not going to come online today? I don't know, brother.
Come on.
It's still kind of...
Do something.
I don't know his sleep schedule lately, but I'd say like around now
Astralis can be, that's for sure.
is when he gets on.
I would say that one rested on very fine margins, though. With the amount of map control given up from Astralis, you wouldn't want to see that every round. Oh, that's a tough way to go, Karrigan.
Blasted.
How do we get to bird poop? We were talking about birds. By the way, thanks for the follows, guys.
Best opening yet.
Basan, I do appreciate it, though.
I feel like Cave's going to be a hard one to take today. I don't know. Something down and Stair got a little swagger and 14 kills between them.
They don't need it this round. They're not even worried about it.
14 kills between your 2 cave players, 4 rounds into the game.
Getting down early.
Last round was the amount of time they let us.
They're not really getting any information. They're just kind of hoping they come back to cave. It's all in Yabby.
They are not worried about this whatsoever.
And
break it to you, Jabby. You should be doomed.
Man.
Donut split coming through. He's absolutely
all right, and save.
Put him on the barbecue. Astralis get cooked.
Oh, is it bird guy? I'm not a bird guy hater. I don't know.
Anything else? It's just a
quite surprising
crawl towards the A site. So
I like birds seem like a lot of work. Or thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you.
Cave players have done something different.
They're still jiggling.
Someone
like,
else
NPCs just never leaving their post.
They haven't been aggroed yet.
Yeah. They haven't. They're not even rendered on.
Oh, if you pop a flom, someone else has a primer in chat. I just know it's true. Oh, Cthulhu's back in my light again. Why is it low-key blinking with the bomb timer? Sus.
Come here, adventurer. They'll end the round exactly where they started.
Never mind, it's still going.
My life for ire. What the heck?
LED lights? Yeah. Stag, thanks for the 26-month primer. Thank you.
Oh, there I go, playing Skyrim for the 100th time.
Scarny does strike me as that type of guy.
Yeah, okay. Half points. Half points.
I didn't play it. I just know the meme.
Let's see if Karrigan dies out of the gate again, because it's an attempt at pressure for Elbow.
How much do I bench? Not 400 pounds. We've talked about this. Not 400. Please do not post your bank account info in Discord.
Bitten Ema just shooting bullets through smoke, and poor Karrigan can't get his damn head off the line.
Now the donut smoke right in front of the Auber, and Yabi support.
No, not 400 kilograms either. No.
I mean, no. There was one step that Imma took, but there's just no one here.
Right, and surely with all the util popping too, like, you don't hear that.
Imma really could just walk in if he
Sunny
wanted
D,
to, but he
thank you very much, brother, for the 500 bits. Oh my God, he did. Thanks for 10 on timer. Oh, the little. Wait, that's not a smoke. They might still go with this. But the flashes were good. Oh, what?
So we get Emat on the
what is happening?
Device clipping JL on the top of ramp, and this 2v2 is very separated. I think the big position here is Javi. He burns for the bomb planter.
How'd he do that?
And so Emat damage spotted, and his teammate swiftly taken down. This is Javi's round, making up for him just being caught standing in the donut.
375, those arms, short arms are good for
we
something.
Get the smoke on top of the bomb. That actually opens it up for Emat to grab it. Now, he can go running with 4 health. He dodges all the other bullets that come through, but I mean, if he gets a plant even, that's a win.
Yeah,
last heavy sets were 315 for 2, but that was, I did 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 before it as well.
Solid.
Right now, I'm doing 5 sets of 10, and then I superset it with RDOs. My 5 sets of 10 right now are at 245.
They're kind of moving, you know, individually on both sides of the map. It doesn't feel like they're working together too much on the rotations, and there's really no attempts at the mid re-clears, but at the same time they lost
kilos. Not kilos. Freedom units over here.
Where they're particularly weak.
Funny words, Magic Men. Sorry.
It really does come down to this Jabby frag, though. Look how close Alexi is taking him out.
Yep. My weights literally have America on them and have an eagle on them.
5-1 start for Astralis.
And they actually do have kilos on them, but that's not the point.
That last map got 9-3 first half. We almost went to OT.
You know, look at this round from Na'Vi, and then look at what G2 did with Malbs in this exact situation.
You have a personal trainer or Jim on your own? I have a personal trainer.
Tries to get out elbow.
He's tracked all my shit forever.
In the game versus Imperial as well. Just
maybe one day I'll get him on here and I'll have him show you like all the
to make the exact play.
Just like progression, because I know some of you guys are always like,
they have the window smoke coming in, and
you guys are being a bunch of weenies and not going to the gym. Nolan, thanks for the 3-month primer. I think some of you are self-conscious about how much you lift.
Device gets a bullet out, but that AK just rips him.
My trainer benched me? Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And you know, that criticism in comparison
for sure.
to G2 is one thing if like G2 weren't an Asian team, but they played it regularly last year.
Yeah, like so it was the most played map of last year.
How did
He's
they
a nice
regress
5'8".
like that?
But he benches more than me.
Turns out Nico's even greater than we thought.
But I deadlift more than him. We've talked about this. This is how that one guy got triggered.
Right now, it's silence on the A site as we get what's going to be the 5-player split. 3 in from Donut. Karrigan about to have his hands full. If Javi can shut down the A main play, then it'd be one thing, but he gets burned into the open. Karrigan's going to die with nothing, and Bit comes out at the perfect timing, so
his 5'8".
split set up by Na'Vi. It's a good saving grace here from Stown.
He's 5'8", 180.
In the process of the bomb plant, but
I think his last bench,
through the smoke.
I think he did 375 for 2.
Alive.
No kit.
But will they really chance it? Like you said, no kid on the play. You've got the 2 heaviest hitters still standing. This would be huge, but with Stown getting his head taken off, that's going to be Stair to run for the hills, and Na'Vi to collect their second.
Yeah, Stair will have to get out of there, and at least he'll keep his gun. But yeah, Na'Vi really earned that one, and this is a moment where Astralis also look a little frozen in time with the donuts.
But I feel strangely obligated to post my bank details in the Discord. Stop it.
Positions, but like the donut peak that's coming in with 3 players is prepared to clear out all the angles that Karrigan is sitting in. There's no aggressive flash to get in front of it. There's no deeper angle. There's no other rifle behind him to like take the second fight. Instead, it has to be him versus 3, and then it has to be his teammate on site versus a main.
He's like a sneak. He's a sleeper build too.
So just perfect for Na'Vi.
He's just lifted literally his whole life. He's been around it.
Entirely cohesive so far on Ancient, even though they're so far in the lead.
Looks like JL also got
Na'Vi basement? No, bathroom.
You can see Stair run over to the ramp to try and save it. Didn't look like he ever found it. I don't know if it's because it blew away awkwardly or what, but it was gone.
But like, you know, I think this Astralis definitely benefits when Karrigan actually has them operating like the best version of heroic because they are 3/5 of that team, and they still do that stuff naturally sometimes.
Pretty nice, bro.
Honestly, when they don't, like in positions like this where they're playing calcified 1-1 positions and holding angles, it doesn't really look right. It doesn't really seem like it's going to work.
Then again, I've never really gone for it.
Would like to see
on
them
that, but
more actively together.
Highest on my dead was 465 for 2. I'd be close, but I don't know.
Karrigan's alone again on the A site, which can be okay, but the angle that he's holding is here just to spot. He's going to be able to fall back to Donut, but right now the Astralis don't have vision
Conventional
on
or
mid, so it's
sumo?
very dangerous
Conventional.
to hold this for way too long. And they're coming out.
Man, they are just abusing this. Oh, never mind. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Guns empty though.
Oh, he almost turned that back.
On the flank makes the trade happen. Man advantage for Astralis. Great chance to reset Navi, but JL slides off site and Wonderful wins the op duel.
That's great from Wonderful. Reads the rotation from Device after his shots missed in Temple, and Jabby alone in the 1v2.
This
was spotted Donut.
Man, this looked good for Astralis.
Because, like you said, last seen towards Donut,
and then it
Wonderful
didn't.
considered it for a second.
Oh, is he gonna see his
timing here for Jabby could work out.
Wow, that timing.
Delivered. JL's going to look for him. Now JL, I mean, he's coming in inconspicuously.
Nah, I mean, he doesn't know he came through red, but it doesn't matter because
Jabby looking to disappear. Will he swing back into this though? He looks like he will. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Damn, do you think he hid in the smoke so his shadow didn't show?
Oh my goodness.
Because if so, that's actually fucking
How did you
genius.
find that timing.
The fact that he steps into the smoke and then comes back out just makes it all the harder.
They went on a hunt to try to find him through Donut.
L Tractor
a long time ago.
saying that Karrigan is a worse IGL than me is
Right here,
downright
they've got it, but
brain dead.
Jabby finding the, I mean, the bomb pushing into
walking
Temple.
into it by itself. Like, JL's on the search already, so I'm not sure.
I do think that
Not sure
Karrigan
exactly. Like, if anything,
not
if
having
they
an
just
op
both walk Donut,
is
they either
a
try
bit
him out, don't
detrimental,
find him,
but
and go A. And if
also
you're
I think that
worried
is
if
the
they
progression
think
for
that
him
he
because
left, he
his
would've
op was no
rotated
longer
through middle,
impactful,
like,
but no,
to
he
back
is
at
still a
the
very
temple
good
like we saw.
IGL.
And if
And
you're
then they
worried
just go
about
play on the
Temple,
other
you can
side.
just play outside of it and keep the angle held. To
Yeah,
go
yeah.
in and take that corner means to wait for Jabby to walk up.
It was the only way he could have won.
Your stream isn't on HLTV. It probably is. It just might. There might be too many streamers there. Mine got kicked down. Let's see. See if I'm right. Yeah, it is.
Maui Snakes
Yeah, you just
side
gotta
from
hit
the
all
green room.
streams.
Yeah, that was there was a number of ways to win that round. I think only one way to lose.
Does that mean we give them props for finding it?
In some sense, it's genius. But still, nice play from Yabby.
Yeah, I mean, just finding his impact early on here. It's one thing to give him a chance, it's another for him to solidify
He doesn't
it.
have the experience of rifling or trolling with SMGs.
Astralis
Can we
hang on
just
with a
Tractor
4-round
stop?
lead.
Stop.
Money's not in an amazing state.
I'm 8 hours deep. I
This
woke
is
up at
still
3 a.m.
happening.
today.
Navi
Give me a
can bounce
break.
back in. But we can't see them afford more moments like that. Pressure onto the ramps there. MP9 in hand. Second one in Stowns is now
Rev, it's
tucked
literally
into
in
the
the
corner. So
Twitch chat. Are you
these
blind?
aren't the best weapons, and they're getting flushed out of those corners via wall bangs. Stown down to 30.
Any variety on the agenda today? The agenda
Joe trying
today
to strike
is
first blood, but not found out.
trying to see if I can. I had to cancel my lift yesterday because I wasn't
Back for a little
feeling very
mid-control,
good.
but we've seen Karrigan kind of lose
We're trying to
his
see if
head
I can
here. Red
squeeze
room
it
a
in
couple of
today.
rounds. Makes sense to me to have that op there instead.
Short version, if Navi wins this, I can lift, and I probably will, and I might do a double stream. If I'm not lifting, I'll probably keep streaming a little bit after these matches, obviously, and then play maybe a bit of Rivals. Just
along
relax.
the wall. Player creeping in. Wonderful's able to get one. Bits right here with him. Flashbang delayed devices shot, but he still rings out. Stare can't manage with the SMG. And Karrigan now tries his hand at sliding up through lane. It is good wallbang damage, but Bit is hitting headshots as he does. Coming out from main with a second shot at a donut, a warning sign. Navi right back to winning ways.
Yeah, really solid when it comes to the A attacks in general. The last round we had.
I think the only rounds Navi's gotten has been a day,
Two
right?
kills, and bring
So
it
far,
down to
at
that
least.
1v2 that Yabby won, but still, like, a good start to the round. This has definitely been a prime site for them.
Damn, Kaiser. Uni, that's wild,
And,
man.
I think it's
Glad I
because
can
lot
help
of
a
the
little
fights
bit.
aren't being taken
16-hour shift of
actively
anything.
in
I don't care
donut,
what it
deep
is.
donut towards mid. Instead,
whether it's
it's only
physical,
when
not
this full
physical,
site
that's
comes in and the full split is there that Astralis are first seeing them. But this time they do try to push A main, to be fair. It's just that they were being waited for.
Alexi is going to be charged down, but fine by him. Support from Ema.
All right, well, Alexi said thank you. Although, how did Emma stole one of those from mid? What a Chad.
Alluded to it, right? Money teetering on a knife's edge in that prior round. Stound versus Alexi could still go well for the Danes. It does indeed.
5-7 again.
Second servings. Emad peppered slightly. That's a good chance for Stound.
Wild ass play. There was a flash involved there. It just didn't get him. That's why it looks stupid.
Everybody's here.
Whenever you're making an ambitious play like that with the flash, or the flash doesn't hit, man, does it look stupid.
And that'll leave Wonderful locking the MP9 in along the right side wall. Stare and Device. 2v4. Make it 1. Here's the rumblings of the approach.
Yeah, the smoke was a bit unfortunate, but I think they knew that smoke would be there. I think, yeah, it's just
definitely
the
a
flash not
recovery
hitting
in
the
the
stuff.
staff. I mean, it was impressive to see. I think so far it looks like, to me, even though Astralis lost the first half of Inferno a lot more badly, they played overall much better on the map. In the CT side, I'm seeing more issues, and Navi are getting to expose them at least a little bit, even though they're playing from behind. So I don't think the round score has said everything in the series right now. But at least we could say for Astralis, they have 6 already. Even if it's another save right now. This used to be Astralis' best map for some time.
Yeah, we'll see. If I do get to lift today, though, we'll see. I'll be squats and
This was the
pendulum.
map where it was like the only map they had in there. For, you know, they just would win this versus almost anybody.
Well, it was also the map where
I
it's
will
like,
be lifting up my garage doors so my neighbors can see my ass as I
when
squat.
things are going south, it's like, at least when they play Ancient.
For me, it was overpass.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your point, but there's just like a great overpass clip from Stair.
I actually loved him first.
Gotta let them know. That's all I'm saying.
Stair lovers.
My neighbors know that I never skip leg day, and they can see it every week.
Unravel it, huh? JL sent in.
That's crazy. I just bought the house next to yours.
It's dangerously quiet. But they pop open the smoke and reveal the anthill. Like bugs. Astralis try to run away, but it ain't gonna happen, Chief. Not this time. That's 5 for
Alexi, known
Navi,
for his
and,
incredible
you know,
strategies
you
of
could
go A,
feel,
go
I
A
think,
again.
the
Then instead of
recovery
going
they
A,
have
go
coming
B.
from Navi. Economically, they just really set it up for the slam dunk. So
expensive wins for Astralis.
This will be 5 rounds guaranteed, and we'll see about a 6th.
Refresh my frozen stream. Come back to Flom talking about his ass. I just said I was doing squats, man. Okay, no, I did. You're right. Sorry, I'll stop casting. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's
Get some
Cadian.
bread.
See about a 6th. Not one player dying here, Mohan. This is Navi starting to power up. The war machine is roaring.
So,
all aboard.
What is it? Den of Thieves or whatever 2 is out. What any other movie is out right now? Maybe I'll go catch a movie.
They're like a little awkward about it. You never know when they're gonna peak.
They got a little dance in them.
Yeah, they do.
They got a little swagger in the step.
Sonic 3. There's a 3rd Sonic movie.
You know, you
I
think it's a
literally haven't even
commitment,
watched the
and
other
then
2.
it's a little fallback, and then it's a little jiggle.
Oops, I just peeked. Oops, I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, hit him with the hee-hee. 4 in a row to close. That's what it's looking like.
And it's right back to what has been working.
Yeah, that A site, dude, so vacant. So Alexi reading into it quite nicely.
He doesn't. They don't even care. They know it's open.
They're just gonna charge right in, and if Karrigan was
Damn,
able to hang on
Cadian's
to
on
donut,
6
that'd
health
be one
already.
thing, but big comes
Oh.
head hunting. MP9 swings as Karrigan
Man,
just leaves his
good
teammate
tracking
to try
from
to
a bit
pick up
though.
all that gap.
Oh,
good timing
oh,
on the
that's
flank out from Stout. You gotta throw it at the retake.
That's tough
so
for Wonderful,
let's
man.
see if somebody screws up.
And there is a big flank, but it's going to be heard by Bit, I'm pretty sure. Ima surely turns around, yeah.
That Molotov gonna keep them at bay. Critical seconds, shaved off the clock, and the flank's been found. So with no down, looking all the easier, but there is still 2 players low. The majority of Navi
Well, Navi
JL
actually
going down now means that
I'll wait.
Alexi's gonna be critical. Crunch time, up through lane, double kill back to the CTs, but still it's the time on the bomb.
Okay.
They don't even touch it.
What was this? Was this 6-1 at one point? 6-1?
4 in a row.
Cap, thanks for the 14-month reset. Thank you. Chat, I'm running an ad. Heads up, heads up. What's the bounty for this match? Navi has 60k. I don't know how much Astralis has. Probably like 10, right? Probably 10. 15k? Okay. We did recently, Creed. One game good, other game you probably don't want to watch, but we did upload one of them on the Clips and Highlights channel, I think. Oh, jump throw's completely gone. No, they're just built into the game, man. You don't need a bind for it anymore. You uploaded map 3 of the Liquid game. Did you get me? Have you clipped me assembling a CZ yet? And we should make that a short. All I'm gonna say. We should make that a YouTube short because people need to know to stop using the CZ. Hey, you want a video editor? Whoa, dude. Gatler, this guy's coming for your job. Fuck. Yeah, I think Sicko has a way to hit him. You can contact him in the Discord. If you're super like interested, just hop in my Discord, and I think it's in one of the like if anything you see from Sicko, you can just contact him. Fallout, thanks for the 48-month primer. Thank you. Do I like tea? Tea's good. I do prefer coffee, but I'm not like a hater of tea. Just like if somebody's gonna put one or the other next to me, I'm taking the coffee every time. But I don't think I mean, not knowingly, I have not had Persian tea. I'm not sure. I have a 1440p. Do you recommend playing native res? I love it, but I mean, play what you like, man. Didn't it come out that they still allow binds at big tourneys, right? No, like you literally can't do it in the game. Ames. Yeah, Golden Burb, you want me to knock
recovery at the end of
on
the
blast?
First half. Looked like Karrigan and co had it all figured out, Mohan, but where there's a will, there's a way, and I think Navi.
Yeah, knock. Dude, let me knock.
The process of it, one
Fuck,
map
imagine.
up after a very close affair on Inferno, robbing the map pick of
Iced Americano,
Astralis, losing
Scuba
pistol,
usually.
no early momentum, and still
Monster, thanks for the 8-month primer. Thank you. Thanks for the co-stream. Not thank you, dude. Appreciate you, Monster Foz.
Astralis, I think, should be okay though about getting their 6 rounds early. As we swap over, this is the half that matters.
Fames, they used to allow it. Like,
we'll have a magnifying glass on it. Yeah.
Oh my god,
this map, and he
Bit's been so good to just start the year.
With the double 3v5 demanded of Astralis, or their lead is gone. Ema holding off patiently from the donuts. Got 2 players here behind him. Good gush out of Jabby. Alexi just reveals himself to be inside of the site. And speaking of getting revealed, that bomb planter exposed.
And whose smoke was this on the site? Was it the CT smoke?
Dead.
Was it Alexi's smoke he threw over default and then flashed into it? Because honestly, it worked for him. He got to try to one-way it, and then they used the nade because the T stopped. They could use that to plant.
Ooh, a smoke.
And all got used against him. An HE on the pistol on Ancient.
Call that a booby
Special
trap.
touch.
Well, no, hold on, Nubzor. You're saying that the top 13, 16 teams got owned because of their seeds, but what you're saying it's because of the format. But remember, you take the seed of the team that you beat.
I don't know. I couldn't really tell with the color because they are different colors. But
so Nubzor, like in a way, they're just getting punished for being pussies.
Yeah.
They're being a bunch of weenies, man. If they had been more aggressive with who they picked, they wouldn't have that problem. The thing is, the lower ranked teams got higher seeds because they beat them.
Indeed.
Like you're right. You're right. The middling teams that were like higher ranked are the best of the worst, so to speak, that took the safer options for teams to beat. Kind of get punished in the second round, but the teams that got the big upsets, guess what? Yeah, they got the better seed.
Where's that grenade to try to cover it? Goes out and it's JL to just win the duel. That could have been much worse.
It could have. It could have, definitely. I was wondering where that Karrigan clutch is, man. We haven't got that big, crazy Karrigan clutch, you know?
We
sometimes have it an off game.
Well, FlyQuest was a higher seed, Nubzor, not a lower seed. Oh, you're saying the higher seed of
2022 and 2020.
The lowest seed of the top teams. I get what you're saying.
Started with a massive Karrigan
yeah.
on the lower site of
I misunderstood what you're saying. I'm stupid.
Vitality.
I heard a rumor of minus JT plus Flom. Confirm or deny, Polo. Can you just stop saying dumb shit so you can make a YouTube short? Surely you can make better content. I've seen your videos. You could do better.
That's some things don't change at Blast. And we're here, so
nah, I get what you're saying though now.
I guess that's
yeah, no, being the bottom of like the bounty teams is that definitely kind of ass.
For now.
I've done like one short in the last 2 months, so you fell off. That's crazy.
So Astralis really wants something out of this.
What are you doing, man? Oh my god. Nice shots. Holy fuck.
Stound may have slowed down somewhat, but Stair keeps this one sharp, and that's a bit of footing offered to the A play. Wonderful's gonna peek back in. Jabby's crossed over. Oh, he turned. He seemed wary, but
make
not
more, man. Hurry up.
Enough to keep his head where it needed to be looking. Cadian's time to slide out. Nothing offered up from him. Bomb to the dirt, and Stair, who has 2 kills already, needs now an ace and a 1v3.
Hey,
shorts fell off, no?
You think he could do this?
With the Deagle, Stair in the situation.
I had one go pretty crazy recently.
Enough. If that was another headshot as clean as the first 2, then maybe. But instead, it is a Navi. Point to the board.
Sicko title farmed YouTube, and it was hilarious.
Definitely got a little scary, a little hairy.
A little Hugo.
No, don't send everything in the general chat. If you look in, I think it's like server updates, there's a person named Sicko. Just contact them. That's who handles all the stuff.
Nope.
Yeah, Tickle.
Got out of
yeah.
there. So
or
9-6,
Elvis.
man. Whoa. Was it 6-1?
I had one get 2.5 million views and YouTube give me a whopping $80. Oh, well, for money, yeah, the shorts are terrible.
5-1.
6-2. Just like you.
That's when I'm not on my money.
Bit's able to lock in to cut out. T-side departs from elbow, but they don't fully leave. And meanwhile, we've got Jabby kind of sniffing up.
Did you see the new TeamSpeak overhaul?
Playing behind these smoke grenades. It's going to be wonderful at bat in a moment. 2 AKs trained on him. He's going to start inching forward.
We shouldn't watch Flom on shorts. We should see 16:9 the whole thing. True.
Jabby to potentially come out on the side of this smoke.
This is JL's favorite
contact.
position,
Here we go.
probably.
That it is. Molotov goes too far.
Trying to take the timing with the molly.
Easy hold for the first one with Alexi's helping hands. That's
damn, he's still alive too. That's crazy. Holy running kill.
And he would have seen this rotator over towards short side.
Ammo so low here for Stound.
Wonderful comes back, cleans it up, and the last 2 members of Astralis tiptoe their way through cave because bomb is
so they're contacting triple long B. Where the fuck are these guys? Oh my god, the collat. And then he finished it.
The team kill. Wonderful's in
I deranked to level 9 after watching your videos. Good.
Oh my gosh, There's gonna walk away. I don't know. There's really a chance he could pull this off, and Wonderful, he is pervasive. That's a last and final kill from him. Solid stuff.
What do they think about a current new Astralis? They seem to be on a nice little uptick, to be honest.
That little dance.
People are going to flame them right now, but they are playing Navi. Don't forget that. And yes, Na'Vi did have a disappointing major, but once again, it's still Na'Vi. Trappa, you smell like shit. Enjoy your Saturday. Take a shower. You smell really fucking bad.
Do it with a bit of swagger, as I think we're starting to see. Then now, as of tonight,
hope you have a great Saturday, though, Trappa.
For the grand finals have emerged.
Sure, okay.
Na'Vi versus Spirit, best of
You
5
look
at the
good, but you smell awful today, brother. See, even Nightbot knows, man.
Money on the line, like the potential for like a $200,000 game or whatever the case may be. That could be very exciting.
I think there's also this additional narrative that's going on after the HLTV rankings come out for the awards, where it's like, if you don't agree with Na'Vi being Team of the Year, it's probably because you were putting Spirit
Stink
in
check
that
Nori
place.
is stinky.
And so if those are the
I'll
two
be honest,
teams
guys,
that
I
kind of
don't
lock
think
horns
Nori
at the start of
showered today.
25, let's say, let's settle it. And also being a best of 5 as well. I question
Pretty
the
sure
match
she
for
rolled out of
teams
bed
who
and
have
she's
new
doing
rosters like Vitality
some
and
school shit
FaZe,
right
who
now,
maybe
I think.
some would consider the favorites instead, or maybe just the teams that are being cheered for.
Adding
more
your wife
so.
like that?
Actually, FaZe is already gone, so that's a moot point. But it applies to Vitality.
Sold her out. Damn right I will.
I just think who can truly
It's
give us
fucked
a
up. She
quality
doesn't have
best
to,
of
and she
5.
doesn't smell bad. I don't shower. I
By the
fucking
end of
should
the
take
year,
like 3
maybe
days.
that list grows.
It's so funny because we started the year out with the best of 5 curse for Alexi B. That was
Bomb
this
loves being in the
conversation all
doghouse.
way
It's
until Pro
cozy.
League happened.
The dogs are cool.
And now it's not really a conversation. They can still lose, but now it's not like a joke.
Yeah, of course. This is 8 rounds
That
straight
much?
from
Nah, I
Na'Vi,
don't.
So the score may be close, and you'd be a fool to write off Astralis entirely. They're going to have a new tactic into this one. It's an attack for Bit to deal with.
This
but
is what we needed a bit from
Chat,
Astralis
please don't.
in terms of the
Guys, stop
positioning
the
and
keeping
defense.
receipts
like
of.
it.
Oh my
Bit rips
god.
heads off. Wonderful's coming through with
Dude.
the op support, and poor Astralis torn to pieces on an attempt to exit this A main smoke. Stare, your time is limited.
You're not in the doghouse. You don't have that dog in you.
Na'Vi maintain this ferocious heat that they have brought to now nearly 10 rounds straight.
See how, like, in this situation, both the Na'Vi players are defending together, and they both have really important spots, which are on the side of Donut, and again, watching that signpost from the top of Donut. When Astralis were holding, whether it was the A attack out of main, it was one guy who would crack spot and try
He's
to
been
fall
real
back,
silent
one guy
since
deep
the
in
stink
Donut,
check.
or vice versa, and they
She's
weren't
probably
really
plotting,
complimenting each
man.
other. So this is why it looks so much easier, and this is why Na'Vi are now on fire.
Busy shopping? Great. She's been threatening me with buying a chat. I actually need 5.
To hell with your util.
She's literally trying to light money on fire. It's
He's gonna
fucked
come
up.
running down ramp, but he makes a ton of noise and then doesn't fully commit. This pack of 3 players trying to recover control.
The 9th mansion is being sold
And Stout's
as
gonna
we
try
speak.
to keep things even. Will do so with JL now dead.
And
3v3.
can get into the site. There is still
They
one in
know
cave.
where Bit
locks in behind the box.
should.
Device
Well,
not thinking about this corner.
fuck.
Perfectly played here from Bit, and the Molotov
Didn't
bouncing
consider
beyond
that.
this will not make him uncomfortable at all. Wonderful now has a line into the bomb site itself.
Molly doesn't go deep enough.
Oh yeah, Nori
hanging
Thrice
onto
was
the
very
corner.
happy with the
Can Stare
purchase
do
you got.
anything to offer help? Or does Wonderful just stop
You
watching?
got him.
Stare actually gets the wall bang onto Bit.
He does take 84 damage in the process.
And this lurk down from Lane. Oh, nice snap up from Ema. It's easy,
Yes.
low health. And Stown, once he goes for that bomb plant, reveals his position. So they're going to lock in on him. But Ema did take the long road back around towards
Ema
red.
was actually running to Donut. He thought that there was a chance Down had left. So this gives Down a chance. They haven't said his name much. He's climbed to 16 kills.
Bombs planted for the wall bang.
Oh, he's going to reveal his position, though.
Yeah, can they trade him on the front of cave, or is he just going to rip them both down? No, sir,
Damn,
no
nice
chance.
shot. Wonderful. Jesus.
Who waited patiently, forced Down to make a step back sight. Never really had anything to shoot at, so he'll close out with the clutch. 12 secured, and Na'Vi looking convincing as they dismantle Astralis map 2.
Very much. First half Astralis did make it interesting. They had us in the first half, if you will. But
Fames with the $5. He said for the Amazon bill, it's about to come
the
through.
semblance of
Thank
a
you,
comeback
thank
taking
you.
place in now in the second half.
Thank you, sir.
The chains are off.
I mean, this was a 4-round streak after the CT pistol round from Astralis. We go back
Damn.
and forth with
This looked
weird,
like it was going to be a
wobbly
decent
economies
game,
for
and I
5
think
rounds.
Navi's won.
And now Na'Vi haven't looked
Wait,
in
how
the
many
rear
is it
view
straight right now,
since.
guys?
Very light utility.
Is it
here for
11?
Astralis
I
to try
swear to
to
God,
keep
it was
their
6-1.
bounty lives. And Bit will kick off again as he goes 20 kills, 9 deaths. Phenomenal play in the late
10,
stages of the
not
best
11?
of 3s
Okay.
we've seen at the bounty so far.
6-2.
Wonderful's
Okay,
gonna clip Jabby in the background.
Idiot
and it falls
streamer,
to
didn't even remember the exact
Down, working
scoreline.
side by side to pressure this off, but Wonderful gets away. Able to try and come back towards site. Little gap here on the smoke. Tracks Karrigan, and we'll finish him with the Deeg. So Porce down 1v4 in
This
the
map
depths of
definitely
this
looks
bomb
sloppier
site.
from Astralis. Just
And
like
it is a flurry of rounds out of Na'Vi. They'll add a few $1,000s to their already high bounty and come now to LAN, where they'll meet the likes of Spirit, perhaps.
A smooth set of moves here on Ancient from the
Sweet.
Na'Vi team as they comfortably take this one. And okay, in the first half, a bit of back and forth in there. Certainly
Falcons.
tested, but not tested
Fury and
enough.
Bet
There was
Boom.
not much going on with Astralis after we got into the second half.
VP Vitality.
That was just a beautiful CT side.
Big
from
God,
Na'Vi
this
there.
game,
The
there will be
mid-control
dust
that they
too,
had,
and I
really,
will fall
it's the same
asleep.
starting nade set that
Holy
they were
shit.
using for pretty much all of last year, but just greater and better execution throughout the mid-round, the late round, the way that they joined up. All of that stuff is exactly what you want from a team that should be vying for #1.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, I
it was
have
great from Na'Vi
only
on the
one
CT side.
one hand on the
However,
mouse
on
right
the
now.
T side, or on
one hand
Astralis' CT
available.
side, I should say. I had a question about Karrigan, because Karrigan, his fragging hasn't been great. We didn't bring him in for his fragging into Astralis, obviously, but, you know, they start out 4-0, and in the last 8 rounds of the half, he's the first death 5 times. Or the first death on their team, at least. They go A 6 times in the last 8 rounds. Ooh. And there's a certain point where Karrigan just needs to frag better.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. I feel like he has been a little bit more selfless, though. That's a reason why I would love to really get his mind on why he's kind of playing
104
like this,
ADR on Bit.
More of like an MP9 Mac 10 sort of guy.
Bit actually looking
occasionally have the
insane
rifle.
to
Like,
start
I think
this
the very
year.
last round of the first half or something, he did have a rifle over Yabby, but I don't think he's taken on very
that's for the whole
well to
series,
CSG
Kafki.
in general. Like, his time with Liquid showed that his op was not up to snuff compared to what it was in CSGO, and now pivoting over to using the SMG mostly, I wouldn't even say the rifle. Like, he's barely a rifler, he's more of an SMG guy. That's not really always a consistent recipe unless you're someone like Ema. Like, Ema's just insane.
Yeldy, respectfully,
We're going to say Sanji?
You're really dumb.
He's not Sanji. He's not Boomich, okay? You know.
But it's got to be pretty tough as well to be calling like that when you are having a rough go at it as well, right? That's got to start to affect him at some point.
I mean, it's so much easier if you're calling when in the fray. So many in-game leaders. This is kind of a weird thing, but so many IGLs have talked about, like, when I'm fragging, it's easier to call, but it's like, that just means you're killing people. Like, you are just, if you're killing people, it's, yes, you're gonna be winning more, but yeah, like, if Karrigan isn't able to get a beat on the game because he's not seeing enough from his own perspective, then it can be a little bit more frustrating for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, going back to Inferno even,
All right.
it felt like a lot of their
Looks
rounds,
like I'm gonna be able to
they
get my
didn't
lift in,
chance
which
for
is a
that
huge
kind of
W.
Karrigan-esque, the classic Karrigan mid-round CT calls. You didn't get a chance for that. I feel like they didn't really get a chance for that. They didn't commit to them.
Do I want to wake up tomorrow though for?
Like, they
Yeah,
had it. Like, one of the
Falcons
early gun
could
rounds
be a
that
really
Na'Vi
good
won,
game.
like, Astralis were about to do a mid crunch, and then they kind of peeled off before they actually crunch mid, and then Na'Vi had a guy that was still at Tetris and elbow, and then they just took mid, 5 seconds later.
Yeah.
Tough times for them, and it is just the start of the season. They're on boot camp. They've got time to work through their growing pains of all of this, but there was a lot of positive signs to look at here from Na'Vi, where maybe because of what we saw in the opening game, we weren't too sure how their season was going to go. So what do you make of it now after seeing 2 games from Na'Vi?
How crazy is it that today's an 8.5 hour day chat, or like a 9.5 hour day, and yesterday was like 14?
Well,
that's how much variance there is in the schedule. And there's a tech pause today.
And for
this could have been like an 8-hour day with 4 best of 3s.
I'm looking at people like Bit, Wonderful even on the first map, Ema throughout the series. A lot of them had these moments where they
Spirit
like,
literally
a lot of
fucking
average players would
speed
just get
Fly
1 kill,
Quest,
maybe even
bro.
0, and they double up, even triple up with a great spray or great movement while they're trying to shoot their opponents. Like, they did a fantastic job in terms of individual.
What's been the shortest day? I think the first
day. You look at Spirit versus FlyQuest, nobody was really challenged. You look at Na'Vi versus Astralis, Astralis pushed Na'Vi, and Na'Vi responded back and showed that they are on form. It wasn't just kind of a one-sided affair where they snowballed it all together.
And that's what you've got to be very careful of, right? That's why how sometimes it can go greatly out of your hands.
Why is Wonderful different? Because bro fucking got a perm, man. He got the broccoli haircut, man.
A very high standard, and that high standard.
Hey, before you guys get out of here for the day, though, do me a favor. Follow the stream. You guys are watching on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell, like the stream.
I need to see that Na'Vi have also
I'm gonna hit my lift.
changed their strat book a little bit because I'm not really sure yet, and I need a little bit more data.
I have zero plans as of right now. I'm not. I mean, I'll be streaming tomorrow, but I don't know
what has Blade, what has Alexi done in the off season, because like I said, like their CT side starts.
Just follow the stream and make sure you have notifications on. I'll for sure be live tomorrow.
I really want to see, are they going to rework their T side Mirage, because it was so good for 9 months but very bad for 2 months.
Well, let's see if we can find out and get some answers here. We've got Ema standing by from Na'Vi. Ema, how are we doing after that one? Pretty comfortable, especially on Ancient.
After the interviews, I'm gonna stay live and just farm a set of ads.
Start, I will say, because they were leading us, but then we basically took the control of the map.
Overall, you guys have been on boot camp from before the awards, then afterwards as well. How much, because we're having a conversation around the strat book and what you guys are working, how much are you guys changing things up for the 2025 season? How much are you
Karrigan,
cooking?
thanks for the 56.
I mean, obviously I cannot give this information, but mostly I think the first day it was kind of a reminder of what we had, because it was long vacation, we maybe forgot stuff, and after that we are starting to fix the mistakes that we had previous season, especially at the major, and then we try to have maybe new stuff for that.
Ema, you guys obviously didn't finish that major you mentioned in the fashion that you would have wanted. You know, a lot of people don't want to live with regrets necessarily, but I'm sure you look back at that game. What were things that you thought about in how you performed in it that you would have changed if you got a second chance in it?
Oh, that's a hard question. I think, I don't know, maybe I will change maybe decision making a bit sometimes, or maybe shooting a bit better at one point, because nowadays, like for example, a round can go only on 1 kill, and then if you don't take that kill, that means you lose the round, maybe you have to eco and so on, and I have no clue, maybe that.
Do you think that the form that you guys had as a team entering the major was also a little bit iffy? Because it felt like that watching you guys lose some of those early matches at it.
I think it was a bit shaky, because it was not only the major, it was the previous tournament as well. I think it was Blast or something like this.
World Final, yeah.
And then we tried to fix after that, obviously, and maybe not everything worked out, but at least I know for sure we tried our best. Like, we didn't give up, and then just we didn't click whenever it mattered.
So Imperial Female and Astralis both mentioned that they know how you guys play and they felt comfortable with the idea of, you know, anti-stratting you coming into the matchup. Did you feel like at the end of last season you guys got a bit static in the way you were playing?
Unless you just have a small brain. God damn it, Cthulhu, calm down.
People have talked about to kind of update?
Personally, I don't think so. Like, for example, I can say from everyone that I know how they play, but obviously we know that we maybe do the same round, for example, I don't know, on Inferno, but obviously we can change that. We know as well that we can change that. Maybe they will not, maybe they will go on the base that they will not change, but obviously we think a bit about it, and then we can also change maybe some smokes, flashes, markers, maybe some steps somewhere, and so on.
I was just going to ask as well, people have talked a little bit about your boot camp. I was wondering, how long have you guys actually been boot camping and practicing heading into this first season?
We didn't, I mean, I think we left home around, don't want to get it wrong, I think it's either 12 or 13th. Or 11 maybe. No, wait, I'm speaking bullshit, sorry. On 7th.
Okay, before the awards you were on boot camp, right?
Yes, I was speaking bullshit. Like on 7th we traveled here to Barcelona, and then we had like a media day, and after that we had some practice day, then we had travel. Obviously it took like 3 days, like 1 travel day, then
what do you mean?
Then there was another travel day, and then it was not a lot of practice, region. Let's say, because we had to go there and back. But I think we'll have until we leave from here like 2 weeks, let's say, in total.
Wow. Well, that's a pretty good time to start the season. Well, Emma, congratulations on making it to the LAN finals. Thank you very much for your time, dude, and we'll see you in the studio real soon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, a lot of answers to our questions, a lot of insight in there, and I liked what he was saying, right, when he touches on the fact that
if you want to practice
each
teams
team
another
can say they
region,
know
sure,
how
go
they
boot
play,
camp, but
but
why?
there's still
Otherwise,
so
the
much
people
in
don't
it
boot
when you
camp
look
to
at
practice
that.
teams in other
All
regions.
the micro details are going to be
People boot
switched
camp
up from time to time.
They
whether
can
they find a
min-max
better
the amount of time
flash
that they have
or
to
even a flash
basically
that isn't necessarily
speed run
better
through
as a
different
whole,
problems because
but
it's easier to
just
do in
something that
person than
counters
online.
what other
Make sure
people
you
are
have
doing.
people's attention.
Like,
People
the
don't.
micro meta
Their
of Pro
routine is
CS
Counter-Strike,
changes
Counter-Strike,
on like a
It's a
position-to-position
lock-in
basis. You're going to see people for 2 months playing ladder
Maybe you're
room all
just
the time on
confused because
short
NA
B of
teams go to
Mirage.
EU,
The
but
next
they
month
do that
they're just gonna be
because
playing
not
behind the
because
bricks. Like these little changes
sure
are
it's to
always
get used
why
to
the
EU,
game
but
is
it's because there's not any
constantly
teams here to
like
boot camp with. Like
rock paper scissors sort of matchup, and why Blade is usually one step or two steps
better
ahead of
chemistry.
it.
That's part of it.
Well,
Yeah,
that will hopefully keep them going forward for the rest of the season, but exciting times as it is. We're going to look back at some of the games that we've had today.
Basically, the point of a boot camp is to speed run practice.
Heroic not once,
like
but twice
in the most efficient way possible.
Success. And remember,
to try to hammer out as many reps as you can in a short enough time
that's the beauty
span.
of the format, actually, because Liquid weren't sure who was going to get picked. Heroic go in. They could have been prepping for Liquid even before we went into the picks, and then 10 hours later.
And when you do play from a boot camp, it's nice because obviously you can
and
have better
Maui
energy with your
mentioned
teammates all around you,
before,
shit like
you
that.
could actually see the way Saw was anti-stratting in that game.
Sun Pius is just a guy that Saw has worked with before. He knows that if he gives him a game plan, he can follow
already have
it.
gaming
And
houses.
he's going to
Gaming houses haven't been a
in ways
thing
that
since,
I've
like-
never seen anybody wallbang before. So yeah, it's pretty sick, honestly.
New tech
I
being
played.
shown. That's what
Gaming
Sun
houses
Pius is able to
basically
do.
are
Then we move
obsolete.
on to the other upset.
Nobody wants to live
Was
together.
Maybe not an upset because you guys convinced me that FaZe could
More
lose
efficient to
in
literally
their
go to a
game.
location to
But
boot
none of you
camp than to
predicted
have
them.
some sort of
That's true,
shitty
James.
house all year where you end up hating each
Come
other.
on, like,
They did the opposite to me.
Yeah, when it's FaZe Clan, you just have faith that they're always going to pull it together. It's just, I don't know, it's a fool's errand at this point, watching this team and rooting for this team. But no, FaZe, they're going through some growing pains right now. Elige wasn't a roll-for-roll perfect fit for Robs. I said this the first time we covered FaZe in the pregame segment that we handled, that I just said 2 months. Karrigan, Elige, the rest of the crew, they'll figure it out in 2 months. But congratulations to Payne. I really rate Davideus very highly. One of the better aggressive riflers coming out of the LATAM region. One of the only flag bearers for Chile in general.
Yeah, definitely some positive signs. Some not so positive signs was FlyQuest, but we didn't really expect much because they had to go against Spirit. It was the first game we covered today on this desk. And it was just...
That's why there's 100 videos out there of like watching pros as they get shot by Donk, watching Donk. That's why Donk is like the most searched term ever. You get donked. I mean, sometimes there's just nothing you can do against it.
He was fantastic in it. On top of that, Chopper was able to also just...
Chopper was donking people.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody, I think everybody on Spirit, with the exception of Shiro, went to the school of donk in the offseason.
And Magic's.
I'm not sure if he did, actually. He just did okay in that game.
He dropped out. He flunked. He flunked the school.
He just had to skip it because of his major final performance.
Powering down.
Yeah.
Magic's returned home to his actual level after the major.
You sound like a Magic's hater here.
I'm not a Magic's hater.
They
I'm
play
a
at their
Spirit
facilities,
fan,
but usually
being a
most teams
Spirit
don't
fan,
live in team houses together. No, that's like dead.
Whoa!
Yeah, no grown-ass adults want to do fucking team houses
I
anymore.
can't
That's not a
stand
thing.
how good he did in the final. It was a life game.
Growing pains today's
It didn't
buzzword.
make any sense,
It's the
honestly,
word we
but
always use to start the season, though, or roster changes. That's what I use all the time. It's
You
the
can't
right
take it away
one.
from him, Boo. You can't take it away from him.
I'm sponsored by Sleep Money. Like,
I wish it was Dauntics that did that.
that's why genuinely, and that's the only side I've used.
I get what you
I
mean for
realize that they
narrative reasons.
don't have
Yeah, okay.
I kind of wish FaZe
the lowest
won.
prices and shit like that. And that's totally fine. But in terms of convenience, how quick they are, and overall inventory, I don't mind. I'm not trying to make money off those sites or min-max
having
it.
success with it all. A team like Astralis, who just unfortunately did lose.
I just want my shit. I want to
their
get
money
it
goes
and be
to
done.
stack on top of Na'Vi, and they stay in the
And I
very
hate
sweet
interacting with
spot.
people
But
when it comes to
remember,
trades,
It gets even
so.
more exciting when we get to this studio and we get these teams risking it all when we get down to our final 8.
I'll
which
happily
will be
take the L on my
happening
trade
later
if I don't
on.
have to
So
deal with a
far,
human trying to give me a
the most
P250
successful
sand
ones when
dune
it
for my
comes to it.
fucking D-lore.
I just keep coming back to Saw being fantastic and maybe underrated at times as a coach.
Well, I think we're starting to rate him.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the community is caught on. Saw as being now regarded in probably the top 5 coaches in the world at this point. I think it's a very short list of people that I would say have proven more in the last year, 2, 3, 4 years. People like Blade, recently Holly has entered the conversation. Beyond that, I mean, yes, there are some great coaches in this space.
That's
but
fucking facts. People are so greedy. It's a convenience thing for me, but I also don't try to lie to people. Like, I realize there's cheaper sites and shit than CS money, but like,
he just needs to make a YouTube channel.
Oh, boo-hoo! I didn't make the $40 that I could have made on a different site if I just like bargained with the user or waited long. No, I just want to. I want to fucking trade my shit and be done with it. You know what I mean?
Overrated. Well, I'm going to overrate myself for a little bit on these predictions.
Thank you, Twaga. Appreciate it.
You guys should have followed me. Yeah.
So people are always like, bro, they scam you. The site's like, bro, they're a business. They want money. Like, yeah.
We underrated Saw, as we were just talking about.
Yeah, it's true. We did underrate him, actually. We actually underrated him.
Dude, you know
but I get it. Some people are more patient and they are willing to wait, find the best deal, min max it as hard as they can.
Nobody remembers the people in the middle, but they're gonna make
and that's totally valid too.
So I went, okay, well, if I pick heroic, I'm making a.
That is totally valid as well. All right. I might stream later. I might not. I don't know. I might go see a movie. I might go get dinner. I might not do any of that. I might go to bed early. I don't know what my plans are. So for sure I'll be streaming tomorrow. For sure I'll be streaming. Oh yeah, the Lions game is on. For sure I'll be streaming tomorrow. Pre-rolls are still off W. I'm gonna run an ad here just to farm some ads. So heads up. But yeah, I'll be back live again tomorrow. I might run it back again today. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for watching on either website or any website that you're on. Thank you. But yeah, for sure stream tomorrow, doing our thing. Yeah, I kind of want to wake up. Like, this match does interest me. Like, Joda played really good for EF in their last showing. Like, I think this could be really fun. We'll see. I'm curious to see how the Falcons team develops. Thing is this game is interesting to me because I think Bet Boom's on the ups. I think Bet Boom's gonna beat Furia. If I guess Magno and Axe out to keep their form, but if they do, I think they win. VP Vitality. I think Vitality wins that, and then Big G2. I think G2 will be big. Are we rating? Let me look. Did Navi win? They did, yeah. It was a little close there for a second, though. I really appreciate you guys just hanging out with me every day, though. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Sorry. Fucking being sick is the worst. Hope you guys have really been enjoying the co-streams. Let's see. Trying to see. Damn, there's a lot of people live today. All right, it's Steve's birthday month. This guy's milking a whole month out of his birthday. And of course, I opened his stream and it's a chair stream. He's just like me, for real, for real. So I'm going to host my buddy Steve. You can tell him I named my pimple after him, okay? I will be back tomorrow. I will see you guys then. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, morning, afternoon. Appreciate whatever platform you guys watched on today. Oh, shit. Happy late birthday, Basant. And, yeah. Thanks for chilling with me, all right? I'll catch you all later. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Don't forget to follow the stream, subscribe on YouTube. Later, y'all. Bye, bye, bye.